Chen Mo traversed into the world of battle through the heavens, binding himself to the goddess favor system. Ding, bound to goddess die. Ding, favor 1, received 1 first-class pill of energy recharge. Triggered handholding bonus, gained insight for the duration of an incense stick. Chen Mo gazed at the woman before him, exclaiming, "Isn't this the sister of Queen Medusa?" Chapter 1, Binding the Goddess. For countless centuries, the war between humanity and the serpent people has never ceased. Though the serpent people are fierce, humanity, with its numerical superiority of strong warriors, has driven them into the inhospitable expanse of the Tagore Desert. The struggle persists, and the animosity between the two races intensifies. Has it been nearly 3 days? Am I destined to become the first traveler in history to perish in the desert? Amidst the swirling sands, a shadow ascended a hill, his facial features distinct and profound. Before entering the desert, his sculpted visage was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. However, after enduring the desert's trials, his lips were cracked and bleeding, and his face bore the marks of sunburn. Chen Mo was not a native of this world. He hailed from Blue Star, having been transported here 3 days prior by the binding of the system to this realm known as the continent of Dochi. Initially, he was filled with elation. After all, this was battle through the heavens. As an avid reader of web novels, having perused thousands of works, he was intimately familiar with that legendary tale that once captivated the hearts of many. He recalled the stirring line, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not bully the young and poor. How many youths were ignited by such fervor? As for Xiao Tse, Medusa, Yin, and others, were they not waiting for him to save them? After all, he was a transcendent with a system, poised to embark on an extraordinary life. But soon, misfortune befell him. The system activated its binding task. Goddess favor system. Current host level, LV1, can only bind to 1 goddess. Binding task initiated. Please swiftly bind to a goddess. Time limit, 3 days. Failure to complete the task will result in automatic dissolution of the system. Thus, Chen Mo began his frantic search across the vast expanse. Yet in the boundless desert, he encountered not a single soul, let alone the goddess the system required. After 3 days of relentless searching, he had not even spotted a man. Fortunately, the novice gift package provided by the system had elevated his cultivation directly to a 9-star doe fighter, along with a divine technique named Supreme Primordial Art. This allowed Chen Mo to possess the means for self-preservation amid the desert's perils. However, as the final hour of the 3-day limit approached, anxiety began to consume him. He was acutely aware that without the system, his status as a 9-star doe fighter, combined with a single technique, would hardly grant him the power to command the world and indulge in the company of beauties that, at most, he could rely on his handsome visage to win favors. After all, the esteemed predecessor, Xiao Yin, had the guidance of Yao Lao by his side. In contrast, Chen Mo had nothing but the system. Thus, during these 3 days, he had neglected to seek food and water, focusing solely on finding a companion. O heavens, O earth, grant me a goddess. No, merely a woman will suffice. Chen Mo howled towards the sky, descending from the sand dune, only to ascend another taller dune, intending to survey his surroundings. Upon reaching the summit of the higher dune, he spotted a caravan not far to his right. Could it be that the heavens have heeded my plea? Without hesitation, Chen Mo sprinted towards the caravan. Move quickly, don't just stand there. I am talking to you. Do you want a beating? Quickly, quickly, I'm parched to death. The long whip cracked against the yellow sand, creating a resounding pop that stirred clouds of dust. This was a band of mercenaries, armed with an assortment of weapons, escorting a group of serpent people. Suddenly, a serpent woman, whether from fright or some other reason, fell to the ground, pleading with a mercenary, "Water, could you spare me a little water?" The mercenaries, having long since depleted their water supply, were now suffering from the sweltering sun, which left them dizzy and irritable. So a mercenary raised his whip to strike the serpent woman. A breathless voice rang out from nearby. "Finally, I see living beings." Amidst the swirling sands, the mercenaries beheld a short-haired youth, clad in peculiar attire, racing towards them. "Boss, someone is coming," one mercenary announced. "Get lost, I'm not blind," barked the leader, a rugged middle-aged man with a scarred face that he brandished his large blade, pointing it at the approaching youth, coldly demanding, "What do you want? Stop right there." Yet Chen Mo disregarded his command, weaving past him and into the midst of the caravan, casting his gaze around. Holy cow, why are they all serpent women? As Chen Mo scanned the area, he noted the presence of women, yet they were all serpent women, causing his lips to twitch in frustration. Though I beseech the heavens for a woman, must you present me with an entire clan? Those lengthy serpent tails were, at first glance, somewhat intimidating. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Goddess target die detected. The host may bind her by silently uttering s. Following the system's guidance, Chen Mo spotted a woman who had collapsed onto the yellow sand. Instantly, he was captivated by her beauty. Her figure was graceful, her skin as delicate as warm jade, radiating a soft glow. Her cherry lips were naturally rosy, exuding a vibrant allure, and wisps of hair caressed her cheeks in the gentle breeze, adding to her enticing charm. Alas, the presence of a serpent tail marred her perfection. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo silently uttered yes. This was not mere infatuation with her beauty, rather, she bore a striking resemblance to the sister of Queen Medusa. Indeed, this serpent woman looked exactly like the sister of Queen Medusa from the anime Battle Through the Heavens, the Tale of the Sand. Of course, she shared similarities with Queen Medusa herself. Before his crossing into this realm, Chen Mo had watched several episodes. Dai, under Chen Mo's unwavering gaze, felt a blush rise upon her exquisite cheeks. Suddenly, Dai exclaimed, "Beware behind you." The leader, upon noticing that Chen Mo had chosen to disregard him entirely, was consumed by rage. He swung his long knife towards Chen Mo with great ferocity. Chen Mo's brow furrowed after acquiring the prowess of a 9-star fighter from the system. His senses had heightened significantly, enabling him to perceive the impending danger. Swiftly evading the leader's formidable blade, Chen Mo pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch directly into the leader's chest. Bang! The leader, caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, was sent flying backwards with a resounding impact. Chen Mo had the audacity to infiltrate the heart of this mercenary convoy, fully confident in his abilities. With the system's assistance, he could see through the cultivations of all present. Among this band of mercenaries, the strongest among them was merely a 7-star fighter, none other than the leader he had just dispatched with ease. Without hesitation, Chen Mo helped the fallen serpent woman to her feet and smiled, saying, "I am here to take you away." The touch of a stranger's hand caused a blush to bloom upon Dai's cheeks. Ding. Favorability 1. You have received a first-grade medicinal pill, power accumulation pill. Hand-holding bonus activated, granting you a moment of enlightenment. The system backpack has been updated. The host may access it with thought. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by the special bonus. He then turned to the leader, who was just rising from the ground, and smiled. "I intend to take her with me. You have no objections, do you?" The leader's expression twisted with fury as he barked, "Brothers, kill him." Chapter 2. Ascending to the rank of fighter. A sharp command from the leader prompted the surrounding mercenaries to charge towards Chen Mo. It became evident that a mere solitary presence was insufficient to intimidate them. Chen Mo's expression darkened slightly as he surveyed the approaching mercenaries, all of whom boasted strength ranging between 3 and 5 stars in combat prowess. Thus, prudence dictated that retreat was the wisest course of action. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, he decided to flee. Grasping Dai's hand, he began to run. The leader momentarily faltered, having been so brazen moments before, now contemplating escape. He left a few mercenaries to guard the remaining snake people while the rest pursued them relentlessly. Not far into their flight, Chen Mo's complexion shifted, and he abruptly halted. "Are you all right? Don't worry about me, just go." Dai was perplexed as to why this human would save her, but seeing the mercenaries closing in, she wished to spare him the burden and urged him to flee. "I promised I would take you away." Having finally established a bond, Chen Mo was determined not to squander this opportunity. However, he found it challenging to carry Dai due to the length of her serpentine tail. It appeared that confrontation was inevitable. Chen Mo retrieved a power-up pill from his system and consumed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Ding. Affection 2, acquired 1 second-rank healing pill. His words touched Dai deeply, making her realize that this human was different from those who had captured her. He was a good person. Ding. Affection 1, acquired a small amount of affection currency. Chen Mo was taken aback, wondering why his charm had increased once more. Was it because of his handsome visage? Yet, what was this affection currency? Before he could ponder further, the mercenaries had encircled them. Attack. Eliminate that brat. But be careful not to harm the snake girl. Her value surpasses your lives, the leader commanded, raising his large blade with a chilling gesture. Yes, at the leader's orders. Over 10 mercenaries split, with 5 of them viciously lunging towards Chen Mo and Dai. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo recalled his days as a sophomore student. Having learned a few techniques in the Taekwondo club, albeit merely for show, nevertheless, he had some skills at his disposal. With a swift glance at the 5 mercenaries barreling towards him, Chen Mo evaded their incoming weapons and executed a sweeping kick. The fighting spirit within him surged like a tidal wave, coursing through his legs. Boom, Boom, boom. The full might of a 9-star fighter erupted, sending the 5 mercenaries flying. A 9-star fighter. The leader's expression darkened. He anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such formidable strength. Do not hold back. Everyone, attack together. The leader commanded with a wave of his hand. Be careful, Dai warned anxiously. As mercenaries charged from all directions, Chen Mo exhaled slowly, his demeanor turning grave. Yet, he quickly sprang into action. He bent down, scooped up a handful of yellow sand, and tossed it aside before raising his fist to strike the faces of the mercenaries who had rushed in front of him. With a resounding crack, the face of one mercenary crumpled beneath Chen Mo's blow, sending him sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. In no time, the leading mercenaries were knocked to the ground by Chen Mo's ferocious assault. With the elementary yellow-ranked combat technique, Bloodthirsty Blade, the leader seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, unleashing a dazzling arc of crimson light from his large blade towards Chen Mo. Watch your back. Butterfly screamed. At the sound of her warning, Chen Mo quickly turned to evade, his pupils constricting as the blood-red blade narrowly grazed his face, causing cold sweat to break out all over his body. Had he not dodged in time, that blow would have sent him to meet the king of hell. This was the first time in his life that Chen Mo felt death so close. Be careful, Butterfly cried out again, as Chen Mo spun to seize the leader's blade. One of the encircling mercenaries struck him from behind, delivering a vicious blow to his back. The fabric of his clothing tore, and a searing pain coursed through him, nearly causing him to collapse. Chen Mo felt a fiery ache in his back. Are you all right? Seeing Chen Mo wounded, Butterfly immediately grew anxious. Realizing he had been injured while trying to save her, feeling responsible for his plight, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she urged, hurry, don't worry about me. Haha, think you can escape? Too late. Finish him. The leader barked, prompting all the mercenaries to charge forward, including himself. Chen Mo stood momentarily stunned. At the instant Butterfly urged him to flee, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding, favorability 10, level up, in cultivation. Instantly, an immense surge of energy flooded into Chen Mo's body, coursing through him like a warm current, leaving no adverse effects, and elevating his strength from a 9-star fighter to a 1-star master. This transformation occurred in an instant, unnoticed by the leader and his men. You rabble. It's my turn. Observing the swarm of mercenaries approaching him, Chen Mo's fighting spirit surged, fueled by his murderous intent. The dual-colored fighting energy, black and white, began to erupt from his body, ultimately forming a thin, ethereal garment of energy around him. This manifestation of fighting energy was a hallmark of a master, enhancing not only his defense, speed, and attack, but also allowing him to better absorb energy from the surroundings. By the time the leader noticed Chen Mo's sudden transformation, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, all the mercenaries, including the leader himself, were felled to the ground by Chen Mo's onslaught. You concealed your strength? The leader spat blood in disbelief, unable to fathom that Chen Mo had instantaneously advanced to the level of a master, mistakenly believing he had merely been hiding his capabilities. The leader's expression shifted drastically. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Chen Mo retorted. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? I was wrong, please spare me. The leader pleaded desperately. Do you think that is possible? Chen Mo brandished his large blade, advancing closer. However, at that moment, Dai stood before him timidly and asked, is it possible to refrain from taking a life? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled her character in the anime, known for her kindness and her unwillingness to harm others. It was this very compassion that had led her to employ a spatial forbidden technique during a clan ceremony, allowing her to escape the Serpent clan. Very well, Chen Mo replied. Ding, 1 favorability. You have gained 1 favorability coin. A smile illuminated Dai's face. Chapter 3, The Amnesiac Dai. Subsequently, Chen Mo freed Dai from her iron shackles and liberated all the serpent people who had been with her. Throughout this process, he acquired 3 favorability coins from Dai. Thank you for saving me. Dai expressed her gratitude formally. She was adorned in a crimson strapless dress and a short skirt, her skin as white as jade, delicate and smooth, revealing her graceful shoulders and collarbone, accentuated by a dark golden pendant around her neck. Noticing Chen Mo's intense gaze upon her, a blush crept onto Dai's cheeks. As she prepared to inquire why he had rescued her, Chen Mo's brows furrowed, a hint of pain clouding his features. Observing this, Dai recalled that Chen Mo had just sustained a wound and expressed her concern. Your injury. This place is unsuitable for lingering. We must depart, Chen Mo interjected. According to the plot of the anime, many individuals were seeking to exploit Dai, and, based on the unfolding narrative, Queen Medusa and Hebadong were likely approaching. Shortly after their departure, a colossal creature materialized amidst the yellow sands. A mercenary, whom Chun Mo had just incapacitated, was the first to catch sight of this behemoth. Exclaiming in shock, "Boss!" The leader, currently tending to his wounds, glanced in the direction of the voice and beheld the massive entity slowly advancing through the distant sands. It was a creature resembling a turtle, approximately 10 feet in size, bearing a water cart upon its back. Perched atop the cart was a figure clad in a coarse robe. "Brothers, it's water," the leader announced, ceasing his recuperation. He approached and struck the water cart with his blade, causing a torrent of water to cascade forth. He took a hearty drink, proclaiming, "Water seller, we shall take your cart of water." The robed figure remained silent, dismounting from the turtle-like beast and surveying the wounded mercenaries present, a grave expression overtaking his countenance upon noticing their injuries. Seeing the robed figure's silence ignited the leader's fury. He had a pent-up rage that demanded release, prompting him to rush towards the figure while bellowing, "Water seller, I am speaking to you. Do you hear me?" As he spoke, the leader's hand landed heavily on the robed figure's shoulder. In that instant, the world fell eerily silent, as if time itself had ceased. A gentle breeze swept through, and then, with a thunderous crack, an invisible shockwave erupted from the robed figure, propelling the leader away. He landed, his body rapidly encased in ice, vitality extinguished. "I detest it when others touch my body," the figure remarked coldly, shedding his robe to reveal a resplendent blue brocade garment. He was a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years of age, with a slightly weathered visage and tousled hair. The remaining mercenaries were thrown into disarray upon witnessing their leader's demise. The man turned to one of the mercenaries and, with an air of indifference, inquired, "Where are the snake women you were transporting?" The mercenary's voice trembled as he replied, "They have been rescued." "In which direction did they go?" "South. To the north." The scorching sun poured down from the heavens, relentlessly baking the earth beneath, which emanated a stifling heat. A rustle of footsteps echoed nearby. The unceasing journey had left the parched butterfly feeling somewhat debilitated. The mercenaries had discerned the direction in which we were heading, and to avoid revealing our trail, we had to veer in the opposite direction. Chen Mo was also nearing exhaustion. Shielding his eyes with a hand, he gazed into the distance and said, "There is a shady spot over there. Let us rest for a while." Chen Mo seized every opportunity to garner favor. Ding! 1 favor, earned 1 favor coin. The butterfly felt a stir of emotions, but hesitated upon noticing the ghastly wound on Chen Mo's back. "I think I can manage. Let us go?" To prove her resolve, she walked ahead of him, with Chen Mo trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at the so-called shady spot, which was flanked by 2 massive boulders, creating a shaded area where sunlight could not penetrate. They both nearly collapsed onto the ground simultaneously. The butterfly quickly turned her attention to Chen Mo's wound. "Let me help you with that." Chen Mo did not refuse, retrieving a healing pill from the system and handing it to her. "Crush it and apply it to my wound." The healing pill had excellent restorative properties. The butterfly nodded, slowly peeling off Chen Mo's short-sleeved shirt. The wound was nearly 20 centimeters long and required the removal of his clothing for proper examination. Chen Mo allowed her to tend to him. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply as the fabric had adhered to the bloodied wound, and removing it inevitably tugged at the injury. "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" the butterfly said apologetically. Chen Mo paused for a moment, thinking, "Oh dear, what a dreadful line. It's fine, I can endure it." He replied. The butterfly continued to carefully remove the shirt, and soon she had successfully peeled it away. "Oh," she gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her delicate hand. The wound, though not deep, was horrific in appearance, leaving the butterfly startled and increasingly filled with guilt. He had sustained such a grievous injury for her sake. Ding! 1 favor, earned 1 favor coin. "What is the matter?" Chen Mo was astonished that such a wound could yield favor. "It's nothing." The butterfly decided to withhold the truth for the moment, crushing the healing pill into powder and gently sprinkling it onto the wound. The intense pain made Chen Mo grit his teeth. Seeing him in such distress only deepened the butterfly's sense of guilt, prompting her to ask, "What is your name?" Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Chen Mo," with the character for ink. "And you?" Although the system had informed her of his name, Chen Mo asked out of habit. She paused for a moment, but soon tore Chen Mo's clothing into strips and bandaged him up, bowing her head as she spoke. "I do not know. Ever since I awoke that day, I cannot remember anything." "You've lost your memory?" Chen Mo inquired knowingly. In the realm of anime, she possessed cultivation on par with that of the Medusa Queen, yet after executing a forbidden technique to escape, she had forgotten everything and was subsequently captured by a band of minions. With a deft motion, Dai tied a beautiful bow on Chen Mo's back and said, "The wound has been tended to." "Thank you," Chen Mo replied. "No, it is I who should thank you," Dai countered. Chen Mo remained silent. "By the way, I still do not know why you saved me," she continued. Although she retained no memories, her subconscious informed her of humanity's poor attitude towards serpent folk. I call it destiny. Do you believe in such a thing? Chen Mo fabricated a reason, refraining from revealing that he intended to take advantage of her. I do, Dai replied without hesitation. Since you cannot recall your own name, shall I give you one for the time being? Sure. From now on, I shall call you Dai, the Free Butterfly. Chapter 4, My Damnable Charm. Free Butterfly? Dai paused, as fleeting images flickered in her mind. It is called Shang, but I refer to it as Free Butterfly. From the moment it was born, it could soar freely, much like you, having escaped the fate of capture. From now on, you too can live freely. Chen Mo smiled, reciting lines that were originally spoken by Dai in the anime. Dai's heart fluttered. The words felt eerily familiar and stirred something within her as she softly uttered her thanks once more. Chen Mo smiled gently. Let us rest for a while. We must continue our journey shortly in search of water and food. He was already parched. All right. Dai smiled at Chen Mo, nodding in agreement. Taking advantage of the respite, Chen Mo began to examine the system, first checking his attribute panel. Name, Chen Mo, race, human, cultivation, 1-star dome master, host level, 100 bound goddess, Dai. Affection, 20. Affection reaching 100 will allow for a partnership, with more abundant rewards to follow. Technique, Taishang Hunyuan Ju, skills, none, bloodline, ordinary, affection currency, 7 simple. Clear, and easy to understand. Yet a partnership? Something felt amiss with the system. Ding. This aspect reflects the host's innermost thoughts. Chen Mo, well, perhaps it is I who is amiss. He focused his thoughts on the affection currency, seeking to understand its purpose. The system promptly explained, affection currency can be used to exchange for various rare materials, techniques, and divine weapons in the system shop. Chen Mo opened the shop to take a glance and discovered that even the most basic yellow-tier techniques required 5 affection currency, causing him to feel a surge of frustration. The initial level of Shin-tier techniques demanded a staggering 30 affection currency, a 6-fold increase. Chen Mo merely cast a fleeting glance at the lengthy string of zeros before averting his gaze. One word encapsulated it all, impoverished. Initially, he had hoped to find items such as water or food available for exchange, only to discover an utter absence of such provisions. To his astonishment, he found that this system offered cultivation packages for purchase. For instance, ascending from a fighter level 1 to level 2 required a single favor coin, while progressing from level 1 to level 2 as a fighter demanded 2 favor coins. The increments continued, with a 3-coin requirement for ascending to level 3. However, the criteria changed significantly at the Fighter Master level. Here, the cost escalated tremendously. To elevate from Fighter Master level 1 to level 2, one would need a staggering 31 favor coins, with each subsequent level necessitating an additional 2 coins. The requirements at the Grand Fighter level doubled those of the Fighter Master level, and so forth. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly at the sheer audacity of it all. It seemed he would have to employ every means possible to curry favor with Dai. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, who was contemplating strategies to win her over, Dai kept her head down, her gaze surreptitiously glancing at him. Perhaps it was due to Chen Mo's act of saving her that he was unable to present his most charming self at that moment. Yet in Dai's eyes, his sparkling gaze resembled crystals submerged in water, with pure pupils and an alluring shape forming a breathtaking tableau, complemented by his delicate, almost translucent lips. Dai mused that her ease of trust towards him was likely tied to his striking appearance, causing a subtle smile to curl at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, as Chen Mo was engrossed in studying the supreme primordial art, a notification from the system chimed, indicating a slight increase in his favor points. Taken aback, he looked at Dai, who, upon noticing his gaze, seemed as if she had been caught in a misdeed, her face flushing a deep crimson as she lowered her head further. She then picked up a small stone and tossed it, inadvertently toppling an ant that happened to be passing by. Chen Mo thought to himself, this damned charm of mine. He realized that winning Dai's favor was proving to be far easier than he had anticipated. After all, in the anime, Dai had fallen for Haebadong in a remarkably short span of time. It appeared that not only could he grow stronger through her, but perhaps he could also win her heart. Such an exquisite beauty would stir desire in any man. Disgusting, he chastised himself inwardly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo returned to his study of the supreme primordial art, the essence of the world, the profound mysteries. This was the grading system for techniques and skills in the Duki continent. However, the supreme primordial art, according to the system's classification, was deemed divine, far surpassing the 4 known grades. Furthermore, based on the description of the supreme primordial art, Chen Mo could cultivate any attribute of Duki in the original narrative, compared to Xiao Yan, who could only cultivate the thunder attribute with the 3,000 thunder movements. The cultivation of the thunder attribute was notably slower than that of the fire attribute. The supreme primordial art, however, posed no such limitations. Additionally, It enabled the cultivation of mental strength and significantly impacted the suppression of souls. The system was truly remarkable. Chen Mo had not anticipated such a substantial boon from this novice gift pack. Having rested sufficiently, it is time for us to embark, Chen Mo addressed Dai. Although this shaded area can mitigate the evaporation of bodily moisture, it is undeniably perilous. After all, those seeking to capture butterflies come in waves, necessitating the search for a safe refuge. Naturally, this must be accompanied by the discovery of adequate water and sustenance. But what of your injury? The butterfly expressed concern for Chen Mo's wounds. It's nothing, let us go. Chen Mo extended his hand, assisting the butterfly to her feet. Fortunately, prior to his journey through time, Chen Mo had often observed Bear Grylls. He understood that to locate a water source in the desert, one must first seek the traces of wildlife. Secondly, one should look for vegetation, dense plant life, and most trees cannot thrive without water. Thirdly, exploring canyons is essential, as these dark, cooler locales often harbor lower terrain. Lastly, searching for flowing or dried riverbeds is crucial. In essence, numerous methods exist. Yet the pursuit proves more challenging than anticipated. As dusk approached, Chen Mo finally discovered a water source within a profound canyon, where a concealed river flowed. He had only noticed the sound of water and, upon chiseling through the rocky base, unveiled its presence. You drink first. Chen Mo cupped a handful of water and brought it to the butterfly's lips. Their position was somewhat elevated relative to the rushing waters of the hidden river, posing a danger to the butterfly. Thus, Chen Mo carefully descended along the rock wall, scooping up water before leaping back up. Thank you. The butterfly felt a swell of emotion at Chen Mo's selflessness, especially as he had taken the time to wash his hands before presenting her with the water. Observing the cleanliness of his palms, a warm current flowed through her heart. However, drinking from his hands caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Beep, 1 affection. Earned an affection coin. Beep, 1 affection. Earned an affection coin. Beep, 1 affection. Earned an affection coin. Beep, special bonus acquired. Gained insight for a short moment. The system notifications echoed in his mind, and as he felt the butterfly's soft lips brush against his palms, Chen Mo was inexplicably stirred by a ripple of emotion. Still thirsty? He inquired, noticing she had finished drinking. Chapter 5, The Wings of the Kuanpeng. The butterfly nodded. Somewhat shyly. Wait for me. Chen Mo again slid down the rock wall, mindful of the damp ground near the concealed river, wary of falling in. After bringing up 2 more handfuls of water, she finally indicated that she was no longer thirsty. Thank you. The butterfly shyly clasped her hands behind her back, her voice barely a whisper. There's no need for such formality, Chen Mo replied, glancing at the darkening sky outside the canyon. This place seems quite suitable. Close to a water source, and I spotted fish and shrimp in the river earlier, so food should not be a concern. We will need to stay here for the next few days until the turmoil subsides. There was an unspoken truth Chen Mo did not voice. As long as the butterfly remained hidden, the Tagore Desert would remain restless. His suggestion to stay was merely an excuse, a means to better exploit the butterfly's resources. All right. The butterfly gazed at Chen Mo with a dazed expression before nodding in agreement. As the daylight faded completely, Chen Mo kindled a small fire within the cavern of the canyon, concealed from the outside world. The flickering flame remained hidden, and the smoke rising into the night sky was difficult to detect. Chen Mo exerted considerable effort to catch 2 fish from the dark river, threading them onto a dry branch and placing them over the fire to grill. Outside the canyon, the roars of various magical beasts mingled with the howling wind, creating a cacophony that echoed endlessly. Within the cavern, a solitary man and woman shared the same space, separated only by the glow of the fire. They sat facing each other in silence, both feeling a tumult of emotions within. A spark flew from the fire as Chen Mo turned the fish, and soon the delightful aroma wafted through the air. He broke the silence, saying, "The fish is ready. You should eat first." He offered the first grilled fish to Dai. Dai brushed a strand of hair from her face and added more wood to the fire, replying, "I'm not hungry yet. You eat first. You are the injured one." Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance at Dai, propping up the uncooked fish before standing and approaching her with the grilled one in hand. Without hesitation, he grasped her delicate hand and insisted, "Don't be polite with me. Besides, the other one is merely temporarily uncooked." Witnessing Chen Mo's assertive demeanor and feeling the warmth radiating from his grasp, Dai's face flushed a deep crimson. She discreetly extricated her hand and sat down a little way off, lowering her head as she took small bites of the grilled fish. Ding. Affection 3. Received 3 affection coins. Triggered hand-holding bonus. Obtained the high-level flight technique wings of the Kuanpeng. Can be upgraded. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Realizing it was the second time the hand-holding bonus had been activated, he mentally communicated with the system, inquiring, "What is the hand-holding bonus?" The hand-holding bonus is one of the intimacy bonuses, which also includes kissing and hugging bonuses. Triggering intimacy bonuses grants additional rewards. The system promptly provided an explanation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes widened slightly. A bold thought crossed his mind. System, can the wings of the Kuanpeng be upgraded? He asked, feeling a surge of excitement. In the original narrative, only those at the Doling level and above had the potential for brief flight, and once one reached the Do Wang or Do Huang levels, they could manifest energy wings from their Do Qi, liberating themselves from the Earth's confines to soar into the skies. Beyond that, only rare flying techniques could grant the experience of flight. The host may check for themselves. Chen Mo selected the option to view. He discovered that upgrading required spending affection coins. The current wings of the Kuanpeng was at the high level of the yellow tier. Spending 10 affection coins would elevate it to the initial level of the Xian tier. With 15 affection coins in hand, he silently wished for an upgrade. In an instant, the wings of the Kuanpeng ascended to the initial level of the Xian tier. Are you alright? Dai, noticing Chen Mo's lack of movement as he stood in a daze, asked with curiosity. Nothing is amiss. As Chen Mo was diligently grilling fish, Dai, while savoring her meal, couldn't help but steal glances at him. Her gaze fell upon the youth's robust and masculine physique, causing the lingering blush on her face to deepen. After finishing the grilled fish, Dai added more firewood to the flames, intending to strike up a conversation with Chen Mo. However, she soon realized he had settled into a cross-legged position, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly engrossed in meditation. Deciding not to disturb him, Dai curled up, resting her hands beneath her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting the flickering firelight as she gazed at Chen Mo's face. In the tranquility of his cultivation, Chen Mo's spirit delved deep within, attaining the level of a fighter, allowing him to introspect and observe his own energy vortex. Due to the nature of his technique, his vortex and the condensed fighting energy within him manifested in shades of black and white, resembling a chaotic swirl. After stabilizing his vital energy, Chen Mo extracted the essence of the Kuanpeng's wings for his practice, prioritizing the mastery of life-preserving techniques. A surge of memory flooded Chen Mo's mind, and an awe-inspiring vision unfolded before him. A colossal Kuanpeng soaring to heights of 90,000 miles with a mere flap of its wings. Chen Mo inhaled sharply, but in the next instant, excruciating pain surged from his back, as if something were being implanted within him. The piercing agony made him cry out in distress. Witnessing this scene, Dai sprang to her feet, rushing to Chen Mo's side, her voice laced with worry. What happened? Is your wound reopening? Observing the veins on Chen Mo's face bulging and the cold sweat pouring from him, Dai felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Yet, in her amnesiac state, she found herself at a loss for effective remedies. Unable to suppress her panic, she whimpered, "What should I do? You can't be in danger." Dai touched Chen Mo's body, feeling the heat radiating from him, but upon seeing the dark currents swirling within him, she realized her helplessness. "I truly am useless," she lamented, biting her lip in frustration. She sat down, wrapping her arms around Chen Mo's waist, pressing her body against his back. This was the only solution she could conceive, uncertain of its efficacy. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, Dai's fervent actions occurred as his consciousness battled the encroaching remnants of the Kuanpeng's soul. This lingering spirit assaulted his mind like a relentless drill, and this was merely the initial stage of his advancement. He dreaded the torment that awaited him with further progression. The first encounter with the soul's attack made Chen Mo tremble violently, his complexion paling significantly. He hastily activated the Taishang Hunyuan technique to defend against the onslaught. In this struggle, Chen Mo lost track of time. His awareness began to blur, and eventually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the nebulous realm of his mind, he faintly heard a woman's weeping near his ear. Chapter 6. The Successful Cultivation of the Kuanpeng's Wings. Look what I've caught. Get lost. How dare you touch my belongings? I discovered it first. You're talking nonsense. She belongs to me. Dai suddenly awoke from her slumber, scanning her surroundings and realizing the dimness of the cave. The fire pit extinguished. Suddenly, she found herself embracing a warm and robust figure. With each breath, she was enveloped in the scent of the man in her arms. How could I have fallen asleep? She mused, lightly tapping her forehead in self-reproach, before turning her attention to Chen Mo before her. His body temperature had returned to normal, prompting a sigh of relief from her. Taking advantage of the faint light, she inspected the wound on his back, discovering that the knife injury had healed and exhibited no signs of inflammation. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, a smile danced upon her lips. Not wishing to hold on to Chen Mo any longer, and seeing that he remained asleep, she exited the cave. In a secluded part of the gorge, she found a quiet spot, clasping her hands tightly as she gazed up at the luminous moonlight, whispering, "Who am I, really?" In another part of the desert, within a tavern perched precariously on a cliff, Even the renowned Ice Emperor had failed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Serpent Woman. The room was filled with flickering light, and a middle-aged man in an ornate robe, his face adorned with excess flesh, was speaking. A smile graced his lips, yet it bore a hint of derision. The Serpent Woman has been rescued. I followed the clues southward for an entire day without success. Ah, rescued? Is there anyone capable of snatching someone from under your nose? Ice Emperor? The man's smile grew more sardonic. It appears someone has beaten me to it. I merely came to inform you. Rest assured, within the 2 stipulated time frames of our contract, I shall deliver the Serpent Woman depicted in the painting. The Ice Emperor furrowed his brow, preparing to leave when he added, Speak to me in such a manner again, and I shall twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Even if you are a partner of the Middle family. With that, a wine jug on the middle-aged man's table instantly froze into a block of ice. The man shivered, rendered speechless by fear. Shortly after the Ice Emperor's departure, a shadow swept through the window into the middle-aged man's chamber. As he prepared to call for help, the shadow spoke, What is the progress? The middle-aged man paused, recognizing the figure adorned with a white mask. Your face is unfamiliar. I do not comprehend your query. Before he could finish, the shadow flicked its wrist, and an image materialized before him. Realizing the connection to his employer, he inquired, Where's the contact who usually communicates with me? Once more, where's the person? The shadow pressed. The middle-aged man, remaining calm, replied, The goods are en route, and our agreed time has not yet arrived. Please, esteemed guest, wait a moment. Reveal their location. Ah, that is against protocol. The middle-aged man turned his chair, facing away from the shadow, and spread his hands. I have engaged the most esteemed warrior of the Jamidi Empire, who has never recorded a failure. However, he pivoted back around, a smile creeping onto his face, and greedily added, If you would be willing to include an additional 20 serpent maidens, I might reconsider. The shadow nodded slightly. Seeing this, the middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter, his ample flesh quivering with mirth. Splendid. During the day, a series of minor incidents transpired. The Serpent Woman was rescued by someone. However, esteemed guests need not worry, as we shall expedite our search efforts. Once she is located, we will inform you without delay. Upon hearing this, the figure behind the mask furrowed their brow, and the tightly clenched fist concealed within the black robe relaxed. They stated, Once you find her, I shall bring you what you desire. With that, they leapt from the window. Someone. What has happened, boss? Everyone, go out and search for her. Find the whereabouts of the Serpent Woman depicted in the painting. Understood. When Chen Mo awoke from his unconscious state, his entire body was engulfed in a prickling pain akin to being pricked by needles. As he opened his eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Lowering his gaze, he was startled to discover 2 delicate arms wrapped around him, accompanied by a soft pressure against his back. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He raised his arm to gently remove the hand resting at his waist, only to find that the other party was not deeply asleep. As soon as his hand touched hers, she stirred awake. For a moment, both were frozen in place. Although Chen Mo could not see her, he could still sense whether she was awake or not. Ahem. Chen Mo cleared his throat and released her hand, hoping to avoid giving her the impression that he was taking advantage of her. I need to get up. Oh, she exclaimed, startled. Last night, she had not felt anything, but now that he had awakened, she blushed deeply and hurriedly released her hold on him, standing up. However, upon noticing the injury on Chen Mo's back, she bent down and extended her hand. I will help you up. All right. Chen Mo accepted her assistance without hesitation. As she helped him rise, he turned around, and the moment their eyes met, she instantly lowered her gaze, her cheeks reddening further. Ding, favorability 1, earned 1 favorability coin. Chen Mo was taken aback. To alleviate the awkwardness, she pointed at his back and said, Why do you suddenly have 2 new tattoos? They look like golden wings. Last night, in the dark, she had not noticed, but upon waking, she discovered 2 palm-sized golden tattoos on his back. Golden wings? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned but quickly recalled the Kuanpeng Wings he had practiced with the previous night, murmuring, Could it be the Kuanpeng Wings? Upon introspection, he noticed 2 small meridians had opened on his back, through which his fighting spirit flowed freely, surging into the newly opened channels. As the fighting spirit was transmitted, the golden wing tattoos emitted a faint golden radiance, ultimately transforming into substantial wings. Moreover, the wings expanded from palm-sized to nearly a foot in length. You have grown wings, she exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth with her delicate hand. As someone suffering from amnesia, she could not fully comprehend the implications. This is a flying combat technique. Chun Mo observed the golden wings with curiosity. The feathers resembled flames. With a gentle flap, a subtle buoyancy manifested beneath him, lifting him an inch off the ground. He attempted to ascend higher, though his flying was somewhat clumsy, indicating he needed more practice. Chapter 7, Breakthrough, Exposure. Name, Chen Mo. Race, human. Level, 1-star Dome Master. Host level, 129, 100. Bound Goddess. Die, Affection 29. When affection reaches 100, one may become Dao partners. Cultivation technique, Supreme Hunyuan formula. Skill, Kuanpeng Wings, can be upgraded. Bloodline, ordinary. Affection coins, 6. A thought flickered through Chen Mo's mind. The current affection level had already reached 29 after just one day. If this continued, he believed that within a few days, he would be able to embrace the beauty he so desired. Chen Mo glanced at his backpack, noting that he had 2 opportunities for insight, each lasting the time it takes to burn an incense stick. As he could not light a fire during the day, he had shared a meal of sashimi with Dai in the morning, and now he entered a state of cultivation. Chen Mo closed his eyes, adopting a meditative posture. His consciousness immersed in the divine cultivation technique, known as the Supreme Hunyuan formula. This technique, born from the observations of sages amidst chaos, allowed one to transform into an ephemeral illusion, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, visible yet unattainable. Once mastered, this technique would render its practitioner beyond the grasp of others, with every thought and motion embodying the philosophy of heaven and earth. The technique was divided into 9 levels. Chen Mo began to cultivate according to the incantation of the first level. A cyclone of energy rapidly spun in his lower abdomen, drawing in the surrounding fighting spirit with fervor, merging it into the cyclone through his meridians. After revolving continuously for several cycles, the afternoon sun crested, and Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes. You have successfully cultivated. Dai, who had been idly drawing circles in the dirt with a twig, sprang to her feet in excitement upon noticing Chen Mo's movement. Oh, she pouted, sitting back down in disappointment. Stuck. If Chen Mo's cyclone were likened to a water tank, each intake of fighting spirit was akin to a ladle of water. The pace of his cultivation was remarkably swift, leaving him in awe of the Supreme Hunyuan formula's might. Just a few hours had passed, yet such rapid advancement had led to a blockage. Having perused countless fantasy novels, Chen Mo understood that he had likely encountered a bottleneck. A chill ran through him. It had not been long since he had just broken through to 1-star Dome Master, and now another breakthrough was imminent? According to the wisdom gleaned from novels, breaking through a bottleneck depended on 2 primary factors: personal talent and resource background. These were straightforward to comprehend. Additionally, there existed a third factor: sudden enlightenment. This enlightenment was entirely serendipitous, reliant on personal fortune and destiny. Yet, for an extraordinary individual like Chen Mo, the experience was different. He quickly activated the inside opportunity for a stick of incense. Instantly, an extraordinary sensation descended upon him. His mind became unprecedentedly ethereal, with countless flashes of inspiration racing through his consciousness, akin to a newly opened waterway awaiting the flow of water. There was no need for deliberate cultivation. The Supreme Hunyuan formula began to operate within him, while the surrounding fighting spirit surged into his body like a cascading stream. Though he was merely a 1-star Dome Master, with a cyclone of modest size and a rather insipid internal energy, at this moment, he emanated a formidable aura reminiscent of a raging river, surging forth with an undeniable momentum. Simultaneously, an immense and potent energy from the heavens and earth surged into the canyon's depths. Any Do Emperor present would surely perceive the overwhelming celestial energy. Even a breakthrough to Do spirit would not yield such a magnitude. A sense of danger enveloped Chen Mo as a shadow passed over his countenance. He had never anticipated that the supreme primordial technique could possess such extraordinary power. Merely at its first level, it rendered his body akin to a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energies. Such a colossal disturbance would undoubtedly attract the attention of those searching for Dai. It seemed imperative to hasten his pace. Chen Mo pushed the first level of the supreme primordial technique to its utmost limit. Time trickled away. In the distance, a middle-aged man, engrossed in his search for the serpent woman depicted in the image, suddenly cast his gaze towards a nearby canyon. There, torrents of celestial energy surged inward. The man raised his brow, stowed away the image, and sprinted towards the canyon with fervor. Concurrently, another team had noticed this strange phenomenon in the heavens. Time pressed on. They were coming closer. Despite having maximized the operation of the supreme primordial technique, Chen Mo instinctively exerted all his strength. Moments later, he heard a faint sound within him, as if something had been pierced. The previously contained Do Qi burst forth like a river breaching its banks, now with a capacity significantly greater than before. He had unexpectedly ascended to a 2-star Dome Master. The typical bottleneck faced by practitioners had momentarily become a mere formality. What are you doing? Suddenly, Chen Mo seized Dai and lifted her into his arms. Her head had no time to react as she found herself nestled against him. her heart racing with confusion as he firmly supported her under her arms and at her waist. Dai's elongated serpent tail necessitated that Chun Mo carry her in a princess hold. Ding. Affection 1. Gained 1 affection coin, triggering intimacy bonus. Acquired the mid-level yellow rank Do technique, Xian Lei Palm. With no time for contemplation, Chun Mo urged Dai, "We must leave at once. Our position has been compromised." Without delay, he accelerated out of the canyon. "Boy, put that serpent woman down." A coarse voice boomed from not far off in the canyon. Dai's expression shifted. Another threat was approaching. Boom. A pair of golden wings, approximately half a meter in length, erupted from Chun Mo's back. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky while cradling Dai. Though the ascent felt precarious, there was no time for concern. The system had indicated that the approaching figure was a formidable Do master, a foe Chen Mo could not afford to confront. "Do's king, please spare me. I am but a fool." The middle-aged man, upon witnessing Chun Mo's golden wings, immediately fell to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. He was briefly taken aback, but soon realized that this was no Do king, but rather a rare flying Do technique. "Dare to play tricks on me?" A middle-aged man, consumed by rage, pursued them relentlessly. Amidst the yellow sands, a mercenary squad was heading towards the canyon when suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air above. One of the mercenaries exclaimed, "Boss, there's someone in the sky." It was indeed the serpent woman from the portrait. Another mercenary recognized her as the very person they sought. It was unmistakably her. The mercenary captain, a shadowy figure in his 30s, possessed the strength of a 4-star combat master with his wings of combat energy. "Boss, what should we do?" "That person appears to be a combat king." "No, that's not the wings of combat energy. Quickly, fire the arrows." Chapter 8. Cloud Walking Steps. The shadowy man had the fortune of encountering a combat king before and recognized the distinct difference between the combat king's wings of energy and those of the young man soaring above. Furthermore, judging by the aura emanating from the youth, he was merely at the level of a combat master. This left only one possibility. The youth possessed a rare flying combat technique. A glint of greed flickered in the man's eyes. If he could acquire this technique, his power would multiply significantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An array of sharp arrows swiftly hurtled towards Chun Mo and his companion. "Be careful," Diao cried out in alarm. Chen Mo, still not fully proficient in the Kuanpeng Wings and holding Diao, was unable to defend himself. Additionally, utilizing the Kuanpeng Wings demanded considerable combat energy. Thus, as he watched the arrows swiftly approach, evasion proved to be a daunting task, with several narrowly grazing his body. Fortunately, the protective energy garment prevented any injury. This confirmed the shadowy man's suspicions. Indeed, it was a flying combat technique. "Quickly, do not stop. Fire at him. Aim for his descent. I shall reward handsomely." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mercenaries drew their longbows, unleashing a torrent of arrows that filled the skies, racing towards Chun Mo and Diao. "Damn it." Chun Mo's expression darkened as he had no choice but to channel all his combat energy and vigorously flap the Kuanpeng Wings, forcing himself out of the arrow's range. The consequence of this action was immediate. The wound on his back ruptured, staining the improvised bandage made from his short sleeves with blood. "Are you injured, Diao?" Noticing Chun Mo gasp in pain, immediately raised her gaze, finding his brow furrowed in agony. "No, it's just that the wound has reopened. Be careful." As Chun Mo spoke, an arrow suddenly shot towards Diao's tail. Chun Mo quickly twisted his body, lowering himself slightly. "No." Diao, anticipating his intent, screamed. In that instant, the arrow struck Chun Mo's back, rebounding off his protective garment. Ding. Favorability 3, received a cleansing pill, triggering intimacy bonus, acquired the advanced yellow tier combat technique, Cloud Walking Steps. "You useless fools, hand me a bow." The shadowy man, witnessing Chun Mo and Diao nearly escaping his range, kicked a nearby mercenary to the ground and seized the bow from his grasp. Drawing it taut, he infused all his combat energy into the arrow, aiming at Chun Mo, and released it. Boom. The arrow, released from the bowstring, erupted with a fierce sound as it whistled towards Chun Mo. "You scared me to death." Diao was still shaken by the recent arrow incident. Uffed. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed towards Chun Mo from behind. He sensed its approach and attempted to evade, only to realize that this arrow was unlike any other, possessing a speed and explosive power several times greater than its counterparts. Chun Mo tilted his body, but it was too late. The arrow pierced through the Kuanpeng Wings at his back, causing him to lose his balance instantly. "Boss is mighty. Boss is domineering. Truly impressive." A single arrow brought them down. The mercenaries flattered. The shadowy figure smiled, yet his voice thundered, "Enough with the flattery. Pursue them. Hold tight." Chun Mo instructed the butterfly in his arms, then spread his hands wide to increase drag as he struggled to open his eyes and search for a suitable landing spot. At last, he spotted a relatively high sand dune and aimed for it. Thud! Chen Mo was the first to land. Although the ground was covered in soft yellow sand, falling from nearly 10 meters still sent tremors through his internal organs, exacerbating his wounds and causing blood to seep profusely. Yet, the butterfly seemed unfazed, weeping as she checked on Chen Mo and inquiring about his condition. Go on without me. Chen Mo struggled to rise. In his past life, such a height would have resulted in severe injury, but now he found he had only sustained minor injuries. Not even a bone was broken. It was merely uncomfortable. It seemed this battle attire had proven quite resilient. No, we must leave together. The butterfly, seeing the blood oozing from Chen Mo's back, assumed he was gravely injured and burst into tears. Ding. Affection level increased by 1, gaining 1 affection coin. Let us go. Today, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Before long, the mercenaries encircled Chen Mo and the butterfly, 4-star battle master. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Mo's expression grew grave as he regarded the shadowy figure. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the snake woman beside you and your flight combat technique, and perhaps I might spare your life. The shadowy man beckoned with a mocking smile. Who are you? Why does everyone want to capture me? The butterfly interjected, stepping in front of Chen Mo with arms outstretched. Why? Because you are a serpent person, and we humans are inherently adversarial. The shadowy man licked his lips, his eyes glinting with desire as he leered. Indeed, a rare specimen. It's no wonder the employer is willing to pay handsomely for your capture. The butterfly trembled slightly, but did not retreat, standing her ground in front of Chen Mo. Her voice quivered. You want me, but let him go. Letting him go is certainly an option, as I bear no grudge against him. However, the condition is that he must relinquish his flight combat technique, the shadowy man replied with a smirk. Indeed, hand it over. The surrounding mercenaries chimed in. The butterfly suddenly found herself at a loss, her hands nervously fidgeting with the pendant around her neck. After a moment of hesitation, she removed it and said, Can I offer this in exchange? The shadowy man paused, then erupted into laughter, having never encountered such naivete in a serpent woman before. The butterfly, taken aback, did not understand the reason for his amusement. Suddenly, her delicate hand was grasped firmly as Chen Mo stepped beside her, saying, Do not give it to him. But I have vowed to protect you, Chen Mo declared, gently wiping away the tears from Dai's face. Her cheeks flushed, and a ripple of concern stirred within her heart. But what about your injuries? She asked anxiously. Chen Mo pulled Dai behind him, asserting, I can manage. A notification chimed. Affection 2, received 2 affection coins. Triggered handholding bonus. Gain mastery in footwork. Chen Mo's eyes brightened as he released Dai's hand and adopted a stance towards the shadowy man. If you desire it, come and take it. The shadowy man's expression darkened. If you wish to play the hero, you must prove your strength. Attack. With a wave of his hand, mercenaries swiftly surrounded Chen Mo. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the cloud walking technique from his backpack. As memories flooded his mind, he employed the technique with mastery. Chapter 9, Life and Death. Black and white energies rapidly enveloped his body, wisps of smoke gradually coalescing around his feet. With a powerful stomp, Chen Mo propelled himself into the fray of mercenaries. Among them were merely a handful of 7 or 8-star fighters, whom he regarded with disdain. Clenching his fist, black and white energy surged forth as he struck fiercely at the chest of the foremost mercenary. The impact sent the man flying, toppling several others behind him. Chen Mo surged forward, delivering blow after blow, causing the leading mercenary to spew blood, while the others could not even graze his form. Be careful. Dai cried out in alarm. Utilizing the cloud walking technique, Chen Mo propelled himself off the ground, rapidly increasing the distance between himself and the shadowy man. What incredible speed! The shadowy man exclaimed, his expression shifting in disbelief. Despite his 4-star wind attribute fighter prowess, he found it astonishing that he could not close the gap after employing his swift footwork technique. Clearly, Chen Mo's skills were of a higher caliber as well. I shall ensure your demise today. The shadowy man's face contorted with a sinister intent. Enough with the chatter. Chen Mo initiated the attack with a punch. His confidence stemmed from the supreme primordial technique. With a divine level skill at his disposal, overcoming 2 minor levels should not be deemed excessive, should it? Humph. As Chen Mo charged, the shadowy man scoffed and retaliated with a punch of his own. Instantly, a fierce gale erupted before him and surged forth, clashing violently with Chen Mo's fist. The collision was explosive, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Remarkably, Chen Mo remained steadfast while the shadowy man staggered back 2 or 3 steps. How is this possible? The shadowy man's face shifted in surprise as he registered the outcome of their first encounter. Although he had not exerted his full strength, how could a mere 2-star fighter push him back? Chun Mo shared the sentiment of astonishment. He truly could contend against higher tiers. Young man, though I do not know how you achieved this, it ends here. The shadowy man's fist shimmered with a faint azure glow as he propelled himself forward with a swift leap, a sinister smile etched upon his face. Damn it! Chun Mo cursed under his breath, evading with agile steps while extracting the mystic thunder palm and a moment of enlightenment from his system's inventory. As a surge of memories flooded his mind, Chen Mo, aided by the moment of clarity, became acutely aware. Kid, don't hide if you have the guts. Chun Mo's curse only deepened the shadowy man's fury, turning his face a shade of iron. Ignoring him, Chen Mo immersed his consciousness in the techniques of the mystic thunder palm, each form playing out in his mind like a puppet show. However, it was not long before the remaining 3 mercenaries obstructed his path of escape. Kid, this time let us see how you run. Hand over what you have, and I'll make your death swift. The shadowy man sealed off Chen Mo's other route of retreat. Come and take it if you dare. Chun Mo beckoned with a confident smile adorning his handsome countenance. Observing the suddenly calm young man, the shadowy man frowned slightly and sneered. Putting on a show, are we? With a powerful stomp, the shadowy man surged forth, his battle aura surging violently within him, coalescing into his fist as he aimed a strike at Chun Mo's face. Yellow tier intermediate technique, Gale Fist. A technique, you say? I possess one as well. Chun Mo raised his palm, a flicker of lightning arcing from his hand, intensifying until his palm transformed into a radiant silver. Mystic Thunder Palm. Chun Mo shouted defiantly, meeting the shadowy man's attack. What? Thunder technique. The shadowy man was struck with astonishment as their attacks collided, a thunderous explosion resonating throughout the realm. The sight brought tears of worry to Dai's eyes. Boom. As the thunderous sound reverberated, a bolt of silver lightning erupted violently from the shadowy man's body, sending yellow sand flying into the air. Almost immediately, a figure shot forth from the swirling sands, his feet digging into the ground, retreating several meters before finally halting. The mercenaries gasped, realizing that the figure was their leader. They swallowed hard, rushing to support him. A mere 2-star battle master had managed to leave a 4-star battle master, who had unleashed an intermediate yellow tier technique. In such a disheveled state, as the clouds of yellow sand settled, Chun Mo's figure gradually emerged into view. His complexion was pale, one hand pressed against the ground. His body weakened. The temporary use of the technique had drained him of most of his battle aura. After a few violent coughs, Chen Mo's icy gaze locked onto the mercenaries surrounding him. The earlier display of power had instilled fear, causing the eyes of the 3 remaining mercenaries to dart away in trepidation. Seizing the moment of intimidation, Chun Mo quietly circulated the supreme primordial formula to replenish his battle aura. Kill him, act quickly. The shadowy man violently shoved away the mercenary supporting him. His fists battered and bloodied, soaking his sleeves, his face contorted in a near-manic fury. At such a tender age, he possesses formidable strength and rare aerial combat skills, with a background that should not be underestimated. This adversary must not be allowed to leave alive. He is nearing his last breath. The shadowy man, noticing his subordinates hesitating, bellowed with authority. Upon hearing this, the 3 mercenaries still standing rushed towards Chen Mo. Be careful, Butterfly exclaimed urgently. Chen Mo's expression darkened. He could only summon the remaining fighting spirit within him to defend against the onslaught. Even in his weakened state, he was not a mere fighter to be trifled with. The shadowy man was evidently aware of this. As Chun Mo battled the mercenaries, he suddenly produced a crossbow from his storage ring, loaded it with a poisoned arrow, and aimed it at Chen Mo. Perhaps due to an injury to his hand, the poisoned arrow veered off course and instead struck Butterfly. Watch out. Chun Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully dispatched the 3 mercenaries and lunged toward Butterfly. Chapter 10. An ethereal presence, unmatched charisma. With a sharp sound, the poisoned arrow meant for Butterfly pierced Chen Mo's back. Instantly, a low groan of pain escaped his lips as he collapsed into Butterfly's embrace, his back drenched in blood. Blood sprayed from Chun Mo's mouth, staining Butterfly completely. Staring blankly at this scene, Butterfly froze, memories of her moments with Chun Mo flooding her mind. Tears streaming down her face as she cried out to the heavens. No. Notification, 1 affection, received 1 affection coin. Triggered intimacy bonus, gain mastery in 1st grade alchemy. Notification, 1 affection, received 1 affection coin. Triggered intimacy bonus, acquired at Song Lei Blood Eagle Beast Fire at the Emperor level. Notification, 1 affection, received 1 affection coin. Triggered intimacy bonus, obtained a 1-star Emperor experience card. Notification, 1 affection, received 1 affection coin. Triggered intimacy bonus, received a detoxification pill. Notification, 1 affection, received 1 affection coin. Triggered intimacy bonus, gained a level in cultivation. Notification. Triggered intimacy bonus 10 times consecutively. Obtain the Qianquan sword body. Can be upgraded. Oh, Chen Mo, it's all my fault. I've brought this upon you. You must not die. Butterfly, in utter despair, refrained from removing the poisoned arrow, instead pressing down on the wound to stem the bleeding. Cough, I want to die? But if we don't leave soon, I truly will. Chen Mo coughed up blood, managing a pale smile. Ah, Chen Mo, you're all right. You scared me. Come, we must leave at once. Butterfly, her eyes swollen from crying, stammered as she hurriedly supported Chen Mo, guiding him away from the scene. You bunch of useless fools. Get up and pursue them. That brat can't run far after being struck by my poisoned arrow. The shadowy man howled in anger. With a wavering body, Chen Mo felt increasingly fatigued as he stumbled through the yellow sands, his eyelids growing heavy. Butterfly kept urging him to hold on, to stay awake. When Chen Mo finally collapsed, she too fell down beside him. Chen Mo, in a state of extreme physical exhaustion, fell into complete unconsciousness after a sudden fall, his vision fading to black. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, he landed softly, trembling slightly. Dai, concerned for him, gently patted his face, calling out, "Wake up, wake up." When her attempts to rouse him proved futile, panic engulfed her. She touched his forehead, feeling the intense heat of a fever. Glancing at the arrow wound, she was startled to see it dark and swollen. The arrow was poisoned. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hit. Why were you so foolish?" Overwhelmed with guilt, she looked back at the mercenaries who could pursue them at any moment, gritted her teeth, and hoisted Chen Mo onto her back, fleeing once more. Unbeknownst to her, something within her seemed to awaken, and her speed increased significantly. "Boss, it's true. When we caught up, we saw no sign of those two," reported a trembling mercenary. "Didn't see them? Can they fly?" The shadowy man bellowed in anger. "Where did those two go?" Suddenly, a figure appeared before the shadowy men, speaking in a rough voice. In the depths of darkness, Chen Mo vaguely sensed something extracting from within him, instinctively murmuring as something began to draw energy from his back. He could only dimly perceive the situation, unable to escape the obscurity and comprehend what was transpiring. Dai was crouched behind him, her lips pressed against his back, drawing out the toxic blood that had pooled in his wound and spitting it out. She tore a piece from Chun Mo's dark trousers to bandage his injury, though the fabric of her short skirt was clearly unsuitable for such a task. After tending to his wounds, Dai cleaned the bloodied bandage and meticulously wiped down Chen Mo's body. She approached her task with utmost seriousness, beginning at the corner of his mouth, removing the dried blood, and then gently wiping his face. This was Dai's first close-up view of Chen Mo's features. Although they had been near before, the darkness had obscured everything. His face was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features and deep, captivating eyes that drew one in effortlessly. Perhaps Chen Mo's previous actions stirred something within Dai, prompting her to linger on his visage. Had she not felt the heat radiating from his skin, she might have continued to gaze. After wiping his face, she proceeded to attend to his back. As she cleaned, Dai rinsed the bandages multiple times, the blood she wrung out causing her heart to ache. Once everything was addressed, she faintly heard Chen Mo mumble, "Water, water." Hastily, Dai cupped some water and brought it to his lips. But a dilemma arose. How could he drink? Chen Mo remained unconscious, his mouth firmly shut. Dai hesitated momentarily, then gently bit her lip, resolving what to do next. First, she took a sip of water, holding it in her mouth without swallowing. Then she lifted her long hair and leaned in to kiss Chen Mo. A notification chimed, indicating an increase in affection and the acquisition of an affection coin, triggering a kissing bonus that bestowed upon her an ethereal charm and top-tier allure. After Butterfly departed from Chen Mo's lips, her face flushed with warmth, astonished that she had actually kissed him. She cast a lingering glance at Chen Mo, pondering that the previous sip of water might not suffice. Thus, she drank another mouthful and kissed him again, hoping this time he would feel quenched. Gently caressing Chen Mo's still warm body, a shy glimmer flickered in Butterfly's eyes as she recalled the cooling method from the previous night. She then nestled against his back, embracing him tightly. Time passed, and eventually, Chen Mo broke free from the darkness of unconsciousness, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a spacious cave, its walls pierced by small openings through which beams of light streamed in. Slightly stirring his numbed body, he suddenly heard the sound of dripping water. Turning his head, he noticed a moderately sized puddle not far away, with droplets falling from the crevice above. Chapter 11. Have you fallen for me? You're awake. Don't move. Your wounds are not yet healed. Let me help you sit up, a cheerful voice called from outside the cave. Butterfly approached, holding a medicinal herb, her waist swaying as she moved. Perhaps due to their earlier kiss, her cheeks flushed crimson upon seeing Chen Mo. She quickly stepped forward to support him, allowing one of his arms to rest on her shoulder as she helped him sit up. Then, she moved to his back, Untying the bandages. Haven tea fully cleared the toxins from your body. I'll cleanse you again today. Applying this herb should be nearly sufficient. Herb? Have you regained your memory? Chen Mo furrowed his brow. After you fainted that day, I seemingly recalled some things and inexplicably came to know many other details. Such as this herb, I knew it was for detoxification. However, some crucial memories still elude me. Butterfly gazed at the still somewhat darkened wound, biting her lip, her hands resting on Chen Mo's shoulders as she leaned down to draw in the poison. A sudden pain caused Chen Mo to involuntarily groan. The peculiar sensation made him realize what Butterfly was doing. Butterfly, you? She expelled the toxic blood she had drawn into her mouth and quickly crushed the herb with a stone, applying it to his wound. If the toxins within you are not dealt with, they could prove fatal in the future. It's all out now. Toxins. The arrow I was struck with was poisoned? Chen Mo felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Goodness, that was close, he exclaimed as he hastily retrieved a detoxifying pill from his bag and swallowed it. Regardless of whether there were still toxins lingering inside him. Fortunately, the poison was not too aggressive, but its remnants were deep. I had to draw it out 3 times to completely cleanse you, Butterfly stated, reapplying the bandages to his wound. 3 times? Chen Mo was taken aback and quickly asked, how long have I been unconscious? Where are we? What about the pursuers? About a day and a half, Butterfly counted on her fingers. We are in an underground cave in the desert. It seems the pursuers have not followed us. A day and a half. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, pondering how it was possible that the pursuers had not caught up after such a lengthy interval. Given his previous condition, coupled with Dai accompanying him, they shouldn't have been able to flee far. He found this puzzling. However, unable to discern any clarity, he decided to set aside his thoughts. As long as he was still alive, that was sufficient. Noticing Chen Mo's sudden silence, Dai furrowed her delicate brows, and then, seemingly recalling something, she clasped her hands behind her back and, with a hint of nervousness, remarked, you risked your life to save me. Does that mean you have developed feelings for me? Upon seeing Chen Mo turn around, a trace of bashfulness graced his features. Ah well, but to say he liked her would be premature. His current affection level had not yet reached 100, and he feared that he might upset Dai. Ultimately, Chen Mo resolved to remain true to his heart, just as he prepared to express his feelings. Upon hearing her words, a barely perceptible shadow flickered in Dai's eyes, and she pursed her lips, falling into silence. The once tranquil cave was now enveloped in an almost palpable stillness. Neither party spoke, and Chen Mo, wary of saying something amiss and jeopardizing the hard-won affection he had accumulated, chose to retreat into a more cautious demeanor. Ding, affection 1. Chen Mo thought. I can't believe my silence resulted in a decrease in affection. Your injury hasn't fully healed. You need to rest. The sky is darkening. So I will venture out to find some food, he said as Dai swayed her waist and exited. Please be careful, Chen Mo added. What step did I take that went awry? Unable to comprehend, he decided to access his attribute panel. To his astonishment, he discovered, name, Chen Mo, race, human, level, 3-star fighter, host level, 150-100, bound goddess. Dai, affection 49, reaching 100 allows for partnership. Technique, supreme chaos technique. Skills, Kuanpeng Wings, can be upgraded, wandering steps. Profound thunder palm, bloodline, ordinary, affection coins, 22. Constitution, Qiankuan sword body, can be upgraded. Charisma, celestial aura. Chun Mo realized that not only had his host level increased significantly, but the attribute panel also displayed new metrics for constitution and charisma. He distinctly remembered not acquiring the celestial aura before his unconsciousness. He clicked on Kuanpeng Wings. Currently at the initial stage of the profound realm, noting that upgrading to the intermediate stage required 15 affection coins. However, he refrained from upgrading and turned his attention to the Qiankuan sword body. According to the system's description, his Qiankuan sword body was at a minor completion stage, with further advancements to major completion and perfection yet to come. Even at the minor completion stage, he could condense sword energy from qi, effortlessly executing any sword technique or combat skill below the heavenly tier with just a glance. To reach major completion, an expenditure of 30 affection coins was necessary. Achieving major completion would enable him to refine his sword heart and wield the sword with qi, uniting man and sword, mastering all swords under heaven. Transitioning from major completion to perfection would demand 100 affection coins, though the details were obscured. Comparing the two options, Chen Mo concluded that accumulating 30 affection coins to upgrade his Qiankuan sword body was the more prudent choice. He then glanced at his backpack. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mo was instantly struck by a feeling of sudden wealth, and an audacious thought crossed his mind that he could withstand another challenge. Subsequently, he utilized a rejuvenating elixir to cleanse his essence, broaden his meridians, and enhance his constitution. Then, Chen Mo felt the urge to relieve himself. The excrement he produced was not only repugnant in color, but also emitted an unbearable stench. In haste, Chen Mo buried it beneath yellow sand. Before long, Dai entered, having gathered some mushrooms. Although she was still miffed with Chen Mo, her delicate nose caught a whiff of the foul odor, prompting her to exclaim, "What is that horrid smell?" I just squashed a rather large pest," Chen Mo replied. "And where is that pest now?" she inquired. "I buried it." Chen Mo indicated towards a distant sand dune. Dai did not ponder further. As night fell, after finishing the roasted mushrooms, Chen Mo sat in meditation. Preparing to refine the essence of the Tsang lay blood eagle's fire. Dai placed her delicate hands on her abdomen, lowering her head, and in a melodious yet frosty tone, she asked, "Do you think that serpent people and humans can coexist?" Hearing this, Chen Mo was immediately reminded of the legendary figure Su Xian and blurted out, "Of course they can." Chapter 12, A Little Secret. Serpent people and humans are inherently at odds, having been in conflict for millennia. The serpent clan has been driven into the sweltering Taggart desert by humans. This notion is deeply ingrained in Dai's subconscious, an indelible memory. Therefore, despite believing that a union between serpent people and humans is implausible, she could not help but voice her thoughts. "Really? Do you genuinely believe that serpent people can be with humans?" "Absolutely," Chen Mo replied with a faint smile. "Having perused countless novels, I've encountered all manner of beings. Serpent and human relationships are trivial compared to those involving humans and ghosts, or humans and foxes. Ding, favorability 1, gained a favorability coin." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, he garnered a token of favor from Dai. Her face blossomed into a radiant smile. "You truly are different from other humans. You are a good person." Chen Mo smiled gently. Recognizing this as the second time Dai had bestowed upon him a good person card, Dai continued, "I don't understand what I did wrong, why everyone is trying to capture me. Humans, including those of my own kind, the serpent people. Yet you alone treat me with genuine kindness, caring for me and risking your life to protect me." Moved by Dai's emotional turmoil, Chen Mo softly replied, "Perhaps those who seek to capture you do not genuinely wish to harm you, but rather aim to protect you." Dai responded, intrigued. Chen Mo could not reveal that in the anime, Queen Medusa appeared to pursue Dai while secretly intending to safeguard her. However, noticing Dai's unwavering gaze, he shifted the topic. "You are so beautiful, the world will treat you well. Look, every time you've faced a crisis, you've managed to turn peril into safety. Thus, your appearance before me and saving me, is that the world's design?" Dai teased. Chen Mo remained silent. Dai smiled. "You harbor many secrets. Why do you say that? You clearly do not possess a space ring. Where did your previous elixir come from?" Chen Mo fell silent. "All right, forget I asked. Rest assured, I won't divulge it to anyone." Upon seeing Chen Mo's astonished expression, Dai stifled a laugh. "Thank you," Chen Mo replied. "Therefore, shall we consider this our little secret?" The butterfly clasped her hands, raising them to her chin, the bells adorning her attire jingling softly. Upon meeting the butterfly's expectant gaze, Chen Mo nodded slightly. To his astonishment, a notification chimed, indicating an increase in affection and the acquisition of an affection coin. The butterfly, unaware of the reason, found herself increasingly drawn to Chen Mo. He possessed a certain charm that captivated her. She bit her lip and softly inquired, "Where do we go from here?" Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by her question. Initially, he had only contemplated finding a place to hide for a few days, continually reaping benefits from her. However, it was now imperative to consider their future plans seriously. Should they flee to a human city? Or should they allow the serpent people to take the butterfly away? Escaping to a human city posed its own challenges. They would undoubtedly encounter obstacles from Queen Medusa and Hebedong. Even if they reached the human city, the human warriors would not spare the butterfly, for they would regard her as an outsider. Given Chen Mo's current strength, he was yet unable to protect her. On the other hand, if the serpent people were to take her, it remained uncertain whether they would accept Chen Mo, as he was bound to the butterfly and could not sever that tie. His current level also precluded him from binding with another goddess. Thus, it was clear that he could not leave her side. Moreover, the elders of the serpent clan viewed the butterfly as a traitor and sought her execution. "Let us take it one step at a time. We shall decide our path when you regain your memories. Wherever you wish to go then, we shall go," Chen Mo said. "Are you suggesting that we will always be together from now on?" The butterfly asked. "Indeed. Do you object?" Chen Mo scrutinized her expression. "Of course not," the butterfly replied, feigning composure, before laying down and adding, "It's getting late. I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer. I need to rest." With that, she closed her eyes. A notification chimed again, indicating another increase in affection and the acquisition of a desire pill. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the nature of this pill. Without needing to examine it, he could tell from the name alone that it was far from a reputable concoction. Within the cave, flames flickered. Chun Mo retrieved the beast fire of the Azure Thunderblood Eagle from his backpack. Instantly, a faintly sparkling red flame, crackling with arcs of electricity, hovered before him. The temperature in the vicinity surged, prompting the seemingly sleeping butterfly to lift her gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the blood flame. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin absorbed beast fires and exotic flames using the burning formula and various medicinal herbs, for both types of fire contained immense energy, far beyond human capacity for absorption. Ingesting them would lead to certain demise. Yet Chen Mo felt no fear. Armed with the supreme Taishang Hunyuan technique, he instinctively knew he could refine this beast fire. Without hesitation, he swallowed the flame and activated the Taishang Hunyuan technique to commence the refining process. The butterfly watched in shock as Chun Mo consumed the fire, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, gasping in disbelief. As time passed and seeing that he exhibited no adverse effects, she gradually relaxed and succumbed to sleep. Deep within the desert, a colossal fortress stood resolute. The fortress walls tower majestically, and atop them, hundreds of fully armed serpent men patrol with their sharp spears in hand. At the heart of this grand stronghold lies a heavily guarded castle. Within the spacious and opulent hall of the castle, a delicate figure leans wearily against the back of a chair, her hand pressed to her forehead, exuding an air of languor. Her eyes are tightly shut, revealing a stunning visage that inadvertently hints at an enchanting allure akin to that of a fairy, her long, fair neck displaying an elegant curve. A slender waist, barely graspable, leads to a wild purple serpent tail that sways gently, exuding an unmistakable allure. Such a captivating beauty is enough to make any man yearn for her. Yet, to dare approach her would likely mean certain death, for this beauty is none other than the renowned Queen Medusa of the serpent folk. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafts through the window, accompanied by a voice from beyond the door. "Your Majesty, we have intelligence regarding a traitor." Queen Medusa's eyes snap open. She descends from her throne and approaches the bed within. On the bed lies a black robe and a white mask. In a cave, the delicate features of Dai contort slightly, her beautiful willow-like brows furrowing as her expression shifts, as if she is ensnared in a nightmare. "Stop! Stop! No, that is a forbidden spatial technique. Forcing it will have dire consequences. Stop her, Your Majesty." Chapter 13. The Duel Against the Great Fighter. "Don't come near me. Dai. What is wrong?" Dai screams, awakening from her dream to find a young man with an exposed torso gazing at her with concern. "Chen Mo, they want to kill me. They want to kill me," Dai cries, throwing herself into Chun Mo's embrace, her head resting against him, fear evident in her voice. The warmth of her body causes Chun Mo to stiffen momentarily. Her perfect figure outlines various curves, particularly the upper body. The softness of her form presses against his chest, creating an acute sensation for the unclothed Chun Mo. Dai sobs in his embrace for a while, nuzzling closer, her body devoid of any excess flesh, her delicate skin resembling that of exquisite jade. It is impossible for Chun Mo to harbor no thoughts at this moment. But he is not one to take advantage of another's misfortune. He gently pushes Dai away, adopting an air of a gentleman as he comforts her. "You were merely having a nightmare. No one wishes to harm you." Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts his words as the rocky ceiling above is violently breached, cascading yellow sand downwards, creating an opening approximately a meter in diameter. "Indeed, here it is," a shadowy figure remarks, grinning malevolently as he gazes down at the two below. "It's him," Dai exclaims, her eyes widening under the moonlight as she recognizes the man's face. "You really are a persistent nuisance." Chun Mo positions himself protectively in front of Dai, dark and light energies surging from within him, coalescing into a garment of fighting spirit, as he sneers. "You dare to come here alone, seeking death? Huh, so arrogant even when death is imminent. Kid, you are surely doomed tonight." The shadowy figure let out a cold laugh and took a step back. Moments later, a formidable middle-aged man emerged through the blasted opening, gazing down at Chun Mo and his companion with an air of dominance. A one-star Do Master. Chun Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the man. He was the first person he had encountered after his exposure. He turned to Dai and said, "When the fight breaks out, you must leave first. I will find you later." Dai shook her head vigorously, clasping her hands together. "No, I want to stay with you. Then we may both meet our end in this cursed desert." At that moment, Chun Mo hesitated to use his Do Huang experience card. After all, it would be a waste to utilize it against merely a Do Master. However, if his life were in peril, even a Do Master would compel him to use it. Moreover, his injuries had yet to heal, and while he could escape using the Kuanpeng Wings, he could not take Dai with him. Dai still lingered in uncertainty. But the middle-aged man spoke directly. "Leave, none of you will escape today." With a fierce roar, he leaped down from the blasted opening and charged toward Chen Mo. The previous taunts would not be forgiven without some form of retribution. Go. Staying here will only distract me. Chen Mo urged Dai to depart through another opening while he summoned his Do Chi to confront the middle-aged man. Capture her. Do not let her escape. A throng of mercenaries behind the shadowy man saw the alternate openings and immediately pursued. Dai gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You must come," before hastily fleeing through another passage. "You have no idea of the chasm between a Do master and a Do fighter," the middle-aged man sneered upon seeing Chen Mo advance. The shadowy figure had informed him that this boy was merely a 2-star Do fighter, albeit with strength comparable to a 4-star Do master. Yet, it was necessary to test this assertion. Cloudwalk. Chen Mo executed the cloudwalk technique, wisps of vapor coalescing around his feet, allowing him to evade the oncoming strike from the middle-aged man. He maneuvered around his opponent's form and unleashed a punch toward the mercenary pursuing Dai. A look of sheer shock crossed the mercenary's face. He had no time to scream before a figure darted past him. A powerful gust of wind accompanying the thunderous impact that struck his chest. Bang! The dull thud made the mercenary's pupils constrict, as his chest caved in under the immense force, propelling him away. The pursuing mercenaries recoiled in fear. However, Chen Mo's action was but a drop in the ocean. He watched as the shadowy man continued his chase after Dai. "You dare to toy with me? Prepare to die." A low growl emanated from the middle-aged man, an invisible force surging forth from his palm. Chen Mo's expression shifted, and he swiftly countered with a Xianlei palm, colliding with the invisible force in a fierce clash. Bang! Instantly, Chen Mo was sent flying, stumbling back 10 meters before his hand sank into the yellow sand, stabilizing himself. Uft! A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled from Chen Mo's lips. "I have previously stated that the disparity between a grandmaster and a master is beyond your imagination." The middle-aged man cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon Chen Mo and slowly approached him. "Surrender your flight techniques and your agility skills, and I shall grant you a swift end." "Really? If you come closer, I will hand them over," Chen Mo replied, his voice tinged with fear as he raised his head. The middle-aged man paused, unsure of Chen Mo's intentions, yet he replied, "Of course." Step by step, he closed the distance to Chen Mo. Once within striking range, a sinister grin spread across his face as a pale yellow energy coalesced in his palm. Without hesitation, he struck down at Chen Mo's head, declaring, "By killing you, these treasures will be mine." Boom. Chen Mo anticipated the middle-aged man's cunning and acted first. A searing flame of blood surged from his palm, encircled by arcs of lightning. As the middle-aged man's hand descended, Chen Mo's fiery palm, enveloped in blood flames, collided with the man's chest. Upon witnessing the electrified flames, the middle-aged man's pupils widened in horror as he helplessly watched the blow land upon him. Boom. His robes were instantly incinerated, and he was sent flying. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with countless gazes abruptly fixated upon Chen Mo. How is this possible? Yet Chen Mo's expression remained grave. The beastly flames had not inflicted significant damage upon the middle-aged man. "You indeed possess the audacity to be arrogant, but the gap in strength cannot be bridged by mere bravado." As the dust settled, the middle-aged man, clad in pale yellow energy armor, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke coldly. "Energy armor." Meanwhile, on another front, the shadowy man waved his hand, and mercenaries surged from behind, encircling Dai with mocking laughter. "Little beauty, you cannot escape now." Swish. Just as his words fell, a crimson arrow pierced through the shadowy man's chest. Chapter 14. The Appearance of Queen Medusa. Boss. The mercenaries surrounding Dai were thrown into chaos upon witnessing the shadowy man's sudden demise. Their eyes darted around, soon discovering the cause of his death. They swallowed hard, their gazes converging on the heavens as they exclaimed, "Queen Medusa!" Across the boundless desert, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, leaving everyone dizzy with astonishment. The queen of the serpent people, Medusa, had emerged from the depths of the desert. High above, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating a graceful figure below. She was a stunning woman adorned with a crown and clad in a flowing red gown, her voluptuous form reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Her long, flowing tresses cascaded down her shoulders, framing her delicate waist. Beneath her gown, a purple serpent tail was visible. She stood poised in the sky, crimson energy wings coalescing behind her, holding a long bow crafted from condensed energy, which gradually began to dissipate. "Your Majesty." After the emergence of Queen Medusa, a horde of serpent men surged forth from the sand dunes, led by one of the 8 great chieftains, Mobas. As the serpent men approached, they immediately knelt, their voices reverberating with reverence, piercing the heavens. Mobas cast a cold glance at the surviving mercenaries and with a swift motion of his hand commanded, "Slay them all." "No, please. Help." Within mere moments, they all lay dead beside Dai, their blood saturating the yellow sands. Terrified, Dai collapsed to the ground, covering her crimson lips with her hands and retreating in fear. Queen Medusa descended from the sky, her demeanor haughty and silent, swaying her waist as she slowly approached Dai. The tail of Dai writhed in fear as she gazed at the advancing queen, tremblingly pleading, "Why do you wish to kill me? What have I done? Kill you?" Queen Medusa paused, a hint of concern in her voice. "Sister, what troubles you? Don't come any closer." Dai waved her hands in a desperate attempt to flee, muttering, "Chen Mo, save me." Queen Medusa responded. Just then, a series of whistling sounds sliced through the air, hurtling towards Queen Medusa. She hastily retreated to evade them. The piercing winds passed beside her, embedding themselves into the yellow sands. The onlookers' pupils constricted as they realized these were icicles emanating a chilling aura. Who dare show themselves? Mobas bellowed. Queen Medusa lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes fixed upon the distorted space, and in the next moment, a blue figure appeared there. The man donned a blue brocade robe, his features strikingly handsome, with slightly disheveled hair and a pair of icy wings fluttering gently behind him. Wielding a frost-laden spear pointed at Dai below. "I shall take her." "A human fighting emperor?" Mobas exclaimed in astonishment. Queen Medusa regarded the man calmly, her voice icy. "I recognize you, Ice Emperor Hebadong. But what business is this of yours?" "I act on behalf of another, loyal to my charge," Hebadong replied. Fixing his gaze upon Queen Medusa, his voice growing resolute, "She is mine to claim." "Presumptuous, to speak to her majesty in such a manner," Mobas retorted sharply. Hebadong ignored him. "Then try me." A tremendous aura erupted from Queen Medusa, crimson battle wings materializing behind her. With a powerful flap, she surged towards Hebadong. He remained unfazed, raising a hand as countless resplendent ice crystals materialized behind him, sweeping towards Queen Medusa in a dense wave. With a flurry of movement, Queen Medusa evaded, leaving behind a trail of crimson afterimages in the air. In an instant, she appeared before Hebadong, her battle energy manifesting as two red blades that swiftly descended upon him. Hebadong hurriedly defended himself. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention to her, Dai attempted to sneak away, but was spotted by Mobas just as she was about to escape. "Pursue," Mobas commanded, gesturing for two serpent men to follow. In the cave, the middle-aged man evidently heard the commotion from outside, yet he could not afford to concern himself with such matters at present. Gazing at Chen Mo, who had been struck down yet again but still clung to life, he coldly remarked, "Your tenacity is commendable, but it is time for this to come to an end." Coughing lightly, Chen Mo replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is time." He realized that he was still far from being a match for a grand fighter. Chen Mo extracted a 1-star Do Huang experience card, granting him the cultivation of a 1-star Do Huang for the duration of a single incense stick's burn. "Prepare to meet your demise," the middle-aged man declared, launching a palm strike aimed at Chen Mo's face. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy surged into Chen Mo's body. Bang! A figure was violently hurled away, crashing heavily against the cavern's rocky wall, which instantly cracked under the impact, causing the cave to suddenly collapse. Just before the cave's collapse, a figure shot upwards from the cave's opening. Boom! The tremendous noise drew the attention of both the Medusa Queen and Hebadong, who were engaged in battle. They turned to observe the bare-chested young man, clearly injured, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Another Do Huang." Chun Mo momentarily marveled at the Medusa Queen's beauty before shifting his gaze toward Dai and swiftly pursuing her. Once again, he was heading toward his sister. The Medusa Queen, assuming this individual was intent on capturing her sister, felt a flicker of anger in her enchanting eyes. She repelled Hebadong with a single gesture and coldly commanded, "Impudent," before rushing toward Chen Mo. On another front, Mebas and two serpent men surrounded Dai. "Act now. The elder has commanded the execution of the traitor," Mebas ordered. One of the serpent men trembled and replied, "But leader, Her Majesty has commanded that she be captured alive." "Huh." Mebas shot a cold glare at the serpent man, stating, "The serpent clan has only one Medusa Queen. She openly defies clan rules and betrays us. She must be executed." Yet, the serpent man hesitated, still unwilling to act. "Useless. Step aside. I will handle this," Mebas declared, gripping his spear and lunging toward Dai. "Don't," Dai cried out, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself. "How dare you, Mebas?" The Medusa Queen's voice rang out sharply upon witnessing Mebas's defiance of her orders. Yet, Mebas appeared to be deaf to her command and continued his assault. At that critical moment, a figure stepped in front of Dai. Chapter 15, You Will Not Take Her. If someone repeatedly stands before you, recklessly shielding you from harm, it must be love. As Dai beheld the familiar silhouette blocking her, her eyes widened with astonishment, her mind clouded in a dizzying haze. She was unaware of the transformation in Chun Mo's aura, believing him still to be merely a 2-star Do master, while Mebus was a Do king, having regained fragments of her memory. She understood all too well the chasm between a Do king and a Do master. Dai couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching cry. No. Ding. Favorability increased by 6. Acquired the advanced mystical Do technique, sword falling from the 9 heavens. Clang. The spear thrust by Mobuz was effortlessly caught by Chen Mo with a single hand. With a casual flick, Mobuz was sent hurtling backward for over 10 meters, spewing blood profusely. Chen Mo turned to look at Dai, whose face was streaked with tears, and gently wiped the traces of sorrow from her cheeks, murmuring softly, "Fool, you're crying again. I promised to protect you." Ding. 3 affection coins. Triggered intimacy bonus. Obtained the Herbal Sage's Compendium. Dai gazed at the large hand that caressed her face, a wave of warmth flooding her heart, and a rosy blush swiftly adorned her cheeks. Shyly, she lowered her head. Upon hearing the system's notification, a dual expression of delight appeared on Chen Mo's face, as his spirits soared. Truly delightful. Human, release your filthy hands. Though taken aback that this human would rescue Dai, Queen Medusa's eyes darkened at the sight before her. Sharing the same Medusa lineage as her sister, she perceived her sibling as noble and could not allow a mere human to tarnish her. Moving with fervor, she transformed into a crimson blur, charging towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's expression shifted, and he quickly turned, thinking, "I saved your sister, and yet you turn against me?" Under the system's observation, Queen Medusa was revealed to be a formidable 8-star battle emperor. However, this merely reflected her cultivation. Her true power was undoubtedly far greater, as magical beasts were inherently stronger than humans. Chen Mo dared not confront her directly and opted to evade. Observing Chen Mo's swift dodges, Queen Medusa's lips curled slightly, and a fierce crimson energy surged from within her, accelerating her speed. With slender fingers raised, she launched a rapid assault towards Chen Mo. Shock coursed through Chen Mo as he realized the astonishing swiftness of Queen Medusa. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings and shot upwards into the sky. Yet, lacking experience in flight, he was soon pursued by Queen Medusa. "Get down." Her delicate face hardened as she struck her palm, enveloping it in blazing crimson energy, which she then directed forcefully towards the twin wings of energy behind Chen Mo Mystic Thunder Palm. His palm was instantly cloaked in silver, with arcs of lightning dancing across its surface. Chen Mo slightly turned sideways and met Queen Medusa's attack with a palm strike of his own. As their hands collided, a torrent of blood flames surged from Chen Mo's palm. The disparity in their strength was vast, and Chen Mo did not dare to underestimate her, summoning the beast fire as well. "What is this?" Queen Medusa stared in astonishment at the blood-colored flames erupting from Chen Mo's hand. "Is this a strange fire? No. It must be beast fire." In the distance, Hai Buodong's eyelids twitched at the spectacle. However, witnessing the clash between the two, he felt compelled to dart towards Dai. With a resounding crash, their palms met, and a fierce explosion of energy echoed through the void, a brilliant red light captivating the attention of all present. Above the sky, the crimson light suddenly diminished, and a striking figure surged forth towards the retreating Chen Mo, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind that pressed painfully against the eardrums. The Medusa Queen's reaction's speed and ferocity instilled fear in Chen Mo's heart. Was this a jest? Was such swiftness truly necessary? With a powerful flap of his wings, he retreated 10 meters. However, the Medusa Queen, undeterred by his retreat, accelerated once more. In Chen Mo's incredulous gaze, the delicate hand of the Medusa Queen seized his throat, declaring, "I have you." Her voice, cool and regal, flowed from her lips. Behind her, the fiery red wings released a tendril of fighting spirit, transforming into a black-striped red serpent that swiftly slithered down her arm to Chen Mo's shoulder. Just as the serpent prepared to strike at his neck, Chen Mo glanced downward, pointing at Dai. "If you don't hurry, she will be captured." The Medusa Queen's gaze followed his, and indeed, she spotted Hai Buodong dashing towards Dai. With a cold glint in her eyes, she relaxed her grip, her form flickering before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the fiery serpent on Chen Mo's shoulder lunged for his neck. Chen Mo quickly tilted his head, causing the serpent to miss and instead bite into his shoulder. "Not again," he exclaimed in pain, grasping the fiery serpent and crushing it in his hand, unable to suppress his irritation. Once more, he found himself injured. Chen Mo observed the wound on his left shoulder rapidly turning purple, his brow furrowing as he hastily channeled his fighting spirit to contain the injury and halt the spread of the toxin. "Keep your distance from her," the Medusa Queen commanded sharply, summoning a fierce wind that surged towards Hai Buodong. Simultaneously, her fighting spirit surged dramatically, and with a flick of her right hand, a blazing red sword materialized. The powerful gust slowed Hai Buodong's descent as he faced the oncoming Medusa Queen. With a flash of blue light at his wrist, he invoked Mystic Ice Dragon Source. As his words echoed, the temperature plummeted, and the crowd gasped as a colossal ice dragon, measuring 100 feet, emerged behind Haiba Dong. Pointing at the Medusa Queen, the dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, charging towards her, while Haiba Dong continued his pursuit of Dai. The Medusa Queen's expression hardened. Her heart seethed with a desire to rend this human apart. Without evasion, she brandished her red sword and charged directly towards the oncoming ice dragon. Her terrifying speed made her appear to flicker in midair, creating several illusory images as countless red sword lights erupted. The ice dragon, now devoid of control, was shredded into fragments within mere breaths. However, this distraction allowed Haiba Dong to close in on Dai. Just as he reached out to grasp her, a shadow swept across, once again blocking his path. You shall not take her. Chapter 16, The Restoration of Memories. Gazing up at the Queen Medusa engaged in combat with Chen Mo, Dai found her mind momentarily adrift. She noticed that the visage of Queen Medusa bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. In a fleeting moment, a vivid image materialized in her mind. Within a dim, eerie hall that resembled an altar, her hands were ensnared by two formidable chains of ice, surrounded by serpentine soldiers armed with long spears and sharp blades. At the pinnacle of this grand chamber stood 3 elder serpent men, their faces concealed by fearsome masks. Draped in dark robes, one elder leaned slightly forward, and a voice, both respectful and commanding, resonated throughout the hall. She has relinquished her claim. From this day forth, you shall be the new Queen Medusa of the Serpent Men. There can only be one Queen Medusa. Your Majesty, you must slay her. The scene shifted, revealing a graceful figure advancing towards Dai. She beheld the man referred to by Queen Medusa as the Ice Emperor Haiba Dong, extending his hand towards her. Yet, in the next instant, a figure descended like a celestial being before her, accompanied by an imperious voice. You shall not take her. Then, a hand infused with lightning and bloodfire surged forth towards Haiba Dong. You are injured again. These concerns were trivial to Dai. What weighed heavily on her heart was the sight of another wound marring Chen Mo's left shoulder, a dark bruise that pained her deeply. Ding, Affection 2. Received 1 youth-preserving pill. With a thunderous roar, the yellow sand beneath them erupted as both combatants staggered backward, carving 2 deep trenches in the earth. Haiba Dong's gaze sharpened as he observed Chen Mo from a distance, astonished by the formidable aura emanating from him. Despite being merely a 1-star Do Emperor, he was able to contend with Haiba Dong, a 5-star Do Emperor. Noticing that Queen Medusa was also approaching, Haiba Dong spoke. If I am not mistaken, we both seem to be in the service of the same employer. Thus, why not join forces to repel Queen Medusa first? I shall forego my share of the reward. You may claim it all, as I only seek to fulfill my task. His words caused an uproar in the arena, and the recently risen Medusa's expression shifted dramatically. Queen Medusa halted, her face as frigid as ice as she glared at Chun Mo and Haiba Dong, contemplating revealing her identity as the employer, were it not for the need to uphold the Serpentman's dignity. Dai's pupils constricted, her delicate hand covering her mouth as disbelief washed over her. She feared that Haiba Dong's words might hold a kernel of truth. Ding, Affection 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Mo's expression changed instantly as he retorted. I do not know what you are talking about. This business of employment is irrelevant. In short, you shall not take her. Ding, Affection 2. Dai's heart leapt with joy, a smile re-emerging on her face, although she felt a twinge of guilt for doubting him. Queen Medusa remained perplexed by the unfolding events. Haiba Dong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, yet he was acutely aware that he was no match for either Chun Mo or Queen Medusa. With a profound gaze fixed on Chen Mo, the wings behind him flared, and he soared into the sky. I shall relinquish my claim to this person. She is yours. With those words, Haiba Dong vanished beneath the moonlight. Mebas did not pursue, nor did the Queen Medusa. Naturally, Chen Mo also refrained from chasing after him. The Queen Medusa's enchanting eyes regarded Chun Mo with an icy demeanor as she declared, Human, deliver her to me, and I shall spare your life. Chen Mo's expression wavered. Although the Queen's intent was to protect Dai, she had not yet undergone her complete transformation. In other words, the Queen Medusa still had to heed the opinions of her kin. Given Mebas's earlier intent to harm Dai, Chen Mo dared not entrust her to the Queen. Meanwhile, Dai observed the unfolding scene with a tinge of sadness. After days of companionship, the moment of parting had arrived. Indeed, she was destined to follow the Queen, for she could not bear to see Chun Mo suffer further on her account. The sight of the wounds on Chen Mo's back pierced her heart. As she prepared to voice her intention to leave with the Queen, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang out. No way, he declared forcefully. Ding, Affection 2, acquired 2 affection coins. The Queen's expression grew colder, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. You seek death. In an instant, with a flash of crimson. The Queen Medusa appeared before Chen Mo, her red blade aimed at his head. With a powerful beat of his wings, Chen Mo retreated swiftly, ascending into the heavens. Simultaneously, he withdrew a mid-level arcane technique, sword falling from the heavens, from his pack. Instantly, a torrent of profound memories surged into his mind, encompassing the 7 forms of the technique, all vividly racing through his thoughts. In a heartbeat, Chen Mo mastered them. Grasping firmly, a dual-colored sword of fighting energy manifested in his hand. 7th form, falling from the heavens. Just as the Queen's blade was about to strike, the sword in Chen Mo's hand trembled violently, and an inexhaustible stream of energy surged forth, infusing his weapon. In that moment, a radiant and immense brilliance, akin to the Milky Way cascading down, erupted from the sword. At that instant, even the very fabric of space seemed to quiver. Boom! The radiant energy collided with the Queen Medusa's blade, shattering it instantly. Her eyelashes fluttered, and the next moment, the beam of light crashed into her body. Bang! A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks. After a brief moment, a streak of light shot downward, plunging into the yellow sands below. All eyes instinctively turned towards it. It was a crown, the crown of Her Majesty the Queen. A serpent man exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etching his features. Had the Queen been defeated? As the tumult subsided, a figure was seen hurtling backward. Upon realizing it was not Her Majesty, Mebas and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Human, you have thoroughly enraged me. Once the turmoil had settled, a graceful silhouette darted forth, charging at the retreating Chen Mo. It was none other than Queen Medusa. Aside from the tattered garments that draped her with an air of pride and her slightly disheveled hair, she bore no other injuries. In stark contrast, Chen Mo appeared pale and listless. At this critical juncture between life and death, stop! A dazzling violet radiance surged from Dee's being, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 17, The Slave. The Serpent People, an exceedingly traditional race, within which a queen, Medusa, has reigned for generations. Gifted with extraordinary abilities, these queens have led the serpent people in their resistance against foreign invasions, ensuring the survival of their lineage. While the fearsome reputation of Queen Medusa has echoed throughout the continent, each incarnation of Medusa emerges from an egg, her formidable powers perpetually passed down. This time, however, the Medusa emerging from the egg is a pair of identical twins. I remember now. I recall who I am, she exclaimed. You must stop. Dee suddenly appeared between the two, her violet energy wings unfurling behind her. Both Chen Mo and Queen Medusa gasped in astonishment before simultaneously urging, step back. At that moment, Chen Mo flapped his wings, enveloping Dee in his embrace, shielding her as he turned to withstand Queen Medusa's strike. Boom! The immense force propelled their bodies downward like meteors, crashing into the sands below and creating a colossal crater. In that instant, silence enveloped the world. Queen Medusa, too, was taken aback. The human had gone to such lengths for his sister. With a wave of his hand, Mebas led a group of serpent people to encircle them. Under the exquisite moonlight, in the tranquil expanse of the sandy landscape, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the night, sending ripples of energy that stirred the sand into a tempest. No. Within that vast sand pit, Dee lay half-prostrate atop the grains, clutching Chen Mo, her tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, falling onto his face. Gazing at Chen Mo, whose complexion was ashen and whose breath was weak, blood frothing from his mouth, Dee gently caressed his face, sobbing, Why must you be so foolish? I promised to protect you, Chen Mo replied, his smile pale, his words fractured and intermittent. In that fleeting moment, Dee's tears paused, only to flow more sorrowfully as she recalled the first moment she met Chen Mo, when he smiled at her and said, I've come to take you away. Then, he endured his injuries to lead her to safety, cooking a fish for himself, urging her to escape when danger loomed, and each time he faced insurmountable odds. He vowed to protect her, only to suffer injuries in the process. Those vivid memories flashed through Dee's mind, and she realized, unwittingly, that she had fallen for this human. Ding, affection level 2, gained 2 affection coins. Triggered intimacy bonus, gained enlightenment for a brief moment. Ding, affection level 2, gained 2 affection coins. Triggered intimacy bonus, gained a vial of companion purple crystal essence. Ding, affection level 8, gained a lower tier spiritual sword. Triggering the bond of intimacy. One acquires the profound and advanced martial art, the Forest of Death Seal. Ahem, do not weep. Tears will mar your beauty. Chen Mo raised his hand, intending to wipe away Dee's tears, yet his injuries hindered him, causing his feeble arm to fall limply. Suddenly, Dee seized Chen Mo's hand and placed it upon her delicate face. Your Majesty. The surrounding figures, including Mebas, quickly bowed and cleared a path. Queen Medusa, with a nonchalant demeanor, approached. Upon reaching the edge of the sand pit, she paused, drawing in the distant crown with an invisible pull, which instantly appeared in her grasp. Gently, Dai set Chun Mo down, holding his hand with tenderness, and said, "You have always protected me. Now it is my turn to shield you." She rose, spreading her arms protectively before Chun Mo, her expression resolute. "Sister, you shall not harm him." Queen Medusa slowly donned the crown, her unparalleled beauty gazing down at Dai, her alluring red lips parting slightly. "Your Majesty, but..." Mebas attempted to interject, but was silenced by a chilling glare from Queen Medusa. The piercing gaze caused Mebas to retreat a step in fear. "Cough, Dai, you cannot. They will kill you." The time on the Do Huang experience card was not yet over. Chun Mo summoned his energy, striving to rise, yet the severity of his wounds exceeded his expectations, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Do you wish to die?" Queen Medusa's brow furrowed at his words, her tone icy. "She will not harm you. But what of your kin? Just moments ago, one sought to kill you." Beneath the sincere words lay his true intentions. Ding, favorability 1, acquired 1 favorability coin. Mebas's expression shifted. "Brat, you are courting death." Deeply moved, Dai's eyes shimmered as she turned her gaze towards Queen Medusa. Yet before she could speak, Queen Medusa asserted, "That is impossible." With an indifferent gaze fixed upon Chun Mo, Queen Medusa remarked, "Protect her? Given your current state, how can you protect her? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your true cultivation is not that of a Do Huang. I suspect you cannot maintain this condition for long." As her words fell, all present fell silent, their eyes converging on Chun Mo. His complexion altered slightly, yet he remained composed and replied, "And so what? Furthermore, your Majesty has overlooked one point. I can indeed protect her, as you have witnessed firsthand." Queen Medusa's expression darkened. She recognized that he referred to the blow he had taken for his sister. However, the pride inherent in her royal status forbade her from yielding to a mere human. Nevertheless, the frost in her demeanor thawed slightly as she coldly chuckled. "Little one, I must admit, you are the first human to dare speak to me in such a manner." Chun Mo listened intently, awaiting Queen Medusa's further words. Dai, as a twin sister, discerned the shift in her sister's tone and spoke once more. Hearing her plea, combined with the plan that had surfaced in her mind, Queen Medusa replied indifferently, "Little one, do humans not revel in enslaving our kind, the serpent women? Thus, from this moment forth, let me serve you as a slave, your Majesty." Insolence, Mebas. Your audacity grows ever bolder. Mebas, taken aback, cast a chilling gaze upon Chun Mo, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his icy eyes. "I dare not, your Majesty." Chapter 18, The Queen's Exclusive Slave. On a tranquil summer night, the moonlight flowed cool as water, and the twinkling stars rendered the night sleepless. In the heart of the desert, there stood a tavern perched upon a sheer cliff. The night breeze swept through, and a shadow darted through the tavern's window. Inside the room, faint, indistinct moans resonated softly. As the shadow entered, a middle-aged man, disheveled and corpulent, pushed away the serpent woman clinging to him with mild annoyance. Must the esteemed Ice Emperor choose this moment to intrude? With a dismissive wave, he ordered the serpent woman to leave the room. As the door closed, Hebadong disregarded him, stating indifferently, "This task can be cancelled." Hebadong retrieved a portrait of the serpent woman from his storage ring and tore it apart. The middle-aged man, having already been startled by Hebadong's sudden entrance, felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Now, hearing these words, he replied with a hint of sarcasm, "The renowned Ice Emperor, prone to failure, is it? Yet you distinctly promised to bring me that serpent woman. But you did not mention that this task was tied to Queen Medusa, nor that it involved another Do Emperor." Hebadong replied calmly, "Queen Medusa." The middle-aged man gasped. "How could that be? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Queen Medusa indeed emerged from the palace for her. I am uncertain. The Gamma Empire has no such individual. She must be an outsider." After a moment of silence, Hebadong cast a glance at the middle-aged man and turned to leave. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke. "Since the Ice Emperor voluntarily relinquishes the task, the subsequent commission shall, by convention, be forfeited." Hebadong paused momentarily, then replied, "Yes, I understand the rules." With that, he leaped out of the window, and at the very instant he did, a sharp shard flew towards the middle-aged man. As the man's head fell, Hebadong's voice echoed, "I previously warned you, should you dare speak to me thus again, I shall twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. This is the principle I adhere to." A moment later, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. "The boss is dead. A murder has been committed, injuring the leader of Mebas. Does that not make one a Do Huang? A Do Huang enslaved. How majestic is your Majesty?" "Nonsense. My brother is a personal guard of Her Majesty, and he told me himself that the human is a Do Huang powerhouse. Not only that, but Her Majesty also brought him into the palace. Chen Mo was unaware that his arrival in the Serpent clan had already stirred a great commotion. Queen Medusa had arranged for him to stay in a modest room before hastily departing with Dai. Chen Mo suppressed the injuries within him and surveyed his surroundings. A wooden bed, a table, a wooden stool, and an oil lamp atop the table. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Chen Mo let out a sigh. It seemed she had truly begun to consider herself a slave. Just then, the door creaked open, and two enchanting serpent women glided into the room. Approaching Chen Mo, one of the serpent women retrieved a wooden tub from her spatial ring, filled it with a large basin of water, and added an array of bizarre potions, stating, "This is the potion Her Majesty has instructed us to prepare for you. It will heal your wounds." The other serpent woman then presented Chen Mo with a spatial ring. Her voice soft and alluring as she said, "This is a gift from Her Majesty, containing garments suited for your kind, as well as some food. From this moment forth, you shall be the exclusive servant of Her Majesty. Once your injuries are healed, you will be required to attend to her." With that, the two serpent women departed, leaving Chen Mo in a state of stunned silence. It was only upon hearing the door close and the murmurs from outside that she regained her composure. "That human is quite handsome. I think so too, and he possesses a uniquely captivating aura. Ah, you feel it as well." Indeed, Chen Mo thought to herself. Being handsome can be a burden. Boys must learn to protect themselves. Despite her narcissism, she recognized that this allure was likely due to the exceptional charm she had recently acquired. Without further contemplation, she donned the spatial ring on her middle finger, promptly disrobed, loosening the strap on her back, and stepped into the wooden tub, which was filled with a green liquid. As she submerged herself, a gentle and soothing energy began to flow through her countless pores, quietly circulating within her body. This energy gradually mended her damaged meridians, alleviating her serious internal injuries and healing the wounds on her surface. "Ah, how delightful." Chen Mo sighed in pleasure, then summoned her attributes panel. Name, Chen Mo. Race, human. Cultivation, 3-star fighter. Host level, 181,100. Bound goddess. Dai, affection, 79. Reaching 100 allows for a bond as partners. Technique, supreme Hunyuan art. Skills, wings of Kuanpeng, can be upgraded. Cloud walking, Xian thunder palm. Swordfall of 9 heavens. Bloodline, ordinary. Affection currency, 36. Physique, Qiankuan sword body, can be upgraded. Charm, celestial aura. Chen Mo did not hesitate, spending 30 affection coins to elevate her Qiankuan sword body to perfection. Instantly, she realized her comprehension of the sword had significantly deepened. With the Qiankuan sword body perfected, she could refine her sword heart and command her blade with her qi. Chen Mo quickly extracted a low-grade spiritual flying sword named Tianyuan from her backpack. According to the system's description, flying swords fall into 4 categories: mortal, spiritual, sacred, and divine, each further divided into 3 tiers of low, middle, and high. The higher the level, the greater the enhancement to one's strength, and even high-tier flying swords could give rise to spirit entities that would accompany their master in battle. With the Qiankuan sword body in his possession, Chen Mo swiftly mastered and refined it. After manipulating the Tianyuan for a brief moment within the confines of his chamber, he subsequently absorbed it into his being. Any spiritual artifact of the first rank or above could be contained within one's body. Thereafter, Chen Mo casually glanced at his backpack. The first-rank alchemy technique allowed him to comprehend the intricacies of alchemical practice in the span of a single incense stick's burning time. He found himself in possession of various first-rank elixirs, including the Desire Elixir, the Sacred Alchemy Cannon, the Youth-Preserving Pill, and the accompanying Purple Crystal Source, along with advanced techniques such as the Xian-level high-grade combat skill, the Sunluo Death Seal. Chen Mo first extracted the first-rank alchemy technique. A torrent of profound memories surged into his mind, encompassing the experiences of a first-rank alchemist, the methods of refining elixirs, and the control of flames, all of which he adeptly grasped. This signified that he had now unequivocally become a first-rank alchemist. In Chapter 19, Arrogance, I Am the Queen, Chen Mo proceeded to extract the sacred alchemy cannon. Instantly, a vast and overwhelming wave of memories flooded his consciousness, rendering him momentarily dizzy. After a brief moment of organization, he realized that the sacred alchemy cannon contained a compendium of various elixirs, formulas, and descriptions of numerous medicinal herbs, akin to an encyclopedia of alchemy. After a short respite, he continued to extract the accompanying purple crystal source for cultivation. He consumed an entire vial, and at the moment of ingestion, a searing heat enveloped his body, causing his skin to gradually take on a purplish hue. Instinctively, he raised his hands, attempting to scratch at his skin. As he opened his mouth, a wave of hot air escaped. Chen Mo, not daring to be negligent, hastily activated the Taishang Hunyuan technique to refine the energy surging within him. As the Taishang Hunyuan technique operated at a rapid pace, the rampant purple energy within Chen Mo was swiftly subdued, and his body temperature gradually decreased. The domineering purple energy was meticulously refined into his flesh and blood. However, as the process progressed, this purple energy began to resist being refined, clustering together in defiance. Under the pressure of the Taishang Hunyuan technique, the gathered purple energy sensed an overwhelming threat and trembled violently. A wisp of purple flame erupted from its surface, clashing against the black and white energies of the Taishang Hunyuan technique. Yet, all of this was illusory and was promptly suppressed. Following this, he guided the wisp of purple flame through several meridians, directing it straight into the cyclone. A new round of refinement commenced. In a dim, foreboding hall, 3 elders of the Serpent people, cloaked in black robes and adorned with fearsome long-horned masks, gazed down upon the 2 individuals at the altar below. The elder on the right, visibly irate, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, Queen, not only have you failed to severely punish the traitor, but you have also brought a human into the palace. What do you intend to do? The human saved my sister and is now gravely injured. I cannot abandon him." She replied. Though the Serpent people were cold-blooded, they were not devoid of compassion. Queen Medusa fixed her gaze upon the elder on the right, her enchanting, elongated eyes devoid of any emotion. The sister, lying prostrate on the ground, awaited punishment. Upon hearing this, a smile graced her face. "Have you lost your mind, Your Majesty? What are you doing? He is human. You dare to save a human? How many Serpent people perish at the hands of humans each year? And yet you show him your mercy?" The elder on the right suppressed his fury, clearly displeased with Queen Medusa's decision to save humanity. Unlike other humans, he had not only rescued his sister, but also saved nearly a dozen of our kin previously. The voice of Queen Medusa was as cold as ice. "Your Majesty, you." The elder on the right attempted to speak further, but was silenced by the elder in the center. "Enough of this matter for now," the Grand Elder said, his voice hoarse and somber, his hollow eyes gazing down at Queen Medusa. Jiao's expression shifted. Medusa fell silent, and a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. "Since that day, I have pondered why only one of us can survive, my sister or I. Now, I have come to understand. It is good that you have realized this. The Serpent clan can only have one Queen Medusa. This is a tradition passed down through our lineage, capable of leading us to greatness," the Grand Elder declared. "It cannot be," Medusa replied with an icy voice, resolute and unwavering. The expressions of the 3 elders changed dramatically. Jiao gazed at her sister in astonishment, as it was the first time she had openly defied the Grand Elders. "Impudence! What do you intend? Do you wish to rebel as well?" The Grand Elder, enraged, pointed a trembling finger at Queen Medusa. "You are the impudent one. I am the queen." Medusa's lips moved, and a formidable aura surged from within her, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that extinguished the flames surrounding them. "A person's heart obeys only itself. You may attempt to bind it, but one day it shall be unleashed. I abhor this war and this grim game of harvesting lives. From this day forth, I shall abolish all unreasonable traditions within our clan and lead the Serpent clan towards true strength in my own way. Your Majesty, you must not. The clan's rules cannot be discarded. They are the legacy of our ancestors." The 3 elders, taken aback by her formidable presence, hastily knelt and pleaded. "I am not seeking your counsel. This is a proclamation," Queen Medusa declared, turning away. "Sister, let us go?" Tears shimmered in Jiao's eyes, aware of the immense courage and difficulty it took for her sister to utter those words. She quickly wiped her tears away and rose to follow. Upon emerging, Jiao embraced Queen Medusa's arm, gently nuzzling her head against it. "Sister, you are truly wonderful." "Foolish child," Medusa said, feeling a tickling sensation from Jiao's actions. A faint smile surfaced on her usually indifferent face. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful energy of the cosmos flowing unusually, her gaze sharpening as it fixated on her chamber within the palace, specifically on a small side room nearby. "It is him," Queen Medusa murmured. "Indeed," Jiao replied with a smile. Medusa furrowed her brow and suddenly asked, "Sister, do you remember the promise you made to me?" "Of course," Jiao affirmed. Before meeting with the elders, she had requested her sister to spare Chen Mo, agreeing to a promise in return. "Very well. Tomorrow you shall go to the Forbidden Ground to accept Medusa's legacy," Queen Medusa instructed. Jiao was taken aback. "Sister, shouldn't you be the one to accept it? I have completed my acceptance and deliberately left a path for you." "Ah, sister," you hesitated for a moment before asking. "Can I wait until Chen Mo has recovered before accepting the inheritance?" Deep down, Dai understood that the process of acceptance would last for at least 2 to 3 months, if not half a year, during which she would be unable to see Chen Mo. That was unacceptable. Queen Medusa promptly rejected the idea. She sensed the peculiar connection between her sister and the human, and thus sought to separate them. She even arranged for the human to reside nearby, allowing her to monitor him closely and and prevent him from approaching her sister. In this way, she hoped that time would dull her sister's feelings for him. Sister, I beg you, just 7 days. Only 7 days will suffice. Dai pleaded, shaking Queen Medusa's arm in a display of endearment. No, what about 5 days? No. Queen Medusa shook her head resolutely. Then 3 days. Surely that is acceptable? Fine, just 3 days, Queen Medusa relented. Chapter 20. Yes, I have developed feelings for you. As Chen Mo opened his eyes, daylight had already broken, and blinding sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the opposite wall. 4-star Battle Master. Chen Mo rubbed his thumb and index finger together, and with a soft, crisp sound, a wisp of blazing purple flame erupted from his fingertip. Even the air appeared distorted and hazy in the presence of the purple flames. Fixated on the flames, Chen Mo's heart stirred. Suddenly recalling the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus from the original work, he replicated the motion with his left hand, summoning a blood-red arc of lightning flame that matched the purple flames in intensity. At that moment, he felt a pronounced repulsion between the two fiery manifestations. Just as Chen Mo attempted to replicate the method from the original to conjure the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus, a knock echoed on the door. Chen Mo, are you awake? May I come in? Dai's soft and melodious voice called from outside. However, at that moment, Queen Medusa's cold voice interjected. This is my domain and requires his permission. With that, Queen Medusa forcefully opened the door. Sister, wait. Both Queen Medusa and Dai's gazes turned towards the room, and they froze. Chen Mo stood before them, utterly bare. His face flushed crimson as he quickly covered himself, exclaiming, Didn't I say to wait a moment? Ah, you rogue. Why are you not dressed? Dai scolded, hastily shielding Queen Medusa's eyes while shutting the door. Ding, Affection 2, gained 2 affection coins. Chen Mo thought, who is the real rogue here? He hurriedly dressed. The outfit Queen Medusa had provided was a white robe that, to his surprise, fit him quite well. Outside the door, Queen Medusa lowered Dai's hand, furrowing her brow. Why did you not cover yourself? I was worried you would be upset if you saw, Dai replied, her cheeks flushed and her voice dwindling. I have already seen, Queen Medusa stated. Ah, Dai exclaimed. Very well, you may enter, Chen Mo declared. Queen Medusa, her gaze frosty, pushed open the door and stepped inside first, followed closely by Dai. The two were immediately captivated by the sight before them, a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, with striking brows and starry eyes, exuding an unparalleled beauty. A warmth surged within Dai, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade. How is your injury? Are you well? Dai approached Chen Mo with concern. It's nothing serious, he replied, nodding respectfully to Queen Medusa. Thank you for the potion, Your Majesty. Do not mention it. Had it not been for my sister's intercession, do you think I would extend my care to a mere human? The voice of Queen Medusa remained as frigid as ever. Dai chuckled softly. Silly, all of this was prepared by my sister for you. Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling somewhat foolish. And what about this attire and the spatial ring? He inquired further. These are gifts from my sister, Dai smiled. Then I must express my gratitude once more, Your Majesty, Chen Mo said, bowing again. This garment belonged to a deceased individual. I deemed the fabric to be of fine quality, thus I had it salvaged, Queen Medusa remarked, her words as shocking as ever. Chen Mo was taken aback. You mean to say that your serpent clan possesses human clothing? Dai defended him. Sister, how could you give him the garments of a dead person? Queen Medusa replied. They have been washed, it is of no consequence. Chen Mo felt somewhat reassured. Queen Medusa then glanced at the wooden tub, noting the originally vibrant green water had turned a pale hue. Your recovery is progressing well. Be sure to mend your wounds swiftly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Chen Mo thought, recognizing that beneath her icy exterior, the queen possessed a warm heart. However, her next words chilled him anew. Once you are healed, you shall serve as my punching bag. What? Chen Mo exclaimed in disbelief. Did no one inform you that you are my personal slave? Queen Medusa inquired, her brow furrowing. Harboring you is already a breach of clan protocol. Allowing you to linger freely within the palace would invite scorn from my kin. Oh, sister, I apologize. I misunderstood your intentions, Dai said, her head bowed in contrition. Chen Mo grimaced. Your Majesty, you are a battle emperor, and I am but a lowly battle master. How could I withstand your blows? Indeed, you would be unable to withstand them, Queen Medusa retorted, recalling the scene from the previous night when his actions had torn her dress. Thus, it is settled. With that, Queen Medusa prepared to leave. But Dai released her hand and said, Sister, you go ahead. I wish to converse with him for a moment before I join you. Very well, the queen replied. Sister Dai swayed the arm of Queen Medusa. After a brief moment, Queen Medusa departed. Thank you, sister, Dai smiled. As the door closed, Dai turned to Chen Mo and said, Do not be deceived by my sister's demeanor. She possesses a truly kind heart. Chen Mo, slightly taken aback, replied, Indeed, indeed. Dai beamed sweetly, suddenly clasping her hands behind her back, her expression turning bashful, her cheeks flushed. With a glance around the room, she turned her back to Chen Mo and softly asked, "Do you have anything you wish to say to me?" What should I say? Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. "Have you developed feelings for me?" Dai abruptly turned to face him, her face a deep crimson as she gazed at Chen Mo. The same question, yet in a different context. Chen Mo looked at Dai's radiant cheeks. If his initial act of saving her was merely a task assigned by the system, over time, he had indeed grown fond of this sweet girl. A gentle smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he replied, "Yes, I have come to like you." Ding. Favorability increased by 8. Acquired the top-tier skill of fire control. Boom. Upon hearing this, Dai's face turned beet red. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she could scarcely utter a word before hastily fleeing from Chen Mo's room. Chapter 2. Alchemy. Outside the room. Thump, thump. Dai clutched her chest, feeling an inexplicable tension. Her face as red as a blooming flower. He likes me too. Oh my, how mortifying. After gathering her emotions, Dai dared not linger and quickly ran away. Ding. Favorability increased by 1. Acquired 1 favorability coin. Chen Mo mused. I never anticipated that a mere confession would yield such a surge in favorability. Currently, the host's experience level had reached 93, with favorability at 91. If I were to share a kiss, wouldn't that be splendid? Chen Mo found himself unexpectedly looking forward to it. Although they were not yet at the stage of becoming partners, a favorability of 91 should suffice for a small kiss. Right? However, he chastised himself for such thoughts. Earlier, he had mentioned that his injuries were not life-threatening. While they were not critical, the pain lingered. He felt a sharp sensation throughout his body. Of course, he could engage in normal activities like walking, but he needed to be cautious. Any sudden movement would aggravate his internal injuries. It seemed that practicing martial skills would have to wait. What, then, was this top-tier fire control? Chen Mo clicked to explore further. According to the system's description, top-tier fire control would allow him to master the manipulation of flames with perfection, enabling him to control their size and temperature at will. In other words, with this skill, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus in his mind could manifest in reality, making it an invaluable asset in alchemy. However, it was not omnipotent. It offered no assistance in refining or absorbing flames. Having comprehended this information, Chen Mo began to peruse the pharmaceutical sage's alchemy treatise, searching for elixirs that could mend his current injuries and enhance his cultivation. Among the various effects, the best option was the Spirit Restoration Liquid. The Condensing Fire Pill would improve the efficiency of fire energy absorption, while the Gathering Chi Pill could effectively enhance the absorption of combat energy. Chen Mo meticulously transcribed the materials for these elixirs and subsequently exited the room. However, as he stepped out, he found himself confronted by 2 spears poised at his throat. Without the command of Her Majesty the Queen, you are forbidden to leave this chamber. 2 robust serpentine guards, wielding their spears, flanked the entrance. According to the system's detection, their prowess was at the level of grand fighters. It appeared that the Medusa Queen truly regarded him as a slave, restricting even his personal freedom. One day, I shall pin her down and compel her to call me master. Suppressing his indignation, Chen Mo donned a smile and gently removed the spear from his neck, awkwardly inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed brothers, if there is an alchemy chamber or shop nearby? Did Her Majesty leave any instructions regarding what I may acquire? Also, where does the sister of the enchanting Medusa reside? May I pay her a visit? Is it necessary to be so reticent with your words? Could you possibly notify the Queen's sister on my behalf?" Once again, silence enveloped the air. Cursing inwardly, Chen Mo took a moment to compose himself, allowing a smile to re-emerge as he retrieved the transcribed paper from his storage ring and presented it. "Might I trouble you to convey to Her Majesty that I would greatly appreciate her assistance in procuring these materials and an alchemical furnace?" Exchanging glances, one of the serpentine guards accepted the paper and, after a brief inspection, stated, "You keep an eye on him." After receiving a nod from the other guard, he departed. Within a grand and imposing hall, the Medusa Queen lounged languidly on her throne, propping her head with one hand while holding a sheet of paper in the other. A smirk curved her crimson lips. "Interesting, he can indeed concoct potions? Very well, let us prepare according to his request. However, there are conditions. The materials provided by Her Majesty are to be utilized, but upon successful creation of the elixirs, 90% must belong to Her Majesty." The serpentine guard retrieved the materials and the alchemical furnace from the storage ring, creating a small mountain of supplies within the chamber. 90%. Chen Mo exclaimed in shock. "Brother, are you certain? That's an exorbitant share." The guard paid him no heed, leaving the room after depositing the materials. Feeling despondent, Chen Mo realized that this queen was indeed merciless. However, since these were her materials, he had no choice but to endure. Secretly yearning for the day he could turn the tables. His inaugural attempt at alchemy proved far more successful than he had anticipated. Crafting these first-grade elixirs posed no challenge whatsoever. In less than half an hour, Chen Mo successfully produced the healing elixir. The pill, the size of a dragon's eye, was a rich brown hue, emanating a potent medicinal fragrance. Most importantly, the elixir was nearly flawless, marred only by a few impurities. The fault lay with the furnace. As it was merely an ordinary one, unable to withstand high heat, which forced Chen Mo to regulate the temperature within its limits, resulting in the impurities. Without hesitation, Chen Mo consumed the elixir. After spending approximately 10 minutes on recuperation, Chen Mo commenced the next batch of alchemy. This time, instead of crafting each pill individually, he chose to refine 3 at once, directly tossing in 3 portions of the restorative elixir's ingredients. Given the ease with which he handled the first pill, this seemed rather trivial. Half an hour later, all 3 restorative pills emerged, each remarkably close to perfection. Nevertheless, Chen Mo sensed that this was not yet his utmost limit. Regrettably, Queen Medusa had only allotted him 5 portions of each type of pill. Chen Mo then began the process of concocting the restoration liquid. This time, he cast in all 5 portions of the materials at once. As darkness descended, he successfully transformed all the ingredients into elixirs. During his alchemical endeavors, Dai had visited him once, but upon hearing from the guards that he was occupied with his craft, she chose to leave without disturbing him. Creaking open the door, Chen Mo presented the prepared elixirs to the snake guard. These jade vials contained the potions intended for Her Majesty the Queen. The snake guard glanced at the vials and remarked, 90%? Why are there only 2 portions? Do you understand the concept of loss? With so many materials depleted, having only 2 portions is quite commendable. As for the restoration liquid, I don't have a single portion. Chen Mo replied. The snake guard cast a dubious glance at Chen Mo before departing with the vials. Once the door was closed, Chen Mo revealed a sly smile. You may have your cunning strategies, but I possess my own avenues. Attempting to take the lion's share from me is futile. Did you concoct all of these? Queen Medusa exclaimed, holding a brownish pill in astonishment. Indeed, Your Majesty, came the reply. Chapter 22. I believe you not. How intriguing, far more captivating than I had anticipated. Queen Medusa waved her hand, dismissing the snake guard. However, just as the guard reached the threshold, she abruptly called out to him, should he have any further requests. Let him come directly to me. The snake guard was momentarily taken aback, realizing the honor of such an audience with the queen. For one not in her inner circle, it was exceedingly difficult to gain an audience, especially for a mere human. Understood, he nodded. Very well, you may leave. After the snake guard exited, Queen Medusa's voice turned icy. Enter. As her words fell, an elderly snake man, clad in simple robes and appearing emaciated, slowly made his way inside. Elder Baloo, as the sole alchemist of the snake people, could you assess the quality of this pill? Queen Medusa gently flicked her wrist, sending the brownish pills soaring toward the elderly figure. Known as Elder Baloo, he caught it deftly, and after a mere glance, a glimmer of clarity shone through his murky eyes. Oh, upon hearing this, Queen Medusa was even more astonished and immediately inquired, Elder Baloo, as a 3rd-tier alchemist, do you believe you could produce a pill of such quality? Baloo shook his head, judging solely by the quality of the elixir. I would surmise that the one who crafted this pill must be at least a 4th-tier alchemist. 4th tier. Queen Medusa immediately sat upright. Ah, by the way, may I ask who is the creator of this elixir? Elder Baloo asked curiously. A slave. Medusa's crimson lips curled upwards, her smile growing ever more radiant. A slave? Baruch pondered, bewildered. Chief, we have uncovered the information that human resides within Her Majesty the Queen's chambers. A serpent guard spoke reverently before Mebas atop a sand dune. What? Mebas exclaimed in astonishment, abruptly seizing the serpent before him. Are you certain you have not made a mistake? There can be no error. My brother oversees the human, who occupies a modest room in the side chamber of the Queen's palace. The serpent guard trembled as he spoke. Humph, damn it. Mebas released the serpent guard and declared in a low voice, had it not been for Her Majesty's removal of my position as chief of palace guards, preventing me from approaching the Queen's chambers, I would have undoubtedly slain that wretch. The serpent guard held his breath, acutely aware of Mebas's profound hatred for humans, a sentiment surpassing that of all serpents. After releasing his frustration, Mebas commanded, you are to keep a close watch on that human. Should any unusual activity arise, report to me immediately. I shall consult the Grand Elder and the others. Understood. In a well-lit room, Chun Mo retrieved a wooden tub from his storage ring, filled it with water, and added a restorative elixir. Just as he prepared to disrobe for a bath, a knock echoed at the door. Your Highness, the serpent guard announced. Chen Mo, came the voice of Dai. Come in, Chen Mo replied. With a creak, the door opened, only to be swiftly closed again. Dai entered, hands clasped behind her back, walking gracefully. You have finally arrived. Chun Mo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Without Dai by his side, he found it impossible to reap any rewards. He intended to seize the moment, achieving 100 points of favor to forge a bond, and simultaneously elevate his host level. Did you miss me? Dai's cheeks flushed at Chen Mo's fervent words. She donned a new crimson gown, her skin as pale as snow, radiantly enchanting, adorned with a dark golden pendant around her fair neck. If one were to add a crown, she would be indistinguishable from Queen Medusa at a glance. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerged. Dai's stature was slightly less imposing than that of Queen Medusa, and her beauty lacked the same bewitching allure. Chen Mo nodded. Ding. Favor 1. Received 1 favor coin. Dai, blushing, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and inquired softly, how has your alchemy progressed? I visited earlier at noon, but the guards informed me you were busy refining elixirs, so I refrained from interrupting. Quite well, let me show you, Chen Mo replied, producing a jade vial from his storage ring and offering it to Dai. She glanced at it before returning it to him, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. I did not anticipate you were an alchemist. Haha, were you surprised? There's more to come, Chun Mo teased before asking, now that you have regained your memories. What is your true name? Although he already knew the answer, he asked as a matter of formality. Dai shook her head. My sister and I were born without names. They all refer to me as your highness. However, it matters not. Henceforth, I have a name. I have decided to call myself Dai. With that, Dai revealed a radiant smile. Are you not feigning ignorance? Chen Mo could only continue. Do you like me? Upon uttering these words, Dai's cheeks instantly flushed a vivid crimson. Her ears adorned with a similar hue. Her gaze faltered, and she could only bow her head and softly murmur a response. What did you say? I did not catch that, Chun Mo teased, having indeed heard her. Dai repeated, this time with a slightly louder voice. Your voice is too soft. I still cannot hear you. At this, Dai was momentarily taken aback. Upon catching sight of the mischievous grin on Chun Mo's face, she realized he was toying with her, and a mix of embarrassment and indignation surged forth, prompting her to lightly swat at Chun Mo. You are insufferable. The gentle force of her hand was hardly a challenge for Chun Mo, who effortlessly grasped her delicate wrist and instinctively drew her into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. What are you doing? Release me at once. Dai's body stiffened, and she began to struggle, pushing against Chun Mo's chest. Ding. Affection 1. Obtained 1 affection coin. Triggered intimacy bonus, gaining a moment of enlightenment. I trust you not a whit, Chen Mo remarked. His grip around Dai's waist tightened unconsciously, his gaze fixated upon her, a hint of fervor igniting in his eyes. His hand, which encircled her waist, could not help but glide gently, brushing against her skin as smooth as jade. This action caused Dai's face to burn with an intense heat. In a mere 3 minutes. It was simply insufficient. Experiencing such intimacy for the first time, Dai's cheeks grew ever more bashful and flushed. Soon, a soft, involuntary whimper escaped her lips, a response to Chen Mo's wandering hand. Her body felt as if it had melted. This subtle sound resonated like an enchanting spell, causing Chun Mo's heart to race, compelling him to hold Dai even closer. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, a seductive yet chilling voice echoed from outside the door. Sister. It was Queen Medusa. This cool voice detonated in their ears like a bomb, abruptly pulling them from their entranced state. They sprang apart, regaining their senses. Dai glanced at her dress, which had slipped down, revealing her pristine skin. Her cheeks turned a shade of red that seemed as if it might bleed, and her glistening eyes, filled with indignation, shot a reproachful look at Chen Mo. You scoundrel! How dare you entertain such thoughts? Ding! Affection 2. Obtained 2 affection coins. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chun Mo's heart soared with delight, and a subtle smile graced his lips. This has potential. Queen Medusa entered the room and swiftly scanned the surroundings. While Chun Mo had regained his composure, the blush on Dai's face remained unabated. Furrowing her brow, Queen Medusa inquired, Sister, why is your face so flushed? Is it? Dai, unable to deceive, found her cheeks burning even more under Queen Medusa's scrutiny. Chun Mo hurriedly shifted the attention of Queen Medusa, exclaiming, Your Majesty, what brings you here? The queen cast a fleeting glance at Chun Mo, responding, This is my chamber. I may come and go as I please. But you, what were you doing with her just now? Queen Medusa's enchanting gaze fixated intently on Chun Mo. Butterfly merely wished to see how my injury was healing. Chun Mo quickly fabricated a response as his eyes fell upon the wooden tub. I was just about to unveil my robe to show her when your majesty arrived. Butterfly promptly lowered her head, a flicker in her eyes betraying her deceit. Medusa, however, did not direct her attention towards Butterfly and, perceiving Chun Mo's calm demeanor, found his explanation plausible. And how is your recovery progressing? Queen Medusa inquired casually. Thanks to your majesty's medicinal herbs, my wound has healed significantly. I believe I shall fully recover in a few days, Chen Mo replied gratefully. That is good to hear. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will consider your needs accordingly. Yes, Chen Mo nodded in agreement. After her words, Queen Medusa turned her gaze towards Butterfly, her tone softer than it had been with Chen Mo. Did I not instruct you that you must seek my permission to approach him? Why have you come here uninvited? I merely noticed my sister was absent, Butterfly replied playfully. You have seen him. May I take my leave now? Upon realizing that Butterfly had come to see Chen Mo again, Medusa hastily approached, anxious that her sister would soon be separated from this human. And she did not wish for any complications to arise in the meantime. Chen Mo frowned at the situation, realizing how closely Medusa was guarding her sister. Very well, Butterfly said reluctantly, not wanting to upset her sister, and thus followed Queen Medusa out of Chen Mo's chamber. As the door closed behind them, Butterfly waved her hand, hidden behind her back, in a silent farewell. What could that gesture signify? For the next 2 days, Chen Mo found no opportunity for private interaction with Butterfly. Each time she visited, Queen Medusa shadowed her closely, preventing Chen Mo from expressing any sentiments or actions that might endear him to Butterfly. Nonetheless, Chen Mo's injuries had nearly healed. The wound on his back had scabbed over, and the injuries from the arrows and the snake had also mended, although complete recovery would still require some time. That evening, Butterfly shared a piece of news that struck Chen Mo profoundly. She was to go to the temple to receive a legacy, a process that would take no less than 3 months, and could extend to 6 months, or even a year. This was rather unfortunate. Aside from the inability to gain any advantages, Chen Mo's thoughts turned grim. What if she were to forget him during this time, due to amnesia? That would be disastrous. Additionally, he was unaware of how Queen Medusa was managing matters within her clan. Should Butterfly face treachery from her own kin during the legacy process, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Chen Mo felt compelled to prepare for the worst, cautiously probing. Is there any chance that something might go awry? Before Butterfly could respond, Queen Medusa's eyes narrowed ominously. The temple is a sacred and forbidden ground for my serpent people, fiercely guarded. What could possibly happen? Even the most stringent defenses cannot prevent treachery from within, Chen Mo thought silently. Certainly, Chen Mo would only dare to voice such thoughts internally, while outwardly he expressed a hopeful sentiment. However, his skeptical remarks incited the ire of Queen Medusa, who declared, I see you have nearly recovered. Tomorrow, you shall serve as my practice dummy. Chen Mo responded, isn't that a bit too soon? Then it shall be tonight, Queen Medusa replied coldly. Very well, tomorrow it is, Chen Mo hastily acquiesced. A subtle smirk appeared at the corners of Queen Medusa's mouth. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. And I am indeed a 4-star fighting emperor, so do not underestimate me, he asserted. Biting her fist, Dai unleashed an astonishing aura that surged forth from within her. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that Dai was no longer the amnesiac version he once knew. She was now a true fighting emperor. Among the serpent folk, besides Queen Medusa, she was the strongest. This realization offered Chen Mo a modicum of comfort, yet to fully ease his mind, he aimed to elevate their rapport to 100 and solidify their bond as partners. Thus, Chen Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Dai, silently urging her to dismiss Queen Medusa. However, Dai did not grasp his intent and inquired, what is wrong with your eyes? Queen Medusa's attention shifted to Chen Mo as well. He chuckled, placing a hand to his forehead, and addressed the queen, Your Majesty, Dai is to receive her inheritance tomorrow. May I have a moment alone with her? Upon hearing this, Dai's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. Absolutely not, Queen Medusa replied icily. Just 10 minutes, Chen Mo negotiated. Do you wish to perish? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes. What about 8 minutes? Chen Mo attempted to haggle. It appears you truly desire death. A formidable pressure emanated from Queen Medusa. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. It cannot be any shorter, Chen Mo insisted, unwavering. Human, prepare to meet your end. 3 minutes. It truly cannot be less. Chen Mo interjected. In the 24th chapter, Binding with the goddess Queen Medusa's demeanor was as frigid as ice, crimson energy surging from her being. Should Chen Mo utter another word, she would undoubtedly strike him down without hesitation. Chen Mo instinctively recoiled, not out of cowardice, but rather from an innate understanding of the gravity of the situation. Dai realized that if they parted ways tonight, it would be at least 3 months before they could see each other again. Thus, she clutched Queen Medusa's arm, gently swaying it, and pleaded, Please, dear sister, let me speak with him privately. Absolutely not. Please, I beg you, Dai implored, nuzzling her head against Queen Medusa's chest. The queen, somewhat exasperated, pushed Dai away and strode toward the door. At the threshold, she turned, her voice cold as ice. Just 3 minutes. Thank you, sister, Dai exclaimed, hastening to her side. Queen Medusa, believing Dai intended to embrace her, opened her arms. However, upon reaching her, Dai closed the door behind them with a decisive click. Queen Medusa's fingers clenched tightly, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in her gaze. She resolved to teach that human a proper lesson come morning. The butterfly, shy in demeanor, clasped her hands behind her back, fingers intertwined with a gentle pressure. Her cheeks were flushed, as if one could squeeze droplets of water from them. Slowly, she approached Chun Mo, her voice barely above a whisper. "What do you wish to do alone with me?" Chun Mo remained silent, taking 2 steps forward before enveloping the butterfly's waist in a warm embrace, lowering his head to press his lips against hers. Startled, the butterfly froze, her wide eyes betraying her confusion, leaving her unsure whether to resist or yield. The soft touch of their lips sent their hearts racing. Seizing the moment of her stiffness, Chun Mo's kiss deepened, as if he were a thief, greedily exploring. Sound, 6 affection gained. Acquired the intermediate combat skill body like a dragon. Kiss bonus activated. Gaining immortal body of the sun. Sound, host level has reached 2, enabling the binding of the next goddess. Goddess search in progress. Search complete. Binding goddess, Queen Medusa. Sound, goddess butterfly's affection has reached the maximum limit of 100, allowing for a bond as partners. Future affection gains will not accumulate towards the host's experience. Chun Mo's heart raced in shock, and he hastily pushed the butterfly away. She remained dazed, unsure of what had just transpired. Chun Mo's face paled, grappling with the absurdity of binding with Queen Medusa. Seeing his expression, the butterfly, still blushing, softly asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's nothing. I'm just happy and excited," Chen Mo replied, forcing a smile to mask his turmoil. Her heart fluttered at his words, and she playfully bit her lip, lightly tapping him. "You naughty boy, is this all you think about when we're alone? I'll tell my sister." Cough. "With your beauty, how could I possibly resist?" Chun Mo exclaimed, grasping her delicate hand and extracting a beauty elixir from his system to present to her. Sound, 1 affection gained. 1 affection coin acquired. The butterfly's cheeks flushed deeper as she took the jade-like pill from Chun Mo's hand, her curiosity piqued. "What is this?" "This is a beauty elixir, capable of enhancing your beauty and preserving your youth," he explained with a smile. "Really? What girl doesn't love beauty?" The butterfly, having declared her relationship with Chun Mo, had become more attentive to her appearance. Indeed, he nodded in affirmation. Sound, 1 affection gained. 1 affection coin acquired. "Then I shall accept it," the butterfly said, a smile gracing her lips as she placed the elixir in her storage ring. At that moment, Medusa's voice echoed from outside the door, "Time is up." Panicking, the butterfly quickly removed the dark golden pendant from her neck and placed it around Chun Mo's. "This is the heart-binding pendant. I'm giving it to you now." With that, she composed herself and hurriedly left Chen Mo's room. Chen Mo, now toying with the pendant around his neck, pondered aloud, "Why is it only half?" He tucked the pendant into his robe before opening his attribute panel. Name, Chun Mo, race, human, cultivation level, 4-star fighter, host level, 2, 100,200. Bound goddess, butterfly, reached the limit, can become a Dao partner. Queen Medusa 0. Affection must reach 100 to become a Dao partner. Cultivation method, supreme mixed primordial technique. Skills, Kuanpeng Wings, can be advanced, cloud walk, Xian thunder palm. Sword falls from the heavens. Bloodline, ordinary. Affection currency, 16. Physique, Qian Kuan sword body, can be advanced. Charm, celestial aura. Indeed, the affection was no longer increasing, and the affection gained from butterfly could not enhance the host's experience. Chen Mo chose to become Dao partners with butterfly. Ding, Dao partner formed. Next affection gain will yield more substantial rewards. The system's voice resonated in Chun Mo's mind, giving him a sense of having missed a tremendous opportunity. The previous 2 points of affection were wasted in vain. Chun Mo sat cross-legged on the bed. Tomorrow, he would be creating sandbags for Queen Medusa, so he needed to quickly enhance his strength. Chun Mo directly extracted the intermediate level combat technique, dragon-like movement, and the advanced level combat technique, Forest of Death Seal. Dragon-like movement is a movement technique. With Chun Mo's mastery of footwork, he effortlessly grasped it in an instant. The Forest of Death Seal, on the other hand, is an immensely powerful sealing technique. It allows the cultivation of multiple death seals, with a maximum of 8, which can stack layers upon layers, possessing a might comparable to that of a beginner-level earth-grade combat technique. Chen Mo did not cultivate it immediately, but instead extracted the Unyielding Sun Body. Boom. A surge of vast memories flooded into Chun Mo's mind, causing it to feel as if it were about to burst. According to the description of the Unyielding Sun Body, it was created by the Immortal Emperor and serves as the foundational of the eternal immortal body. This revelation left Chun Mo momentarily stunned, but soon he was filled with excitement. The eternal immortal body is one of the top 10 primordial within the Great Sovereign. As the foundational of the eternal immortal body, the Unyielding Sun Body is inherently formidable. Most importantly, this Unyielding Sun Body does not require cultivation from Chen Mo. It can be mastered directly. Chen Mo attempted to activate it. Boom. Instantly, the entire room trembled. Amidst the fluctuations, a vast expanse of golden light surged forth from within Chen Mo. And as the golden light converged, it seemed as if an enormous golden silhouette was gradually taking shape. However, at the moment of formation, it vanished in an instant. Chen Mo's complexion paled. That brief moment had drained all the from his body. In other words, given his current cultivation level, he was insufficient to utilize the Unyielding Sun Body. Yet, from this alone, one could attest to the formidable nature of the Unyielding Sun Body. Chapter 25, Battle against Queen Medusa. A terrifying pressure descended upon Chen Mo's dantian, revealing an enormous golden sun above his energy vortex. Golden flames entwined around the golden sun. The terrifying temperature permeating his dantian, evaporating all the within. Chen Mo ceased activating the Unyielding Sun Body and hurriedly operated the supreme, mixed primordial technique to replenish his. Half an hour later, after completing his training, Chen Mo commenced the cultivation of the Forest of Death Seal. Given that it was a high-level mystic technique, the difficulty of mastering the Forest of Death Seal surpassed Chen Mo's expectations. With no other recourse, he resorted to extracting a moment of enlightenment. With the assistance of this epiphany, Chen Mo comprehended the technique with remarkable speed, soon mastering the first seal. However, as he endeavored to cultivate the second seal, the time for enlightenment elapsed. Reluctantly, Chen Mo extracted another moment of insight. He employed this method 4 times in succession, ultimately mastering 5 seals. He refrained from further extraction, as he had nearly grasped the essence of the Forest of Death Seal. From this point onward, he could proceed with regular training. The following day, upon rising, Chen Mo had successfully cultivated 6 seals, and his energy was abundant. While he was in the midst of his morning routine, a knock echoed at the door. The Serpentine guard outside announced, "Your Majesty, the Queen requests your presence." Chen Mo hastily completed his preparations and, under the guard's guidance, made his way to the chamber of Queen Medusa. Traversing 2 lengthy corridors of azure stone, he arrived before an opulent gate. The door was firmly shut, adorned with exquisite gemstones, and flanked by 2 rows of well-equipped serpentine guards. Upon examining them through the system, Chen Mo noted that the lowest-ranked guard was a 6-star Grand Master, with the strength increasing nearer to the gate. Standing beside the door were 2 beautiful serpent women, their prowess reaching 9-star Spirit Master. Upon Chen Mo's arrival, the serpent woman on the left respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, your dedicated servant has arrived." At this remark, Chen Mo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Let him enter." A cool voice resonated from within the chamber. With a resounding boom, the heavy door was pushed open by the 2 serpent women, revealing a formidable statue of a serpent being, which appeared to depict Queen Medusa based on its intricate carvings. "Do not linger, step inside," the voice urged again. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo proceeded into the chamber. As he entered, the door thunderously closed behind him. Inside the chamber, a crimson carpet adorned the floor, while a row of imposing serpent statues exuded a majestic aura. At the far end of the chamber stood a throne, upon which sat an enchanting woman clad in a red gown and crowned with a diadem. Her icy gaze radiated an intangible authority. Upon noticing Chen Mo, she removed her crown and gracefully descended with her purple serpentine tail. Her skin was porcelain-like, and her long neck showcased alluring collarbones. The voluptuous figure, partially concealed by her gown, was both captivating and ethereal. Despite her stunning beauty, Chen Mo felt no impure thoughts, for Queen Medusa's mesmerizing eyes were fixated upon him. Casually glancing at her waist, Chen Mo attempted to flatter her. "Your Majesty, you look exceptionally beautiful today." The atmosphere fell into a silence that lingered for half a minute. With the system remaining unresponsive, Queen Medusa curled her lips in a cold smile, saying, "Do not think that flattering words will spare you from my wrath." With that, her figure flickered, and in an instant, she appeared before Chen Mo, striking down with a palm. Bang! Chen Mo was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the far wall with a muffled grunt. "Ahem, Your Majesty, you are not adhering to the code of martial ethics. Did you not promise to suppress your cultivation to my level?" Chen Mo coughed twice and rose from the ground. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten," Queen Medusa replied nonchalantly, though a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes, treating this as a prelude to last night's reprimand. Chen Mo's expression darkened as he thought, "I shall teach you a lesson later." Suppressing her cultivation, Queen Medusa moved swiftly towards Chen Mo. At last, he could discern her movements, her body flowing like a dragon, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. He mused, "At the same level, I need not fear you." In an instant, Their palms collided with tremendous force. However, he quickly regretted it. While her cultivation was suppressed, she was still a great dome master, and with a single palm, she sent Chen Mo flying once more. Struggling to stabilize himself, he glared at the enchanting visage of Queen Medusa, exclaiming in frustration, "You are cheating." "Cheating?" she retorted with a smirk. "And what of it?" Chen Mo, his anger boiling, attempted to reason, as the esteemed queen of the serpent people and a Dou emperor. "Is it truly appropriate for you to treat an injured Dou master in such a manner?" "Quite fitting," she replied. "Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your schemes. Back when you were merely a one-star Dou emperor, you could still withstand several of my blows. If I were to suppress my strength to your level, would you not take the opportunity to bully me?" Queen Medusa raised an eyebrow, her cold laughter echoing. Being exposed in his intentions left Chen Mo feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he maintained his composure, saying, "You did not express this sentiment before. I have changed my mind." Queen Medusa stated firmly. Chen Mo, filled with ire, felt compelled to tie her to a bed and punish her severely. "Your Majesty, as the queen of the serpent people, how can you be so fickle? Your word should be as steadfast as a mountain." He persisted in his reasoning. Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened. "Fine. I will suppress my strength to a one-star Great Dome Master and fight you, and that is final. Let us lower it further." Chen Mo attempted to negotiate. Queen Medusa shot him a cold glance. Chen Mo paled under her stare, hastily conceding. "All right, a one-star Great Dome Master it is. No more tricks." Queen Medusa nodded, her form moving gracefully as her alluring figure traced a tempting curve. With a purple serpent tail that sliced through the air, she aimed a fierce sweep at Chen Mo's chest. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo executed his own graceful retreat, narrowly evading the sinister wind of her serpent tail. Yet, the next moment, a crimson glow approached as Queen Medusa, enveloped in red Dou Qi, struck at him with her jade-like hand. Death Seal of the Abyss. Chen Mo swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a black light seal that hovered above his palm to counter the impending strike. Break! Queen Medusa's scarlet lips parted, and the crimson glow forcefully shattered the black light seal, striking Chen Mo squarely in the chest. Chapter 26. Goodness, you cannot afford this game. The fierce energy erupted against Chen Mo's chest, tearing his robe apart, sending him staggering backward for over 10 paces. Chen Mo's expression grew grave. Despite Queen Medusa being constrained to the rank of a first-star great fighter, her speed, combat skills, and explosive power far surpassed that of the middle-aged man he had faced previously. In other words, while her strength remained at the first-star great fighter level, all other attributes were at the emperor level. It appeared he must confront her with all his might. With both hands moving swiftly, Chen Mo formed a series of intricate seals, and a black light seal swiftly coalesced before him. Before it could settle, a second death seal materialized, merging with the first. A chilling wave of energy emanated forth. He proceeded to craft a third seal. A flicker of surprise crossed Queen Medusa's face. But she did not hesitate long before launching another assault against Chen Mo. Like a dragon in flight, he dodged her strikes with some difficulty. Yet his countenance remained remarkably calm as he continued to layer the Sinluo death seals. Dodge. Suddenly, Queen Medusa's speed surged, her form tracing an elegant arc through the chamber as her serpent tail lashed toward Chen Mo, summoning his battle energy. He manifested a protective garment to withstand her blow. Yet a searing pain shot through his waist. Observing Chen Mo retreat once more, a smirk of triumph graced Queen Medusa's lips as she lightly struck the ground with her serpent tail and launched another fierce assault. This time, however, her approach shifted. She toyed with Chen Mo, directing her attacks toward his face. Ding! 1 favorability, earned 2 favorability coins. Chen Mo's expression darkened instantly. Being struck in the face was one thing, but gaining favorability through such humiliation was utterly intolerable. At that moment, Chen Mo's 6th death seal had been successfully formed, stacking with the previous 5. Yet, he refrained from immediate retaliation, curious to see if more favorability could be accrued. If enduring punishment could enhance favorability, then perhaps allowing a few face strikes was not entirely unacceptable. Thus, another elbow strike landed on Chen Mo's face. To Queen Medusa, this human appeared to have charmed her sister solely with his handsome visage. As her attack succeeded once more, her smile grew ever wider. Ding! 1 favorability. Earned 2 favorability coins. Ding! 1 favorability. Earned 2 favorability coins. Ding! 2 favorability. Earned 5 favorability coins. Gazing at Chen Mo's slightly swollen face, Queen Medusa felt her anger dissipate entirely. Upon closer inspection, she found him considerably more agreeable. Very well, this time she would ease up. There would be no more strikes to the face. Queen Medusa contemplated as she struck towards Chen Mo's chest with a palm. Her force diminished somewhat. Chen Mo did not evade, instead choosing to endure the impact. He even pondered whether to exchange for a tome dedicated to the cultivation of his physical form, to better withstand blows. Thud. Medusa's handprint landed on Chen Mo's chest, causing him to stagger back several steps, yet he did not gain any favor. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon, Queen Medusa charged at him once more. He braced himself against her onslaught again, still without any favor diminishing. Could it be that he had reached today's limit? Chen Mo speculated. In that case, it was time for him to counterattack. The previously evasive Chen Mo suddenly transformed from a docile lamb into a desperate wolf. A dark aura erupted from the death mark in his palm, resembling a black sun in his grasp, radiating a chilling and alarming energy. Bang! Chen Mo stomped his foot, his form leaping forth like a tiger or leopard, confronting Queen Medusa's fierce assault with the black sun as they clashed. Boom! The violent fighting spirit surged forth, causing the very ground to tremble. Medusa, remaining in an offensive state, had neglected to defend herself. Suddenly struck by the counterattack, she was swept off her feet and stumbled back, losing her balance and falling to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left Queen Medusa momentarily stunned, forgetting to rise immediately. By the time she regained her composure, a figure descended upon her like a ravenous tiger, pinning her firmly beneath him. Heh, at last, I have found my opportunity. Now let us see how I shall deal with you. As Chen Mo's face grew slightly swollen, speaking caused him discomfort. He lifted his palm, poised to strike Queen Medusa's face. However, upon gazing at her exquisite visage, he found himself hesitating. His eyes then wandered to her voluptuous form, as she lay sideways. Chen Mo's hand descended directly upon her rear. Smack! A crisp sound resonated throughout the grand chamber. Queen Medusa froze, feeling the sting on her backside and Chen Mo's hand resting there, her expression darkening instantly. Chen Mo was equally taken aback, experiencing the remarkable elasticity beneath his palm, prompting him to swallow hard. Oh no, one should never touch a tiger's tail, yet here I am, having struck the queen herself. How audacious! A tremendous surge of fighting spirit erupted from Queen Medusa, cascading over Chen Mo. He was sent flying. Damn, you can't play fair. Chen Mo exclaimed as he soared through the air. Queen Medusa's expression turned frigid as she slammed her serpent tail against the ground, propelling herself skyward. In an instant, she appeared above Chen Mo, striking down towards his abdomen with great force. Yet at that moment, a dark golden pendant leapt forth from the opening of Chen Mo's garment. The Queen Medusa momentarily ceased her onslaught, yet her attacks did not relent, and she descended upon him. Thud! Chen Mo was forcefully slammed to the ground. The form of Queen Medusa swooped down, and before Chen Mo could catch his breath, a barrage of strikes descended upon him like a relentless downpour. Boom, boom, boom. Notification: Favorability 1, gained 2 favorability coins. Notification: Favorability 1, gained a moment of enlightenment. Notification: Favorability 1, gained 2 favorability coins. With each punch that landed, the indignation within Queen Medusa gradually diminished. Chen Mo contemplated. I seem to have discovered the key to unlock the treasure. Observing that the queen's strikes continued without any increase in favorability, he mumbled through his swollen face, Your Majesty, you possess quite a curvaceous figure. Boom. Queen Medusa's cheeks flushed crimson, and an inexplicable sensation surged within her as she delivered another punch. Notification: Favorability 3. Gained the first volume of the Soul Cultivation Technique, the Chaotic Meditation Method. Chapter 27. Your Majesty, I thought of you all night. Within the Grand Chamber, a mesmerizing woman clad in a crimson gown relentlessly unleashed her fists upon the man beneath her. Each strike landed squarely on Chen Mo's handsome visage. Notification: Favorability 1. Gained 2 favorability coins. Notification: Favorability 1. Gained 2 favorability coins. As Queen Medusa's anger gradually subsided, before she could fully calm down, Chen Mo, with a face resembling that of a swollen pig, slurred, Your Majesty, your physique is truly remarkable. Having uttered this, he awkwardly raised his hand and touched her waist. Smooth as jade. Instantly, a surge of fury filled Queen Medusa's chest anew, her brows knitting tightly. Her fists began to swing again, yet this time, no matter how much Chen Mo endured or provoked her, his favorability did not increase further. It appeared he had reached his limit. Chen Mo quickly pleaded for mercy. Your Majesty, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please stop. His muffled words sounded exceedingly comical. Upon hearing his pleas, Queen Medusa's face remained cold as ice, but her actions halted. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, a faint blush adorned her features. She twisted her wrist, feeling weary from the prolonged assault, shot Chen Mo a sidelong glance, and then yanked the pendant from around his neck with an icy remark. Damnable slave, daring to desecrate this queen. I shall spare you today, but tomorrow, you shall face my wrath. With that, she delivered another punch, and Chen Mo's vision darkened as he lost consciousness. Anyone witnessing Chen Mo's current state, bruised and battered, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was a pitiful sight. His body bore numerous bruises, and his face was swollen to the point that one eye was larger than the other. In Chen Mo's room, a serpent man retrieved a wooden barrel from his storage ring, filled it with water, and added all the potions bestowed by the queen. Finally, without removing his clothing, he unceremoniously tossed Chen Mo into the barrel before departing. As Chen Mo awoke, he found himself immersed in a barrel filled with water, the twilight casting a dim light around him. A slight movement sent waves of pain coursing through his body, prompting an involuntary gasp. Yet, he realized that the swelling had considerably diminished. To his astonishment, he pondered the peculiar predilection of Her Majesty the Queen, leaning lazily against the barrel's wall. The visage of Queen Medusa materialized in his mind, and a grin crept across his face, resembling that of a mischievous pig. Today, he had garnered 14 points of affection and 21 affection coins from her. What of the icy mountain? One day, he would surely bring it crashing down and then pin her firmly upon the bed. With plans for his future exploits in mind, Chun Mo hastily swallowed a restorative pill he had previously concocted, followed by a dose of healing essence, which he added to the barrel. He needed to recover swiftly, for the next day would involve being a punching bag. After completing these tasks, he consumed a chi-gathering pill, which would enhance his absorption of fighting energy. He then utilized a moment of enlightenment incense. Previously, he had used it 4 times while cultivating the Sun Luo Death Seal. And with this new incense acquired from Queen Medusa, he had 4 remaining opportunities for enlightenment. Thus, he did not hesitate to use it. Immediately, a clarity washed over his mind, and he began to circulate the supreme primordial art, his entire being transformed into an infinite black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in her palace, Queen Medusa held 2 pendants, one she had taken from around Chun Mo's neck, and the other her own. Had Chen Mo been present, he would have noted that her pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the one gifted to him by Butterfly. Indeed, the other half of the pendant resided in Queen Medusa's possession. To her surprise, her sister had bestowed such a token upon that human. It seemed genuine feelings had developed. Medusa tightened her grip on the pendant, contemplating how to teach him a harsher lesson the following day. The image of Chun Mo's pig-like visage flickered in her mind, and her sensuous red lips curled slightly upward. Suddenly, she sensed a tumultuous surge of fighting energy within and outside her chamber. Medusa's brows knitted in concern as she pinpointed the location of Chun Mo. What kind of cultivation technique did this human practice to wield such overwhelming power? Elsewhere outside the palace, a conversation unfolded. You mean that human was carried out from the queen's chamber? Macabas inquired. Indeed. My brother even heard the sounds of combat within Her Majesty's quarters, the Serpent Guard responded. You should have seen it. That human was in a dire state when he was brought out, his face resembling that of a pig. He continued. Macaba scoffed. He deserves it. With an escape route available, he chose to come here and meet his demise. It seems Her Majesty truly regards that human as a slave, Macabas remarked. Should we proceed with the Serpent Guards? One suggested, gesturing around his neck. Since Her Majesty has no fondness for him, it would be prudent to refrain for now. Overstepping could provoke her ire. Deep within Macabas lay a hidden affection for Queen Medusa. Thus, the night passed in silence. Chun Mo rose from the wooden tub, donned his robe, and, after completing his morning rituals, made his way toward Her Majesty the Queen's chamber. That night, he did not achieve a breakthrough. Nonetheless, it was understandable. No matter how formidable the supreme Hunyuan technique may be, one cannot transcend a star without the aid of resources. Such an occurrence would indeed be too extraordinary. However, even so, Chun Mo felt that with approximately another week of absorbing the world's fighting spirit, he could reach the 4th star of the fighter realm and ascend to the 5th. Within the chamber, Queen Medusa had just finished her grooming and was about to summon someone to inform Chun Mo of her desire for his presence when his voice resonated from beyond the door. Your Majesty, I have arrived. Queen Medusa responded, her tone cool, yet laced with a hint of languor. Come in. The door opened and then closed behind him. Though the swelling on Chun Mo's face had diminished considerably, his previous charm was evidently lost. Nevertheless, even in this state, countless young maidens would be captivated upon catching sight of him. Your Majesty, I thought of you all night, Chun Mo began, unabashedly complimenting her, seizing every opportunity to endear himself to Queen Medusa. Yet, it was evidently futile. The system showed no reaction. Queen Medusa let out a cold chuckle. Human, you truly spare no effort to soften my heart. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. You have never looked more beautiful than today. Chapter 28. Recklessly teetering on the edge of destruction. Humph, smooth-tongued, Queen Medusa, as the sovereign of the serpent people, would not be easily deceived by mere words. With a disdainful snort, she launched an offensive against Chun Mo. Today's assault was far more ferocious than yesterday's. Your Majesty, you are being unreasonable. With a loud crash, the two exchanged blows, and Chen Mo was sent flying backward. Realizing that Queen Medusa's suppressed realm was evidently higher than the day before. And what of it? She acknowledged without hesitation. In a fit of exasperation, Chen Mo deliberately provoked her. Your Majesty, do you not feel any shame? Queen Medusa's eyes narrowed with cold fury. It seems my lesson for you yesterday was rather lenient. A crimson glow enveloped her as she donned a complete suit of armor composed of concentrated fighting spirit, determined to prevent a repeat of the previous day's events. In an instant, she surged toward Chen Mo. Assuming a defensive stance, Chen Mo cloaked himself in a veil of fighting spirit, with two flames of beastly fire shielding him from above. He then taunted her. Your Majesty, you cannot handle this. With a powerful punch, Queen Medusa shattered the veil, sending Chen Mo staggering backward. Ding. 1 affection, 2 affection coins. Seeing that the outcome mirrored yesterday's, Chen Mo felt a surge of delight and jeered. Your Majesty, have you not eaten? Where is your vigor from yesterday? A flicker of rage ignited in Medusa's eyes as she coldly retorted. How did I not notice your insolence yesterday? With a thunderous strike, her violet serpent tail unleashed all the might of a second-star fighter, crashing into Chen Mo's chest. The force overwhelmed even the protective flames, and a searing pain shot through him, causing him to gasp in shock. The chime resounded, signaling the acquisition of insight for a brief moment. Come on, keep being stubborn. Queen Medusa taunted. Your strength is hardly enough to tickle me. Chen Mo retorted, suppressing his pain and beckoning her closer. Humph. I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado, she coldly scoffed, her mesmerizing purple serpent tail swirling like a tempest, sending forth gusts of wind as it lashed towards Chen Mo. Realizing the futility of enduring the strike, he wisely chose not to withstand it head-on. A direct confrontation would leave him bettered for days. Death Seal of the 6 Realms. Chen Mo shouted fiercely, layering 6 seals together, a black light imprint hovering in his palm as it collided with Queen Medusa's attack. A thunderous crash ensued, accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing. Chen Mo staggered backward, retreating 10 steps, while Queen Medusa merely stepped back twice. The chime echoed again, indicating an increase in favorability and the acquisition of 2 favor coins. A rare smile appeared on Queen Medusa's usually frosty visage. If this is all the strength you possess, your fate today will mirror that of yesterday. Is that so? I beg to differ, Chen Mo replied, raising a piece of red cloth triumphantly. Medusa paused, glancing down to see a portion of her gown torn away, unveiling an expanse of pristine skin. The smile vanished from her face, replaced by an icy demeanor. At that moment, Chen Mo foolishly murmured, so white. The impending consequences were inevitable. Chen Mo's body was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing against the far wall of the chamber, causing the structure to tremble and crack. With a thud, he fell to the ground, spitting blood and mumbling, Your Majesty, you lack martial ethics and have increased your strength. No sooner had he spoken than Queen Medusa appeared before him, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes upon him. Once again, the chimes signaled the accumulation of favor and coins. Without exception, Chen Mo was carried out in a state of unconsciousness, receiving the same treatment as the day prior, with preparations made for a medicinal bath to rejuvenate him for the next encounter. Today, he had garnered 10 points of favor from Queen Medusa, bringing his total to 24. Most remarkably, he discovered that inciting her anger did not diminish his favor. This revelation drove him to recklessly push his luck. In the following fortnight, Queen Medusa's accumulated favor rose to 42, while his favor coins reached 70. His cultivation advanced to the 6th star of the fighter rank, and his soul realm progressed from the initial to the mid-level of the mortal realm. Chen Mo was now capable of concocting second-tier elixirs. However, it did not take long for Chen Mo to discern a problem. The method of exploiting the situation had lost its efficacy. If he provoked her ire, she would still retaliate, but the affections he sought were no longer forthcoming. Throughout the day, he managed to garner only 2 points of goodwill from Queen Medusa. It seemed that she had developed an immunity to his flippant remarks. Chen Mo had contemplated taking advantage of Queen Medusa's temperament, provoking her to elicit some goodwill through punishment. Yet this strategy proved futile. She had grown wise and did not allow him to come near. He also dared not overstep. For instance, by attempting a kiss, such an action would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. At least until his goodwill reached 70, he refrained from such reckless endeavors. Though he flirted with danger, he was not entirely fearless. It appeared he needed to devise a new strategy for his exploits. That night, Chen Mo did nothing but lie in bed, pondering. The next day, as he considered several approaches to test, he was informed that Her Majesty the Queen was preoccupied with clan matters and would be unavailable for the following days, instructing him to await further notice. Nonetheless, The queen permitted him to roam within the palace, though he could not leave its confines. Should he require medicinal herbs for alchemy, he could request them from Yu, who would provide them at the usual commission rate. Yu, the current captain of the palace guards, was a 9-star doling, of unremarkable appearance and taciturn disposition. The herbs for the following 3 elixirs were noted down by Chen Mo. Qi Nourishing Pill, used to restore vitality after intense training. Ice Heart Pill, which maintains the soul in a state of awareness, and Bone Regeneration Pill, known for its excellent healing properties. He presented the list to Yu, who, without uttering a word, took the list and departed. 10 minutes later, Yu returned with the requested herbs and stated, the primary herb for the Ice Heart Pill, Ice Heart Grass, is exclusively held by Elder Balu. If you desire it, you must personally request it from him. Who is Elder Balu? Chen Mo inquired. He is the master alchemist of our Serpent clan, Yu replied with pride. Is he in the palace? I wish to seek him out, Chen Mo remarked, as he needed the Ice Heart Pill to maintain clarity during his nightly practice of the chaotic meditation technique, enhancing his cultivation efficiency. Elder Balu resides in the palace's alchemy chamber. I shall escort you, Yu stated. Thank you, Captain Yu. Chen Mo responded with a slight bow. For the first time, Chen Mo wandered freely within the palace. It was far grander than he had envisioned, not opulent, but rather solemn and imposing. The corridors were extensive, adorned with carvings of serpentine figures. Every passageway was patrolled by vigilant serpent guards, rendering it nearly impenetrable. Upon seeing Chen Mo, these guards murmured amongst themselves. Even with a swollen face, he remains quite handsome. It is said he endures daily beatings from Her Majesty until he is unconscious and carried away. How delightful. Dealing with humans in such a manner is the way to go. Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated becoming so well known within the palace. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chen Mo finally arrived at the entrance of the alchemy chamber. Outside stood serpent guards, and upon a brief exchange with them, Yu allowed Chen Mo to enter. As he stepped inside, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the coolness outside, creating a sensation of 2 different realms. The interior was somewhat spacious, dominated by a single alchemical cauldron. An elderly serpent man, draped in a black robe, was organizing herbs. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, and upon seeing a human, his brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to reprimand the guards for allowing a human to enter, he overheard a murmured chant, 6-leaf red grass, red spirit fruit, blue silver heart stone. The serpent elder paused, recalling what Her Majesty had mentioned to him that night, and immediately straightened up, asking, You are the exclusive servant of Her Majesty? Chen Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, but refrained from arguing, nodding with a smile. You must be Elder Baru. Baru nodded slightly. What brings you here? I wish to concoct the Ice Heart Pill. But Commander Yu informed me that only you possess the Ice Heart Grass, Chen Mo replied. Ice Heart Pill? At this, Baru's demeanor shifted, yet seeing Chen Mo's youth, he remained skeptical of his status as a 4th-tier alchemist. He then inquired, Did you concoct this healing pill? Baru retrieved a pill from his storage ring and presented it to Chen Mo. After a careful examination, Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Baru gasped in astonishment and asked, How old are you? 19, Chen Mo replied, his brow slightly furrowed, puzzled by the question. Baru was taken aback, exclaiming, How is that possible? There are no 4th-tier alchemists at 19. Even Gu he was only a 2nd tier at that age. 4th tier? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then responded in surprise. I am not a 4th-tier alchemist. I am merely a 2nd tier. 2nd tier? Baru's disbelief was evident, and a hint of anger crossed his face. You are deceiving me. This healing pill could not possibly be your creation. Chen Mo was bewildered, questioning. The healing pill is merely a 1st-tier elixir, and as a 2nd-tier alchemist, is it not quite simple to concoct a 1st-tier pill? On what grounds do you claim it is not my handiwork? Baru's frustration mounted. This healing pill is nearly perfect. Only a 4th-tier alchemist could achieve such quality. How could a mere 2nd tier accomplish this? Isn't it just a matter of skill? Chen Mo retorted. Baru's anger flared, his expression turning fierce, arrogant. Do not think that just because you are in the service of Her Majesty, I shall not take action against you. Guards. 2 serpent guards immediately entered at his call. Yu, hearing the commotion, also stepped inside, puzzled. Elder Baru, what is the matter? Throw this human out. Baru commanded. Understood. The guards stepped forward, preparing to take action. Wait. Yu quickly interjected, aware that she was tasked with overseeing this human. She then asked, Elder Baru, what has transpired? Ask him yourself, Elder Baru replied tersely. I stated that the healing pill is my creation, Chen Mo asserted. Yu, not grasping the intricacies, inquired, Elder Baru. Is there a problem with that? Certainly, there are issues. This restorative pill is nearly flawless, devoid of any impurities. In other words, consuming this restorative pill allows for the complete absorption of its medicinal properties. Balutin paused for a moment, took a breath, and continued. Only a 4th-tier alchemist can refine a potion to such perfection. Even I cannot achieve this. He claims to be merely a 2nd-tier alchemist. Does he think to mock me? Yunu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. To her, being a 2nd-tier alchemist already conferred great prestige. And thus she turned her curious gaze toward Chen Mo, noticing the multitude of eyes upon him. Chen Mo, unfazed, stated, Elder Balutin, if I were to concoct a flawless restorative pill on the spot, would you be willing to part with the ice heart grass? Balutin scoffed. Dismissing the notion of producing a perfect restorative pill, he boldly proclaimed, let us set perfection aside. If you can create a restorative pill of the same quality as the one I possess, not only will I grant you the ice heart grass, but I will also provide you with any other medicinal materials you may require in the future. May I borrow the medicinal cauldron and the materials for the restorative pill? Chen Mo inquired. Certainly, Balutin replied generously, waving his hand, causing the materials related to the restorative pill to hover before Chen Mo. Taking a deep breath amidst the audience's scrutiny, Chen Mo rubbed his fingers together, conjuring a slender, blood-red flame crackling with arcs of lightning, which ascended from his fingertips. He flicked his fingers, sending the flame into the cauldron. With a loud thud, the surging blood-red flame erupted from the cauldron. The quality of Elder Balutin's cauldron was commendable, making no strange sounds. Meanwhile, Balutin, Yulu, and the others watched in astonishment as the blood-red flame surged within the cauldron. Yunu, her fingers trembling, pointed toward the cauldron. Blood-red flame? Exotic fire? Upon hearing this, the alchemy room fell into a hushed silence, as shocked gazes fixated on Chen Mo. This seems unusual, Balutin thought, observing how Chen Mo, with his mental prowess, controlled the intensifying blood flame. Given his capabilities, it should be impossible for him to manipulate such a dense exotic fire with such finesse. Indeed, based on Yunu's prior knowledge of Chen Mo, his cultivation was merely at the 4th star of the fighter level, making it impossible for him to control exotic fire. Chapter 30, Becoming One of Us. It is rumored that some individuals can extract a flame far superior to ordinary fire from the blood of magical beasts and the energies of the earth. The flame wielded by this human ought to be of that nature. Balutin stroked his not-so-long beard and remarked, from this flame, I sense the aura of a magical beast. It must be a beast fire. Beast fire? Yunu murmured, as this delved into her realm of ignorance. Based on the richness of this blood flame, I surmise that this individual's strength is approximately at the 4th star of the fighter level. Without revealing his fighting energy, Balutin could only make a rough estimation of Chun Mo's power. After all, Balutin was merely a spirit fighter, not a king fighter, and thus could not discern his exact strength at a glance. He is indeed at the 4th star of the fighter level, Yunu remarked, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Perhaps he has harnessed the beast fire to concoct an almost perfect restorative pill? That is not possible. Baru shook his head and continued, he truly exceeded my expectations. However, alchemy is not solely reliant on the manipulation of flames, the sensitivity of the soul, and the mastery of fire. The precise proportions of various medicinal ingredients are also a crucial factor. Now, let us continue to observe. Yunu nodded in agreement, as the two fell into silence. The alchemy room once again enveloped itself in tranquility, though their gazes remained fixated on Chen Mo, their eyes unblinking. Chen Mo had practiced the revitalizing pill numerous times. Refining it batch by batch was a task he could accomplish effortlessly. With a deliberate yet unhurried motion, he grasped several floating herbs before methodically casting them into the cauldron. Under the suppression of his soul's power, the fierce crimson flames behaved as docile as lambs, gently enveloping the herbs within the cauldron. He then extracted the essential materials required for the concoction of the revitalizing pill. As Chun Mo swiftly executed the refining process, the embryonic form of the revitalizing pill gradually took shape within the cauldron. Such exquisite control over the flames was something even he could not attain. Moreover, the demeanor of this individual appeared calm and composed, as though he was entirely at ease. Soon, as time slipped away, a rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted through the alchemy room, causing all present to straighten with realization that the pill was nearing completion. Under Chen Mo's intense focus, the elixir within the cauldron began to smoothen, and observing the sheen of the pill, a slight smile graced Chen Mo's lips as his hand gently withdrew from the cauldron. With the retraction of his hand, the blood-red flames within the cauldron gradually subsided. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the cauldron was slightly lifted by a gust of wind. Summoning with his hand, a brownish pill burst forth from the cauldron, swiftly flying towards Chen Mo. He caught the pill and promptly turned to present it to Baru. Elder Baru, please take a look. Baru squinted as he accepted the pill. It was approximately the size of a longan, entirely brownish in hue, with a faint ring of emerald ripples interspersed throughout, resembling expanding ripples on water, truly an extraordinary sight. The pill's markings were of impeccable quality, indicative of a top-tier revitalizing pill. Gazing at the ring of emerald ripples, Baru clicked his tongue in astonishment. In the art of alchemy, the emergence of markings on a pill is only possible when its quality and luster reach their zenith. This revitalizing pill was purer than the one he held, devoid of any impurities. Impressive, impressive. I have learned much today. As he spoke, Baru honored his word and presented Chen Mo with the ice heart grass. If you ever require any pills in the future, do not hesitate to ask, provided I have them here. Yu watched in astonishment. It was known that as a third-tier alchemist of the Serpent Man clan, the only one of his kind, Elder Baru's status was second only to Her Majesty the Queen and the three great elders. It was unexpected that he had been so easily swayed. Thank you, Elder Baru. After all, they were in the territory of the Serpent Man clan, and Chun Mo had no means to counter him. It appeared that this Elder Baru was indeed commendable. Baru meticulously refined a perfect-grade recovery pill and presented it to Chun Mo, smiling as he inquired, "Your alchemical skills are remarkably proficient. May I ask who your mentor is?" Chun Mo initially intended to state that he had no teacher, but fearing disbelief and the ensuing need for elaborate explanations, he contemplated fabricating a response. Noticing Chun Mo's hesitation, Baru shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Very well, since you prefer to keep it to yourself, I shall not press you. Everyone harbors their own secrets." Chun Mo nodded in agreement, remaining silent. "If you find yourself with some leisure time, feel free to come and share your alchemical insights with me." Her Majesty is quite right. You are indeed unlike any other human, Baru continued with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Mo took his leave. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Mo retrieved the tiger's fang and commenced the crafting of ice heart pills. The tiger's fang, ranked third on the heavenly cauldron list of the Duki continent, could withstand even the most exotic flames, rendering mere beast flames trivial. Meanwhile, the events in the alchemy room had not escaped the notice of Queen Medusa. Baru remarked, "A 19-year-old second-tier alchemist, adept at wielding a type of beast flame, capable of effortlessly producing perfect-grade pills. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to leave, Your Majesty." "Oh, not let him leave? Are we to forcibly detain him?" Queen Medusa indeed harbored intentions of expelling Chun Mo from the Serpent people, waiting only for her sister's emergence to forget about him. "Your Majesty, that was not my intention. What I meant to convey is that we can devise a way to win him over, to make him one of our own," Baru clarified. "To make him one of our own," Queen Medusa murmured softly, then stated, "Let me ponder this matter deeply." With that, Baru took his leave from the Queen's chamber. In the vast room, Queen Medusa reclined languidly upon her throne, clutching the heart pendant, now fused into one. Chen Mo was indeed a genius. The Queen could distinctly sense the shifts in Chun Mo's power. Furthermore, he commanded not merely one, but two types of beast flames. In a mere fortnight, he had ascended from a 4-star Dome Master to a 6-star Dome Master. Such rapid advancement, elevating 2 levels in such a short span, was nothing short of prodigious. Any faction within the Gamma Empire would strive to recruit such a talent. Queen Medusa had entertained similar thoughts. Yet she was acutely aware that he was not of her kind. His allegiance would inevitably differ. Moreover, the historical enmity between the Serpent people and humans complicated matters. The prospect of him becoming one of their own was far from simple. Chapter 3. The Indestructible Profound Art. Golden body on the mist-shrouded earth, chaos lingered. And as one gazed across the expanse, it appeared as though the entire realm was enveloped in a profound stillness, devoid of any vitality. Chun Mo sat cross-legged at the heart of this land, his eyes wide open, observing the world's transformations through the chaos. An hour later, Chun Mo opened his eyes from meditation, sensing the chaotic world within his mind, his breath quickening involuntarily. He retrieved an ice heart pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Once his mind regained clarity, he closed his eyes once more, delving back into meditation. Thus, he practiced the chaos meditation technique. Immersed in chaos, contemplating all things. Thus, Chen Mo diligently practiced the supreme primordial technique during the day to enhance his strength, while at night he engaged in meditation to elevate his spiritual realm. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Just as Chun Mo was preparing to repeat his previous endeavors, a knock resounded at the door. Accompanied by the voice of the Serpent Warrior, "Her Majesty the Queen summons you." Arriving with ease, Chen Mo made his way to the chamber of Queen Medusa. With practiced finesse, he greeted her, "Your Majesty, it has been too long since our last meeting. You have grown even more enchanting. I have missed you dearly." As he gazed at the languid figure of Queen Medusa reclining upon her throne, her alluring form captivated him. With an expression devoid of warmth, Queen Medusa replied coolly, "Flattery again. Do you not tire of such insipid compliments?" Chun Mo unleashed another round of extravagant praise. Yet he knew all too well that such tactics were ineffective with her. leaning her delicate hand upon her chin, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her abdomen. She cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, smirking as she remarked, "Is this how you woo your sister?" At a loss for words, Chen Mo opted for silence. Queen Medusa continued, "Human, how do you find your stay in the palace of my serpent kin? Since you find it satisfactory, do you wish to remain here indefinitely?" How naive of you. Rising abruptly, she issued a sharp command. "Human, your talents could easily attract the attention of the foremost powers in the outside world. Why have you come to the serpent tribe, and what are your true intentions? Do you not fear that I might end your life?" With his head bowed and brow furrowed, Chen Mo pondered if this was a test. He finally spoke, "Your Majesty, I have previously mentioned that I came to the serpent tribe to protect Dai." Before he could finish, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, favorability 1. Chen Mo remained silent, sensing a chill in Queen Medusa's gaze. What was happening? Momentarily taken aback, he quickly devised a remedy. In a flash of inspiration, he said, "Your Majesty, I am but an orphan, wandering alone across the continent. After rescuing Dai and arriving at the serpent tribe, I experienced for the first time the warmth of home. That is why I expressed my desire to stay. As for humans and serpents, I believe peaceful coexistence is entirely possible." Speaking from the heart, he revealed that he had indeed been an orphan in his past life. Ding, favorability 1. Earned 2 favorability coins. Home. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa recalled the words of Baru from days prior about making him her own, and she replied, "Do you think such shallow words can deceive me?" Chen Mo responded, "If not for the system, I might have been swayed. Your Majesty, my words are sincere and devoid of exaggeration." With a derisive chuckle, Queen Medusa said, "Human, given how I treated you previously, do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" This is precisely what she wished to convey, yet Chen Mo was already prepared. Without a moment's contemplation, he retorted, "Hatred, a longing to pin you down upon the bed and deliver a merciless whipping." Upon uttering these words, he observed that her favorable impression of him had not diminished. Chen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, having roughly discerned the character of the Queen Medusa. One must oppose her will. Indeed, you are such a queen. Human, you seek death. The expression of Queen Medusa turned frosty. She had anticipated that this human would weave fanciful tales, but she did not expect such blatant disrespect. In a flash of crimson light, Queen Medusa's figure appeared before Chen Mo. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she struck before him. Chen Mo had yet to react when he was sent hurtling backward. Ding, favorability 1, earned 2 favor coins. With a thud, Chen Mo lay sprawled upon the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Noting that Queen Medusa had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, he boldly declared, "If you possess the courage, suppress your power to my level, and witness how I shall teach you a lesson." Still defiant, a glimmer of cold light erupted in Queen Medusa's eyes as her figure split into several crimson afterimages. In an instant, she reappeared before Chen Mo, gripping his neck and pinning him against the wall at the end of the chamber, her red lips curling into a smirk. "Your abilities may be modest, yet your audacity is considerable. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Observing Chun Mo's flushed face and his futile struggles, she taunted, "Apologize to me, and I may consider sparing you." Ding, favorability 2, earned 5 favor coins. Triggered intimacy bonus, received a 3rd grade do, sure Dan. You shall not succeed. With rewards already distributed, Chen Mo would never concede, then perish. With a release of her grip on his neck, her fingers clenched into a fist and struck heavily against his chest. With a resounding crash, Chen Mo was driven into the wall, blood spattering forth, his complexion paling. Ding. Favorability 3, received the immortal golden body scripture. Queen Medusa had still not dealt a fatal blow, yet witnessing Chen Mo in his current state brought her immense satisfaction. With a playful gaze, she inquired, "Do you still refuse to apologize?" Cough, never. One day, I shall strike back fiercely. Bang. Before Chen Mo could finish his declaration, Queen Medusa delivered a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. Gazing at the unconscious Chen Mo, an inexplicable blush crept upon Queen Medusa's cheeks as she murmured, "Human, could you not fulfill this queen's wishes? Come, carry him away." With a thunderous noise, the chamber doors swung open, and Yu entered, accompanied by 2 serpent guards. Upon seeing Chen Mo, bloodied and embedded in the wall, she was taken aback. Such a tragic sight. Take him to the queen's private chamber. Her Majesty's private chamber? Yu paused, then replied, "Does that mean he will reside right next to you, Your Majesty? From this day forth, he shall dwell there." Understood. Chapter 32, Your Majesty. I have come to apologize. The leader of the serpent tribe, Mebus, received news today that Her Majesty the Queen summoned a human. Less than an hour later, that human was carried out, drenched in blood, barely clinging to life. A serpent soldier remarked to Mebus that it appeared his suspicions were misplaced. Her Majesty did not seem to favor the young man. After such a long period, Mebus was astonished to learn that the human was still alive. With the prince away to receive his inheritance, no one was left to protect the human, and logically, the queen should have executed him. However, upon inquiry, he discovered that not only had the human survived, but Elder Baru had also vehemently defended him during yesterday's clan meeting. The queen's words also hinted at a certain favoritism towards the human. This infuriated Mebus, who thought to himself that if the queen did not deal with the human today, he would infiltrate the palace tonight and eliminate him. Even if the queen were to learn of it later, she would not risk her own safety for the sake of a mere human. Yet, upon hearing the latest news, Mebus felt inclined to wait a little longer. Perhaps the queen was still considering the prince's feelings and refrained from taking drastic action against the human. The queen's conduct had already made her stance clear. Very well. You may leave. Mebus felt a slight sense of relief. However, the serpent soldier continued, but Her Majesty has placed the human in her private chambers. What? Mebus was taken aback, his earlier calm shattered. Could it be that the queen intended to protect the human after all? Leader Mebus, what shall we do? The serpent guard suggested. The serpents had harbored animosity towards humans for millennia, and had it not been for the human residing in the palace, they would have flayed him alive long ago. Given that the queen had arranged for the human to stay in her private quarters, any attempt to kill him would necessitate drawing the queen out first. Yet Mebus, being impulsive, pondered for quite some time without arriving at a solution, finally striking the serpent soldier on the head. Fool, think of something. In a familiar wooden tub, in a strange location, Chun Mo gazed around the spacious chamber adorned with tables, stools, vases, and various decorations, the floor covered with a light yellow fur carpet. The bed on either side was draped with curtains, a stark contrast to the small room he previously occupied. The decor closely resembled that of Queen Medusa's palace. Chen Mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Looking down, he exclaimed, "What happened to my clothes? And my injuries?" He recalled losing a considerable amount of blood before losing consciousness, and yet now he felt almost completely recovered. How long have I been unconscious? Chun Mo opened his attribute panel. Name, Chun Mo, race, human, cultivation, 6-star fighter, host level, 2, 149, 200, bound goddess, die, maxed out, partnered. Queen Medusa, 48. Favorability, must reach 100 to become partners. Techniques, Supreme Hunyuan Technique, Chaos Meditation Technique, upper volume. Skills, Wings of the Kuanpeng, upgradable, Cloudwalker, agile as a dragon. Mysterious Thunder Palm, sword falling from the 9 heavens, indestructible body of the sun, forest of death seal. Bloodline, ordinary. Favor currency, 79. Physique, Qian Kuan sword body. Charm, celestial being aura. Blood prophet, truly, a remarkable blood prophet. Chen Mo glanced at his backpack once more. A moment of enlightenment. 5 incense sticks, a 3rd-rank Dome Master Pill, and the indestructible Profound Arts Golden Body chapter. As for the elixirs he had previously acquired, he had stored them all in his spatial ring. Chen Mo examined the description of the 3rd-rank Dome Master Pill. There exists a certain probability that it can elevate the strength of a Dome Master by 1 level, but one may consume no more than 1. Chen Mo resolved to ingest it at an opportune moment. He then extracted the Golden Body chapter of the indestructible Profound Art. A surge of memories flooded into his mind. The indestructible Profound Art is divided into 3 chapters: Golden Body, Indestructible, and Immortal. The Golden Body chapter further divides into Iron Body, Copper Body, Golden Body, and Sacred Body. This is a divine technique for cultivating the physical form. Goodness, how remarkable. This is a formidable defensive skill. The steps to cultivate the Iron Body are not overly complex, and Chun Mo possesses all the necessary materials within his spatial ring. However, where could he possibly procure the blood of a magical beast above the Do spirit level? Moreover, the strength and bloodline of the blood's owner are intrinsically linked to the quality of the final manifestation of the Iron Body. The higher the strength and the more potent the bloodline of the blood's owner, the superior the quality of the Iron Body. The first figure that came to Chen Mo's mind was the Queen of Medusa. Yet, acquiring her blood would be akin to reaching for the heavens. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. With determination in his heart, Chen Mo donned his robe and stepped out of his chamber. The evening had fallen, and the moonlight flowed like water. Upon exiting his room, he was taken aback. He discovered that he resided right next to the Queen of Medusa's palace, separated by a corridor of less than 10 meters. Astounded, Chen Mo made his way toward the Queen's chamber. The moon slave was equally astonished to see Chun Mo moving about. It had been less than 3 days since his grievous injuries. How could he have recovered so swiftly? What miraculous potion had the Queen administered to him? Furthermore, the Queen herself had attended to him these past few days. Truly peculiar. Moonslave Commander, is Her Majesty present? Chen Mo approached and whispered. At this late hour, Her Majesty has already retired. Moonslave, let him enter. Just as the moon slave finished speaking, the voice of the Queen of Medusa resonated from within the chamber. The moon slave, taken aback, thought it unusual for a human to be granted entry at such an hour. Even he was typically denied. Nevertheless, respecting the Queen's command, he promptly opened the grand doors to the chamber, allowing Chen Mo to enter. Upon stepping inside, Chen Mo's gaze instinctively darted to the wall adorned with his likeness. To his surprise, the wall remained intact, with only a few minor marks. His eyes then shifted to the throne above. There, upon the expansive throne, reclined the Queen of Medusa, her attire alluring and enchanting, her crown long removed, and her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall. Perhaps it is the late hour that compels one to seek repose. The Queen Medusa currently adorns herself in attire that is exceedingly alluring and revealing. With her fair collarbones and shoulders, captivating curves, and a slender waist that one could grasp effortlessly. Yet her complexion appears somewhat pallid. How could it be that after such a brief absence, Her Majesty seems so diminished? Of course, this thought lingered only in Chen Mo's mind. The elongated, beautiful eyes of Queen Medusa blinked slightly, her voice remaining as cold as ever. What brings you here? Chen Mo squinted slightly, aware that he needed to procure her blood. Thus, he could not confront her as he had in the past, and mustered some flattering words instead. Your Majesty, I must admit my error. Upon hearing this, the Queen's spirits lifted momentarily, though her expression soon shifted. Could he possibly be aware of the efforts I have exerted to save him these past few days? Otherwise, given his nature, he would never concede fault so easily. Is the person you speak of, you? Queen Medusa narrowed her eyes. Do you know something? Chen Mo was taken aback, uncertain of what she meant, and remained silent. The Queen, interpreting his silence as acquiescence, exhibited a flicker of panic in her gaze and hastily changed the subject. What did you do wrong? As they walked, Chen Mo had already prepared his words. He slowly articulated, I should not have contradicted your Majesty, nor should I have provoked your Majesty's ire. When you struck me, I should not have retaliated. Ding. 1 favorability, gained 2 favor tokens. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the Queen's previous vexation evaporated, a slight smile gracing her lips. Infused with the triumph of finally subduing him, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by this newfound favor. Was the Queen truly softening? Was it not her usual delight to thrash him before feeling pleased? Nevertheless, seizing this opportunity for favor, he cautiously added, I should not have disrespected your Majesty. Nor should I have. Ding, 1 favorability, gained a moment of enlightenment. All right. When did you come to seek me? Surely it cannot be solely for the purpose of admitting fault? Although a thrill coursed through her at having tamed Chen Mo, the Queen found herself somewhat unaccustomed to his continuous contrition. Chen Mo, for the time being, refrained from revealing his true intentions. To suddenly request her blood after just admitting his fault would likely lead her to believe he had ulterior motives. He could not afford to lose her favor while also failing to obtain the precious blood. With a flicker of inspiration, he said, Didn't your Majesty mention that I should serve you? For the past few days, I have been your punching bag. Perhaps I might now offer you a shoulder massage, as you appear weary and could use some relaxation? Queen Medusa, noting the respect in his tone, furrowed her brows slightly and replied coldly, There is no need. Your Majesty, please do not be modest. It is my duty to serve you. Chen Mo boldly approached the throne, contemplating that should the Queen become irate and strike him, he could still earn favor. A win-win situation. Queen Medusa's delicate features momentarily froze. She sat upright, fixating on Chen Mo as he approached her, and exclaimed in anger, Impudence? Perhaps due to the recent recovery of Chen Mo, combined with the mysterious technique within him that had siphoned a significant portion of her fighting spirit. Queen Medusa found herself somewhat weakened. In this moment, her audacious demeanor seemed to lack vigor. Observing that the system had not deducted any favorability points, Chen Mo concluded that Queen Medusa was not angered. From his prior understanding of her character, it was evident that she would only harbor affection for those who displayed greater dominance than herself. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Mo to adopt a firmer stance. He quickened his pace, ascending the steps with determination. Under the astonished gaze of Queen Medusa, he placed his hands upon her porcelain shoulders and gently squeezed. Human. You are quite audacious, she remarked, her body stiffening, poised to retaliate. However, Chen Mo pressed her down with a commanding tone. Stay still, sit properly. Human. How dare you exert force? Queen Medusa began, but was interrupted by the unexpected, gentle pressure on her shoulders. The strength of his hands was invigorating, filling her with a refreshing sensation. Notification, Favorability 1, earned 2 favorability coins. Triggered intimate contact, acquired the skill breath control. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. At that moment, Queen Medusa relaxed, reclining languidly once more. Strangely, she found herself oblivious to the human's touch on her body. She pondered the oddity of her previous reluctance to harm him, if it had been for her sister's sake. Yet, as their battles progressed, she discovered an unexpected pleasure in striking him, especially when his face, which had enchanted countless maidens, became swollen and grotesque. It brought her an inexplicable joy. As he retaliated with soft, ineffectual blows, she found it amusing, compelling her to tease him further. Despite her anger and frustration at his transgressions, she did not feel repulsion. Rather, she relished the process of taming him. Each time she rendered him unconscious, a unique sense of accomplishment washed over her. Over time, she became somewhat immune to his flippant remarks and insults. When he expressed his hatred towards himself and his desire to eliminate his own existence, Queen Medusa genuinely felt anger, accompanied by a complex emotion she could not decipher, leading her to unleash her wrath without restraint. His meridians were severely damaged, though thankfully not severed. It took 3 arduous days for her to mend them. Today, when Chen Mo came to apologize, Queen Medusa experienced a sense of fulfillment, believing she had finally tamed this rebellious stallion. The comfort on her shoulders caused her long eyelashes to flutter ever so slightly. This was the most direct impression Chen Mo had. The sensation of their contact, combined with the subtle fragrance wafting from her, rendered him momentarily breathless. Yet, did he dare to move? He did not dare. As the incense burned down, Chen Mo's hands began to feel somewhat fatigued. Although the tactile sensation remained pleasant, the strain on his hands was not matched by any sense of fulfillment, rendering the experience somewhat dull. Thus, he decided to proceed without further hesitation. Your Majesty, do you have any wishes? Queen Medusa, luxuriating in Chen Mo's massage, did not lift her head upon hearing this inquiry. Her voice laced with a hint of languor, replied, I wish for you humans to serve our serpent people as slaves. Chen Mo coughed, somewhat taken aback. Is it truly appropriate to speak so candidly in my presence? Ding. Favorability 1. Earned 2 favor coins. Triggered intimacy bonus. Received critical hit reward. Upon checking, Chun Mo discovered that this so-called critical hit would activate a bonus reward during his next favorability gain. An odd enhancement had been added. He then inquired, Your Majesty, is there anything you particularly favor? I desire a flower of. Chen Mo paused. Foregoing any frivolous discourse, he asked again, Is losing a drop of essence blood significant for a beast? Why do you have so many questions? Queen Medusa glanced at him. Isn't it merely curiosity? I thought to ask. Noting his adeptness in massage, Queen Medusa elaborated, Essence blood is the quintessence of both humans and beasts, their purest form. It is indeed significant. Your Majesty, if someone were to request a drop of your essence blood, what would you do? Are you referring to yourself? Oh well. Chun Mo regarded the playful expression on Queen Medusa's face and smiled. Your Majesty truly lives up to your title. You are indeed astute, and I am in awe. Queen Medusa's lips curled into a smile, her enchanting eyes fixated on Chun Mo with an almost condescending gaze, her vibrant red lips parting slightly. Human, do you wish to perish? Chun Mo, captivated by her alluring demeanor, chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. I was merely inquiring. Please do not be upset. With a cold huff, Queen Medusa seemingly spared him. Yet, he ventured further. Is it truly out of the question? Perhaps we could negotiate? Queen Medusa's icy gaze bore into him, causing a shiver to run down Chun Mo's spine. It was merely a jest, he stammered, a nervous smile plastered on his face, contemplating an excuse to withdraw. However, at that moment, Queen Medusa remarked, Why have you stopped? Oh dear, without being able to fleece her or receive a drop of essence blood. Continuing to serve would be in vain. After enduring her blows for several days prior, further self-sacrifice seemed unwise. Thus, he replied, having massaged for so long, My hands are somewhat weary. I shall attend to your Majesty again tomorrow. Queen Medusa cast him a sidelong glance, her voice resonating with the authority of a queen. What do you require my essence blood for? Hearing this, Chun Mo recognized an opportunity and promptly replied, It pertains to my cultivation. Oh, Queen Medusa responded with a soft hum, then closed her eyes, reclining lazily upon her throne like a beautiful serpent, and said, If you serve me comfortably, I may consider granting you a drop. Serve comfortably? This rather unfortunate phrase made Chun Mo instinctively glance at the delicate fabric draping over her flawless form, and he found himself momentarily captivated. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall serve you with utmost diligence. Yet, the time is not ripe. I must remain composed. Chun Mo resumed his kneading. This time, he infused his efforts with a touch of fighting spirit. He was determined to elicit even the slightest hint of affection through his devoted service. However, reality proved him mistaken. After yet another incense stick's worth of time, not a shred of goodwill had been garnered. The scheme to curry favor had declared itself a failure. Your Majesty, how do you fare? Are you comfortable? Chun Mo transitioned from kneading to gentle thumping, even daring to turn the Medusa queen onto her side, softly pounding upon her jade-like back. A soft, satisfied hum escaped her lips, yet she remained silent. "May I sit and assist you?" Chen Mo, still standing, continued to massage her back, his own back protesting under the strain. The Medusa Queen remained unresponsive, merely breathing lightly as if she had drifted into slumber. Taking the initiative, Chen Mo perched himself upon the throne, attempting to lift her serpentine tail to create a bit more space for himself. Human, do you seek your demise? Though a serpent, the Medusa Queen was still very much a woman. One must never touch a woman's legs, while she lacked traditional legs. Her serpentine tail had evolved to serve that purpose. Chen Mo instinctively released her tail, forcing a strained smile as he stammered, "Your tail occupies too much space." "I merely sought to adjust my position." The Medusa Queen fixed him with a piercing gaze until beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Her lips, barely perceptible, curled into a cold smirk. "Should you attempt such insolence again, I shall see to your end." With that, she turned her head away, resuming her enjoyment of Chun Mo's ministrations. Ding. Affection 1. Triggering reward. Basic Earth-level combat technique. 1 sword across time. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, tempted to once more place his hand upon her serpentine tail. However, upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to secure a drop of her essence first. The slenderness of her serpent waist appeared to be barely graspable, yet it exuded a sense of resilience without an ounce of excess flesh. One could hardly resist the urge to reach out and caress it. Alas, Chen Mo lacked the courage to act on such impulses. While continuing to pound her back, he inquired, "Your Majesty, are you comfortable?" Since you are at ease, then what you mentioned earlier." Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "My shoulders are quite sore. Allow me to massage them. My arms also feel weak. Let me knead them for you. My neck is a bit stiff. Are you certain? I can manage." After a series of such exchanges, Chen Mo found himself utterly exhausted, akin to a weary dog, having gained nothing in return. It became evident to him that the Medusa Queen was merely toying with him. "Your Majesty, is it permissible now?" he ventured. "Given your commendable performance, I shall graciously bestow upon you a drop," she replied, turning her back to him, raising her delicate wrist, and conjuring a luminous jade vial that appeared in her hand. "Close your eyes." The words of Queen Medusa emanated an icy aura, imbued with an unyielding authority that demanded respect. Chen Mo obediently closed his eyes. He took the jade vial, glancing inside to discover a single drop of crimson blood, radiating an overwhelming energy pressure. Holding the vial, he excused himself and departed from the chamber. Shortly after Chun Mo's exit, Medusa suddenly succumbed to a fit of coughing, her complexion pale. Her breath was already feeble, and the purest heart's blood she had bestowed upon Chen Mo, though merely a drop, would take her considerable time to recuperate. Just as she prepared to meditate, a knock echoed at the door. "Your Majesty, it is Chen Mo." Before she could respond, Chen Mo impulsively pushed the door open and entered. "Did I not instruct you to leave?" Upon witnessing the pale, icy visage of Queen Medusa, a hint of remorse washed over Chen Mo. He had not anticipated the profound impact that single drop of blood would have on her. Yet, understanding her disposition, he smiled and said, "Your Majesty, observing your pallor, I specially prepared a nourishing soup for you. Fear not, I shall set it down and take my leave." After placing the steaming bowl of soup on the table, he swiftly exited like the wind. As the door closed behind him, Queen Medusa approached the table, gazing at the generous bowl of soup still exuding warmth. Her enchanting beauty inadvertently revealed a hint of otherworldly allure. She then lifted the bowl and drank it all in swift gulps. In an adjacent chamber, a notification chimed. Affection 2, received 5 affection coins. Chen Mo caressed the jade vial, momentarily taken aback, before a knowing smile graced his face. Chapter 35. How dare he? That night, Chen Mo's mind was as tranquil as still water, as if the surrounding aura of combat energy had quietly receded, resembling an unfathomable abyss. As his mental state calmed, a tempest surged within his dantian. Following the cultivation method of the indestructible mystic art's golden body chapter, he cast all medicinal ingredients into the alchemical cauldron, save for Medusa's precious blood, and concocted a vial of spiritual liquid. He then combined the spiritual liquid with the blood and consumed it all in one go. Instantly, a mighty force erupted within him, spreading like a volcanic explosion, the energy crashing through his body like towering waves. Chen Mo swiftly activated the indestructible mystic art, guiding the energy to flow throughout his body, merging with his flesh and blood. Time became a blur. With a commanding shout, he exclaimed, "Refine the body." As soon as the words left his mouth, a surge of heat erupted from his lips. His skin began to crack inch by inch, blood seeping forth, and the excruciating pain contorted Chun Mo's features, causing him to bite through his own lips. This step of refining the body could not be resisted. He could only rely on his willpower to endure. As night passed, In the side chamber of the royal palace, a beam of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the floor. On the inner bed, a humanoid-sized blood cocoon sat in meditation. Moments later, as the blood cocoon shattered, a naked figure emerged, its skin radiating an indomitable metallic sheen. Suddenly, Chen Mo opened his eyes. The white of his irises contrasting starkly with the hue of his entire body. With his right hand forming a sword gesture with 2 fingers. He lightly traced a strand of sword energy across his left arm, yet no wound manifested, leaving no trace whatsoever on the surface. Tianyuan, emerge. Chen Mo summoned the entity within him, and wielding Tianyuan, he once again drew it across his left arm. This time, empowered by the might of a low-grade spiritual artifact, he finally left a scratch on his arm, though the skin remained unbroken. Chen Mo was quite astonished. This iron body surpassed his expectations. With such physical strength, even a grand fighter would find it challenging to contend with him. Chen Mo glanced at the system, discovering that Queen Medusa's favor had reached 55, and his favor currency had accumulated to 90. He resolved to wait until it reached 100, intending to elevate the Qian Kuan sword body to perfection. Subsequently, he extracted the concealment technique and the earth-level beginner battle skill, one sword across time. With a fully realized Qian Kuan sword body, he mastered the latter with a mere glance. After donning his robes, Chen Mo delved into the apothecary's compendium in his mind. Upon locating what he desired, he made his way to the alchemy chamber. Upon returning, he took out the tiger soul and began his refinement process. By midday, Chen Mo emerged from his room and approached the entrance of Queen Medusa's chamber. Is Her Majesty in? He inquired softly to Yu Nu. The queen has decreed that she shall see no one today, Yu Nu replied tersely. Oh, come now, Chen Mo implored. I have pressing matters to discuss with Her Majesty. Could you not inform her? No. The queen will not see anyone today, Yu Nu reiterated firmly. Very well, Chen Mo sighed, contemplating a return on the morrow. Just as he turned to leave, a cool voice resonated from within the chamber. Let him enter. Yu Nu was taken aback. Had it not been agreed that no one would be seen? Chen Mo turned and pushed the door open, stepping inside. He was momentarily taken aback, for this time. Queen Medusa was not reclining languidly upon her throne as usual. Instead, she sat in a meditative posture, her purple serpent tail coiling gracefully as she perched on her lavish bed. Unlike before, today's Queen Medusa was not clad in her royal attire. Though still adorned in red, the ensemble exuded a slightly less unattainable aura. Most notably, at this moment, without the serpent tail in view and remaining silent, she was difficult to differentiate from a butterfly at a distance. What urgent matter compels you to seek an audience with me? Queen Medusa opened her eyes, casting a glance toward Chen Mo in the distance. Although hard to discern from afar, upon closer proximity, he could clearly identify her. The coolness, majesty, and nobility of her presence remained unaltered by the absence of her royal garb. This aura was something a butterfly could never possess. The Queen Medusa's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she cast a deep glance at Chen Mo, then said, Very well, I accept. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. However, given that he had come this far, Chen Mo could not possibly leave so easily. His endeavors to reap rewards had yet to commence. He produced a small jade vial from his storage ring, stating, This is the essence of rejuvenation, akin in effect to the serpent essence pill, also a second-tier elixir. Though it is intended for external application. He added, Your Majesty, allow me to assist you. With that, Chen Mo stepped closer. To her astonishment, he sat down beside her bed, removed his long boots, and climbed onto her bed. How dare he? Queen Medusa noted the audacity of this human who had occupied her throne the previous night and now dared to ascend her bed. What more did he intend? Human you. The words lingered on her lips as she watched Chen Mo pour the serpent essence pill from the jade vial and, under her incredulous gaze, feed it into her mouth. Queen Medusa even felt his fingers brush against her lips. You are audacious, she exclaimed. Do not speak, quickly assimilate it, he urged, pouring the essence of rejuvenation into his palm and gently kneading it into her shoulder. Queen Medusa thought, how could this human be so brazen? Ding. Affection 1. Received 2 affection coins. Triggered intimacy bonus. Gained 3rd-tier alchemy skill. For the next 2 days, Chen Mo continued this regimen, and Queen Medusa's complexion gradually returned to its usual vitality. However, her affection was not easily garnered. So far, he had only accumulated a mere 63 points of affection. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Chen Mo was sent flying to the end of the chamber by Queen Medusa's serpentine tail. This was due to his increased boldness upon reaching 63 points of affection, as he had dared to touch her slender waist. Your Majesty, please let me explain. He stammered. Bang. 3 days later, Chen Mo found himself knocked unconscious once more. Chapter 36, Assassination. The night was as dark as ink, with no trace of moonlight. and an endless mass of clouds gathered above the Tagal Desert. In the side chamber, Chen Mo had been awake for some time. After a moment of profound enlightenment, he consumed a Dome Master pill, intending to break through to the 6th star of the Dome Master rank that very night. As the supreme primordial technique circulated, the robust cosmic Do Qi surged irregularly within and around the chamber, flowing tumultuously toward Chen Mo's body. In the adjacent chamber, Queen Medusa was occupied with clan affairs. Upon sensing this shift, the voice of the moon slave resonated from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the Grand Elder requests your presence." Queen Medusa furrowed her brow. In recent days, she had abolished several unreasonable clan regulations. Today, she intended to annul another, yet faced vehement opposition from the 3 Grand Elders, who even sought to convene the leaders of the 8 major tribes for a joint vote. All their attempts were firmly denied by her. Why would they seek her out at such a late hour? Queen Medusa set aside her tasks and stepped outside. Shortly after her departure, the commander, the leader of the Mebas, seeks your presence, a serpent guard announced before Yu, furrowing her brow. Yu initially contemplated declining the request. However, considering that Her Majesty the Queen was not in the palace at that moment, and acknowledging that Mebas was the former captain of palace guards, she decided to acquiesce. "You too, accompany me," Yu instructed, summoning 2 of her subordinates as they departed the palace. Shortly after Yu's departure, a serpent guard on the opposite side of the grand entrance suddenly clutched her abdomen in pain, hastily leaving in a flurry. The night was as cool as water. Beneath the shroud of darkness, the entire palace was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, several shadowy figures darted through the corridor, their robust serpent forms casting ominous silhouettes against the walls as the light flickered. They stealthily infiltrated the palace, advancing with spectral intent towards the Queen's chamber. In the side hall of Queen Medusa's palace, Chen Mo found himself at a pivotal moment of breakthrough, with surging energy coursing through his body. Within mere minutes, he would ascend to the rank of 7-star Dome Master. The window stood ajar, allowing a cool breeze to flutter his robes. Just then, several shadows flitted past the doorway, and a serpent silhouette appeared at the window, fixated upon Chen Mo, who was seated in meditation upon his bed. The wind stilled. In an instant, Chen Mo opened his eyes, only to be confronted by a spear hurtling towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly summoned the power of Tianyuan. Just as the spear neared his head, a flash of sword light erupted, shattering the spear into splinters. "What?" the serpent at the window gasped. Witnessing a ghostly blue long sword hovering before the human, a glimmer of cold light reflecting off its blade in the candlelight. "Who are you?" Chen Mo inquired, striving to prolong the conversation while intensifying his breakthrough. "The one who will kill you." The serpent figure flickered and lunged towards Chen Mo's sword falls from the heavens. Chen Mo bellowed, channeling his thoughts to control Tianyuan. Upon reaching 100 merit points, he upgraded the Qian Kuan sword body to perfection. His essence transformed into the sword embryo, nurturing the spiritual weapon to elevate its rank, and crucially, enabling him to manipulate the flying sword with skill. How is this possible? The serpent, wearing an expression of disbelief, felt his worldview shatter before him, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, retorting, "You're merely playing tricks." A tremendous aura surged from within him, and the system detected that he was a 9-star Dome Master, engaging in a fierce battle with Tianyuan. At that moment, the grand door was forcefully flung open, and 3 serpents entered. The system identified them as 4-star Do spirits, 3-star Do spirits, and 1-star Do spirits respectively. As they entered, they swiftly shut the door behind them. "You dare intrude upon Her Majesty the Queen's chamber." Chen Mo's expression darkened, and a deep rumble emanated from within him as a torrent of energy surged forth. He had broken through to become a 7-star Dome Master. This level of power gave him confidence against the Dome Master, yet facing 4-star Do spirits was a vastly different challenge, leaving him uncertain in a direct confrontation. You, a mere human, dare to deceive Her Majesty, Queen Yushu, within her own chambers. Such an act is punishable by death. The leader of the 4-star spirits slowly advanced towards Chen Mo. "This is permitted by Her Majesty. Do you not fear her wrath for your actions? We, of the same lineage as Her Majesty, should we slay you, do you believe she would exact retribution upon us? Seize him, kill him." With a wave of his hand, the 4-star spirit positioned himself at the door, allowing the 3-star and 1-star spirits to encircle Chen Mo. Even if that human sprouted wings, escape would be impossible. "Captain Moonslave, help!" Chen Mo shouted desperately while condensing his fighting energy into a sword. Condensing fighting energy into a weapon? What are you waiting for? Time is of the essence. Swiftly eliminate him. The 4-star spirit barked. The 2 spirits, no longer hesitating, charged at Chen Mo with great speed. His expression grave. Chen Mo realized that his cries had gone unanswered. It was evident he was being ambushed. Despite the enmity between humans and serpents, Chun Mo recalled that he had never wronged the serpent people. On the contrary, he had saved a group of them. Even if they disliked him, they had no reason to defy Queen Medusa by attempting to assassinate him. Suddenly, the visage of Mobas appeared in his mind. Before arriving at the serpent tribe, he had incurred his displeasure. Perhaps he was behind this. After all, he had once been the captain of the palace guards and was well aware of the palace's defenses. He must escape. In mere moments, Chen Mo grasped the entirety of the situation. As the two spirits approached him, a pair of golden wings erupted from his back. With a powerful flap, he soared towards the window. Fighting energy transformed into wings? This is bad. Stop him. Fortunately, the four-star spirit reached the window first, blocking his escape. Get away. Chun Mo's long sword trembled in his grip as he swung it, unleashing a brilliant streak of sword light that shot toward his opponent. An overwhelming surge of sword intent radiating forth. The four-star spirit manifested a long spear to defend himself, but was swiftly cleaved apart by the dazzling sword light, which exploded upon impact, shattering his armor and leaving him bloodied. Yet, even so, it was not overly grievous for him. Die. At that moment, Chen Mo closed the distance, and the four-star spirit leaped, throwing a powerful punch at him. Just then, Chun Mo's Kuanpeng Wing abruptly retracted, causing his speed to plummet and his form to descend. The four-star spirit missed his strike entirely. Sky Abyss. Suddenly, a radiant sword light shot towards the door as Chun Mo, stepping onto his flying sword, smashed through the entrance and burst out. Chapter 37, Severed Arm. This is not good. The expression of the four-star spirit shifted dramatically, and he quickly signaled, retreat. The tremendous commotion inevitably caught the attention of the Moon Slave, who was currently entangled with Mobas outside the palace. His expression darkened as a brilliant streak of sword light erupted from within the palace, accompanied by several shadowy figures darting past. Upon recognizing the silhouette within the sword light, the Moon Slave immediately understood the unfolding situation. Observing Mobas' already grim demeanor, the Moon Slave gritted his teeth and coldly exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? I am not mad. It is Her Majesty the Queen who has lost her senses. For the sake of that human, she has stripped me of my position as the captain of the palace guards. I must eliminate that wretch. After meticulously planning for so long, he has escaped my grasp." Mebas has descended into madness, directing all his resentment and fury towards that human. With wings forged from fighting spirit, he soared forward in pursuit of his target. "What are you doing? Stop!" Yu exclaimed in shock. She had not anticipated that Mebas would strike at this moment. As the close guard of Queen Medusa, she could distinctly sense the increasing importance Her Majesty placed on that human. Should Mebas succeed in killing him, even as a serpent man, the Queen would not let him off lightly. To invade the palace at night was an act of treason, and Mebas had defied the Queen's orders more than once. I must alert Her Majesty at once. Chen Mo had thought that by escaping from the palace, he would be safe. After all, such a commotion should have prompted a cessation of hostilities. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure shot upwards, rapidly approaching him, and suddenly appeared before him. A 5-star Do Wong. The system had laid bare Mebas' cultivation level. "Indeed, it is you. Although we have had our conflicts, I did not think you would harbor such murderous intent towards me." Chun Mo mused, contemplating an escape while biding his time. To delay is futile. Prepare to meet your end. Mebas roared, conjuring a blade akin to the one wielded by Guan Yu, and swung it at Chen Mo. His motives for wanting Chun Mo dead were manifold. First, he was human. Second, he had sustained injuries during their previous encounter in the desert. Third, his position had been revoked. And fourth, jealousy. The more Queen Medusa protected him, the more Mebas yearned to see him slain. Given that his opponent was a 5-star Do Wong, Chen Mo knew he could not confront him head-on. Instead, he activated the Kuanpeng Wings, evading Mebas' strikes while commanding Tian Yuan to launch an assault, aiming to slow his speed and buy himself time. Meanwhile, Yu had found Queen Medusa and informed her of the assassination attempt on Chen Mo. The Queen was engaged in discussions with the 3 elders about abolishing unreasonable clan regulations when she heard this news. Her elongated eyes turned cold as she swept a glare at the 3 elders above. This matter requires no further discussion. With that, a flash of crimson light signaled her disappearance. Clang. Poison seal. Mebas shouted, conjuring a verdant toxin seal in his hand and hurling it towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo, however, was not foolish enough to accept the attack and continued to evade. After witnessing yet another failed assault, Mebas gritted his teeth, muttering incantations under his breath, and suddenly surged forward, appearing before Chun Mo in the blink of an eye, striking down with his blade. "You think you can escape this time?" Mebas sneered. Chen Mo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such an increase in Mebas' speed. In this unforeseen circumstance, he could only raise his sword in defense. The sword forged from fighting spirit was cleaved in two by Mebas' strike. The blade drew perilously close to Chen Mo's chest, the fierce wind from the attack shredding his garments. Die! Medusa's expression was vicious. Clang! Amidst the flickering flames, the blade struck Chen Mo's chest with a resounding clang. Contrary to the anticipated scene of him being cleaved in two, he staggered back after sustaining merely a superficial wound. How could this be? Mo Boss's expression shifted dramatically. His strike had only inflicted a slight injury upon the human. Fortunately, Chun Mo thought, he possessed an iron physique. Lowering his gaze to examine the wound, he noted it was merely 2 to 3 centimeters deep. He promptly pressed several acupoints around him to staunch the flow of blood. At that moment, he unleashed a foundational technique of the Xian rank, the dominating blade slash. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind rushed above Chun Mo's head, accompanied by a dazzling blade glow, as if to cleave him in two. Chun Mo merely glanced at it, then gradually closed his starry eyes. As his eyes gently shut, a black and white energy sword materialized in his grasp once more. The sword trembled, and faintly, a blood-red pattern emerged along its blade. Boom! A terrifying sword energy erupted from the sword, reminiscent of a fearsome beast slowly awakening from a deep slumber. A breath later, Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, the sword energy surged forth, tracing bright streaks in the void before him. The intersecting lines of sword energy rapidly converged, and in an instant, the energy erupted, illuminating the surroundings as a lotus flower, the size of a palm, coalesced before him. This sword lotus was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet beneath its allure lay a power nearly apocalyptic, incongruous with the very fabric of reality. With a tremor of his sword, the lotus shot forth in a dazzling display, its brilliance seemingly engulfing the entire world. As the light spread, Chun Mo's cold voice echoed, a sword that transcends time. Bang! Mo Boss's blade barely held for a moment before shattering, the impact causing his large sword to disintegrate into dust. Then, that overwhelmingly fierce sword intent struck him directly. Boom! At the moment of impact, his outward defensive energy shattered, and as his armor crumbled, the sword lotus detonated, leaving more than a dozen wounds upon Mo Boss's body. A spurt of blood erupted from him as he was sent flying backward. However, being a battle king, even though this attack had inflicted some injuries, it was not enough to strip him of his combat capability. Nevertheless, as Mo Boss regained control of his injuries and prepared to charge at Chun Mo once more, Chun Mo smiled and said, "Oh, look behind you." Mo Boss's expression shifted as he turned to see another sword lotus, imbued with the essence of death, sweeping toward him. It was that sword. Mo Boss hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade of light flashed past, and his right arm exploded. Ah! The wail echoed through the heavens and earth. Mo Boss stared at the geyser of blood spurting from his shoulder, his face contorted in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and growled fiercely, "You brat, I will kill you." Chen Mo, too, appeared pale. He had not anticipated that Mo Boss would still be alive after such an assault. Having used the A sword that transcends time twice in quick succession had nearly depleted his internal energy. As the ominous Mebas loomed once more, Chun Mo braced himself for the backlash, preparing to invoke the indomitable body of the sun. Yet, Mebas was suddenly hurled away by a crimson light. Amidst this radiant glow, a voice of regal authority resonated with a chilling elegance. Presumptuous. Chapter 38, The Queen Medusa's Concern. The night was tranquil. The ominous clouds that had shrouded the Tagore desert dissipated, revealing the luminous moonlight. Beneath this silvery glow, a slender figure hovered in the air. Her fiery red wings unfurled behind her, and her crimson gown accentuated her astonishingly captivating silhouette. Her beauty was striking. With icy eyes that glinted like gems as she gazed down upon Mebas, bloodied and weakened in the vast sand pit below, as if teetering on the brink of death. Her voice, cold and imperious, echoed, "You dare to defy my commands time and again. Do you truly believe I would not end your life?" As the queen of the serpent folk, she not only spared the human but constantly protected him. "Then, I implore you, your majesty, to do away with me," Mebas retorted, spitting blood as he looked at his severed arm, resolute in his defiance. He could not fathom that the queen would truly take his life. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." A glint of resolve flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes as she clenched her delicate hand, summoning a longbow forged from her battle energy. She had tolerated Mebas's insubordination for far too long. As a chieftain, he had sought the position of palace guard captain despite her explicit rejection, petitioning the council and insisting upon it. She had endured. He was tasked with capturing his sister, yet he sought to kill her instead. She had endured. He had been stripped of his royal duties, yet he still meddled in palace affairs. She had endured. But each act of forbearance had only empowered his audacity. Even now, he persisted in his defiance. With her left hand grasping the bow and her right drawing the string taut, a crimson arrow coalesced between the bow and string. Mebus's expression shifted, anxiety creeping into his heart. At that moment, several hoarse voices pierced the air. "Your Majesty, halt!" The three elders exclaimed, rushing toward Mebus. Queen Medusa's brow furrowed, and she released her grip, letting the arrow fly. Mebus flinched, and the three elders were equally startled. Below, the moonlit slaves were taken aback. Would the queen truly kill Mebus for the sake of that human? Whoosh! The red arrow sliced through the air, grazing Mebus's face before embedding itself in the sand. Dissipating into the ether, Mebus felt as if he had danced with death, the arrow narrowly missing his head, the force of the wind drawing blood from his cheek. With a sharp command, Queen Medusa dispelled her bow and turned to the pallid Chen Mo, her voice icy. "Come with me." With that, she soared down toward the palace. And Chen Mo followed closely behind. Elder Mebus, gritting his teeth against the pain of his severed arm, struggled to rise. "But if I leave, what will happen to the human?" Mebus clenched his teeth, unwilling to relent. "Elder, you must kill that human to avenge my severed arm." The elder shook his head and replied, "As I previously mentioned, if the assassination fails, there will be no second chance." However, as Queen Medusa made her way from her private chamber, she suddenly halted, gazing at the shattered door and the disarray of her quarters, coldly declaring, "You shall not stay here tonight." Just as he contemplated suggesting that they could tidy up and still accommodate the night, Queen Medusa added, "Stay in my chamber." Gulp. Chen Mo swallowed hard. Queen Medusa possessed an innate allure that ignited a fire within men. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo could not help but entertain various thoughts. "My chamber is quite spacious. You can find a corner to rest." But her next utterance extinguished his burgeoning desire. "That side chamber can be tidied up and used." Chuckling, Chen Mo replied, "Then it is settled." The tone of Queen Medusa's voice bore an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "Very well." Within the royal chamber, Queen Medusa reclined languidly upon her throne, propping her chin on her hand as she observed the visibly anxious Chen Mo below. Her crimson lips curled into a playful smile as she remarked, "What is it? Have you been intimidated by the assassination attempt? Just days ago, you displayed remarkable bravery when you climbed into my bed." Sweat. Chen Mo's expression darkened, and he replied awkwardly, "Was I not considering your Majesty's well-being that night?" Queen Medusa let out a cold laugh before inquiring, "Are you satisfied with my handling of Mebus?" Certainly, Chen Mo felt some discontent regarding Mebus' fate, considering the latter had sought his life, yet on the surface, he smiled and replied, "Quite satisfied." Ding, 1 affection, gained 2 affection coins. As long as you were satisfied. For reasons unknown, Queen Medusa felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Her gaze drifted to the wound on his chest, her tone softening from its earlier chill. "How is your injury? You endured such a severe wound previously. This one is merely superficial." Pain flickered in Chen Mo's brow as he retrieved a vial of ointment specifically for treating external injuries from his storage ring, finding a spot to sit and apply it. However, noticing the undertone of blame in his words, Queen Medusa furrowed her brow and said, "Come here." "What for?" Chen Mo, emboldened, lifted his head to meet her gaze, his voice firm. Queen Medusa, appearing unsurprised, replied coldly, "When I command you to come, you shall come." Come here." Chen Mo stowed the ointment back in his ring and walked toward her. As he drew near, the unique fragrance of Queen Medusa enveloped him, filling his senses. "What is it? You can't possibly expect me to massage your shoulders while injured?" Chen Mo quipped. "Hand it over." Queen Medusa extended her delicate hand. "What?" Chen Mo asked. Bewildered. "The vial of ointment you just took out," she clarified. Chen Mo handed the vial to her. "Now, sit down," she instructed. "Who is afraid?" "I will sit," Chen Mo replied, taking a seat beside Queen Medusa. The Queen Medusa extended her hand and pushed Chen Mo's shoulder, causing him to recline against the armrest of the throne. She then opened the vial and personally applied the medicine to him. Chapter 39, Cohabitation. Chen Mo's smile appeared somewhat strained. The hair on his body stood on end as if electrified. He swallowed hard, his throat parched. This was unsettling. Something felt profoundly amiss. When did this enchanting serpent become so gentle? Perhaps sensing Chen Mo's gaze, a playful smirk curled upon Queen Medusa's lips. Her lowered eyes suddenly lifted, revealing a pair of bright, cold eyes that regarded Chen Mo with an icy intensity. Yes, this was the true Queen Medusa. "Your Majesty, there's no need for your assistance. I can manage myself," Chen Mo stammered. The word care was pronounced with particular emphasis by Queen Medusa, her voice laced with frost. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling any joy, Chen Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. What trickery was she planning? Indeed, she was up to something. Suddenly, her delicate fingers lightly traced his wound, her nails grazing his flesh, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. Ding, affection 1, earn 2 affection coins. How about now? Are you feeling any better? Queen Medusa inquired with a teasing smile, continuing to apply the medicinal powder. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, a hint of anger in his voice. Are you deriving pleasure from tormenting me? Without hesitation, Queen Medusa nodded, and after applying the powder, retrieved a roll of bandages from her storage ring to wrap around Chen Mo. As she wound the bandages, her hands had to reach around Chen Mo's back, resulting in a rather intimate positioning, with her body nearly pinning him down. Chen Mo gazed at her alluring face, a masterpiece of beauty crafted by the heavens. Despite the lethal glint in her eyes, an undeniable seductive charm radiated from her. This woman was the epitome of desire for nearly every man. As he admired her slender waist, a bold thought crossed Chen Mo's mind. He wished to gauge whether it was indeed as delicate as it appeared. Thus, while Queen Medusa tied the bandage, he unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist, causing her to stiffen, and in the next moment, she found herself tumbling onto him, particularly in a most compromising position. A faint blush graced Queen Medusa's cheek, quickly replaced by a palpable aura of menace. Unsurprisingly, she showed no concern for his injuries and, seizing him by the foot, hurled him with a force reminiscent of the Hulk, delivering a blow to Loki. Chen Mo was knocked unconscious once more. The silver lining was that his affection points had not only remained intact, but had increased. Queen Medusa gazed at the now unconscious Chen Mo, a smile lingering on her face, pride making her tremble with indignation. In a fit of anger, she swung a fist towards his face, gazing upon her swollen visage. Queen Medusa finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace her countenance. Disregarding him entirely, she sought a secluded corner and began her bathing ritual in a wooden tub, a scene of a beauty emerging from her bath that Chen Mo would never witness. After her bath, Queen Medusa donned a delicate red gown and reclined upon her bed, propping her fragrant chin in her hand as she gazed at the barely alive Chen Mo in the distance, a smile once again illuminating her face. After a brief period of observation, she closed her phoenix-like eyes, preparing to sleep. However, after a mere moment of rest, her eyes shot open, and she regarded Chen Mo once more, her expression inscrutable as she descended from the bed. Approaching him, Queen Medusa retrieved the wooden tub, filled it with water and potions, and unceremoniously tossed Chen Mo into it. With her task complete, she finally succumbed to a peaceful slumber. When Chen Mo awoke, daylight had already broken. Finding himself in the wooden tub was hardly a surprise. He had grown accustomed to such awakenings. With a splash of water, he shifted his body. Feeling a wave of soreness envelop him, his skin marred with bruises. Suddenly, he touched his face and inhaled sharply. He distinctly remembered that he had not been struck before losing consciousness. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the wound on his chest had healed slightly, with no fresh blood seeping forth. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that Queen Medusa was no longer present. He summoned his attribute panel to take a glance. Name, Chen Mo. Race, human. Cultivation, 7-star fighter. Host level, 2. Bound deities, die, at capacity, bonded as a Tao partner. Queen Medusa, 67. Can bond as a Tao partner upon reaching 100. Techniques, Supreme Hunyuan Technique, Chaos Meditation Technique, Upper Volume, Indestructible Mystic Body Technique. Skills, Wings of the Kuanpeng, can be upgraded. Wandering Steps, Body like a drifting dragon, Mystic Thunder Palm, Sword falls from the 9 heavens, Indestructible Body of the Great Sun. Breath-holding Technique, Forest of Death Seal, a sword across worlds. Bloodline, Ordinary. Favor Currency, 9. Physique, Qiankuan Sword Body, Perfected. Charm, Celestial Aesthetic. In terms of his inventory, he had 4 opportunities for enlightenment lasting the time of a single incense stick. After emerging from the tub and donning his robe, Chen Mo found a spot on the ground to meditate and cultivate. After an hour or two, he opened his eyes and glanced at her, deliberately ignoring her. Queen Medusa shot him a sidelong glance, seated herself upon her throne, and looked down at him with an air of authority, stating coldly, "From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal guard. Wherever I go, you shall follow." Chen Mo was taken aback. Did this signify an elevation in his status? From a mere exclusive servant to a personal protector? He regarded her with confusion. Is this the beginning of our cohabitation? Elsewhere, in the Serpent People's Temple, Dai sat in contemplation, her brow furrowed with the weight of some unseen pain. Through her inheritance, Dai had learned of the methods of evolution and unearthed bloodline legacies and innate skills previously unknown to her. The butterfly's acceptance speed is remarkably swift, based on this timeline. It will only be about 2 months before she reunites with her beloved. Contemplating this, the butterfly became more earnest in her endeavors. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Chen Mo's realm had ascended to the rank of 8-star Dome Master, drawing near to the 9th star. He invested 15 favor coins to elevate the Kuanpeng Wings to the intermediate mystical tier. The favor from Queen Medusa had accumulated to 72. However, Gaining favor from Queen Medusa was quite challenging. After surpassing the 70 mark, it would take approximately 34 days to increase, even slightly. In Chapter 40, the location of the Blue Lotus Heartfire was discussed. The third-grade elixirs included the Qi Recovery Pill, which swiftly restores Do Qi, the Windwalking Pill, enhancing movement speed, and the Gathering Yuan Pill, which accelerates the absorption of Do Qi. After transcribing these three elixirs onto paper, Chen Mo sought out Elder Baru. These are all materials for third-grade elixirs. Can you truly concoct them? Baru exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at the ingredients listed on the paper Chen Mo had handed him. Chen Mo, scratching his nose, replied, after all this time, is it so surprising that I can refine third-grade elixirs? Baru's expression twitched, and he returned the paper to Chen Mo, stating, I do not possess these materials. Puzzled, Chen Mo inquired, what do you mean? Baru's countenance darkened as he continued. The Tagar Desert is inherently resource scarce, and the incessant heat renders it unfavorable for the growth of materials other than those of the fire attribute. Furthermore, the blockade imposed by humans on our serpent folk tribe makes it exceedingly difficult for medicinal herbs from the human kingdoms to circulate among us. Ah, I see, Baru remarked, feeling as if he were being viewed as less than human. I am also human, standing right beside you. Could you refrain from being so blunt? Chen Mo retorted. Noticing the tension, Baru quickly apologized. I am sorry, I did not mean you. You are different from other humans. You are a good person. After a casual exchange with Baru, Chen Mo took his leave. The moment Chen Mo departed, Baru sought out Queen Medusa. When she was not in her chamber, she typically attended to state affairs in the palace council hall. Upon seeing Baru, she instinctively remarked, has Chen Mo come to request materials again? Baru nodded. He is seeking materials for third-grade elixirs. Oh, Queen Medusa exclaimed in surprise, pausing her tasks to look up. Can he truly concoct third-grade elixirs now? Indeed. He has affirmed he can. Understanding that this was part of the plan to integrate Chen Mo into their fold, Queen Medusa responded, this process is already underway. I have appointed him as my personal guard. Once his strength increases further, I shall promote him to the deputy leader of the palace guards. Deputy leader? Baru's pupils constricted. Pondering, would the Elder Council agree to appoint a human as deputy leader of the palace guards? I am the queen. Queen Medusa declared proudly, then added, if we are to regard him as one of our own, we must not underestimate his human identity. We shall proceed gradually. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. Baru clasped his fists respectfully and spoke, the medicinal herbs are depleted. Shall we venture out to plunder another merchant convoy? Medusa, the queen, narrowed her eyes and pressed her lips together, replying, no need for that. We shall refrain from such actions in the future. It is imperative to ease relations with humanity. Should they continue their relentless pursuit, I do not shy away from reigniting the flames of war. Indeed, wherever Medusa ventured, Chen Mo followed closely. However, the reality was that he often took moments to indulge in idleness. Occasionally, when Medusa was occupied with matters of state in the council chamber, Chen Mo would stand outside for a while before stealthily slipping away. Initially, Medusa reprimanded him on several occasions, but eventually, she allowed him his freedom, for he seldom heeded her words. The arrangement of Medusa and Chen Mo living together remained a secret known only to a few of Medusa's trusted confidants, undisclosed to others. In the royal chamber, Chen Mo's bed was originally situated directly opposite Medusa's, but as time passed, their beds mysteriously drew closer together. Naturally, this was a deliberate act on Chen Mo's part. On the bed, Chen Mo had successfully cultivated the iron body technique of the immortal body to a profound level, with only the copper body remaining. Similar to the iron body, the copper body required a drop of blood from a magical beast of at least the spirit dough level, specifically a beast of 4th tier or higher. Additionally, it required magical cores of 3rd tier or above with gold attributes, along with rare herbs not found among the serpent people. Of course, the higher the grade, the superior the quality of the copper body. Chen Mo felt both hesitant and embarrassed to approach Medusa for assistance, so he resolved to visit the Serpent Clan's territory and see the desert city. That night, Medusa firmly rejected his request, fearing that Chen Mo might attempt to escape. Why not? Chen Mo thought the request was not unreasonable. No means no, she asserted, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Chen Mo was no pushover. He understood that he had to stand firm when necessary. With Medusa's unwavering stance, he rose abruptly from the bed and sternly declared, I am notifying you, not seeking your counsel. Medusa's brow furrowed, her icy demeanor unfaltering as she retorted, feeling bold. Are we? Come, let us see if you can suppress your cultivation to my level. I will teach you a lesson. Chen Mo felt emboldened. Unsurprisingly, he soon found himself on the receiving end of Medusa's reprimands. The notion of suppressing to the same level was foolish on her part. With the iron body cultivated to its peak, Chen Mo merely shrugged off the superficial injuries and boasted, If you have the capability, strike me down, otherwise, I shall seize the desert city. Medusa's eyebrows knitted together, her chilling gaze fixated on Chen Mo, her enchanting visage betraying no emotion. It was not until Chen Mo began to feel uneasy under her stare that she conceded, I shall accompany you. Chen Mo was taken aback and quickly replied, is that wise? After all, that is human territory. If you go, they may perceive it as a declaration of war, primarily due to Medusa's long serpentine tail, which could not be concealed, no matter the disguise. Queen Medusa cast a piercing gaze. Not far from the desolate city lies the border between the Jumai Empire and the Izumo Empire, where a forest of magical beasts resides, harboring what you seek. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback and replied, then you shall depart, Serpent Clan. The Serpent Clan is governed by 3 elders and 8 leaders. My absence will not be consequential, the queen asserted. A warmth enveloped Chen Mo's heart as he mustered the strength to rise, smiling gently, Your Majesty, after a long day. You must be weary. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Without waiting for a response, he climbed onto Queen Medusa's bed and positioned himself behind her, tenderly kneading her fair, fragrant shoulders. Ding. Affection increased by 1, earning 2 affection coins. Triggered intimacy bonus, acquiring the location of the Azure Lotus Heartfire. Chapter 41. Chen Mo's reckless endeavor. The location of the Azure Lotus Heartfire? Chen Mo quickly extracted the information, and a panoramic map of the Taggart Desert materialized in his mind. Red dots marked the position of the Azure Lotus Heartfire on this map. Chen Mo believed he could surprise Queen Medusa, recalling her fondness for exotic flames. However, in the original narrative, her desire for such flames was primarily for the purpose of evolution. Until the moment of evolution arrived, possessing them would be futile. Queen Medusa's innate attributes leaned towards the cold and dark, making the exotic flames incompatible. To consume such flames would lead to her demise. Hence, it was likely more prudent to refine and absorb them himself, offering them to her when the time for her evolution was ripe. In that moment, Chen Mo pondered numerous considerations. For instance, the danger of using exotic flames for evolution was considerable. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the outcome could be fatal, diverging from the original tale. Thus, he pondered whether alternative methods of evolution existed. Noticing his pause, Queen Medusa furrowed her brows, inquiring, Why have you ceased? Chen Mo resumed his ministrations, contemplating that he would retrieve the Azure Lotus Heartfire upon exiting the magical beast forest to avoid the risk of prolonged uncertainty. Queen Medusa's skin was remarkably fair, her body seemingly devoid of bones, soft and delicate. Initially, Chen Mo's intention in offering her a shoulder massage was merely opportunistic. However, at this moment, his sincerity was genuine. He massaged earnestly, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, as time passed, uncertainty crept in. Queen Medusa possessed an innate allure that Chen Mo was unaware of. His touch could inadvertently amplify this enchanting quality. Gradually, Chen Mo's hands grew bolder, emboldened by the comfort of the moment. Initially seated, Queen Medusa succumbed to the sensation and reclined. Chen Mo gently patted her exquisite back, gradually venturing to her waist. His fingers, whether by accident or design, lightly squeezing her serpentine waist. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. No response. Chen Mo, feeling emboldened, lingered his fingers at her waist a moment longer. Observing her continued silence, his courage swelled further. He began to squeeze gently. The sensation was indescribable, a feeling that evoked an exclamation of sheer delight. Chen Mo found himself pondering whether he could compare the allure of the butterfly and the Queen of Medusa if they were to lie beside him. This hand, he vowed, would remain unwashed for an entire year. Noticing that the Queen of Medusa remained unresponsive, Chen Mo's courage burgeoned beyond its previous limits. Perhaps it was not simply bravery, but rather a reckless dance on the precipice of death. He began to caress the delicate waist of the Queen of Medusa, only to be abruptly thrust away by a violet serpent's tail. Thud! He crashed violently against the wall, spitting blood from his mouth. Human, have I been too gentle with you lately? The Queen's chilling voice, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism, pierced the air. Reclining gracefully, she rested her head on her hand, gazing frostily at Chen Mo. It's fine, I think it's quite good. Chen Mo managed to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with great difficulty, swallowed a lump in his throat, responding weakly. The Queen of Medusa let out a cold huff, her tone indifferent. That will be all for tonight. With a flick of her delicate wrist, the surrounding flames extinguished, plunging the chamber into darkness, save for the sliver of moonlight filtering through the window, casting a faint glow. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the silhouette on the distant bed. The absence of positive reinforcement merely indicated that the Queen of Medusa felt averse, yet not hostile. No, aversion and hostility were synonymous. It was more a matter of discomfort without disdain. Perhaps that was not quite right either. Never mind, he scolded himself internally. Chen Mo, you have already touched her waist. How far can your ultimate dream of dominating her be? He instinctively raised his hand to his nose. Delightful. Weary. He collapsed onto the bed adjacent to the Queen of Medusa. In less than 10 minutes, he fell into a deep slumber. The Queen of Medusa slumbered as well, though not entirely at peace. In truth, she had been aware of Chen Mo's initial subtle gestures from the start. It was merely indulgence on her part, but she had not anticipated his audacity. That night, she found no tranquility. On the third day, they departed from the Serpent clan together. The Queen of Medusa donned a flowing black robe, adorned with a white mask and iron-clawed gloves. A pair of fiery red wings unfurled majestically behind her. Underneath that dark attire, all allure, enchantment, and nobility were subdued. Your Majesty, at this moment, you resemble a heartless assassin, Chen Mo remarked. Clad in a white robe and standing upon a flying sword, trailing slowly behind the queen. She paid him no heed, instead quickening her pace. Your Majesty, wait for me. You're moving too fast. I can't keep up, Chen Mo thought, urging his own speed to increase. Yet, in comparison to the Queen of Medusa, who was akin to a battle emperor, he could scarcely catch a glimpse of her shadow. Fortunately, she eventually slowed her pace. Your Majesty, it is said that each Medusa's evolution channel is shrouded in mystery. Besides the use of exotic flames for evolution, are there other pathways? Chen Mo inquired, pondering the subsequent evolution of the Medusa Queen. The Medusa Queen halted mid-flight, her piercing gaze from behind the mask fixated on Chen Mo, her tone icy as she asked, "Where did you hear that?" Chen Mo, unable to admit it was from a book, could only respond, "It has been years. I have forgotten." The Medusa Queen scrutinized Chen Mo intensely before replying, "It is of no concern to you." With that, she resumed her flight. "Do share, perhaps I could assist you." Chen Mo persisted. "Silence." The Medusa Queen retorted sharply. Chen Mo complied, sensing her genuine ire after their days of interaction. Indeed, the Medusa Queen was furious. But not at Chen Mo. Rather, it was her anger directed at the potential leak of her evolution secrets. If Chen Mo had heard it from someone else, it implied that many were aware. Several hours later, they arrived at the border between the Outcloud Empire and the Gamma Empire. This forest was remarkably vast, rivaling even the Beast Mountain range of the Gamma Empire. Help! Upon their arrival, the cries for assistance echoed, seemingly feeling the weight of countless gazes. The Shadow Guard met Wan Qianxiu's eyes, his expression as still as a stagnant pool, revealing no emotion. After dispatching one foe, Zhang Tian lunged at the puppet casting the rockfall spell. The puppet, unable to react defensively, was struck with a powerful punch, crashing into the wall before ceasing its magical fluctuations. Blood Clan. Wei Jinzong's face turned pale. He had failed to notice the presence of Blood Clan members in the room, and most critically, Deng Yan was dead. He did not wish for Zhao Ruobing to offend other colleagues during this gathering, thus avoiding unnecessary discord. Yuan Yi smiled, perhaps thinking that Lin Xiaoxiao was still too naive to boast about ascending to immortality. In an environment like Earth, aspiring to become an immortal was akin to dreaming. Zhang Tian hurriedly followed, recalling the aimless wandering after getting lost in the Lost Forest. He truly wished to avoid getting lost again. The driver, perceiving the beauty as somewhat foolish, refrained from offering guidance, deciding to address it when she was ready to pay. There must be some hidden machinations from the Peng family, or perhaps the unknown schemes of Peng Jiao, possibly even orchestrated by that mysterious strategist from the Seven Nations Alliance. Just as Yishio felt overwhelmed by the monitoring device and contemplated calling a nurse, a crisp voice resonated at the door. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo inwardly lamented. Sensing trouble, the soft-spoken Zhou Guangbi might be preparing to raise the board high and bring it down gently. As the ethereal clouds of the Tao began to slowly rotate, the power of the Tao within the Dantian converged accordingly. The violet spiritual energy swirled atop the clouds, deepening in hue, and the initially cloud-like form began to contract, gradually taking the shape of a semi-luminous taiji. At that moment, a beam of black radiance swiftly shot from the east, striking the area above Gonggong with a resounding explosion. The formidable energy forcibly tore open a spatial passage in the air, just as Muronke had anticipated. The militia regarded the autumn harvest in the southern region of Yuzhou as theirs for the taking. Once the army had gathered, Wang Ming immediately dispatched 5,000 mixed cavalry and 20,000 infantry, boldly departing from Lixian with carts laden with sickles, penetrating deep into Gaoyang and Qingliang, recklessly harvesting the autumn grain for supplies. Wang Ming and Wang Song were startled. Despite the youth of the figure before them, a fierce aura of slaughter surrounded him, akin to one who could sever heads as easily as cutting grass. Wang Ming inwardly lamented that in such perilous circumstances, one could not afford to indulge in whims like one might in the mountains. The journey was tedious, yet fortunately, the banter with Baifangji helped to pass the time. Observing that Yang Bo seemed unconcerned about the pursuit from Huayan Prefecture, Bai Fangji felt considerably relieved. And it was only upon entering the territory of Shandong that he felt entirely at ease, a smile gracing his face. I nodded in agreement. Yet before I could fully prepare myself for the gesture, my body hastily entered the village. Zhao Wang struck the table, producing a thunderous sound. The depth of his inner strength shattered the teacups atop the table. Is there a misunderstanding? Speak your mind directly. There's no need for such arduous climbing, exclaimed Li Zhao Tian, panting heavily as he climbed beside Shi Zhijian. His prior arrogance dissipated. He had previously confided in me his desire to be my support, vowing even to reach the realm of the gods to shield me from adversity. Lu Yinchuan glanced up, a smile illuminating her eyes, like a barrage of positron cannons. They emitted terrifying waves of energy, threatening to engulf Lu Heng in an instant. Wait a moment. Only 2 have fallen? Who remains standing? Pondered the fallen soldier, too fearful to open his eyes. The passengers aboard the train from the southwest could never have anticipated that a mere 9-month-old child possessed such delicate sensibilities. Regretting not having brought him along, listening to Duo's heart-wrenching cries stirred an impulse to leap from the train. Yet considering the weight of 5.5 Jin, hesitation prevailed. Once the meeting concluded and the Chinese merchants alongside the influential figures departed, Lan Gang retrieved a cigarette and offered one to Lei Luo, who stood at the conference room door, inquiring about the events. In truth, aside from the straightforward and somewhat naive Su Yue, the other 4 had long harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Dai Fengni. History unfolds in such a manner. Wang Xuanzi led the Tang coalition to determine the fate of realms in a single battle. Meanwhile, Chen Maokai, accompanied by Zhou Zeng and Li Boji, had already set forth with their troops towards the country of Ayuda, pursuing the remnants of Almatar and others. Having secured Nan County, along with the vast lands surrounding Jingling and the Fima Ranch, and with the easily conquerable territory of Xianyang at his disposal, most of Jingzhou had effectively fallen under Long Tao's control. Chapter 42, Xiaoyu. In the vast and dense forest, the lush trees obscured nearly half of the sky. Being close to the empire of Outcloud, this verdant woodland was abundant in medicinal herbs. However, alongside the wealth of resources lurked numerous formidable magical beasts. Due to her physical condition, she had temporarily departed from the academy's stronghold, accompanied solely by Xiaoyu, whom she had summoned from Wutan City. As they traversed this area, parched and weary, they decided to take a brief respite. Unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently wandered into the territory of the desert flame wolves. These creatures possessed an acute territorial instinct and lived in packs. Any intruder, be it human or beast, would be driven away, or worse, ruthlessly hunted down if deemed vulnerable. Unfortunately, Ruolin and Xiaoyu fell into the latter category and were swiftly encircled. In her struggle against them, Ruolin inadvertently killed one of the desert flame wolves, an act that summoned the attention of their leader, an apex 3-tier magical beast, equivalent to a peak great fighter in human terms. Even a newly ascended Doling would likely find themselves outmatched by this 3-tier desert flame wolf. Ruolin, a 3-star great fighter, and Xiaoyu, a 1-star fighter, stood little chance against such a creature, leading to their desperate flight. Yet, the speed of the desert flame wolves was far beyond their capabilities, and they were quickly pursued. As their mentor, Ruolin stepped forward, intending to hold off the beast long enough for Xiaoyu to escape. However, Xiaoyu refused to abandon her. Instead, she declared that they would face their fate together and began to cry out for help. But in this desolate wilderness, devoid of any signs of civilization, who would hear them? Yuan, it is my fault for bringing you into this, Ruolin lamented, realizing that had she not come to Tiankue, Xiaoyu would not have stayed behind to care for her and consequently faced this peril. Teacher, I do not blame you, Xiaoyu replied, though her voice trembled. At just 14, the bloom of youth, how could she not be terrified by such a situation? Close your eyes, and fear shall dissipate, Ruolin gently reassured, stroking Xiaoyu's hair and forcing a comforting smile. As Xiaoyu shut her eyes, Ruolin's gaze sharpened, and she exhaled slowly, her resolute figure exuding an imposing aura. Beasts, I will fight you, she shouted, brandishing her blue whip and charging forth. However, while her resolve was commendable, reality proved harsh. She could not withstand even a single strike and was swiftly knocked to the ground by the 3-tiered desert flame wolf, her robe torn asunder. The beast prepared to deliver a fatal blow, its paw poised to end her life. With blood pooling in her mouth, Ruolin shut her eyes in despair, awaiting death's embrace. In that moment, a fierce beam of sword light shot forth from the distance, effortlessly cleaving the 3-tiered desert flame wolf in two. Warm blood splattered across Ruolin's face, startling her. As she opened her eyes, she heard what she would forever cherish as the most comforting voice of her life. Are you all right? As she gazed, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a deep blue 3-foot sword, caught her attention. From her vantage point, his profile was strikingly handsome, with a pair of starry eyes observing her faintly as he extended a handkerchief towards her. In that moment, Roland's autumn-like eyes were captivated, lost in a daze. She felt her heart inexplicably racing. Is he? Chen Mo, with his finely arched brows, appeared quite handsome and possessed considerable prowess. Yet, was this person simply stunned? Teacher, Xiao Yu, hearing the commotion, rushed over, her eyes wide with concern as she checked on Roland. Upon seeing the expanse of white around Roland and her grievous injuries, she gasped, covering her lips with her delicate hand, exclaiming, Teacher, your wounds. Realizing Xiao Yu's presence, Roland also came to her senses. Looking down, she felt more embarrassment than pain, her cheeks flushing crimson. Hastily, she attempted to conceal her exposed modesty before gratefully accepting the handkerchief. At this moment, Xiao Yu appraised Chen Mo, who exuded an irresistible charm, embodying her ideal type. Moreover, considering his youth and formidable strength, having slain a third-tier desert flame wolf, Xiao Yu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. I am Xiao Yu, a student of Canaan Academy. This is my mentor, Roland. We are deeply grateful for your timely rescue. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? While Xiao Yu assessed Chen Mo, he too took a moment to regard her. She appeared around 13 or 14, remarkably tall, her most striking feature being her long, graceful legs. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering, is this the Xiao Yu of the Xiao family? In the original narrative, Xiao Yu was indeed known for her long legs. Ahem. Above, the Queen of Medusa, draped in a black robe and adorned with a white mask, coughed twice. Subsequently, Chen Mo was alerted by the sound of a system notification. Ding, affection increased by 1. Chen Mo, goodness, how ruthless. Without uttering another word, he tossed down a jade vial and followed the Queen of Medusa as she departed. Xiao Yu took the vial, staring blankly at the retreating figure of the black-robed individual. Battle-Chi Wings, Battle King? Or perhaps a serpent person. Roland, snatching the vial from Xiao Yu's hand, opened it to reveal a second-tier healing elixir. A serpent person? Xiao Yu paused, then scrutinized closely, discovering a purple serpent tail protruding from beneath the black robe. After consuming the elixir, Roland gazed at the distant white silhouette, her grip tightening on the handkerchief Chen Mo had given her, murmuring softly, I hope we will meet again. Is it beautiful? The Queen of Medusa, now deep within the forest, suddenly spoke coldly. Initially uncertain, Chen Mo now recognized that she was indeed feeling jealous. A smile blossoming on his face. Boom. A burst of crimson light struck beside Chen Mo, creating a small crater in the earth. The Queen of Medusa coldly reiterated, Is it beautiful? An inexplicable anger stirred within her. He smiles, he dares to smile. Not at all beautiful, Chen Mo replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Clearing his throat, he added, Compared to your majesty, they do not even measure up to a fraction of your magnificence. With a soft chime, the message of increased rapport and a critical strike echoed. Humph, smooth talking, Queen Medusa remarked with a cold huff, ceasing her words as she descended gracefully from the air, casually stating, In this forest of magical beasts, there resides a 6th-tier dark golden magic tiger. Allow me to dispatch it for you. Chen Mo replied, Your Majesty, you are truly formidable. In the heart of the dense forest, Chen Mo walked alongside Queen Medusa. Occasionally, he bent down to gather herbs that flourished in this secluded area. Deep within the woods lived high-level magical beasts, and few dared to venture into this territory, allowing precious herbs to grow unattended. Naturally, these magical creatures consumed them. But the herbs were merely of 2nd or 3rd tier, while the beasts were of 3rd, 5th, and even 6th tier, rendering these herbs insignificant to them. Thus, they thrived undisturbed, benefiting Chen Mo immensely. Your Majesty, since you are unoccupied, would you assist me in gathering some? Chen Mo pointed to a vibrant red herb beside Queen Medusa. Very well, she nodded. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by her willingness. Just as he pondered her agreeable nature, she continued, You shall handle the 6th-tier dark golden magic tiger. Startled, Chen Mo quickly responded with a grin. No. I wouldn't want to trouble you with these herbs. I'll take care of it myself. Your Majesty, does your shoulder ache? Would you like me to give it a gentle massage? With a teasing smile, Queen Medusa replied, That sounds delightful. Chen Mo thought to himself, I'm merely being polite. Yet he proceeded to give her a light massage. Her delicate form was as soft as silk, and the act itself was a form of enjoyment. However, he reminded himself that they had important matters to attend to. After relishing the service, Queen Medusa playfully kicked him away, wary of him taking liberties. Am I truly just a tool, used and discarded? Chen Mo mused as he caught up with her. The dark golden magic tiger, one of the apex predators of this forest, was a gold-type magical beast, said to possess a trace of the bloodline of the divine white tiger. Of course, This was merely a legend. The truth remained uncertain. As they continued through the forest, Queen Medusa grew impatient with Chen Mo's deliberation, lamenting that she would have already dealt with the dark golden tiger had she been in his position. Chen Mo countered, with so many precious herbs in this forest, wouldn't it be a waste to leave them unharvested? Look here, this is spirit snake grass, which can be refined into a third-tier elixir called spirit snake pill, highly beneficial for the cultivation of snake people. He plucked an herb shaped like a serpent and presented it to her. Queen Medusa paused, her expression subtly shifting behind her mask as she realized that most of the herbs Chen Mo had gathered were indeed spirit snake grass. While she had been impatiently urging him on, with a cold remark, "What a nuisance," she bent down to assist him in gathering. Upon hearing the term spirit dragon yin yang technique, Chen Mo immediately focused on extracting it, his expression transforming into one of sheer delight. The Qinglong yin yang technique, despite its ostentatious name, truly lives up to its reputation upon Chen Mo's understanding. This is an auxiliary dual cultivation secret method, through which one can cultivate without depleting their essence, effortlessly navigating the intricacies of night and day. Chen Mo swiftly committed it to memory. Just then, a disturbance caught his attention. His gaze sharpened as a ferocious gray-brown beast shot forth from a nearby thicket like a dart. It was the dark gold magic tiger. This creature, draped in a coat of gray-brown fur adorned with layers of dark golden patterns, was massive, its menacing maw revealing sharp, blood-stained fangs glimmering with a lethal sheen. A third-tier dark gold magic tiger, not the Tiger King, signifying that they had indeed entered its territory. The Medusa Queen tossed a spirit snake herb to Chen Mo, her tone icy and indifferent, showing no intention of engaging in battle. Understanding her cue, Chen Mo summoned his weapon, Tianyuan. The dark gold magic tiger was a notoriously vicious beast, its fur as tough as iron, presenting a formidable challenge. With a swift strike, Chen Mo severed the beast in two without a single cry, the creature departing this world in serene silence. Concerned that Medusa might chastise him for hesitating, he employed his ultimate move without delay. As Chen Mo approached, he extracted the magic core from the beast. "Such exquisite tiger skin wasted," remarked the Medusa Queen coolly as she passed him by. Chen Mo, with a slight smirk, rose to his feet, aware that the dark gold magic tiger was a treasure trove in itself. Just as he intended to stow the beast's body into his storage ring, a violent surge of energy and a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, akin to a muffled thunderclap. Shortly after the tiger's roar, a shrill cry of an eagle pierced the air. Chen Mo's expression shifted as he fixated on the distant sky, the source of the tumultuous energy. With her keen insight, the Medusa Queen remarked, "You're quite fortunate. You've stumbled upon two sixth-tier magical beasts." As dusk's subtle dark violet hue gradually spread across the horizon, merging with the resplendent sunset, the dark-hued mountains loomed like the gaping maw of a leviathan, unknowingly engulfing the sun. Beneath this twilight, two colossal magical beasts confronted each other in midair. To the right was a dark gold magic tiger, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length, its fur shimmering with a metallic luster, significantly larger than the one Chen Mo had previously vanquished. The four exposed fangs of its massive jaw drew attention, and on its flank, a pair of wings formed from condensed dark golden energy fluttered, exuding a formidable presence. "Is this the Tiger King?" Chen Mo murmured softly. Opposite the dark gold magic Tiger King stood a giant eagle, nearly equal in size, its body a brilliant crimson, crackling with arcs of lightning, its majestic aura rivaling that of the Tiger King. "The Thunderblood Eagle," Chen Mo exclaimed, realizing why the Medusa Queen had referred to the encounter as a fortuitous acquisition of two sixth-tier magical beasts. Their powers were comparable, and a confrontation between them would indeed be a remarkable spectacle. "The sanguine flame within your being must indeed be the beast fire of the Azure Thunderblood Eagle," remarked Queen Medusa. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "You old rogue, I have already declared this a misunderstanding, yet you persistently provoke me. Do you truly believe I fear you?" Above in the sky, the colossal dark golden magic Tiger King suddenly roared in human speech. "Huh, to consume my offspring. Can it truly be resolved with mere words of misunderstanding? Today, it shall be either your demise or mine." The Azure Thunderblood Eagle let out a piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of blood flame towards the dark golden magic Tiger King. "Humph, old rogue, I have long harbored disdain for you, since you seek your own demise. I shall flay you alive today." The dark golden magic Tiger King bellowed, its deep roar reverberating through the mountains. The battle was on the verge of erupting. "To my surprise, the Azure Thunderblood Eagle is a female," Chen Mo murmured. Queen Medusa remained silent, awaiting their mutual destruction. Chapter 44. Queen Medusa is wounded. In the heavens above, dark golden and blood-red luminescence surged, nearly enveloping the entire sky. The blood flames danced and swirled, ultimately converging into a massive pillar of crimson fire that shot skyward. The intense heat, even from a distance of thousands of meters, caused Chen Mo to break into a sweat. Chen Mo marveled, recognizing that with his current reserves of fighting spirit and strength, he could not possibly incite the blood flames to such an extent. Your Majesty, whom do you believe will triumph? Chen Mo inquired softly, gazing at Queen Medusa, who was fixated on the sky. I shall, replied Queen Medusa coldly. Chen Mo, The Azure Thunder Blood Eagle, consumed by rage, had lost its reason, and its vitality paled in comparison to that of the dark golden magic Tiger King. If the Azure Thunderblood Eagle could not secure a decisive victory in a short span of time, the victor would undoubtedly be the dark golden magic Tiger King. Queen Medusa suddenly remarked. Oh, Chen Mo muttered. What followed was akin to an exhilarating cinematic experience, as he witnessed the fierce clash of two sixth-tier magical beasts. Their battle ravaged the forest below, transforming it into a barren expanse, with numerous magical creatures fleeing in panic. As the storm surged, had it not been for Queen Medusa grasping Chen Mo's hand, he would have been swept away. Yet, Chen Mo cleverly wrapped his arms around the waist of Queen Medusa. What a ferocious wind! Your Majesty, do hold steady, lest we both be carried away. Chen Mo feigned his embrace as an act of self-preservation. The human Queen Medusa, her phoenix eyes glinting with malice, coldly stated that such a powerful energy storm would not allow her to be rid of him easily. She merely hoped he would recognize the situation and release her. Instead, he tightened his grip. You, Queen Medusa, exasperated, resolved to settle the score later. The two colossal beings clashed in the sky, and at the moment of impact, the space around them seemed to still. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted in the now darkened sky. The moment of reckoning was at hand, remarked Queen Medusa. Indeed, Chen Mo concurred. As Chen Mo gazed skyward, he beheld the blood eagle of the Azure Thunder and the dark gold Tiger King, both drenched in blood, uncertain whether it belonged to their adversary or themselves. The dark gold Tiger King appeared to be in a more favorable condition than its counterpart. With the tempest subsiding, Queen Medusa released her grip on Chen Mo. Yet he found himself clasping her waist with both arms. The weather was truly splendid. Reluctantly, Chen Mo loosened his embrace, scratching his head while observing the encroaching twilight. Queen Medusa uttered not a word. Instead, she flicked her serpentine tail, sending Chen Mo hurtling away for several meters. The fondness remained unscathed, he mused to himself. Simultaneously, the battle reached its climax. The dark gold Tiger King's razor-sharp claws struck the massive wings of the blood eagle of the Azure Thunder, leaving a gruesome mark. The creature let out a piercing shriek, but it was short-lived as its throat was crushed by the dark gold Tiger King's bite, which then wrenched its head from its body. Just as it was about to spit out the eagle's head and revel in its victory, Queen Medusa, who stood beside Chen Mo, vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a crimson glow flickered above the dark gold Tiger King's form. Who dares? The dark gold tiger's expression shifted drastically. Then, with a resounding crash, akin to a kite severed from its string, it plummeted towards the earth, mirroring the fate of the blood eagle. The ground shook, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, a vast pit emerged. The dark gold Tiger King's vitality still flickering, as it coughed up copious amounts of blood and, in defiance, uttered, "Who are you?" The response came swiftly in the form of a red arrow piercing its chest. Queen Medusa sheathed her longbow and descended. Chen Mo, standing upon his flying sword, approached the edge of the massive pit. The scene was one of devastation, not a single tree unscathed. The blood eagle's spilt blood had stained the earth of vivid crimson. After Queen Medusa landed, she casually stood to the side, casting a glance at Chen Mo, as if to say, "Why the hesitation? Will you not act? Must I intervene personally?" Holding the heavenly abyss, Chen Mo first extracted the magic core from the blood eagle's severed head, stowing it within a spatial ring. A sixth-tier magical beast was a treasure trove in itself. Nothing could be wasted. However, when attempting to fit the blood eagle's body into the ring, he discovered that its capacity was limited. Thus, he stored it in the system backpack. Queen Medusa raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She had bestowed the spatial ring upon Chen Mo and was well aware of its constraints, realizing it could not accommodate the entirety of the blood eagle's form. Yet, astonishingly, he had managed to do so. Queen Medusa pressed her lips together but refrained from inquiring further. Chen Mo then approached the body of the dark gold Tiger King, which remained relatively intact. Most magical beasts possessed their cores within their heads, so he began his search there. Truly, as a creature of the gold attribute, it proved formidable. With a slight exertion of force, Chen Mo plunged the heavenly abyss into the Tiger King's skull, soon uncovering the coveted magic core. The dark golden magic Tiger King's magic core is significantly larger than that of the Azure Thunderblood Eagle, measuring the size of two of Chen Mo's fists. Just as Chen Mo was about to excavate it, a brilliant white light erupted from the core's position. Get back! Queen Medusa, ever watchful, saw the white beam shoot forth and immediately shouted, her crimson light flashing as she appeared beside Chen Mo, pushing him away. Boom! The white light struck Queen Medusa, impacting her left shoulder. Blood spurted from her mouth, and her face turned pale. Chen Mo, having been knocked to the ground, was momentarily stunned, uncertain of the situation. Yet his primary concern remained with Queen Medusa. Seeing her wounded and on the verge of collapsing, he swiftly slapped the ground, his figure darting forward to catch her. Queen Medusa fell into his embrace. Your Majesty, are you all right? Chen Mo looked down at the injury, and, upon realizing it was not fatal, he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, an inexplicable pang of anguish surged within him. Queen Medusa had been injured for his sake. It is a bloodline skill, she murmured softly. Chen Mo was unfamiliar with the term, and after stowing the dark golden magic tiger king in his backpack, he cradled Queen Medusa and departed. He needed to find a secluded place to tend to her wounds. The night was as dense as thick ink, impenetrable and profound. In a hidden cave, the dim yellow flames flickered gently with the breeze that swept in. Chen Mo dared not take a breath, immediately removing the white mask from Queen Medusa's face. Her black robe, striking red gown, and enchanting visage were once again revealed before him. As his gaze swept over her exquisite features, it gradually descended, his brow slightly furrowing upon noticing a horrific blood hole beneath her left shoulder, the flowing blood staining the area a deep crimson. Leaning against the cave wall, Queen Medusa's delicate brows were slightly knitted, a hint of pain shadowing her countenance, which added an air of cold elegance and vulnerability to her already noble demeanor. As for Chen Mo's gaze, Queen Medusa was accustomed to it, her voice icy as she commanded, behave yourself. Chen Mo nodded, retrieving several small jade vials and a roll of bandage from his spatial ring. He tore off a strip of bandage, dampened it with a potion, and gently began to cleanse her fragrant shoulder. Observing Chen Mo's earnest demeanor, a trace of bashfulness inexplicably flickered in Queen Medusa's heart, yet her expression remained frigid. After wiping away the blood from her shoulder, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before gently lifting the edge of her magnificent red gown to clean the arc of her injury. Queen Medusa stiffened, her icy eyes narrowing, her silver teeth clenched. Had Chen Mo not quickly diverted his attention, she might have been compelled to retaliate. After all, that area was unscathed. Chen Mo's act of wiping that area stemmed from a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency. It was akin to a pristine bucket of white paint marred by a few black specks, inevitably prompting one to remove those blemishes. On skin as smooth as mutton fat jade, the lingering bloodstains were a sight he could not resist erasing. After cleansing the blood, Chen Mo picked up another small jade vial and poured the powder inside onto the wound beneath her fragrant shoulder, gently spreading it with his fingertip. This was an external medicine he had concocted based on the sacred formula of the medicine sage, designed to effectively enhance the healing of wounds. Once he had applied the powder, Chen Mo opened another jade vial containing a pale yellow liquid. He poured it onto his fingertip and delicately massaged it into the wounded area where he had just applied the powder. Following this, he retrieved another vial and poured in a healing elixir, which he unceremoniously placed into the mouth of Queen Medusa. His finger brushed against her rosy lips, causing her expression to turn icy, a hint of annoyance flashing across her features. How many times had this human dared to treat her in such a manner? Yet, she found herself questioning the peculiar assortment of vials he possessed. What are these jade vials for? She inquired. Chen Mo glanced up at her and replied, this vial contains bone powder to promote bone growth. This one is for treating deep wounds to accelerate healing. This is a skin elixir to prevent scarring. And this one reduces swelling, while that one invigorates the blood. Initially, these were all concocted for my own use. Yet it seems they are also of service to your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's complexion suddenly flushed as memories surfaced of the days when she had mercilessly pummeled him, leaving him bruised and battered. Apologies were out of the question for her. Instead, she turned her head away, choosing silence. Chen Mo proceeded to wrap a bandage around her wound, continuing, earlier, I feared for your life. I worried that my sister would be heartbroken upon your emergence. Seemingly aware of his intent, Queen Medusa interrupted him with an aloof tone, adding, do not misinterpret my actions. Observing her contradictory demeanor, Chen Mo unexpectedly found a hint of charm in her character. He smiled subtly, choosing to remain silent. The wound appeared severe. Yet for one of Medusa's stature, a battle emperor, it was inconsequential. She cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, her brows knitting together as she spoke. Some magical beasts with potent bloodlines inherit a unique innate skill upon awakening their lineage. Rumors suggest that the dark golden magic tiger possesses a trace of the divine white tiger's bloodline, and it appears to be true. Furthermore, the Tiger King has awakened. When a magical beast with such a bloodline perishes, if someone touches its core, the innate skill is triggered, serving as a means of mutual destruction. The bloodline of the divine white tiger. Chen Mo was taken aback, realizing the significance of this revelation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Queen Medusa. Had she not pushed him away, he could have faced a dire fate. Less of your gratitude is the greatest appreciation you could offer, Queen Medusa said with a slight curve of her crimson lips, her tone unexpectedly gentle. Certainly. Chen Mo smiled faintly. I must say, Your Majesty, your waist is indeed slender. Suddenly, a fist, resembling a sandbag, struck Chen Mo's face with a resounding thud. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Indeed, this king cannot afford to show you any leniency. Ding. Favorability 1. Earned 2 favor coins. Ah, this woman is truly ruthless. When Chen Mo awoke, dawn had already broken. Instinctively, he touched his nose, only to be met with a sharp sting and traces of blood lingering in his nostrils. Curse it. He resolved to have a serious discussion with Queen Medusa, insisting she refrain from striking his face in the future. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Glancing down, he found Queen Medusa resting with her head cradled in her hands, soundly asleep atop him, making his body her pillow. Chen Mo felt a surge of annoyance. Gaining some courage, he gently lifted her, causing her noble crown to tumble, which he swiftly caught. In that moment, Queen Medusa appeared less regal and more languid, exuding a distinctly feminine allure, especially with her long lashes fluttering gently, compelling Chen Mo to admire her. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he impulsively kissed her. The instant their lips touched, he understood the sentiment of dying beneath the peony, a ghost still flirtatious. Tower, this is Chun Mo requesting takeoff. Tower received. Chen Mo, you can't fly without a license. Boom. At that moment, Queen Medusa awakened, her incredulous gaze fixed upon the scene before her, leading her to strike out with a swift palm. Tower, Chen Mo has taken off. Chapter 46, The Proud Queen. Queen Medusa strode ahead, her mind in turmoil. Her enchanting visage behind the white mask flushed with embarrassment, her hands adorned with black iron claws alternating between tense and relaxed. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I truly won't dare again. Chen Mo stammered, fearing her wrath and hastily shielding his face. His words mumbled. He was apprehensive she might strike him again. Queen Medusa's eyes narrowed, her words laced with venom. Dare to have a next time, and I shall surely rend you asunder. Chen Mo forced a bitter smile, assuring her he would not dare again, yet his heart danced with joy. For the lack of a deduction and favorability indicated something significant. It meant Queen Medusa was, in fact, not angry. This signified that one occurrence could lead to countless others. Chen Mo opened his status panel. Name, Chen Mo, race, human, cultivation, 8-star Dome Master, host level, 2. Bound Goddess, Butterfly, maxed out, bonded as Dao partners. Queen Medusa, 76. Reach 100 to bond as Dao partners. Techniques, Supreme Primordial Technique, Chaos Meditation Technique, Upper Volume, Indestructible Mystic Golden Body Technique. Skills, Wings of Kuanpeng, upgradable, Wandering Steps. Body like a swimming dragon, Profound Thunder Palm, Forest of Death Seal, Sword falling from the 9 heavens, a sword separating worlds, Chi Gathering Technique, Everlasting Body of the Sun. Bloodline, Ordinary. Favor coins, 8. Physique, Complete Qian Koan Sword Body. Charm, Ethereal Immortal Aura. Having taken advantage of Queen Medusa, Chen Mo felt compelled to express his concern. He approached her, smiling, and inquired, Your Majesty, how is your injury? Queen Medusa, however, offered no response. Unperturbed, Chen Mo retrieved 2 small jade vials from his spatial ring and presented them, saying, one vial contains a healing elixir, and the other is a skin lotion, for you. Queen Medusa merely cast a glance at him, refusing to take them. Understanding her aloof nature, Chen Mo grasped her hand, pried open her fingers, and placed the vials within her palm. When she glared at him, he remarked, It is essential to care for your wounds, or scars may blemish your beauty. Queen Medusa looked at him and commanded, Release me. Recognizing her acceptance, Chen Mo relinquished his hold. Wait for me here, she said coldly before leaping away, clearly to tend to her wounds. Sighing, Chen Mo noted her wariness, realizing she had even denied him the opportunity to assist. It seemed he needed to tread carefully. He found a spot to sit, took out a vial for promoting blood circulation, and poured it into his hand, then proceeded to rub it across his face. A muffled groan of pain echoed through the dense forest. Shortly after, Queen Medusa returned, her gaze falling upon Chen Mo's now less swollen face, prompting a cold snort from her. After uttering a command to depart, a pair of fiery red wings materialized behind her, and with a powerful beat, she ascended into the sky. Tian Yuan. Chen Mo summoned Tian Yuan and took to the skies on his sword, following her. Once he caught up, he cheerfully declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to take you to a special place." Queen Medusa turned her head to look at him, her demeanor suggesting impatience. "It is a surprise for you. You will understand when we arrive," Chen Mo insisted with a smile. "Not interested," she replied, her wings flaring as her speed increased dramatically. Chen Mo merely smiled, quickly closing the distance. He recognized that Queen Medusa had no intention of shaking him off. Otherwise, even with his speed, he would not be able to match her prowess. In Mo City, within a shop named Gutu, Hai Bo Dong, who was sketching maps, suddenly furrowed his brow. That aura feels so familiar. Could it be that Queen Medusa has emerged from the Serpent King's palace? High above the Tagore Desert, Chen Mo once more expressed his desire to take Queen Medusa somewhere. But she reiterated her lack of interest. Undeterred, he boldly reached for her hand, only to be repelled by a surge of her fighting spirit. "Do not touch me," she snapped, yet she still followed him. In the vast desert, where yellow sands whipped about, Chen Mo descended onto the flat terrain, guided by the map etched in his mind. Queen Medusa gazed at the swirling sands, her brow furrowing as she suspected that this human was toying with her. The promised surprise was merely a visit to observe the sands? However, as she took a moment to truly sense her surroundings, an unusual energy fluctuation beneath the desert caught her attention, inciting a sudden surge of agitation within her. Xian Lei Palm. Chen Mo's right hand transformed into a shimmering silver, striking down at the red that indicated on the map. Boom. With a resounding crash, the yellow sands collapsed slightly, yet remained eerily still. Queen Medusa cast a dubious glance at Chen Mo, who felt a twinge of embarrassment, just as she was about to strike again. It dawned on her that the passage to the heartfire of the Blue Lotus had originally been opened by Queen Medusa herself. Since Chen Mo had acted prematurely, there was naturally no passage to be found. With an awkward smile, she addressed Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, I humbly beseech your assistance." Queen Medusa shot her a glance of disdain, but did not refuse. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared into the sky. Chen Mo quickly stepped back. Boom. Queen Medusa transformed into a colossal red serpent, approximately 10 zhang in length, descending towards the spot where Chen Mo had just struck. Bang! The ground trembled, and sand flew in all directions. Moments later, a circular passage, about a meter in diameter, emerged before them, black as night, with faint wisps of warm air rising from within. Queen Medusa raised an eyebrow. Chen Mo flicked her fingers, igniting a wisp of purple flame. Just as she intended to utilize the light from the flame to peer inside, Queen Medusa swooped down, coldly instructing, "Step aside. With your limited strength, should you encounter danger, you wouldn't even know how you perished. I do not wish for my sister to worry." After speaking, she retrieved a moonstone from her storage ring and proceeded to scout ahead. Chen Mo paused momentarily before a knowing smile crossed her face. "Worry about me, do you? Why then use the butterfly as a shield? Such a proud creature." With a smile, Chen Mo replied, "Then I shall rely on your Majesty." Following closely behind, she was not averse to being near Queen Medusa, but was cautious of stepping on her tail. As they ventured deeper, the fire attribute energy intensified. After a brief incense burn, they arrived at the end of the passage, revealing a breathtaking world bathed in fiery red hues. Chapter 47, The Serpent Knight. Within the immense cavern, crimson magma flowed languidly, occasionally giving rise to enormous bubbles that arose from its depths. After a brief moment, a soft sound emanated, and with a pop, one of the bubbles burst, sending forth a cascade of scorching magma that erupted like dazzling fireworks. Queen Medusa furrowed her brow tightly. This searing environment caused her considerable discomfort. Naturally cold by nature, she was innately opposed to fire. While ordinary flames posed little threat, the magma concealed the heart fire of the Blue Lotus, a unique and formidable fire. "Here, take this ice heart pill." Chen Mo produced an ice heart pill from her storage ring and offered it to Queen Medusa. Upon receiving it, Queen Medusa swallowed it, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "What surprise do you intend to reveal to me?" Queen Medusa surmised the nature of the surprise, but found it difficult to fully believe. "Exotic fire." With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Mo remarked, "Your Majesty, did you not express your fondness for the previously? Today, I shall present it to you." Indeed, Queen Medusa, understanding the implications, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Bestow it upon me?" Chen Mo nodded. Ultimately, that held little significance for him at this juncture. Furthermore, Queen Medusa merely sought to harness the for her evolution, rather than genuinely refining or consuming it. There was a possibility that the would ultimately return to him. Thus, seizing this opportunity to garner the favor of the enchanting queen was not a loss. Upon seeing Chen Mo's affirmation, the alluring visage hidden behind her white mask revealed a flicker of emotion. As an alchemist, Chen Mo's willingness to offer the an object of utmost value to any alchemist. Akin to a sacred relic, deeply stirred her thoughts. Ding, favorability 1, gained insight for a moment. Queen Medusa let out a soft huff, inquiring, "Where's the you speak of?" "Within this realm of magma," Chen Mo replied, his eyes lighting up. Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the molten depths. And her expression turned grave as she stated, "There exists a living entity within this magma, a four-tiered, twin-headed fire spirit serpent." Twin-headed fire spirit serpent? Queen Medusa's brows arched in intrigue. It is said that these serpents thrive in extreme heat, subsisting on molten rock, with vast potential for evolution. Initially, they are mere first-tier magical beasts, yet with sufficient opportunity, they can evolve into sixth-tier beasts, rivaling the strength of a Dohuang. This magma realm indeed resembles a fitting habitat for such a creature. "Then, Your Majesty, I shall coax it forth, and you shall subdue it," Chen Mo offered. Initially intending to say slay, but refrained, knowing that the duality of the serpent and Queen Medusa's lineage as serpents might provoke her displeasure. Queen Medusa nodded, perhaps instinctively inclined to heed Chen Mo's words due to his previous remarks. With a wave of his thoughts, golden wings burst forth from his back, wielding the Tianyuan. He soared toward the upper reaches of the magma realm. Little Queen Medusa extended her hand, hesitating as her phoenix-like eyes remained fixed on the surface of the magma. Poised for action, Chen Mo glided slowly above the molten expanse, enveloped in protective shields of blood flames and purple fire. His sole perception emanated outward, cautiously scanning the surroundings. He flew relatively close to the surface of the magma, intent on luring the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. The cavern's temperature was exceedingly high, even with his dual-layered protection. It felt unbearably hot. His flight was leisurely, swaying gently as he surveyed the area. With a vigorous flap of his wings, he ascended rapidly, simultaneously provoking the creature with Tianyuan to incite its wrath, thereby granting Queen Medusa greater operational latitude. Clearly, Chen Mo's provocations successfully ignited the fury of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. From the magma, a forceful eruption surged towards Chen Mo, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. The chaotic flow of molten rock disturbed the once tranquil magma lake, causing columns of lava to shoot skyward. Above, Chen Mo's wings fluttered rapidly as he wielded the heavenly abyss, unleashing radiant sword intents upon the two-headed fire spirit serpent. The hard, fiery scales shattered, revealing crimson streaks of blood seeping from the fissures. Enraged, the two-headed serpent revealed its menacing jaws, unleashing its crimson forked tongue, accelerating towards Chen Mo with ferocious speed. In that moment, a mesmerizing purple serpent's tail struck the two-headed fire spirit with tremendous force, crashing it against the surrounding rock wall, creating a massive crater from which blood flowed. Chen Mo halted his flight, and before him loomed a colossal purple serpent, measuring over 10 yards in length. Suspended in the air, the serpent's elongated and powerful body exuded an elegant beauty, its pale purple nostrils lacking the ferocity of the two-headed fire spirit, instead radiating an air of cold allure and detachment. This was none other than the true form of Queen Medusa, the purple phantom flame serpent. The purple serpent slowly twisted its body in midair, its enormous head fixated on the two-headed fire spirit now embedded in the rock wall. An unusual pressure emanated from her being. The pupils of the two heads of the fire serpent contracted, revealing a hint of fear, a primal instinct deeply rooted in their lineage, a bloodline suppression. It is noteworthy that within Queen Medusa flowed the blood of an ancient beast, the seven-colored devouring python. This bloodline exerted a formidable suppressive force over all serpentine creatures. "Come forth," Queen Medusa hissed. "Come forth?" Chen Mo was taken aback, his throat tightening. Was she serious? Could he truly achieve the status of a Serpent Knight so swiftly? Queen Medusa scoffed coldly. "Damn, if death is to be, then so be it." Chen Mo ascended onto the back of the purple serpent, clutching its form tightly. Queen Medusa's body stiffened, her tongue flickering, and then a crimson glow enveloped both the serpent's body and Chen Mo, pointing to their destination. Queen Medusa plunged them into the molten realm. They descended deeper and deeper, guided by the mental map in Chen Mo's mind, as they continued their descent for nearly half an hour. Finally, amidst a blue glow within the magma world, they beheld a blue lotus. Above the lotus, a blue flame flickered gently, the heart of the blue lotus fire. Chapter 48, Acquiring the Heart of the Blue Lotus Fire. It was indeed a rare flame. Queen Medusa's immense serpent eyes fixated on the blue flame, her gaze somewhat entranced. This extraordinary fire represented both danger and temptation to her. The heart of the blue lotus fire, ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary flames, formed in the depths of the earth over a span of 10 years, matured over a century, and blossomed into a lotus after a millennium, its hue predominantly blue, with the heart blooming a cluster of azure, known as the Blue Lotus Fire. Queen Medusa, in her quest for evolution, required extraordinary flames and had conducted some research on them. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? The original text does not mention the subjugation of the Azure Lotus Heart Fire within this molten lava, only the Lotus Seat. However, Queen Medusa was injured before the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. It possesses a spirit, yet it is born from the Azure Lotus. Thus its essence remains tethered to the Lotus. I shall take responsibility for suppressing the fire spirits it summons. You seize the Lotus Seat at this opportune moment. Medusa Queen spoke coldly. Chen Mo nodded, and as he descended from Queen Medusa, enveloped in a tri-layered defense formed by his fighting spirit and 2 beast fires, she unleashed a stream of pure energy from her serpent maw, encasing him in a protective barrier. When Chen Mo raised his gaze towards her, she had already soared towards the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. A subtle smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he flapped his wings, his body darting through the air like a small fish in a lake, rapidly approaching the realm shrouded in azure light. As he drew closer, he distinctly felt the temperature around him spiking dramatically. The protective barrier enveloping him began to show signs of melting. On the other side, as Queen Medusa approached, the flames clustering around the Azure Lotus stirred, quivering slightly before transforming into an azure fire spirit, which lunged at her. The fire spirit resembled a dragon, its form rivaling that of Queen Medusa. The two forces soon engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Chen Mo quietly infiltrated the realm of azure light. Upon entering, the anticipated searing heat did not manifest. Instead, he felt a peculiar drop in temperature. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the Azure Lotus at the center. The Azure Lotus, divided into 8 petals, shimmered like the most exquisite jade, appearing crystalline and translucent. Atop the lotus was a platform of 2 to 3 feet, from which several orifices emanated a phosphorescent glow. In the largest of these openings, a flame the size of a fist danced gently. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo stealthily maneuvered past the lotus stem, intending to strike at the root of the problem. With the fire spirit ensnared, the Azure Lotus fire grew increasingly fearful, causing the surrounding lava to erupt in columns of flame, its strength evidently surging as it sought to liberate itself and protect its domain. Queen Medusa positioned herself directly in front of the fire spirit. Just as Chen Mo was about to reach the stem, a surge of azure flame erupted violently from the Azure Lotus fire. Chen Mo swiftly swung his sword, cleaving the flame in 2 as it passed by him. The body of the Tianyuan sword turned crimson, yet remained unaffected. The Azure Lotus fire, witnessing its flames fail to incinerate even a sword, became increasingly agitated, its azure light intensifying. The once fist-sized Azure Lotus fire swelled to the size of a head. Meanwhile, the fire spirit engaged in battle with Queen Medusa also expanded considerably. A powerful strike from its tail struck Queen Medusa with a resounding crash. The Queen Medusa was forcefully ejected from the fray. Yet the fiery spirit did not pursue her advantageously. Instead, it hastily swam towards the position of the Azure Lotus. With a sudden gasp, crimson blood erupted from her mouth as Queen Medusa beheld the fiery spirit charging towards Chen Mo. With a thunderous roar, she commanded, "Halt," at once. A colossal maw opened, unleashing a brilliant crimson energy beam that struck the fiery spirit with tremendous force. The impact sent the spirit crashing into the rock wall, causing the cavern to tremble as the walls began to crumble. Countless falling rocks plunged into the magma below, igniting a tempest in the once serene magma world. At that moment, Chen Mo, wielding a distinctive jade dagger, severed the root of the Azure Lotus, enduring the searing pain as he grasped the lotus stem. Upon detachment, the surrounding azure radiance began to diminish, and the 8 jade-like lotus leaves commenced their contraction, enveloping the azure flame within. As the azure flame was cocooned, the fiery spirit, embedded in the rock wall, dissipated instantaneously. Just then, the magma surged violently, causing the cavern to quiver intensely. Cracks appeared in the ceiling above Chen Mo, which soon collapsed, sending a massive boulder crashing down. Chen Mo, keenly aware, was about to strike with his sword when a purple serpent's tail lashed against the rock, shattering it into fragments. The cavern is collapsing. Ascend swiftly. Queen Medusa's icy voice tinged with urgency. Chen Mo unfurled his wings and mounted Queen Medusa. Since the azure flame was not yet his to claim, he could not store it in his system's inventory, and the quality of his spatial ring was insufficient for such a treasure. He could only hold it temporarily. Fortunately, as the azure flame was encased by the lotus leaves, the stem became less scorching to the touch. "You are injured," he noted, observing the fallen scales and the blood seeping from the wounds on Queen Medusa's serpentine body. "It is of no concern to you," she replied, propelling forward towards the exit. "You are stubborn," Chen Mo remarked, retrieving a jade vial from his ring and pouring its contents over her wounds. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he said softly. caressing the scales around the wounds as if to alleviate her pain. Ding. Favorability increased by 2, gaining 5 favor coins. Triggering intimacy bonus. Obtaining a 1-star Do Wong experience card. I merely wish for my sister to remain undisturbed, lest she witness your demise, Queen Medusa stated coldly. Chen Mo smiled faintly, remaining silent as he continued his gentle ministrations. Meanwhile, outside, the tumultuous energy fluctuations had already drawn the attention of the powerful within the city of Mo. As Hai Buodong was the first to arrive, 2 other Do Wong experts soon followed. Sensing the residual energy at the cave's entrance, Hai Buodong exclaimed, "It is Queen Medusa." Chapter 49, Hide Behind Me. What? Queen Medusa? The 2 Do Wong experts trembled in fear. The adage holds true, a person's fame casts a long shadow. The illustrious Queen Medusa has long instilled fear in the hearts of several neighboring nations. Countless formidable human warriors have met their demise at the hands of successive Queens Medusa. To humanity, she epitomizes death itself. Yet, no matter how powerful Queen Medusa may be, she is but one individual. The serpent folk possess only a single Do Huang level warrior. Meanwhile, humanity, leveraging its numerical superiority and strength, has managed to deter the serpent folk from emerging from the depths of the Tagore Desert. Hasn't Queen Medusa always remained hidden within the palace of the serpent folk? How could she possibly be here? One astonished Do Wong remarked. Ice Sovereign. Could it be that you are mistaken? A fellow Sanqing Do Wong, acquainted with Haibadong, interjected. I have crossed blades with Queen Medusa. I would not mistake her. Haibadong asserted with conviction. Upon hearing this, those beneath the Do Wong level nearby were immediately filled with trepidation. They were merely mercenaries from Mo City, drawn by the commotion. Could it be that the esteemed Ice Sovereign, Queen Medusa, has appeared here from the palace of the serpent folk? Might there be a treasure involved? One Do Wong, named Wang Yan, a third-tier alchemist from a neighboring nation, had paused his journey through Mo City. In his fearful expression, a flicker of excitement emerged. After all, Queen Medusa would not emerge from the depths of the desert without significant cause. The Sanqing Do Wong, known as Tai Gang, had met Haibadong at a recent gathering of powerful warriors hosted by the Gama Empire and the Izumo Empire. He turned his gaze towards Haibadong and said, Haibadong, what if the 3 of us joined forces? Haibadong, known for his solitary and proud nature, was about to decline when he sensed a tumultuous surge of energy rising from beneath the ground. Not good. Retreat. He barked as his icy blue wings swiftly materialized, allowing him to take flight. Tai Gang and Wang Yan, their expressions shifting, hurriedly retreated as well. In the next moment, a violet serpent emerged explosively from the cave entrance, followed closely by a searing column of magma. The onlookers reacted slower than Tai Gang and Wang Yan, and many were instantly consumed by the erupting magma, leaving no trace behind. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a sound to be heard. In the following instant, countless eyes turned toward the violet serpent suspended in the air. The crowd, unaware that this purple-hued flame serpent was the true form of Queen Medusa, stood momentarily dumbfounded. However, Haibadong recognized it at once. He sensed a familiar essence emanating from the colossal serpent, identical to that of Queen Medusa. At a critical moment, he noticed the markings on the serpent's body and exclaimed, "That is the true form of Queen Medusa, the essence of Queen Medusa?" The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, and they incredulously remarked that someone had dared to mount Queen Medusa. She had been wounded. A voice echoed through the air, and everyone noticed that several scales were missing from the giant serpent's body, crimson blood oozing from the wound. That is, Wang Yin gazed at the Azure Lotus in Chun Mo's hand, his pupils contracting. As a third-grade alchemist, he had encountered records of such in a tome, and he spoke with a voice trembling with excitement. It is the heart of the Azure Lotus fire, ranked 19th on the list. Upon his words, the breaths of the crowd quickened significantly, held immense allure not only for alchemists but also for practitioners of fire attributes, regarded as treasures of heaven and earth. Stirring their hearts, Tai Gang was one such practitioner of fire attributes. The crowd erupted in a clamor. However, Queen Medusa paid them no heed. After bursting forth from the cavern, she snorted coldly, intending to depart. Yet, she was blocked by Haibuodo. You dare to obstruct this queen. With a flicker of red light, Queen Medusa revealed her true form. Adorned in a crimson gown and crowned, an air of cold arrogance, nobility, and alluring majesty emanated from her. Yet, Chen Mo noticed several burn-like wounds on the jade-like back of Queen Medusa, inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy. Thus, upon seeing Hai Buodong blocking her path, a glint of hostility appeared in his eyes. On that day, you outnumbered me, forcing my retreat. Today it is my turn. Hai Buodong addressed Tai Gang and Wang Yan below. I have made my promise. Tai Gang and Wang Yan's expressions brightened, and soon, their fighting spirit coalesced into wings behind them. With a powerful flap, they ascended to either side of Hai Buodong, hovering in midair. Hai Buodong's gaze swept toward Chen Mo, standing behind Queen Medusa, revealing a sharp glint. You are indeed not a Do Huang. When Hai Buodong departed that day, he had felt something amiss, and now it was confirmed. Chen Mo remained silent. Although he had employed the technique to conceal his presence, he could still mask his Do Shi and Do Ling. Hai Buodong's cultivation was far superior, rendering him unable to deceive his keen eyes. I will hold Queen Medusa, and that lad is yours to deal with, Hai Buodong declared. No problem, Tai Gang and Wang Yin chuckled, confident that 2 Do Wangs could easily handle a mere 8-star Do Shi. Queen Medusa's expression darkened. Ordinarily, she would not fear Hai Buodong. However, she had not only sustained severe injuries while contending with the heart of the Azure Lotus fire, but had also expended considerable energy. Now, she had to protect Chen Mo. She did not believe Chen Mo could withstand 2 Do Wangs. Queen Medusa conceded, her tone icy. What do you want? Do you wish to witness the legendary prowess of Queen Medusa firsthand? As her garments billowed, a chilling aura erupted from Hai Buodong's being. Queen Medusa's phoenix-like eyes turned cold as she instructed Chen Mo behind her. Stay behind me. Yet, Chen Mo gently patted Queen Medusa's fragrant shoulder and replied nonchalantly, Your Majesty. Focus solely on dealing with Hai Buodong. Leave them to me. Queen Medusa furrowed her brows and coldly replied, I commanded you to hide, so do so without further ado. Chen Mo, feeling a wave of frustration, was left with no choice but to extract a Starfighter King experience card. Instantly, a powerful aura of a Fighter King erupted from within him. Both Queen Medusa and Hai Buodong were taken aback, as were Tai Gang and Wang Yin, who stood in astonishment. Chapter 50. A single sword to vanquish 2 Fighter Kings. Hai Buodong's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Mo, filled with disbelief. How could he have surged from an 8-star fighter to a 1-star fighter so abruptly? However, upon further reflection, he recognized that the Duki continent indeed possessed certain secret techniques that could rapidly enhance one's strength, albeit these methods were all above the Earth rank. Perhaps that was the very technique Chen Mo had employed. Nonetheless, this technique was exceedingly outrageous, allowing such a meteoric rise from an 8-star fighter to a 1-star fighter. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tai Gang and Wang Yan's gazes ignited with fervor, greedily fixating on Chen Mo, resembling famished wolves. Yet, Queen Medusa's expression turned icy. If you dare to harm a single hair on him, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Tai Gang and Wang Yan's expressions shifted, terrified by the fierce loyalty Queen Medusa displayed towards this human. Queen Medusa, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own well-being, Hai Buodong declared, unfurling his wings and charging towards her. Today, I shall tear you asunder. Medusa's eyes blazed with lethal intent. With a fierce roar, she conjured 2 crimson greatswords and lunged at Hai Buodong. In that moment, she expressed a rare concern for Chen Mo, albeit in a peculiar manner. Don't die. Rest assured, they lack the capability to do so. Chen Mo replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Boy, do not be so arrogant, Wang Yin countered, confronting Chen Mo in midair. Hand over your and the secret technique you wield. I may consider sparing your life. Tai Gang nodded in agreement, producing 2 massive silver warhammers from his storage ring, each as large as a human head. We have no enmity towards you. As long as you relinquish your and secret techniques, we shall allow you to depart. Chen Mo chuckled, twirling his sword, Tianyuan, before pointing it at the 2 of them. If you choose to leave now, I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Tai Gang, wielding a warhammer in each hand, swung them towards Chen Mo. Wang Yin, eager to conclude the battle, formed a long sword from his duki, striking at Chen Mo from a different angle. I have given you your chance. Chen Mo gazed calmly at the 2. Having detected their levels, one was merely a 3-star fighter and the other a 1-star fighter. As they approached, Chen Mo remained tranquil, even closing his eyes slowly. In the next moment, Tianyuan in his right hand trembled, and a blood-red sword pattern began to form on its blade. Boom! A terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted from the long sword, a force so overwhelming that it felt as if nothing in the world could withstand this strike. Sword intent, an awareness born from sword energy, surpasses the power of the sword energy itself. This mastery was attained by Chun Mo after the complete evolution of the Qian Kuan sword body. The heavens resonated with an urgent low hum. In the next moment, Chun Mo opened his eyes wide, his hands sweeping through the air, manifesting sword intent that carved numerous marks before him. These marks rapidly intertwined, and moments later, the sword intent erupted forth. Amidst the flickering brilliance, a lotus flower, akin to the size of a palm, coalesced in front of Chun Mo. This exquisite lotus appeared as if each petal was a sharp little sword, imbued with a power nearly akin to annihilation. With a tremor of the sword body, the sword lotus shot forth, and in the next instant, a dazzling radiance enveloped the entire realm, rendering even the sunlight pale in comparison. As this brilliance spread, Chun Mo's gentle voice rang out, a sword that severs the ages. Boom. The expressions of those below transformed dramatically. In the distance, Queen Medusa and Haibodong's pupils constricted in unison. Taigang and Wang Yin also sensed an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. Bang! As the light flickered, the magnificent sword lotus erupted. When the brilliance dissipated, the figures of Taigang and Wang Yin vanished, leaving only two clouds of blood mist suspended in the air. Instant annihilation. A single sword strike had slain two combat kings. The onlookers below were left dumbfounded, their astonished faces trembling in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. Simultaneously, Queen Medusa and Haibodong were locked in a fierce struggle. However, Queen Medusa, beset by severe injuries, began to falter, her strength waning. Haibodong stood tall before her, laughing heartily. Haha, how exhilarating. I have never felt so invigorated. Queen Medusa, care to receive my next move? Multiple, profound ice dragons soar. At Haibodong's command, two blue rings appeared on his wrists, rotating slightly. In the next moment, several colossal ice dragons, each 100 feet in length and emanating frigid air, coalesced behind him. The temperature of the surroundings plummeted sharply. Haibodong thrust his hands forward, unleashing the massive ice dragons upon Queen Medusa, transforming into her true form. A 10-foot-long purple flame serpent manifested in the air. Queen Medusa opened her colossal mouth, her body swelling to 100 feet, ready to confront the oncoming ice dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The space trembled violently as the ice dragons shattered, yet the last remaining dragon struck Queen Medusa. Bang! The undestroyed ice dragon surged towards her, seeking to engulf her. A sword that severs the ages. A beautiful sword lotus, akin to the size of a palm, violently collided with the 100-foot ice dragon. Boom! Countless shards of ice fell, and the ice dragon developed cracks, yet it did not shatter entirely. Suddenly, a figure in white robes appeared above the ice dragon, wielding a ghostly blue longsword, and leaped down, piercing it directly into the dragon's head. Subsequently, a brilliant sword intent erupted from the blade, causing the towering ice dragon to gradually shatter. At the moment it reached the presence of Queen Medusa, the colossal ice dragon completely exploded. Step aside, Queen Medusa commanded coldly, attempting to rise and push Chun Mo aside. Chun Mo furrowed his brow and looked up, only to see Haibodong conjuring another 100-foot dragon, sweeping towards him and Queen Medusa. Get lost. Seeing Chun Mo unmoving, Queen Medusa shouted fiercely once more. Yet, Chun Mo remained deaf to her words. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us do this." Unyielding Sun Body. Chapter 51, The Bloodline of the Emperor. Seeking death, Haibodong's eyes turned icy. He would not relent simply because Chun Mo was human. Get out of my way. Did you hear what I said? The cold tone of Queen Medusa gradually shifted to one of concern. Yet, Chun Mo remained oblivious. He activated the Unyielding Sun Body, as golden light began to converge from all directions of the heavens and earth towards him. Chun Mo felt the fighting spirit within him rapidly being drawn out. The overwhelming golden light coalesced, and in the midst of it, an immense golden shadow began to take form. In just a few brief moments, a 10-foot-tall golden Dharma body materialized above Chen Mo's head. It was only 10 feet in size because his fighting spirit could only sustain that much. If energy permitted, it could easily reach dozens or even hundreds of feet. The surface of this golden body bore ancient, majestic dark purple patterns, resembling the rising sun in all its glory. As if thousands of suns illuminated the sky, this Dharma body sat silently above Chun Mo's head, wordless, as the golden light swirled around, emanating an indescribable ancient and overwhelming aura that left both Queen Medusa and Haibodong profoundly shaken. As for the onlookers, they were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Seizing the moment when the last vestiges of fighting spirit within him were drained, Chun Mo commanded the Dharma body and struck out with a palm. This golden giant, akin to a Buddha, seemed to possess the power to suppress the heavens. Boom. At the moment of contact with the 100-foot ice dragon, the dragon's head began to collapse, inch by inch, unable to withstand the might of the golden giant. However, as the ice dragon completely disintegrated, the golden giant also dissipated, for there was no longer any power to sustain its advance. The energy storm generated by their collision surged outward, ultimately crashing into Chun Mo and sending him flying. Yet, Queen Medusa caught him in her arms. As he fell against her, blood gushed from his mouth. It was still insufficient. Chun Mo had overestimated the fighting spirit of the Do Wang and underestimated the potency of the Unyielding Sun Body. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he lost consciousness. He missed the moment when Queen Medusa's cold visage softened, her eyes glistening with moisture. Did I not tell you to get lost? Ding. Favorability 5. Obtained a holy grade lower tier spirit tool, Demonic Nightmare, growth type. Triggered Intimacy bonus, acquired the Bloodline of the Emperor, initial. Queen Medusa cradled Chen Mo, tilting her elegant neck skyward, and unleashed a fierce roar. In the next instant, a colossal crimson serpent spirit materialized behind her. Serpent Seal. This was a bloodline ability of Queen Medusa, and with a fearsome cry, the serpent spirit lunged toward Hebadong in the sky with astonishing speed. Hebadong conjured a 100-foot ice dragon in defense. Yet it was instantly torn to shreds by the serpent spirit, which then struck him with a devastating force. Hebadong was sent flying. In the following moment, his visage aged visibly, his once raven hair turning stark white in an instant. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and with a grave expression, he gazed at the frost-laden Queen Medusa on the sand, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. However, he dared not linger, fleeing toward the desert city without a moment's delay. As Hebadong escaped, the mercenaries who had gathered to watch also dispersed in a frenzy. Queen Medusa, observing Hebadong's retreat, cast a glance at the unconscious Chun Mo in her arms. Her delicate hand brushed gently across his face. Moments later, a dark golden pendant appeared in her grasp. Had Chun Mo been awake, he would have recognized it as identical to the one gifted to him by Dai, the only difference being that this pendant was whole, not halved. Queen Medusa adorned Chun Mo with the pendant, then picked up the fallen green lotus, cradled Chun Mo once more, and with a powerful beat of her wings, soared into the depths of the desert. In the desert city, within a shop named Gu-Tu, Hebadong stumbled inside, colliding with a shelf before collapsing to the ground. He coughed up blood, which continued to flow with no sign of ceasing. Despite his desperate attempts, he could not regain control. With a grimace, he turned inward to inspect his energy cyclone, discovering a small red serpent emblem. This indicated that he had been sealed, and as time passed, his cultivation would inexorably decline. He realized that it would not be long before he fell from the rank of Do Emperor. Immediately, a face surfaced in his mind, Dan Wang Guhi. Hebadong seated himself, calming his spirit to heal his wounds and replenish his internal Do Qi, and then hastened to seek out Guhi. As night fell, in the desolate depths of the desert, a squadron of fully armed serpent men wielded poisoned spears, their sharp gazes meticulously surveying the area. Any creature not of the serpent folk would face their annihilating wrath. This serpent man patrol wove through the sand, leaving behind traces disturbed by their swaying tails. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! One serpent man shouted in alarm. A red flash darted by. The apparent leader of the serpent men smote the shouting serpent man on the head. Cease your cries. It is Her Majesty. Her Majesty seems to be wounded. Is she still holding that human? Is he dead? Serpent Man Royal Palace. Since the departure of Queen Medusa, the entire serpent clan has been placed under strict martial law, with an increased number of patrolling serpent soldiers. Day and night, they patrol without interruption. Moonslave leads a contingent of serpent guards patrolling outside the royal palace. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoes from the horizon, prompting Moonslave to sense something amiss. Raising her gaze, she spots a red light swiftly approaching the palace against the backdrop of the luminous moonlight. The soldiers on the palace walls, unable to see clearly, raise their crossbows in alarm. It is Her Majesty the Queen. Lower your weapons. Moonslave commands sharply, her expression shifting. The soldiers obediently lower their crossbows in unison. Queen Medusa descends upon the palace walls, and with her pupils constricting, Moonslave expresses her concern. Your Majesty, you are injured. Noticing the Queen's pallid complexion and multiple wounds adorning her fair skin, she grows increasingly worried. Queen Medusa cradles Chun Mo and strides towards the palace, instructing, summon Elder Baru immediately. Additionally, initiate level 1 alert for the Serpent Clan and inform the 3 elders to gather the leaders of the 8 tribes to fortify the royal city. Fortify the royal city? Moonslave gasps, alarmed by the gravity of the situation. Understood. She replies promptly. Chapter 52. Healing. Within the expansive chamber, the atmosphere is serene yet tense. The dim candlelight flickers gently with the night breeze, casting wavering shadows. The breath of the room is erratic. The energy is depleted, adversely impacting the essence. Baru stands beside the bed, bending over to take Chun Mo's pulse, speaking deliberately with each word. With every utterance, the Queen's expression grows more somber. Rising, Baru reassures. Your Majesty, it appears he will recover. Hearing this, Queen Medusa exhales in relief, though her demeanor remains cold and impassive. Baru turns to regard her pale visage, expressing concern. But Your Majesty, I am fine, she interjects firmly, then inquires, when will he awaken? Once I administer this potion, he should regain consciousness shortly, Baru replies. Sensing an unusual connection, the Queen shares a chamber with Chun Mo and her anxious tone reveals her deep concern for him. Could it be that she has truly come to regard this human as her own? Baru chooses not to dwell on other possibilities, attributing it solely to this reason. Then administer the potion quickly, Queen Medusa urges. Yes, Baru responds, retrieving a vial from his spatial ring to feed Chen Mo. After administering the potion, as Baru prepares to inquire about the events that transpired, Queen Medusa dismisses him curtly. Very well, you may leave. Startled, Baru catches sight of the green lotus in her hand, sensing a tumultuous energy emanating from it. After a moment's hesitation, he respectfully replies, I take my leave. As Baru exits the chamber, the moment the door closes behind him, Queen Medusa's body weakens, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, she succumbs to her exhaustion and falls to the ground, unconscious. An hour later, when Chun Mo awakens, he finds himself in an expansive chamber. Everything around Chun Mo was familiar. He found himself in the chamber of Queen Medusa. His inner energy had been depleted, and just as he was about to sit up and employ the supreme Hunyuan technique to replenish his strength, he suddenly noticed the queen collapsed beneath the bed. Your Majesty. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He descended from the bed and struggled to lift Queen Medusa back onto it. Upon doing so, he discovered that her front and back, even her serpentine tail, bore over a dozen wounds. The most grievous injury was inflicted by the fire spirit of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. As it continued to bleed profusely, Chen Mo felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. Fortunately, the situation was still manageable. The cause of Queen Medusa's current condition was none other than Hebedong. He vowed to himself that he would take vengeance upon Hebedong. With a solemn expression, Chun Mo retrieved healing ointment from his storage ring. After a moment's hesitation, he reached behind her to loosen her garments. Her skin was as white as snow, enchanting and alluring. However, Chen Mo had no time to admire her beauty. His mind was solely focused on one thought. She needed treatment. He first wiped away the blood, then sprinkled the medicinal powder and applied the healing lotion. Chun Mo meticulously examined her jade-like back, ensuring that all wounds were tended to. Once the injuries had dried, he gently turned Queen Medusa onto her side. During this process, her loosened garments fell away, revealing a scene that was indescribable. Despite his pure intentions and clear mind, Chun Mo felt a rush of blood at the sight. Just then, Queen Medusa, who had been with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Her gaze icy and filled with indignation, fixed upon Chun Mo particularly. When she realized she was exposed before him, a chilling aura surged in her eyes. A bead of cold sweat formed on Chun Mo's forehead. However, he quickly formulated a plan. Preemptively, he placed a hand on her uninjured waist and said with gravity, Do not move, I am treating your wounds. After this, he picked up the medicine bottle and sprinkled the powder on the edge of her prideful wounds, then skillfully applied the healing lotion. Queen Medusa remained in a daze. Yet, as Chun Mo's hand touched her skin, her body instinctively trembled. Her alabaster skin gradually tinged with a blush. Realizing the situation, Queen Medusa was acutely aware that Chun Mo was attempting to heal her. Yet the fact that he beheld her in such a state ignited her anger. Just as she prepared to lash out at him, she suddenly heard his voice. Day after day, all you do is be stubborn. Seeing you in such pain makes my heart ache. I would rather bear these injuries myself. My skin is tough and resilient. In that instant, Queen Medusa's resolve crumbled. Taking a deep breath, she slowly closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering slightly. Her voice barely a whisper, yet tinged with a hint of tremor. Mind your hands. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Although he relished the opportunity to take advantage of Queen Medusa, he discerned the inappropriateness of the moment. His gaze traversed the elegant contours of her upper body. With her wounds expertly treated, Chen Mo's attention shifted to Queen Medusa's serpentine tail. Several purple scales had fallen away, and crimson blood oozed from the wounds. He replaced the previous vial with a jade one, pouring a generous amount of white powder. Upon contact, Queen Medusa's delicate brows furrowed, and a low, pained groan escaped her exquisite lips. Fear not, it will soon be well, Chun Mo reassured her with a gentle smile, evenly applying the powder to her injuries before carefully wrapping them with bandages. He then retrieved a pristine white robe from his spatial ring and draped it over her enchanting form. A notification chimed. Affection 1, gained 2 affection coins. Queen Medusa's closed eyes suddenly flickered open, revealing a glimmer of something indescribably unusual within her gaze. Chen Mo took her pulse once more, discovering that she had sustained severe internal injuries, urgently requiring a potent source of energy for healing. Furrowing his brow, he pondered where to procure such energy. When his gaze fell upon the blue lotus beneath the bed, he seized the lotus, initially restoring a measure of his fighting spirit, then tentatively infused it with his energy. The lotus trembled slightly, and soon, the enveloping leaves began to unfurl, emitting a brilliant azure glow. Swiftly, Chen Mo plucked a fire lotus seed from its base and promptly ceased the energy infusion, allowing the leaves to envelop it once more. Just as he was about to administer the seed to Queen Medusa, he recalled her grave internal injuries. Swallowing it directly could yield adverse effects. With a determined expression, he bit down and swallowed the fire lotus seed himself, then extended his finger toward Queen Medusa's lips, commanding, "Suck." Chapter 53, The Arrogance of the Serpent. Chen Mo sat beside Queen Medusa on her bed, their bodies intimately close. She looked at the finger poised near her crimson lips, her stunning features etched with shock and a glint of menace. This human not only dared to place his finger near her mouth, but did so with an imperious tone. It was sheer audacity. "How dare you?" Queen Medusa began to warn him, but as she opened her mouth, he took the opportunity to slide his finger into her soft mouth. She froze in astonishment. The crux of the matter lay in Chen Mo's urging. "Hurry, take a bite." A chill swept through her gaze, and with a swift bite of her silver teeth, she felt a surge of pure energy flow into her body, warm and invigorating. "Ah!" Chen Mo gasped in pain, his face contorting as he inhaled sharply. "Your Majesty, have you lost your mind?" That was far too forceful. Amidst his words, his finger inadvertently brushed against her tender tongue, causing him to shiver involuntarily, a sensation spreading from his heart. Feeling the injuries within her body mending, Queen Medusa's long lashes fluttered slightly. However, as the other's finger made contact with her tongue, a faint blush graced her exquisite face, though it was predominantly overshadowed by an aura of chilling ferocity. Noticing the change in Queen Medusa's expression, Chen Mo's countenance shifted subtly, and he spoke earnestly. "I do this for your own good." He could sense the fiery energy of the lotus seed swirling within him, rapidly being consumed by Queen Medusa as it coursed through his meridians and flowed through his right arm. Upon hearing his words, Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened, her delicate lips, stained with Chen Mo's crimson blood, curled slightly upwards like a blooming rose. His eyes wandered over her nearly flawless, enchanting visage, and as a smile appeared upon her face, an ominous premonition gripped him. True to his intuition, the pace at which Queen Medusa absorbed the energy surged dramatically. With her almost voracious consumption, Chen Mo felt the fiery energy within him dissipating at an alarming rate. In less than 3 minutes, it had vanished entirely. Yet, Queen Medusa continued her relentless feast, now consuming the very essence of Chen Mo. His face paled slightly as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please release me. There is nothing left." Queen Medusa showed no intention of loosening her grip, her elongated eyes glinting with a hint of mocking amusement, and her vibrant red lips curled even further upwards. Chen Mo furrowed his brows and commanded, "Release me." With a chilling smile dancing in her gaze, Queen Medusa continued unabated. Suddenly, Chen Mo raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Queen Medusa's rear, the sound echoing resoundingly. Instantly, she released her grip on his finger. Her eyes now filled with an intensified frostiness, fixated on Chen Mo as if she would tear him apart without explanation. Under her piercing gaze, Chen Mo felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, yet he quickly recalled that he seemed to have failed in garnering her favor. With a mischievous grin, he delivered another slap to her rear, this time with slightly less force. The crisp sound resonated, revealing her remarkable elasticity. The murderous intent emanating from the human Medusa transformed into a palpable killing intent, fierce and imposing. Although her favor remained unchanged, Chen Mo surmised that he had reached Queen Medusa's limits. He must tread carefully. Disregarding her icy stare, Chen Mo seized the green lotus once more and repeated his earlier actions. This time, however, he consumed 3 seeds. First, he assumed a position of authority, sitting cross-legged upon Queen Medusa's bed before swallowing all 3 fiery lotus seeds. Instantly, he felt a tumultuous energy raging within him, as if it were on the verge of exploding. He raised the finger that Queen Medusa had previously absorbed to her lips and calmly said, "No need for formality." With that, he began to cultivate, channeling the Taishang Hun Yuan technique to refine the energy. Queen Medusa's expression shifted slightly as she gazed upon Chen Mo's flushed countenance, her brows knitting together in concern. Had he lost his sanity? Sensing the tempestuous energy surging within him, she hesitated only briefly before once more drawing it in. Observing that this time her approach was less savage, Chen Mo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. As a substantial portion of his chaotic energy was devoured by Queen Medusa, he felt a significant relief wash over him. While he concentrated on refining this energy, a fragment of his consciousness opened the attribute panel. Name, Chen Mo, race, human, cultivation, 8-star dome master, host level, 2. Bound goddess, butterfly, reached limit, bonded as Tao companions. Queen Medusa, 85, can become Tao companion upon reaching 100. Technique, supreme Hunyuan art, chaos meditation technique, indestructible profound art, Golden Body Chapter. Skills: Kuanpeng Wings, upgradable. Body like a swimming dragon, cloud walking steps, profound thunder palm, forest of death seal, sword falls from the heavens, a sword across the ages, death gathering technique. Unyielding Sun Body. Bloodline, human emperor bloodline, initial, favor currency, 15, physique, Qiankuan sword body, perfected. Charisma, celestial quality. Human emperor bloodline? Chen Mo clicked to view further. Instantly, a torrent of profound memories surged into his mind. In the zenith of humanity's glory, they commanded the cosmos, reigning supreme across the starry expanse with countless inhabited planets under their dominion. In that ancient epoch, Tao bodies soared, sacred bodies emerged, divine bodies traversed the universe, and spiritual bodies were as numerous as the stars. Humanity was known for a particularly renowned bloodline, one that had once contended with Tao bodies, overpowered divine bodies, and subdued sacred bodies, establishing a realm of immortals with myriad spiritual bodies under their command. They were revered as the human emperors. The initial stage of the human emperor bloodline was red, followed by blue, then purple, culminating in the golden blood, also known as imperial blood. This bloodline was exceedingly domineering, capable of devouring myriad bloodlines for its evolution. Moreover, it inherently possessed the aura of the human emperor and the ancestral dragon, exerting tremendous suppression over countless bloodlines. Remarkable. After perusing the description of the human emperor bloodline, Chen Mo could only express his admiration with the word remarkable. He then glanced at his inventory. Enlightenment Incense, 6. Holy Grade Lower Tier Spirit Artifact, Demon Nightmare, Growth Type. Demon Nightmare. Chen Mo murmured softly to himself. A spirit artifact of this caliber had already birthed a spirit. However, being a sword, it was more apt to refer to it as a sword spirit. What does growth type imply? He resolved to explore its nature during a moment of leisure. Subsequently, Chen Mo immersed himself entirely in the refining process. As night passed, Chapter 54, Your Majesty, I am fond of you. Chen Mo's cultivation was already nearing the threshold of the 9-star Dome Master. Although the overwhelming majority of energy had been consumed by Queen Medusa after he ingested 3 fire lotus seeds, these seeds, known as the essence of fire spirits, were rare treasures, forming only once every century. Even Dohuang experts would vie desperately to exchange for such items. Thus, the residual energy from the fire lotus seeds caused his Do Qi to swell significantly, hinting at an impending breakthrough in his realm. However, Chen Mo remained unhurried. First, he channeled energy into his limbs and bones to restore his depleted vitality before attempting a breakthrough. During this process, Chen Mo immersed himself completely in his concentration. As the night deepened, Queen Medusa sensed a shift in Chen Mo's aura. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Is he about to break through again? From what she understood, his last breakthrough had occurred merely half a month prior. The speed of his cultivation was indeed astonishing. Initially intending to absorb energy a while longer, Queen Medusa released her grip on Chen Mo's fingers and began her own cultivation. Yet, she soon discovered that the cultivation bottleneck that had constrained her for years was subtly loosening. Was it the fire lotus seed? This thought flickered through Queen Medusa's mind. However, she quickly sensed something amiss. She perceived a mysterious force within Chen Mo's blood that seemed to be the catalyst for her own breakthrough. Turning her gaze towards the human beside her, an inexplicable intensity grew in her eyes. She tightened her robe. Although it was clean, remnants of Chen Mo's essence still lingered on it. Unaccountably, her thoughts drifted to the moment he had seen her in her entirety, causing a sudden surge of agitation. Her mind was awash with a myriad of strange emotions, and despite her efforts to untangle them, she found it utterly impossible. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she collapsed onto Chen Mo's lap, drifting into slumber. As dawn broke, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. A night of breakthroughs had finally enabled him to ascend to the rank of 9-star Dome Master. He clenched his fist, feeling an invigorating surge of power. Just then, he felt something stir against his thigh. As he moved, a tingling sensation surged through his leg. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Queen Medusa's delicate head rested upon his lap. Her earlier movement was merely her nuzzling against him. A flicker of emotion stirred within him as he gazed at the sleeping Queen Medusa. He reached out to caress her face, but to his surprise, she shifted slightly. At that moment, a sight that quickened his breath unfolded before him. Queen Medusa was draped in one of Chen Mo's white robes, which had not been fully donned. Thus, as she turned slightly, her alabaster form was partially revealed, not concealed by the garment. Just then, Queen Medusa awakened. Catching a glimpse of Chen Mo's outstretched hand and recalling her current position, she instinctively understood his intentions. Ding, Affection 1. Queen Medusa felt a rush of indignation. Her anger was not directed at Chen Mo for attempting to take advantage of her, but rather at the fact that he would engage in such lewd behavior while she was asleep. the last time he had taken advantage of her slumber to kiss her. She had not reacted with such fury. Yet now, as she perceived his hand reaching toward her, an unexplainable chill coursed through her. She even thought that had she been awake, she might not have felt quite so incensed. Filled with indignation, Queen Medusa raised her hand and struck towards Chen Mo's face. This time, she spared no mercy. Chen Mo hurriedly raised his hand to block, realizing that the queen had misunderstood him. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. This is a misunderstanding. I merely intended to. However, as he spoke, he hesitated. Wasn't touching her face also an encroachment? Would that be acceptable? Seeing Chen Mo's hesitation, Queen Medusa believed he was at a loss for words, her expression turning frigid. With a swift movement, she retrieved a blanket from her storage ring, wrapped it around herself, and forcefully hurled Chen Mo off the bed, her voice icy. Take your belongings and leave at once. Noticing his favorability rating plummet, Chen Mo realized that Queen Medusa was genuinely angered. At that moment, leaving was not an option. If he departed now, their relationship would be irrevocably severed. Thus, he spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, I truly meant no harm. I only wanted to touch your face. It is not as you think. Please, let me explain. Queen Medusa, however, interpreted his words as mere prevarication and retorted coldly. Do you wish to leave of your own accord, or shall I expel you? Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Boom. Queen Medusa raised her hand, and a flash of crimson light struck Chen Mo, sending him flying. Seizing this opportunity, she quickly donned her attire. Clad in her red gown, though not adorned in royal regalia, her regal presence was unmistakable. She descended from the bed and approached Chen Mo with an icy demeanor. I shall say this once more. Take your belongings and leave at once. Coughing lightly, Chen Mo had to admit that after cultivating the indestructible golden body, he had developed a notable resilience. As he gazed up at the queen, her face as cold as ice, he prepared to rise when suddenly, the dark golden pendant around his neck became visible. Hadn't Queen Medusa taken this? No. It was not merely a fragment, it was intact. Could it be? A thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind, solidifying rapidly. Queen Medusa was in a foul mood, and she would not be receptive to explanations. The only way forward was to confront the situation head-on. Gritting his teeth, he stood and slowly approached Queen Medusa. Speaking earnestly, Your Majesty, my actions stem from my feelings for you. Boom. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Queen Medusa's mind. She froze, her delicate body trembling slightly, her slender hands at a loss for placement, her pupils dilating. The typically aloof queen suddenly grasped her skirt tightly, the fury in her mind dissipating inexplicably. Striving to regain her composure, she snapped. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out at once. Her words were forceful, her tone rapid and heavy. Chen Mo initially intended to slowly coax the truth from the Queen of Medusa, employing a persistent and tenacious approach. However, the present circumstances compelled him to reveal his feelings sooner than anticipated. Fixing his gaze upon the queen's eyes, Chen Mo's intensity caused her to instinctively retreat a step. Seizing the moment, he moved closer, his expression a blend of guilt, affection, and apprehension, yet predominantly marked by bravery and sincerity. He continued, I once read a saying that one should not conceal their feelings for another, but rather let them know of one's affections, even if she does not reciprocate. By confessing, I could pursue her openly rather than sneakily as I do now. The Queen of Medusa continued to retreat, the icy demeanor on her face gradually melting away. Chen Mo advanced, unwavering, and grasped her delicate hand, declaring earnestly, Your Majesty, I speak with utmost sincerity. Silence. The Queen of Medusa interrupted sharply, her heart racing as she perceived Chen Mo was about to utter the words I like you. The frost that once adorned her exquisite features was replaced by a flush of crimson, her eyes betraying a tumult of embarrassment and anxiety. Yet, as if impervious to her command, Chen Mo boldly professed his feelings, placing particular emphasis on the word you. The queen's heart raced even faster, her magnificent form visibly quaking. Her captivating eyes darted away from his unwavering gaze as she stammered, Human, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I shall consider you momentarily deranged. Let today's events be forgotten by both of us. Notification, Affection 1, gained 2 affection coins. Triggered Intimacy bonus, received a 6th grade elixir. The Imperial Essence. Chen Mo hesitated for a fleeting moment, but quickly seized the opportunity, saying, In truth, you appear remarkably beautiful while asleep, and your lips are incredibly soft. With that, he encircled the queen's slender waist, causing her to react as if electrified, her body softening under his touch, an experience vastly different from the furtive moments they had shared before. Release me. The Queen of Medusa forcefully pushed him away, turning her back to him, her emotions in tumult. At that moment, Chen Mo cast aside all pretense and embraced her from behind, enveloping her graceful figure in his arms. The Queen of Medusa trembled visibly, struggling fiercely against his hold. Being a formidable warrior, if she truly wished to escape, she easily could. Noticing her resistance, yet sensing it was not entirely earnest, Chen Mo began to explain, I couldn't help but desire to touch your face. Let go. At this moment, the Queen of Medusa was far too flustered to focus on his earlier words, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, fixated solely on her struggle. I will not let go. Chen Mo buried his face in the neck of Queen Medusa, distinctly feeling her smooth skin and the faint, delightful fragrance that enveloped her. Release me at once, or do not blame me for being unkind. Queen Medusa threatened with fierce intensity. Your Majesty, do as you wish. Even if I were to perish by your hand, I would embrace it willingly. My heart that loves you remains steadfast unto death. Even in death, I long to be with you. Chen Mo clung tightly, resolute in expressing his unwavering affection for Queen Medusa. Upon hearing Chen Mo's heartfelt confession and feeling his breath against her neck, a warmth coursed through Queen Medusa, rendering her weak and devoid of strength. Though she yearned to be angry, she found it difficult to summon that emotion. Yet reason urged her to push Chen Mo away. However, an inexplicable longing tugged at her heart. It was Chen Mo's first time rubbing his shoulders, grasping his hands, and even patting his own backside. Logically, these were moments that should have irked her, as they represented Chen Mo taking liberties with her. Yet, she discovered that these very scenes etched themselves deeply into her memory. Biting her lip, she sighed inwardly. Her tense body softened, and she ceased her struggles, softly uttering to Chen Mo, You must let go of me. I will not release you. If I do, you will cast me aside and never speak to me again. Chen Mo declared with unwavering determination, his hands firmly resting on Queen Medusa's slender waist. Rest assured, I shall not disregard you, Queen Medusa replied, somewhat unaccustomed to his words, then added, Let us have a proper conversation. Really? Chen Mo asked with a hint of hesitation. Indeed. Gradually, Chen Mo loosened his grip, allowing Queen Medusa to turn and face him. However, he quickly seized one of her hands once more. Queen Medusa did not resist, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed intently at Chen Mo, inquiring, When did you begin to harbor such thoughts? It was the first time Queen Medusa had earnestly addressed Chen Mo by name. Observing her bashful demeanor, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had intended to say that he had felt this way from the moment he first laid eyes on her. But the words morphed into, It was when I expressed my desire to pin you to the bed and administer a thorough chastisement. Queen Medusa's eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression a spectacle, yet she stammered, Why you? Ding. Affection increased by 1, gained 2 affection coins. Your Majesty, something seems amiss with you, Chen Mo remarked. And what of you, Your Majesty? When did you begin to entertain such notions? He inquired, locking his gaze onto Queen Medusa's eyes. Have I ever professed my affection for you? Queen Medusa responded, lowering her gaze, her eyes evasive. Chen Mo lifted the pendant, showcasing it before Queen Medusa with a smile. The butterfly grants me 1/2. The other half belongs to Your Majesty, does it not? Hand it over. Queen Medusa's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively reached out to seize it. She was uncertain of her thoughts at that moment, yet by some inexplicable force, she adorned Chen Mo with the crown. The Queen Medusa furrowed her brow. Chen Mo, with a subtle smile, extracted a Huangji Dan from his backpack and said, Your Majesty, I too have a gift for you. This is the Huangji Dan. I trust you have heard of it. Gently grasping the Queen's hand, he spread her fingers apart and placed a fragrant, pale yellow pill the size of a longan in her palm. The Queen Medusa's eyes sparkled with interest. The Huangji Dan, capable of elevating a Do Huang level powerhouse by 1 to 2 stars, yet a Do Huang may consume only 1 throughout their lifetime. Chapter 5 and 6 of the Great Sage's Art. I do not want it, the Queen Medusa declared. She indeed needed the Huangji Dan, but accepting it would imply her affection for him. Would that not embolden him further? She resolutely decided against it. Observing the Queen's feigned seriousness, Chen Mo mused that with her regal pride, it would not be easy for her to concede. Thus, he decided to take a step back, gazing tenderly at her. Since Your Majesty does not harbor feelings for me, might you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? His unwavering gaze fixated on her enchanting, water-like phoenix eyes. The Queen's cool countenance flushed crimson under his scrutiny. For reasons unknown, such a look from him made her inexplicably anxious, and she coldly replied, No, do not waste your efforts. I shall never take a liking to you. The Queen's eyes betrayed her discomfort. Suddenly, Chen Mo reached out, placing his hand upon her right cheek, gently guiding her to face him directly. The Queen stiffened, her heart in turmoil, just as she inhaled deeply to compose herself. Chen Mo continued, Your Majesty, my heart is devoted to you, and heaven bears witness. Since you claim you will not like me, grant me a chance to pursue you. If after 3 months you still do not favor me, I shall never mention this again. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the queen hesitated. Rationality urged her to firmly refuse, denying him any opportunity. Yet, a whisper within her mind suggested, "Do you not dislike him? What harm is there in granting him a chance? After 3 months, it shall be inconsequential." Her thoughts subtly leaned towards the latter. Noticing her silence and complex expression, Chen Mo contemplated pressing her further. "Does your majesty not even grant me the opportunity to pursue you? If that is the case, I shall vanish from your sight and never return." With that, he feigned deep sorrow, preparing to turn away. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance to pursue me." The queen finally relented. Instantly, the sorrow on Chen Mo's face dissipated, replaced by excitement and elation. "But remember, this is your promise. Should I not develop feelings for you in 3 months, you must never bring this matter up again." Perhaps influenced by Chen Mo's confession, Queen Medusa felt a twinge of awkwardness when uttering the words "I like you." Chen Mo, a man of his word, deemed deceit as trivial as that of a pup. With a respectful bark in his heart, he said, "You may accept this royal extreme pill as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance." He carefully placed the pill into a jade vial and presented it to Queen Medusa once more. "If this is merely a token of gratitude for saving my life, then I shall graciously accept it," Queen Medusa replied, taking the vial and storing it in her spatial ring. Yet, a new thought crossed her mind, prompting her to speak again. As she uttered her final words, her voice diminished to a whisper, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. "What if your majesty were to steal a kiss from me?" Chen Mo jested. "Very well," he sighed, suddenly shifting his thoughts. "Before that, might I request a favor from you, your majesty?" Her gaze sharpened, and she coldly inquired, "What is your request?" "Let me kiss you just once," Chen Mo exclaimed rapidly. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's eyes widened in shock, her embarrassment mingling with an unfamiliar sensation blossoming deep within her. "You are being audacious," she scolded. Her face flushed as she glared at Chen Mo. His boldness had grown. Now he dared to voice such a desire in her presence. Just one kiss, merely a touch. He insisted. With one of her hands gripping his, Chen Mo boldly wrapped his other arm around her slender waist. Queen Medusa's body stiffened once more as she gazed at Chen Mo's approaching face, her voice trembling. "Human, if you dare," before she could finish her warning. Her words were choked in her throat. Chen Mo tightened his embrace around her delicate waist and leaned in to kiss her. However, as her jaw was clenched, he could only manage a gentle peck. Caught off guard by his sudden advance, Queen Medusa found herself in a state of bewilderment. The sensation was entirely different from the previous stolen kiss. Confused and unable to resist, she could only let out muffled sounds of protest. Just as she regained her composure and prepared to unleash her fighting spirit against him, a sharp slap echoed, breaking down her defenses. The sting at her backside elicited a startled gasp from her. "Ding, favorability 1. Received 2 favorability coins. Triggered kiss bonus. Obtained the beginner divine technique of the heavenly stage." In that instant of surprise, Chen Mo launched an attack towards the queen's head. In a daze, his hand inadvertently traced along her smooth, jade-like back, feeling the delicate skin beneath his fingertips. Then, with a sudden crash, Chen Mo was sent flying backward, colliding forcefully with the wall at the far end of the chamber. The wall buckled under the weight of the impact, and he found himself lodged within it, blood spattering from his mouth. "Damn, I've really messed up this time." Queen Medusa's complexion flushed crimson, her vibrant red lips having lost their original hue from an extended kiss. Her elongated phoenix eyes, filled with icy disdain, were fixed on Chen Mo in the distance. "Dare to repeat this, and I shall end your life." With that, a pair of fiery red wings materialized behind her, and with a powerful beat, she soared out of the palace window. Perhaps escape would be a more fitting term. "Ah, the Azure Lotus Heartfire," Chen Mo exclaimed. But soon the figure of Queen Medusa vanished from sight. Coughing, he extricated his body from the wall and retrieved a healing elixir from his storage ring, swallowing it down. He then focused on the Great Sage technique. A surge of memories flooded Chen Mo's mind. What is a Great Sage? It refers to one of immense supernatural powers, the exalted beings among the demon race who may be called Great Sages. The Great Sage technique, a fundamental method of the Great Sage demon art, is divided into 5 levels. After comprehensively reviewing it, Chen Mo realized it was a secret technique capable of enhancing one's strength, akin to the heavenly fire tri-transformation, though distinct in its approach of transforming the body into a demon. In the 5th chapter, the sea waves east see the ancient river. He called forth the demon nightmare with a commanding shout. In an instant, the world seemed to change colors. The vast palace was engulfed in black and white. Visible strands of black sword intent surged from the void, rapidly filling the grand hall. An oppressive aura permeated the air. Moments later, tiny black shards began to escape from Chen Mo's body. Each shard was adorned with runes and demonic patterns, exuding a mysterious and terrifying power. These fragments gradually coalesced into a shadowy figure emanating sword intent, yet obscured in visage, kneeling before Chen Mo with reverence. Sword Spirit Demon Nightmare, at your service, Master. The voice was androgynous, impossible to discern. Simultaneously, another surge of memories flooded Chen Mo's consciousness. The so-called growth type meant that as Chen Mo's strength increased by a star, the Demon Nightmare's power would also augment, and upon reaching certain levels, it would evolve autonomously. Currently, the Demon Nightmare was at the first star of the Spirit Battle realm. Transform into a sword, Chen Mo commanded. Instantly, without uttering a word, the Demon Nightmare transformed into a stream of black light that shot towards Chen Mo. Subsequently, the black shards converged in his hand, forming a 3-foot-long black sword. The blade, approximately 10 centimeters wide, was entwined with demonic patterns. It felt icy to the touch, imparting a sense of formidable power. This sensation was something the heavenly abyss could not possess. After unraveling these peculiarities, Chen Mo turned his attention to some pressing matters at hand. He first collected all the Fire Lotus seeds from the Azure Lotus seat. Having previously used 7 remained, which he carefully stored in a jade vial and placed in his storage ring. Once the Azure Lotus was secured, Chen Mo retrieved the tiger soul from his ring, along with the bodies of the Dark Gold Demon Tiger King and the Azure Thunderblood Eagle from his backpack. Since the Dark Gold Demon Tiger King had already unleashed its bloodline skill and was now thoroughly deceased, Chen Mo easily extracted its magic core. Spending an entire day, Chen Mo successfully refined the bodies of the Dark Gold Demon Tiger King and the Azure Thunderblood Eagle into essence blood. A mere 5 drops were yielded from each, a pitifully scant amount. Fortunately, only a drop of the Dark Gold Demon Tiger King's essence blood was required for the copper body, leaving the remainder available for the consumption of the human emperor's bloodline. Chen Mo, invigorated, seated himself on his bed and commenced his cultivation. As the night deepened, despite having spent half an hour outside the palace to collect his thoughts and reflect on their previous conversation after attending to state affairs, he inevitably felt a twinge of anxiety upon entering the chamber. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Mo in meditation, that tension dissipated. Gradually, however, an inexplicable sense of loss began to creep in, realizing that the previous half hour had been wasted. A day later, with the leaders of the 8 tribes gathered in the royal city, Queen Medusa finally felt a sense of calmness wash over her. She entered seclusion, instructing Chen Mo not to wander aimlessly and to remember his words from that day. No touching. Queen Medusa cast a cold glare at Chen Mo. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, a gentleman, Chen Mo assured her with a pat on his chest. Yet, Queen Medusa remained unconvinced, threatening him with a frosty demeanor. All right, Chen Mo reiterated his promise, then reached for a nearby green lotus, inquiring, Your Majesty, have you refined the heart of earth fire from the green lotus? I had intended to gift it to you. I do not require it at present. You may refine it, and when the time comes, I shall claim it from you. Queen Medusa replied coolly. Very well then. Chen Mo retrieved a jade vial containing Fire Lotus seeds from his spatial ring, pouring out 4 of them into an empty vial and presenting it to Queen Medusa. These are Fire Lotus seeds. They will be of use to you. Queen Medusa did not take them immediately, but fixed her gaze upon Chen Mo intently. With a sigh of resignation, he added, This is your reward for assisting me in hunting the Dark Gold Demon Tiger King. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa accepted the vial. Then I shall accept it. Chen Mo shot her an exasperated glance, which she disregarded, issuing yet another warning about what would happen should he cross boundaries, before consuming the Imperial Extreme Pill and commencing her breakthrough. As Chen Mo observed Queen Medusa, her eyes closed and serpent tail coiled beside him. A smile crept across his lips. How endearing. He had no intention of taking advantage of her during this critical moment of breakthrough. After all, disturbing her could lead to failure, and he could never live with that guilt. Moreover, he had many tasks to attend to. Although the copper body had been successfully cultivated, it was not yet perfected. Additionally, he needed to absorb essence blood to strengthen his bloodline, practice the Great Sage technique, and refine the heart fire of the Green Lotus. He was indeed quite busy. At the Yunlan sect, the most formidable force in the Jamma Empire, the uninterrupted legacy of generations had established this ancient sect at the pinnacle of the empire. After several days of travel, Hebadong finally arrived at the Yunlan sect and met with the Pill King, Gu He. Ice Emperor? Gu He inquired with uncertainty upon seeing the elderly figure before him. Hebadong nodded. Ancient River was taken aback and soon expressed his astonishment. Ice Emperor, it has only been a short while since we last met, yet you have transformed in such a manner. Sea Wave East's expression darkened. His strength had now dwindled to that of a 6-star Do Wong, yet there remained no sign of cessation. He spoke candidly. I have fallen victim to the serpent sealing curse of Queen Medusa, which has not only accelerated my physical decay, but has also continuously diminished my power. Thus, I have come to seek the Alchemist King's counsel on any possible remedy. The Serpent Sealing Curse? Ancient River's brow furrowed, and after a moment of profound contemplation, he replied with a hint of solemnity. There exists a sixth-tier elixir known as the Breaking Calamity Pill, which can dispel most seals, but upon hearing that Ancient River possessed a solution, Sea Wave East's eyes brightened considerably. Noticing that Ancient River had not finished his thought, he interjected. If the Alchemist King can lift the seal within me, I, Ice Emperor Sea Wave East, shall owe you a favor. Furthermore, I will pledge to unconditionally assist you with a task of your choosing. Ice Emperor, that is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that I am unable to concoct this elixir myself. Ancient River replied with a wry smile. Sea Wave East was momentarily taken aback. Are you not a sixth-tier alchemist? Ancient River shook his head. This matter is not merely contingent upon one's rank as an alchemist. Rather, the primary prerequisite for crafting such a pill is that the alchemist must possess strange fire. Sea Wave East was momentarily stunned, and then murmured, could this be fate? Ancient River gazed at Sea Wave East with curiosity. I know of someone who possesses. Sea Wave East sighed softly, gradually elaborating. Who? Hearing the mention of. Ancient River's excitement surged, and his tone became noticeably more urgent. Queen Medusa. Sea Wave East exhaled lightly, recounting the entire affair. The Qinglian Earthheart Fire, ranked 19th on the list, belongs to Queen Medusa. Ancient River's brow knitted tightly, his expression turning grave. Queen Medusa has a fearsome reputation, and with 8 tribal leaders vying to seize from her, it will not be an easy endeavor. Rest assured, Alchemist King. Queen Medusa has sustained severe injuries from her own and has already battled me, which has exacerbated her wounds. She will find it exceedingly difficult to recover in the near future, Sea Wave East reassured him. Ancient River's eyes brightened, and he continued, however, several days have passed. It is possible that has already been refined by the individual you mentioned. And if it has been refined, does that mean the Alchemist King cannot extract it from their body? Sea Wave East remarked with a sinister undertone. This, Ancient River hesitated. While it conflicted with human ethics, the allure of was undeniably potent. He quickly made a decision. To ensure absolute certainty, I must enlist the help of a few friends. You refer to Lord Yun? Indeed, it is Yun. Within the grand hall of the Yun clan, the elders gathered in assembly, clad in a flowing azure dress. Yun exuded an elegance that was both ethereal and enchanting. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to that of a pure and pristine ice lotus. Very well. I owe you a favor, but let it be understood from the outset. I shall only safeguard your safety. The task of seizing them must be undertaken by you. Upon hearing this, He felt a surge of joy and remarked, naturally, once I acquire my alchemical skill shall elevate, and consequently, the entire Yunlan sect will experience a significant enhancement. His words illuminated the faces of the elders within the grand hall. However, Yun remained unperturbed, responding coolly. Let us hope so. When do you intend to depart? We can set forth as soon as a few friends arrive, He replied with a smile. In 2 days, a few figures swiftly made their way towards the Tagore Desert. In the Serpent Man clan, within the royal palace's chambers, approximately half a meter in diameter, floated an inch above the ground. Upon this lotus, a man, bare of clothing, sat in meditation. Suddenly, a small fissure appeared on Chen Mo's face, blood gushing forth and staining one side crimson. With his eyes closed, Chen Mo was oblivious to the horrific visage he now bore. He could only vaguely sense a sharp pain radiating from his face. He then refocused his energy, channeling the rebellious core flame towards the swirling vortex. The immense energy surged forth, continually suppressed by the Taishang Hanyuan Ju, yet some energy still overflowed, inflicting upon Chen Mo a profound agony as his body underwent a rigorous trial. The extreme heat had already incinerated the robe he wore, and it seemed the palace might ignite from his intense struggle. Time passed. The sun and moon danced through their cycles. Above a spherical fire shield enveloped it, emitting a gentle azure glow that flickered intermittently. Within this shield, Chen Mo gradually opened his eyes and murmured, so soon to break through again. Will there be any repercussions? Yet, I have compressed the energy to its utmost. It should not lead to such. Resolute, Chen Mo chose to proceed with the breakthrough. He closed his eyes once more, first seeking to mend the injuries inflicted by the within and without. The core flame of the coursed through his meridians, revitalizing the withered pathways. Cracked bones and burned skin healed at an encouraging pace. Simultaneously, the blood-streaked exterior of his body saw the wounds merging, scars swiftly forming and then falling away, leaving no trace behind. The muscles beneath his skin rapidly strengthened, not quite rivaling those of a bodybuilder, yet an explosive power began to gather within his arms. The surface of his skin shed layers of desiccated epidermis, revealing new skin as tender as that of a woman. Yet its resilience and sensitivity to the energies of the world had increased several-fold. Once the repairs were complete, Chen Mo embarked on his breakthrough. To ensure its success, he drew upon a moment of enlightenment akin to the burning of incense. The majestic silver moon hung high, casting a soft glow across the desert, draping it in a silvery veil. Above the tranquil desert, a series of piercing sounds of wind suddenly approached from afar, and moments later, several dark figures swiftly cut through the sky. I bear a seal imposed by Queen Medusa. The moment I step into the depths of the Tegel Desert, she will sense my presence. Therefore, we must reach our destination swiftly, declared Habadong. The others nodded in agreement, and soon, streams of colored fighting spirit manifested around them. With a faint sound of explosion, their speed surged dramatically as they charged towards the heart of the desert. In the royal palace, within the chambers, Queen Medusa sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed in deep concentration. Suddenly, her long eyelashes fluttered. Boom! A torrent of formidable fighting spirit erupted from Chen Mo's body. At that moment, his consciousness instinctively swept through his internal being. In the center of the cyclone, a small azure light flickered, surrounded by an abyss of unfathomable darkness, beneath which lay an expansive ocean. His dantian expanded, and his fighting spirit transformed into a liquid state. Chen Mo's face lit up with astonishment. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. He even sensed that with his current level of fighting spirit, he could contend with the Do Wang, Great Dome Master. A thought crossed Chen Mo's mind. The next instant, a rich amalgamation of black and white fighting spirit enveloped his entire being, and as the fighting spirit dissipated, a suit of black and white armor cloaked his body. Chen Mo ran his hands over the armor, marveling at how it felt as substantial as reality. Chapter 59. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet you've become so lackluster. Chen Mo felt a twinge of surprise. Logically, a Dome Master should have already transitioned from gaseous to liquid fighting spirit, while a Great Dome Master solidifies it into a solid state, with the cyclone taking on a rhomboid shape. Yet, his experience was different. His fighting spirit remained gaseous during his Dome Master phase, only becoming liquid upon reaching Great Dome Master. Strikingly, his dantian appeared unusually vast. He sensed that he was not yet in his prime state, implying that his fighting spirit was not at its fullest capacity. He estimated he could still store a considerable amount of fighting spirit. Suddenly, Chen Mo's introspective gaze lingered on the cyclone. He noticed a subtle change. It was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. The cyclone had transformed into a black and white swirl, vaguely resembling a blurred taiji. Chen Mo recalled the opening lines of the Taishang Hunyuan Ju. Wuji gives birth to taiji, taiji gives rise to the two principles. The two principles give rise to the four symbols. The four symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. And the 8 trigrams manifest all things. Therefore, it seemed he had achieved perfection in the initial stage of the Taishang Hunyuan Ju. This thought crossed Chen Mo's mind, followed by a desire to find someone to engage in combat for testing. He turned his gaze towards Queen Medusa, who remained seated on her bed, eyes shut tight, as torrents of natural energy surged into her being. The aura of Queen Medusa steadily ascended, clearly indicating that her breakthrough would require some time. Chen Mo descended from the Qinglian, donning the robe he had previously placed over Queen Medusa. An exhilarating sense of novelty washed over his visage as he rubbed his hands together, extending his right hand slowly, followed by a focused thought. Within him, the swirling energy resembling Tai Chi quivered slightly, and after a brief moment of stillness, a wisp of azure flame erupted forth violently. His right palm trembled slightly, and in an instant, the surging azure flames enveloped it entirely. The temperature within the chamber soared abruptly. Indeed, it was extraordinary fire, far surpassing the heat of beastly flames. As Chen Mo paced about in the chamber, he ultimately arrived at the bedside, taking a moment to admire the beauty of Queen Medusa. Her visage was strikingly enchanting, with her phoenix-like eyes, even when closed, exuding an innate allure and commanding presence. Her flowing azure locks cascaded gracefully down, resting upon her fair, delicate shoulders. After a prolonged moment of admiration, he retrieved the Qinglian and settled beside Queen Medusa to continue his cultivation. There was no other recourse. Queen Medusa was undergoing a breakthrough, and the leaders of the 8 tribes had gathered in the royal city. As a mere human, venturing outside at this time could easily lead to complications. Thus, Chen Mo devoted himself to his training. With the assistance of a fragrant incense stick, he made slight progress in the initial stage of the great sage's art. Meanwhile, the royal bloodline had completely consumed the essence of the dark golden demon tiger king and the Tsang Lei blood eagle, yet it did not evolve the red blood into blue blood. Nevertheless, Chen Mo felt a significant increase in the oppressive aura he exuded. On the ramparts of the royal city, Yu Mei pondered, what on earth has transpired? issuing 3 martial law edicts, yet witnessing no incidents unfold. One of the tribal leaders, Yin could hardly contain his frustration. Having received orders from the Elder Council, he was the first to arrive at the royal city. Yet the command merely instructed him to safeguard it. He remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Big fellow, you arrived before me, yet know nothing. How could I possibly be informed? Yin retorted. Did you not visit the palace to meet Her Majesty the Queen? He inquired. Glancing toward the only female serpent among the tribal leaders, Yume straightened slightly, her voluptuous form accentuating her alluring silhouette as she languidly replied. I did seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen, but the moon slave informed me that Her Majesty is in seclusion and receiving no visitors. And what of His Highness? Yin whispered suddenly. It is said he is in the temple receiving Medusa's inheritance, Yume replied. Her sensual red lips pursed as she spoke softly. It is rumored that Her Majesty holds a great regard for a human named Chen Mo. Yet, she swiftly changed the subject. For this matter, it would be wiser to consult Mobas. Yume toyed with a strand of azure hair. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Mobas, who was patrolling alone on the opposite side of the city wall. Yin followed her gaze. On the other side of the ramparts stood a slightly more robust male serpent, draped in a black robe that concealed his form. Though one could discern that the right sleeve hung empty, a shiver ran down Yin-Si's spine. Among the leaders of the 8 tribes, Mobas and Yume possessed the greatest strength, yet Mobas was known for his volatile temper. The tale of Moba's having his right arm severed by a human was something that Yin had heard whispers of. To inquire of Moba's would only invite trouble. He thought, never mind, let it be as if I never asked. Yin hastily gestured dismissively. Hee. Yume chuckled, initially intending to tease Yin but suddenly sensed several auras sweeping in from the horizon. The tribal leaders, including Yin felt this presence too, their expressions darkening as they gazed towards the distant sky. At the edge of the horizon, several figures approached the city with a leisurely grace, eventually halting just beyond the range of the archers stationed atop the city walls. Observing this group standing outside the attack zone, Moba slowly ascended into the air, his voice cold and commanding. As his voice echoed, Yume, Yin and the other tribal leaders also took to the skies, confronting the humans who lingered beyond the reach of their weapons. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, that filthy, wretched snake. A robust middle-aged man with a lion head tattoo on his chest stepped forward, taunting loudly. Humph, I thought it was someone worth my time. Instead, it's you, a fool with nothing but muscle in your head, Mobas retorted with a cold smirk. As if he recognized the man. Ha. If you hadn't fled so swiftly back in the day, the leader of your Moba's tribe would have been someone else. The man, known as Yin grinned, his gaze drifting mockingly to Moba's hollow right shoulder. My, it hasn't been long since we last met. Yet you seem to have deteriorated so, you've even lost an arm. You seek your own demise. A glint of icy malice flickered in Moba's sharp gaze as he spoke ominously. Enough, old lion. Cease your banter with them, Gu-He interjected, stepping forward with a genial smile. I am Gu-He, and I have come to your esteemed domain not to wage war, but to discuss certain matters with Queen Medusa. Might I request her presence for a brief audience? Chapter 60, The Appearance of Xingtian. To seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen, you think you are worthy? Mobas replied without hesitation, his tone laced with derision. Hey, it seems you no longer wish to keep your other arm, Yin remarked, having been halted by Gu-He. Old He, you've always been this way, why waste breath on them? Let us simply demolish this city and see if that woman comes out. With your meager strength? At this moment, Yume chimed in with a scornful remark, raising her arm. The serpent warriors stationed atop the walls aimed their crossbows directly at Gu-He and his companions. Yin and the other tribal leaders summoned their weapons in readiness. Once more, Gu-He restrained Yin scanning the city with a contemplative gaze. He then exhaled deeply before bellowing, his voice amplified by his fighting spirit, reverberating throughout the entire city. Your Majesty the Queen, I am Gu-He from the Gamma Empire. I come not to provoke conflict with your noble house, but to discuss a matter of significance. I humbly request an audience. Witnessing Gu-He's actions, Mobas, Yume, Yin and the other 8 tribal leaders atop the city walls furrowed their brows slightly. However, they did not voice any objections. Under these circumstances, the Queen's intervention would indeed be more advantageous. With the formidable power of Her Majesty the Queen, should the adversary truly desire to engage in combat, they would inevitably face dire consequences. It appears my assertions were not unfounded. Queen Medusa, grievously injured, cannot possibly recover within mere days, and her absence is likely due to her recuperation. Cloaked in dark robes, Hebadong addressed Gu-Ha. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the 8 tribal leaders shifted dramatically. Yume recalled the 3 martial law edicts issued by the palace, coupled with the scene of being denied an audience with Her Majesty, and it seemed increasingly plausible. Yin Si bellowed, "You speak nonsense. How could Her Majesty be so severely wounded? When she emerges, I shall ensure you are utterly annihilated." Yinshi chuckled coldly. Guha and the others raised their brows. Their identities were well understood among them. The matters concerning Queen Medusa had been previously addressed by Hebedong, and given the current circumstances, it might indeed be true. The silvery moonlight descended upon the earth, illuminating the faces of those gathered. Guha's expression grew grave as he hesitated, contemplating whether to take action. Suddenly, a violent surge of celestial energy erupted above the palace. The crowd quickly lifted their gaze toward the palace, where the once luminous full moon was now shrouded in darkness. A torrent of formidable energy coalesced into a visible vortex, surging into the palace. This unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, their faces etched with confusion. Suddenly, a figure, similarly cloaked in black, but unmistakably feminine in form, stepped forward. The robe lifted slightly, revealing an elegant, slender chin of alabaster, as she exclaimed, "This is not good. Queen Medusa is about to break through." Her voice was both clear and melodious, tinged with a hint of alarm. From her understanding, Queen Medusa had already attained the rank of 8-star Do Emperor. Should she succeed in this breakthrough, she would ascend to the pinnacle of 9-star Do Emperor. Even at the 8-star level, she had previously thwarted the formidable forces of the Gamma Empire beyond the desert. Should she attain 9-star status, her power would become even more terrifying. "We cannot allow Queen Medusa to succeed in her breakthrough," Hebedong proclaimed, a wave of 5-star Do Wang energy emanating from him. Although Guha's medicinal intervention had subdued him, he had still lost 1 star during his journey. As Hebedong revealed his aura, Yin Shi, along with the previously silent Windwalker Feng Li and the renowned Reina, one of Gamma Empire's 10 strongest, along with Guha, who had paid handsomely to hire 4 9-star Do spirits, all unveiled their energies. The atmosphere, once harmonious, now brimmed with tension. As the aura of the cloaked woman intensified, the previously balanced energy was shattered. Do Emperor. The expressions of Yume, Mobas, and the other tribal leaders paled in shock. Guha, no longer hesitating, shouted, "Attack." It was finally time to strike. I had long harbored disdain for that wretched, dark serpent. Yinshi cursed as he dashed towards Mobas. Seeing the confrontation unfold, Yume's face contorted with rage. Then she abruptly turned to the countless guards atop the city walls, bellowing, "Eliminate these humans." Upon hearing the command from Yume, countless crossbows among the serpent guards unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, darkening the sky as they hurtled towards the group led by Gu He. The sharp whistling of the arrows pierced the air, causing a dull ache in the ears of those nearby. Gazing at the deluge of arrows, Gu He merely cast a casual glance before addressing Yun Zhongzhu, saying, "This side is entrusted to you. Bing Huang, let us depart." The woman clad in black, known as Yun Zhongzhu, nodded slightly. A delicate, porcelain-like hand emerged from her sleeve, and with a flick of her wrist, a blue longsword materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, a swirling vortex of azure energy manifested before her. Under the tempestuous winds of the blue whirlwind, the ominous rain of arrows was scattered and shattered. "Let us go." Seizing the opportunity, Gu He and Hai Buodong soared towards the royal palace. "Stop him," Yume commanded, just as she was about to intercept. Feng Li positioned himself in her path. Reina obstructed Yin Si. The woman in black engaged in combat with a 9-star doling against the 5 tribal leaders, while the remaining 3 9-stars charged towards the soldiers atop the city walls. "Impudent. The serpent race shall not permit you humans to run rampant." At that moment, the 3 formidable elders, adorned with terrifying tusked masks, surged forth from the depths of the royal city, targeting Gu He and Hai Buodong. "Jialao, it is your turn to act." Gu He observed the advancing elders with a calm demeanor and lifted his gaze to a point in the void. He noticed a slight distortion in the air, and an elderly figure clad in emerged before the crowd. Another Do Huang. Chaos erupted within the serpent race's ranks. The pupils of Yume and the other 8 tribal leaders constricted in alarm, while the black-clad woman's expression darkened. "Gu He, you are actually connected to the royal family of the Jaimar Empire." Hai Buodong was taken aback, astonished that Gu He had summoned Jia Xingtian. It seemed that Gu He was willing to pay a hefty price to obtain the. However, this would likely complicate matters with Yun Yun. "Jialao, we leave the rest to you." Gu He glanced at the 3 elders before continuing his flight towards the palace with Hai Buodong. "Just remember your promise to me." The elder in the chuckled ominously. "You shall not escape." The 3 elders attempted to intercept Gu He and his companion. The elder in the positioned himself in their way, declaring, "Your opponent is me." On the walls of the royal palace, Chen Mo watched as the 2 approached, jesting to the nearby Yunu. "Are you afraid, Commander Yunu? To pass, you must first get through me." Upon hearing this, Yunu shot Chen Mo a glare, ignoring his comment, raising her jade hand. The serpent guards at her side brandished their poisoned spears. Release. Yu commanded fiercely. The serpent guards atop the palace walls tightened their grips on the poisoned spears, retreating a few steps before launching forward, hurling their poisoned weapons into the air. Instantly, a dark cloud of poisoned spears rained down upon the approaching Gu He and Hai Buodong. Xianbing shield form. Observing the overwhelming onslaught of poisoned spears, Hai Buodong uttered a low command, causing the black robe to flutter in the wind as energy surged around him. The chilling air condensed with a startling swiftness akin to a lightning flash. Ultimately, before the astonished gazes of the serpentine onlookers below, it solidified into a massive ice shield, spanning several meters in width, effectively blocking the onslaught of venomous spears raining down. Ice Sovereign, you must interrupt Queen Medusa. I shall contend with these serpent guards. Gu He stated solemnly, casting a glance at the individuals atop the city wall. When Queen Medusa breaks through, she will be at her most vulnerable. Should she be forcibly interrupted, it could result in a backlash. Be cautious of that lad in the white robe. He is quite perilous, Hai Buodong remarked, his tone laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Gu He raised an eyebrow, casting a deep look at Chen Mo upon the palace wall before nodding in agreement. With a powerful flap of his wings, Hai Buodong surged towards the palace, propelled by the overwhelming energy. At that moment, he sensed a fleeting instant where the world lost its color, as countless fragments swirling with dark, magical runes swept toward him like sharp blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hai Buodong evaded frantically, with innumerable black shards slicing past him. The next moment, a 3-foot-long black magic sword coalesced in the air behind him. A sword that spans the ages. Chun Mo called out from the city wall, and in an instant, a resplendent sword lotus erupted from the magic sword, soaring towards Hai Buodong. Ice Sovereign, beware. Gu He commanded, his palms opening and closing, as pale blue flames enveloped his form. With a slight flap of his wings, he swiftly formed a hand seal and intoned, "Blue flames, rise." As his voice echoed, the pale blue flames surged forth suddenly before him, hurtling towards the exquisite sword lotus. The two forces collided, causing the sword lotus to burst apart prematurely, scattering countless shards of energy that detonated in the air. This diversion allowed Hai Buodong to evade. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light appeared above Hai Buodong's head, radiating a formidable sword intent as it descended upon him. Swish! The piercing sword intent approached, shredding his black robe and revealing his aged visage. Despite his swift evasion, the sword light grazed past him, severing several strands of his white hair and breaching his external energy defenses. Indeed, it is you, Ice Sovereign Hai Buodong. A faint voice resonated under the night sky as Chen Mo ascended, golden wings fluttering gently behind him. With a snap of his fingers, 2 streaks of light darted toward Hai Buodong. His expression shifted, and he hastily conjured an ice-blue spear with his energy, forcefully sending it flying away. The 2 streaks transformed into one black and one blue sword, hovering on either side of Chun Mo, vibrating slightly. Raising his right hand, a surge of azure flame erupted from his palm, warping the very air around him under the intense heat. In a flowing white robe, Chun Mo stood with an exquisite visage, his handsome features marked by an indescribable ethereal aura that led one to feel he was not merely a man, but a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beneath the full moon, his presence surpassed its luminescence. He embodied both the elegance of a celestial being and the regal demeanor of an emperor. To pass, you must first contend with me, Chen Mo declared, his tone remarkably calm as he regarded the 2 individuals before him. The moon slave atop the palace walls stared in a daze, perhaps failing to notice such splendor in their previous encounters. At that moment, a faint blush appeared on the moon slave's face. Gu He and Hai Buodong were momentarily taken aback, before Gu He exclaimed in astonishment, "Strange fire. You truly managed to refine it." Hai Buodong echoed his surprise. For strange fire was among the most formidable of natural energies, notoriously difficult to refine even for a typical Do Huang expert. Wait, had he not been merely a doucher? Gu He's expression shifted to one of shock as he observed Chen Mo, who had seemingly advanced from an 8-star doucher to a doucher of higher rank in just a few days. Could he have utilized some secret technique? Upon closer inspection, Hai Buodong noted that Chen Mo no longer exhibited the superficiality of a Do Wang's prowess. His cultivation was genuine and substantial. As realization dawned on the moon slave, she too was taken aback. So this is a doucher of such caliber? It seems he has indeed come seeking the strange fire. Chun Mo cast a casual glance at the 2 before directing his gaze toward Gu He. You must be the renowned Pill King, Gu He surmised, recalling how Gu He's booming voice had resonated throughout the entire royal city. Indeed, Gu He acknowledged without hesitation, gazing at the azure strange fire in Chun Mo's grasp. I have come specifically for the Qinglian Earth Heartfire. If you would be so kind as to part with it, I shall offer you a remarkably generous reward. Oh, a reward? Chen Mo's lips curled into a playful smirk. What sort of reward could possibly suffice for an exchange with the strange fire? Gui proclaimed with pride. I am prepared to trade 2 6th-grade Doling pills and 1 6th-grade Huangji pill for the strange fire. Upon hearing this, both Hai Bo Dong and the moon slave below widened their eyes in astonishment, clearly familiar with the value of these 2 types of pills. The former could elevate a Do Wang by an entire star, while the latter could enhance a Do Huang by 1 or 2 stars. Such generosity was indeed remarkable. Chen Mo smiled faintly. The strange fire is a divine treasure of the natural world, a coveted relic for alchemists. Is that truly all the Pill King has to offer? At this, Gui furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a considerable time, before a rare expression of distress flickered across his face. He then stated solemnly, if you truly wish to exchange, I would be willing to add another 6th-grade Huangji pill. Is that so? Chen Mo feigned contemplation before responding. However, separating the strange fire would inevitably cause me some harm. With a click of his tongue, he implied that a further increase in compensation was necessary. Gui's brow furrowed once more. At that moment, the celestial energies enveloping the palace erupted once more. Hai Bo Dong's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Pill King, he is stalling for time. Gui's countenance darkened. You dare to deceive me. I believe that you, King Dan, were a man of intelligence. Chen Mo scoffed. Chapter 62, The Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Upon hearing this, Gui's expression darkened instantly. Do not waste words with him. Take action. With a fierce shout, Hai Bodong unfurled his ice-blue wings of battle energy, propelling himself towards Chen Mo. Gui nodded, then surged towards the royal palace. His foremost objective being to disrupt Queen Medusa's breakthrough. Halt. Observing Gui's movement, the moon slave and another 9-star Do spirit serpent maiden atop the city wall conjured a longbow, drawing an arrow aimed at Gui. Gui swiftly evaded, gaining altitude, and seized the moment to dash forward. The moon slave's expression shifted slightly. However, being merely a Do spirit, she could not manifest wings of battle energy or fly. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she instructed the 9-star Do spirit serpent maiden beside her, Hua Shir, take a team and guard outside the queen's chamber. We must not allow anyone to disturb her majesty. I will assist. Chen Mo understood. The serpent maiden known as Hua Shir led a small squad towards Queen Medusa's chamber. Mo Yao, go and stop him. Chen Mo commanded Mo Yao to impede Gui. The demon sword trembled violently, then exploded into countless demonic runes, cascading towards Gui. With his own circumstances dire, Hai Bodong coldly shouted, throwing a punch at Chun Mo sword manipulation technique. Chun Mo flared his wings, directing the Tianyuan to launch an assault against Hai Bodong. Yet, despite the latter's temporarily diminished strength due to sealing, his physical prowess remained formidable. A single punch sent Tianyuan flying. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo distanced himself from Hai Bodong. A sword across time. Chun Mo transformed his energy into a sword, unleashing a dazzling black and white sword lotus that surged towards Hai Bodong. Humph, mere trifles. Hai Bodong snorted disdainfully, a torrent of frigid battle energy erupting from within, enveloping the area in a chilling mist that obscured Chun Mo's vision entirely. Profound ice spiral kill. Rapidly forming hand seals before him, a low growl erupted from Hai Bodong's throat, summoning crescent-shaped ice blades that began to whirl around him. The number of ice blades multiplied until they nearly concealed Hai Bodong entirely, creating a spiral storm composed solely of these blades. The stealthy Tianyuan was once again sent flying. Go! Amidst the storm, a low command resonated, and the ice blade tempest surged violently towards Chun Mo, colliding with the sword lotus along the way. Boom! The sword lotus detonated, significantly weakening the storm, which, however, did not dissipate and continued its relentless pursuit of Chun Mo, soon enveloping him entirely. Meanwhile, the moon slave, aiding Mo Yao against Gui, noticed a change in expression. Mo Yao had transformed into a sword spirit, radiating a potent sword intent as he clashed with Gui. Do not approach, hold him back. Within the ice blade storm, Chun Mo's voice echoed. The moon slave's expression brightened. Hai Bodong's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? The frozen spiral slash was a high-level Xian-tier combat technique. When executed by him, even an ordinary Do Wang would be obliterated in the tempest of ice blades. Yet now, he was unable to harm a mere great Do master. Ignoring Hai Bodong's furious exclamation, Chun Mo's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and his body suddenly swelled in size. Entering the first stage of the Great Sage technique, Demon Transformation, Chun Mo's aura surged dramatically, soaring from a 1-star Great Do Master to a 5-star Great Do Master. His palm, almost completely engulfed by azure flames, narrowed as he thrust it into the swirling storm. He then forcefully tore through the tempest, emerging before the onlookers. Now, Chen Mo remained strikingly handsome, albeit slightly larger, with crimson eyes and tattered robes that revealed skin glimmering with a dark bronze sheen. Aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, he bore no external injuries. This is impossible. Hai Buodong's pupils constricted, his eyes wide with disbelief, his aged face etched with shock. What he did not realize was that Chen Mo was now brimming with power. There is nothing impossible. Why not test my strength with a punch? With a powerful flap of his wings, Chen Mo soared like a dragon, delivering a heavy punch toward Hai Buodong. The latter chose not to evade, responding with a punch of his own. When their fists collided, an immense force erupted between them. Hai Buodong staggered back 3 or 4 steps, while Chen Mo retreated 5 or 6 steps. Hai Buodong was even more astonished. Despite his diminished strength, he was still a 5-star Do Wang, and to meet the opponent head-on was to find their strengths evenly matched. After all, the other was merely a great Do master. Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. The combination of his royal bloodline and the great sage technique had allowed him to transcend Do Ling, granting him power comparable to that of a Do Wang. It was important to note that he was still only at the stage of red blood, and the great sage technique was merely in its first stage. I cannot delay any longer. Hai Buodong's gaze sharpened, and suddenly, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. In the next moment, several colossal ice dragons, each 100 feet long, coalesced behind him. Multiple Xian ice dragons soar. With a sweeping gesture, Hai Buodong sent the massive ice dragons surging towards Chen Mo. Then allow me to showcase my own technique. Chen Mo raised both hands, positioning them before him. After a brief moment of concentration, azure flames erupted from his left hand, their intense heat distorting the air before him. Simultaneously, crimson flames surged from his right hand. With his unparalleled control over fire, Chen Mo seamlessly fused the two flames together. Instantaneously, an extraordinarily fierce energy was released from the amalgamated flames. Yet this was not the end. After merging the flames in his left hand, a violet flame erupted from his right hand. Chen Mo vigorously rubbed his hands together, initiating another fusion. Nearby, Gu He's eyelids twitched, his gaze drawn to the spectacle, and he appeared startled, as if he had just stepped on a tail. Is it possible to manipulate fire in such a manner? 3 flames intertwined, and a wave of destruction immediately spread forth. Simultaneously, a violent energy surged within Chen Mo, but was swiftly quelled by the power of his imperial bloodline, leaving no trace of disturbance. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Chen Mo shouted fiercely, as the tricolored lotus, born of the fusion of the 3 flames, silently pierced through the void. Not a whisper of wind was stirred, yet it sent shivers down Hai Buodong's spine. The blue, red, and purple lotus darted towards Hai Buodong, but as it neared the vicinity of the towering ice dragons, the once tranquil lotus erupted with fury. It contracted and expanded, and then a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Chapter 63, Audacity. Dare you touch my people? Boom. A cataclysmic energy radiated from the void. In the night sky, ripples began to form, and the nearby palace roof exploded with a thunderous roar, its fractured edges smooth like a mirror. The scorching tricolored flames erupted in the dark sky, sweeping across like a tidal wave of fire. In an instant, the temperature in this realm surged dramatically. Far above the city walls, Jia Xingtian, Yu Mei, and others, engaged in battle, suddenly paused, lifting their gazes towards the palace. The faces of the onlookers were etched with shock and disbelief. Gu He, Mo Yin, and the moon servants atop the walls were all thrown back by the shockwave of fiery energy. Gu He crashed against the palace walls, spewing blood uncontrollably. Mo Yin transformed into a sword form, continuing its relentless pursuit of Gu He, seemingly unaffected by the shockwave. The moon servants, on the other hand, fared worse than Gu He, vomiting blood and losing their ability to continue fighting. The nearest ice dragons were utterly vaporized, consumed by the annihilating flames that swiftly engulfed Hai Buodong. The latter plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing onto the already scorched earth. His body appeared to be shattered, blood oozing from numerous visible wounds beneath his tattered garments, revealing glimpses of bone. He was unconscious, the flames having obliterated half of his body, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. At that moment, Chen Mo was not in much better condition. His complexion was slightly pale, with traces of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, he observed his wounds healing at a remarkable pace, a testament to the regenerative power of his imperial bloodline. Chen Mo had never anticipated that such a terrifying explosion could extend so far. Had it not been for the copper body shielding him, he feared he would have sustained severe injuries. It seemed prudent to maintain a greater distance when unleashing the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus in the future, lest he harm himself while vanquishing foes. just as Chun Mo prepared to deliver the final blow to Haibuodong. Taking advantage of the Azure Beast Fire, Gu He sent the nightmare flying, then retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and poured its contents into his mouth. Moments later, he continued his advance toward the royal palace. Gu He mused that his side must be gaining the upper hand in the royal city and that the battle would soon reach its conclusion, especially with 2 battle emperors present. As long as he could disrupt Queen Medusa's breakthrough, victory would belong to him, and that would ultimately be his as well. At that moment, Chun Mo's expression darkened. He was determined not to give up. With his thoughts, he manipulated the Tianyuan that had embedded itself into the ground below. Moving in tandem, as he soared past, he caught the rebounding nightmare in his grasp. With the nightmare in his right hand and the Tianyuan in his left, he spread his wings like a Kuanpeng, crossing his dual swords before him, and charged toward Gu He. Gu He's complexion changed dramatically. Although his cultivation level was not far behind the diminished Haibuodong, he had relied on pills to elevate his power, and his true strength was likely comparable to that of a 1-star battle king. Seeing Chun Mo still pursuing him filled Gu He with alarm. Blue flames surged forth, a torrent of pale azure fire rushing toward Chun Mo. With a swing of his sword, Chun Mo cleaved through the flames, slicing them apart and emerging unscathed. As if channeling a powerful ultimate move, he brought down his sword upon Gu He. Suddenly, a wave of pale yellow energy surged from the distant horizon. Despite Chun Mo's awareness and attempts to defend himself, he was still struck by this formidable force, hurtled like a cannonball into the palace walls, his body embedded within. Blood spurted from Chun Mo's mouth as he gazed at the figure draped in a dark robe against the night sky, his expression grave. Battle Emperor, you've finally arrived. Gu He breathed a sigh of relief. The intense killing intent he had felt from Chun Mo moments ago had made him feel as though death was imminent. Those 3 old fellows' combined skills were rather tricky, and he had just managed to shake them off. Jia Xingtian, with his aged countenance, forced a smile and inquired, "Where's Ice Emperor Haibuodong?" Gu He gestured downward. Jia Xingtian's gaze shifted, his pupils contracting as he recoiled in shock at Haibuodong's dismal state, then glanced at Chun Mo, who was embedded in the palace wall, raising an eyebrow. Did this little brat do this? Gu He nodded, affirming, Haibuodong was correct. This kid is indeed dangerous. However, since you are here, we need not concern ourselves with Queen Medusa. The resides within him. Capture him. Gu He pointed at Chen Mo. Jia Xingtian's gaze sharpened as he noticed the dissipating energy storm above the palace, clearly indicating that Queen Medusa was on the verge of a successful breakthrough. Nodding, Jia Xingtian soared toward Chun Mo, declaring, "Young one, having received your payment, you must accompany me now. But I do not wish to go with you." Chun Mo withdrew his arm, pointing at Jia Xingtian and commanding, "Nightmare, rise." With a surge of thought, the nightmare, previously sent flying and embedded in the palace wall, trembled violently before exploding into countless shards, hurtling toward Jia Xingtian. Jia Xingtian frowned, perplexed by this strange occurrence. In the next moment, an incomprehensible scene unfolded before him, as countless fragments coalesced into a shadowy figure devoid of discernible features. A ghostly blue light surged upward from below, and the sword spirit, Mo Yin, brandished the heavenly abyss, unleashing a formidable and chilling sword intent as it charged forth. What on earth is happening? A profound sense of bewilderment painted Jia Xingtian's face, and he quickly conjured a pale yellow light imprint, sending the entity flying away. Without wasting any time, after repelling Mo Yin, Jia Xingtian hastened to seize Chen Mo. At that moment, Gu He had also arrived beside Haibuodong, checking for signs of life before enveloping his body in fighting spirit. Once Jia Xingtian had grasped Chen Mo, they would depart together. However, just as Jia Xingtian was about to reach Chun Mo, a tremendous pressure erupted from within the palace. Simultaneously, an enchanting crimson silhouette burst forth from the palace's apex, forming a fiery spectral serpent that darted toward Jia Xingtian with alarming speed. It was Queen Medusa. Jia Xingtian's expression shifted to one of fear, and he steeled himself against the impending threat, refusing to show even the slightest hint of carelessness. In that brief moment of defense, Queen Medusa had already swept in front of Chun Mo. "Your Majesty, you have finally broken through. If you hadn't, I would have been beaten to death by them." Chun Mo sighed in relief upon seeing Queen Medusa's arrival, and he quickly began to lament with tears streaming down his face. Ding, Affection 1, gained 2 affection coins. Although Queen Medusa was undergoing a breakthrough, it did not imply that she was oblivious to the events occurring outside. Upon hearing these words, a chilling murderous intent surged in her cold eyes. "Impudent, you dare lay a hand on my people." Chapter 64, Repelling the Enemy, the Proud Queen Medusa. Jia Xingtian was momentarily shaken back. Yet he managed to counter the fiery spectral serpent conjured by Queen Medusa. Suspended in midair, he gazed in astonishment at the enchanting figure of Queen Medusa. his face etched with seriousness and shock. Hadn't he claimed that Queen Medusa was gravely wounded? Even if she had broken through, her injuries should still remain, right? Could it be mere facade? Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow slightly. Dan Wang, you take high boating and leave now. I shall hold off Queen Medusa. After some contemplation, Jia Xingtian decided not to underestimate the situation and spoke to Gu He. Trying to escape? Queen Medusa's delicate face turned cold, her fiery red wings erupting from her back. With a mere thought, two colossal swords forged from crimson flames materialized in her hands. Prepare to meet your end. With a powerful flap of her wings, Queen Medusa charged toward Jia Xingtian. Quickly go! Jia Xingtian yelled at Gu He as he faced the oncoming threat. Gu He's expression darkened, casting a reluctant glance at Chen Mo, who was recovering within the palace walls. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and, with a thought, led high boating away. Queen Medusa had truly unleashed her murderous intent. Only I can bully him. You have reduced him to such a state, and now I shall take your lives. As he beheld Queen Medusa's renewed assault, Jia Xingtian raised his right palm high, unleashing a torrent of potent pale yellow energy that surged toward her. Queen Medusa crossed her arms over her chest, then suddenly swung downward, her great sword cleaving the massive energy column unleashed by Jia Xingtian in twain. The attack aimed directly at his head. Jia Xingtian's expression hardened. In a flash, a pale yellow aura surged from his right hand, coalescing into a wrist shield to intercept the blow. The impact was thunderous, propelling Jia Xingtian backwards as the sturdy shield began to crack, fissures spreading until it erupted with a resounding explosion. In the moment the wrist guard shattered, his robe tore apart, revealing several ghastly wounds on his arm, from which crimson blood flowed profusely. Jia Xingtian's countenance darkened. He dared not confront Queen Medusa head-on any longer. With a powerful flap of his pale yellow wings, he bolted towards the outskirts of the royal city. The Serpent People tribe was not a place one could simply enter or leave at will. Queen Medusa did not pursue. Instead, she gazed at Jia Xingtian, who ascended rapidly, as the two fiery swords in her hands dissipated, replaced by a surging torrent of crimson aura behind her. Beneath the crescent moon, the fiery energy enveloped half the sky, its violent force causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In an instant, a colossal black hole materialized within the crimson aura. Queen Medusa pointed towards Jia Xingtian, and in the blink of an eye, several massive fire serpents, each 100 feet long, erupted from the black hole, surging skyward in pursuit of the fleeing figure clad in a burlap robe. Above the royal city, onlookers beheld the sight of the serpentine flames chasing after Jia Xingtian, their faces filled with terror that even contorted their features. Instantly, all could see that the already somewhat aged Jia Xingtian appeared even more decrepit, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as the wrinkles on his face deepened. Yet, he dared not linger. After enduring the devastating blow, he employed some secret technique to hasten his escape beyond the city walls. Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Long live Her Majesty the Queen! Witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle, the Serpent People throughout the city exchanged glances, their faces alight with ecstasy, as thunderous cheers reverberated through the heavens. The tide of battle had seemingly reversed. The once beleaguered leaders of the 8 tribes suddenly ignited with fervor for combat. The woman in black, her brow furrowed, retreated swiftly, shouting to Feng Li and his companions, "Hurry! Queen Medusa has successfully broken through." With that, she swept her sleeve to conjure a massive azure tornado that enveloped her foes, then stepped into the void, charging into the distance. "Go! Feng Li, Yan Shi!" And the others hastened their retreat. The Serpent People were not to be trifled with, as if they were merely a place to come and go at will. The great elder of the Serpent People, his body wreathed in violet aura akin to rising flames, glared fiercely at Yan Shi and the others, his voice rumbling like thunder across the city sky. "Chase!" At the elder's command, the 8 leaders soared into the sky, recklessly pursuing the vanishing figures of the woman in black and her entourage. 8 beams of light, imbued with tremendous momentum, sliced through the air, just as they seemed on the verge of disappearing beyond the horizon. A chilling voice, enveloped in the tumult of rage, reached the ears of the 8 individuals present. Above the palace, after uttering a particular phrase, Queen Medusa coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, which transformed into a mist of scarlet as it descended. The fiery wings that adorned her back abruptly dissipated, causing her to plummet from the night sky. Her injuries had not yet fully healed, and in her impatience to break through, she had disregarded her own well-being. Even when her soul sensed that Chen Mo was about to be captured, she recklessly consumed a fire lotus seed to force an advancement. Now, with her energy unstable and having forcibly unleashed a powerful technique, the repercussions surged forth. Her internal energies rampaged, and her breath became erratic. Just as Queen Medusa braced herself for the pain of impact, she found her delicate form cradled in a reassuring embrace. The familiar aura instantly revealing her savior's identity. As she composed herself, intending to issue a frosty command for Chen Mo to release her, he spoke. Your Majesty, have you noticed you've gained quite a bit of weight? You're rather heavy. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's countenance turned frostbitten, and she retorted icily, release this monarch. Ignoring her, Chen Mo placed his fingers on her wrist to take her pulse, furrowing his brow in discontent. What nonsense? Who told you to force a breakthrough? He then playfully smacked her rear, not pausing for a moment as he soared towards the palace with her in his arms. Queen Medusa was taken aback. How dare he scold her? If she hadn't been worried about him, would she have taken such risks? Not only did he scold her, but he also dared to strike her posterior. Such insolence. Yet, surprisingly, she did not feel genuine anger. Rather, a flicker of warmth stirred within her. Was he genuinely concerned for her? Nevertheless, on the surface, Queen Medusa maintained her icy demeanor, declaring, Human, I shall surely kill you. Ding. Affection 1. Earned 2 affection coins. Triggered Intimacy bonus. Awarded a 4th grade elixir. 3 patterned pure spirit pill. Chapter 65. The Embarrassed Queen. Upon the palace walls, Yu rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Her cheeks flushed. What had she just witnessed? That human had the audacity to strike the queen's rear. This was utterly outrageous. Just then, several streaks of light flew in from afar and landed beneath the palace walls. Yu slightly bowed and greeted, Greetings, Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder. Yu, where's the queen? Inquired the Great Elder, wearing a fearsome mask adorned with fangs. In the palace, Yu replied. We demand to see the queen. We wish to know why she has not pursued, said Yu in a low voice. Maintaining her composure, Yu responded with neither submission nor arrogance. The queen is currently resting and will see no one. As the true confidant of Queen Medusa, she dared not disclose the embarrassing incident involving the human. Furthermore, the fact that the human cohabited with the queen remained a closely guarded secret. You should go inside and inform her that we all request an audience with the queen. The Great Elder insisted once more. Is there anything? Tomorrow, in the Grand Hall, I shall declare that I am weary this evening. Let us disperse. Suddenly, the authoritative voice of Queen Medusa, wrapped in an aura of indomitable power, resonated from within the palace. Accompanying her words was an overwhelming pressure that could not be defied, causing the air to ripple and their garments to flutter slightly. The 3 elders and 8 leaders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yet they dared not oppose Her Majesty's command. After lingering for a moment, they dispersed. Within the royal chamber, on the plush couch, Queen Medusa coughed violently, blood staining her lips. I have warned against unnecessary movement. Forcing the circulation of energy will only exacerbate your injuries, Chen Mo cautioned, grasping her wrist with utmost care. He retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring and held it to her lips, but despite his efforts, she refused to open her mouth. Rolling his eyes, he playfully smacked her purple tail, seizing the moment when her brow furrowed to slip the pill into her mouth. Swallow it, he commanded, his expression stern. Do you wish to perish? Though Queen Medusa complied, swallowing the healing pill. Her phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a mix of coldness and indignation as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Mo. That is all you can say. Chen Mo wiped the blood from her lips and replied nonchalantly. At his words, Queen Medusa's chest heaved with anger, and she ground her teeth, retorting, Once I recover, I shall certainly strike you down with a single blow. Indeed, you must first heal, otherwise you may find yourself unable to harm me, he responded. The fury within Queen Medusa flared, and she almost succumbed to the impulse of channeling her energy to retaliate against Chen Mo, despite her injuries. At that moment, Chen Mo deftly tucked her hair behind her ear and said, The energy within you is too volatile, yet your aura is disordered, making it impossible to refine. Thus, we must expel this rampant energy. Seeing his attentive gesture, a hint of warmth softened Queen Medusa's gaze, though her words remained sharp. Woof, woof. Are you satisfied now? This is merely an urgent measure, Chen Mo replied. Queen Medusa scoffed twice, inquiring, How do you intend to extract the energy from within me? That is simple. I can merely draw it out with my mouth, Chen Mo blurted out. However, as soon as he spoke, Queen Medusa regarded him with a piercing gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips. Human, do you think I am immobile and therefore easy to bully? Who would dare? It is you who often takes advantage of me. Chen Mo retorted, grasping her delicate hand and lifting her middle finger, only to bite down on it. He then invoked the supreme primordial technique to absorb her energy. Queen Medusa's long eyelashes trembled slightly, a low, pained moan escaping her delicate nose. Under Chen Mo's absorption, she felt a significant alleviation in her condition. However, as she observed him seated at the edge of the couch, merely an arm's length away, Her eyes flickered with a blend of embarrassment and irritation. Chen Mo grasped the finger of the Queen Medusa, absorbing the tempestuous energy that coursed through her being, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Her long eyelashes trembled gently, and the noble crown that adorned her head had long been removed by Chen Mo. She appeared enchanting, her lustrous hair cascading gracefully down her back, her elongated phoenix eyes, vibrant red lips, an alluring visage accentuating her exquisite beauty. The attire she wore was equally provocative, revealing her fair collarbone and fragrant shoulders, the red corset accentuating her alabaster skin. Chen Mo's unwavering stare, even as she glared at him, evoked a delightful blush upon the queen's cheeks, her gaze remaining steadfastly locked onto him. Frustrated, Queen Medusa turned her head away, unwilling to allow him to scrutinize her face any longer. Disappointed, Chen Mo redirected his focus to refining the ferocious energy he had consumed. Simultaneously, he discovered that the blood of Queen Medusa could enhance his imperial bloodline. Although the effect was minimal, it proved beneficial nonetheless. In Mo City, the time had slipped into the latter half of the night, the horizon beginning to lighten. Within a tavern, Yun removed the hood of her black robe, gazing at Hai Bo Dong, who lay on a bed being treated by Gu He. Not far off, Jia Xingtian appeared aged by decades. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" Yen Shi, Feng Li, and Reina looked on in bewilderment. The Serpent Seal of Queen Medusa was indeed formidable, even overwhelming for the elderly Jia Xingtian. With a dark expression, he remarked, "It won't be long before my strength diminishes to the level of the Ice Emperor." At this declaration, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. They had known that Jia Xingtian's prowess far surpassed that of Hai Bo Dong, yet even he could not withstand the Serpent Seal of Queen Medusa. "It is all that young man's fault that we have met with such a setback. How could he, being human, choose to aid the serpents?" Gu He, having safeguarded Hai Bo Dong's life, expressed his ire, then bowed to Jia Xingtian, Yun, and the others, stating, "Though we did not succeed in seizing the, I assure you that the promised rewards will be fully dispensed." Upon hearing this, Yen Shi, Reina, Feng Li, and the others breathed sighs of relief. Their reason for enduring the hardships in the Tagore Desert alongside Gu He was solely for the promised recompense. Yen Shi politely responded, "Old He, you needn't speak so." Chapter 66, Administering Medicine to Queen Medusa. Gu He furrowed his brow, speaking in a grave tone. "The crucial matter is that this young man wields a sword capable of continuous reshaping, even coalescing into a humanoid form possessing combat spirit-level prowess." "Old He, could such a sword truly reshape a human form?" Yen Shi questioned skeptically. "Old Lion, would I deceive you? Moreover, that young man's two swords can engage in combat autonomously." Gu He affirmed. Though still harboring a degree of doubt, Yen Shi contemplated the existence of such extraordinary phenomena, recalling the words of the Pill King. "What I witnessed was indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, the astonishing explosion we witnessed in the sky above the outskirts appears to have been orchestrated by that young man." At this moment, Jia Xingtian maintained a solemn expression as he spoke. Indeed, it was that young man who was responsible, despite his tender years. He remarkably managed to refine both the exotic fire and two types of royal beast flames. Not only that, but he audaciously fused these three flames together. As a sixth-tier alchemist, Gu He was acutely aware that merging such a volatile celestial spirit like the exotic fire with other flames was exceedingly challenging, let alone the fact that the young man succeeded in this endeavor. Gu He recalled the towering waves of fire that had surged in the sky moments ago, and the powerful shockwave that erupted in an instant filled him with trepidation. He thought to himself that had he been in Hai Bo Dong's position, he would likely have been engulfed by that fiery tide. Observing the grave expressions on Gu He and Jia Xingtian's faces, Yen Shi felt compelled to believe. No matter how bizarre the situation appeared, Feng Li and the others also displayed expressions of astonishment. Yun was no exception. She caressed her delicate fair chin and pondered aloud. In conclusion, Yun added, "Hearing your descriptions, I am exceedingly eager to witness his appearance. He is indeed strikingly handsome." Evoking a sense of a potential zone within me, Gu He thought, though he wished to downplay it, he ultimately offered a measured appraisal. "Oh," Yun responded, not elaborating further. "Old He, what shall we do next? If we do not resolve the seal within Jia Lao's body, it will become exceedingly troublesome when the serpent people retaliate against the Jia Ma Empire," Yen Shi remarked gravely. "It is no exaggeration to say that this venture into the desert has cost the Jia Ma Empire half of its military strength. To lift the Serpent Seal curse of Queen Medusa, there are only two methods. Either Queen Medusa herself must break the seal, or one must concoct the breaking seal pill." Gu He shrugged and then stated, "To concoct the breaking seal pill, one must have exotic fire. Thus, it is unsolvable." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted. A shadow of despair loomed over Jia Xingtian's brow. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have sought to gain the favor of the alchemist Gu He by joining this expedition into the desert. The crux of the matter was that he could not overly reproach Gu He, for as a sixth-tier alchemist, Gu He's influence was profound, and the royal family was keen to win him over. Suddenly, Jia Xingtian seemed to recall something and addressed Yun, Leader Yun. What if we summon Elder Yun Shan and venture into the desert once more? Upon hearing this, Gu He's heart stirred, finding the suggestion plausible, and his gaze shifted to Yun. However, Yun shook her head. After passing the position of the sect leader to me, my master entered a secluded state. Unless faced with an existential crisis for the sect, my master will not intervene. Jia Xingtian's expression darkened. Just when they all felt there was no turning point, the previously silent Reina suddenly spoke up. Should we consider seeking external assistance? External assistance? The group paused, then turned their gazes to Reina. After organizing her thoughts, Reina continued. I once visited the Black Corner region, where there resides a sixth-tier alchemist known as the Pill Emperor, and I have heard that he possesses exotic fire. As the crowd pondered over the words spoken, a sense of feasibility began to take root in their minds. Jia Xingtian shifted his gaze towards Gu He. After a moment of contemplation, Gu He remarked, I have indeed heard of the medicine Sovereign Han Feng from the Blackhorn region. It is said that he is a disciple of the medicine Venerable. However, setting aside the challenge of enticing a sixth-tier alchemist who possesses, it is rumored that Han Feng seldom ventures out of the Blackhorn region. Being a sixth-tier alchemist himself, Gu He had a wide circle of acquaintances and was privy to a wealth of information. Although he had never interacted with Han Feng, he was aware of his reputation. There were whispers that the medicine Sovereign Han Feng was also in search of. If we were to trade information about the Azure Lotus Earthfire with him, it might prove advantageous, suggested Reina. A spark reignited in Jia Xingtian's eyes. To the east, the sky gradually brightened. Chen Mo had spent the night tending to Queen Medusa's health. After absorbing the chaotic energy within her, he set up an alchemical cauldron, intending to concoct a third-tier medicine, the Serpent Essence Powder, to aid her recovery. The Serpent Essence Powder is considered a simpler concoction among third-tier elixirs, as it is not a pill, but rather a potion, with uncomplicated steps that do not require compression or pill formation. With methodical precision, Chen Mo ignited the flame, lifted the lid, and added the herbs. On the soft couch, Queen Medusa reclined languidly, propping her head with her jade hand, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, who was diligently refining the medicine not far away. In her elongated, phoenix-like eyes, the cold, fierce aura gradually diminished, transforming into a gentler demeanor. Yet, whenever Chen Mo's eyes met hers, her gaze would instantly turn icy, and a hint of frost would grace her countenance. An hour later, the sky outside brightened further. The chamber was filled with a rich fragrance of herbs. Chen Mo steadied his mind, retrieved a jade bowl from his spatial ring, and called out, "Gather." As he slightly lifted the cauldron's lid, a vibrant green potion soared out, filling the jade bowl and emanating a steamy warmth. Holding the freshly concocted Serpent Essence Powder, Chen Mo approached the soft couch. This Serpent Essence Powder has just been prepared. It will help restore your body, your majesty, and accelerate the healing of your internal injuries. With that, he bent down and offered the jade bowl. Queen Medusa did not reach for it. Instead, she rested her chin on her delicate hand, blinking her eyes at Chen Mo. It's too hot. How can I drink it? Chen Mo shot her a glance, produced a spoon from his spatial ring, crouched down, scooped a spoonful of the Serpent Essence Powder, gently blew on it, and offered it to her. Open wide. Queen Medusa raised her crimson lips and opened her luscious mouth, swallowing the potion Chen Mo had fed her. Chapter 6-7. Bestowing a name upon Her Majesty. How is it? Too hot? Chen Mo inquired. It's tolerable, replied Queen Medusa. Chen Mo continued to scoop another spoonful, blew on it gently, and fed it to her, saying, I have absorbed the chaotic energy within you, assisted in regulating your breath. And now I am feeding you medicine. Is there any reward? Queen Medusa blinked playfully. What reward do you desire? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo ceased to crouch and sat directly at the edge of the bed, gazing at the exquisite countenance of Queen Medusa, whose beauty was as delicate as a flower. He smiled and suggested, how about a kiss? Do you wish to die? Queen Medusa retorted coldly, swaying her enchanting tail. Am I not negotiating with you? Chen Mo replied, a chill running down his spine as he lifted a spoonful of medicinal soup to his lips, blowing gently to cool it before offering it to the queen's crimson lips. Bargaining. A hug would suffice, wouldn't it? Human, do you possess such audacity? Queen Medusa extended her delicate tongue and swiftly consumed the medicinal concoction from the spoon. Her thoughts veiled in mystery. Then she declared, let us see how you perform. Chen Mo's eyes brightened, and he hastened to administer the medicine, inquiring, Your Majesty, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something to eat? Observing Chen Mo's obsequious demeanor, Queen Medusa pressed her lips together. A faint smile gracing her cheeks as she replied, "No need." 10 minutes later, having fed the entire dosage to Queen Medusa, Chen Mo gently wiped the remnants from her lips, asking, "Your Majesty, do you feel any better now?" "Yes, my body feels warm," she hummed softly, stretching her jade hand at her waist, exuding an air of languor. Chen Mo could even catch a glimpse of her alluring form. This was exceedingly stimulating. Chen Mo felt as though Queen Medusa was enticing him. "Well, Your Majesty, I believe I've performed adequately." Queen Medusa looked at him, momentarily taken aback, before responding frostily. "This royal has yet to consent. Return to your place." "Your Majesty, one must not burn bridges after crossing them. I merely wish to embrace you." "It is not an imposition," Chen Mo retorted, lying down behind Queen Medusa. As she shifted forward, prepared to rebuke him, Chen Mo swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist. Feeling her body stiffen momentarily, he remained respectful, leaving his hand resting at her waist without further movement, merely inching closer to press against her smooth back. Inhaling the fragrance of her long hair, he closed his eyes and feigned a pitiful tone. "After the battle last night, I am utterly exhausted. May I hold you for a brief moment?" However, immediately after speaking, Chen Mo sensed something amiss. His words were rather suggestive. Fortunately, Queen Medusa did not dwell on it. Initially, her expression grew frigid as he embraced her, her gaze darkened with menace, yet upon hearing his words, her demeanor softened unexpectedly. Had it not been for his steadfastness the previous night, her breakthrough would surely have been interrupted. "Behave yourself, or I shall sever your hand," Queen Medusa warned coldly. Chen Mo recognized her acquiescence and nodded vigorously. 5 minutes later, he moved his hand from her waist to her flat abdomen, tightening his embrace as he savored the softness of her serpentine waist. Noticing her lack of overt reaction, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling quite content. The heart of Queen Medusa was far from tranquil. It raced with an anxious rhythm, acutely aware of Chen Mo's subtle movements. Reason urged her to push his hand away from her abdomen. Yet, in reality, she acquiesced, remaining silent as she lay quietly in Chen Mo's embrace. However, had Chen Mo been able to see the queen's face, he would have noticed it flushed with crimson. It was evident that Chen Mo's audacity was growing bolder. Observing that his actions went unimpeded, he patiently waited for approximately a minute before his other hand began to caress the long strands of Queen Medusa's hair. With one hand, he playfully tangled her hair, and then, with 5 spread fingers, he smoothed it out. Her hair was remarkably soft, and the knots unraveled effortlessly. "Is this amusing?" Queen Medusa suddenly inquired, her tone flat, yet it made Chen Mo feel a pang of anxiety. Quickly, he withdrew his hand from her hair. Flustered, he replied, "No." As soon as Chen Mo uttered a denial, the queen let out a cold snort. "Quite amusing," Chen Mo responded. "If it's so amusing, then why did you put your hand down?" Queen Medusa retorted with a mocking smile. A chill ran through Chen Mo. It was clear she was deliberately provoking him, and he resolved not to fall for it. Thus, he awkwardly chuckled, "Your Majesty, you are so beautiful that I simply couldn't help myself." Upon hearing this flattery, Queen Medusa huffed softly. After a brief silence, she refrained from speaking further. "Well, it seems I've passed the test," he thought, feeling emboldened to continue embracing her slender waist. A few minutes later, Chen Mo's mischief resurfaced as his hand, resting on Queen Medusa's abdomen, began to explore. Perhaps fearing the queen's wrath, he diverted her attention. "Your Majesty, calling you Your Majesty is rather cumbersome. What is your real name?" In the original tale, the name of Queen Medusa, known as Kai Lin, was bestowed upon her by Xiao Yan. Queen Medusa paused momentarily. This was hardly a secret, and she readily divulged. "Since my sister and I emerged from our eggs, we have been called Medusa. We have no other name." Chen Mo's curiosity sparked, and as he caressed her abdomen, he suggested, "Your Majesty, may I give you a name?" "No." Queen Medusa promptly rejected the idea. "Then, Your Majesty, which do you prefer? Qing Mo, or Qing Mo?" Queen Medusa responded with a perplexed expression. Qing means clear water, Mo refers to ink, and Mo also means foam, as well as the unfamiliar. Chen Mo leaned closer to Queen Medusa's fragrant shoulder, asking, "Your Majesty, which do you prefer?" "None of them," she replied. "Choose one, please. Go away." "Your Majesty is correct. None of them are suitable," Chen Mo quickly amended, unwilling to relinquish her embrace just yet. A minute later, he dared again, "Your Majesty, may I kiss you? Your Majesty, may I kiss you?" When these words reached the ears of the Queen Medusa, her originally gentle gaze turned icy as she coldly inquired, "Human, do you think I could slay you?" At that moment, Chen Mo, emboldened by audacity, replied, "If I could but savor your beauty, I would die contentedly at the hands of Your Majesty." The Queen Medusa responded, "Then I shall grant you your wish." Her tone was devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a palpable aura of menace. Just as she prepared to strike, Chen Mo bit down gently on her earlobe. Queen Medusa possessed delicate, exquisite ears. Her earlobe charmingly small and alluring, dainty, refined, and rosy. As her fierce gaze bore down on him, Chen Mo's eyes nearly sparkled with envy. Captivated by the enchanting translucence of her right earlobe, he found himself immersed in profound contemplation. To taste or not to taste, it was a matter of life and death. Yet, in his reckless pursuit of peril, Chen Mo chose to indulge. Though he might not meet his demise, he was certain to incur the wrath of the enraged Queen Medusa, who would likely transform him into a grotesque visage. Yet, as the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. However, the ensuing events took a turn that surprised Chen Mo. He felt the delicate form in his arms suddenly go limp. Stunned, he seemed to have uncovered a significant secret about Queen Medusa. Something was amiss. Yet, the moment of weakness was fleeting, for soon an ominous aura enveloped him, chilling him to the bone. He sensed that death was drawing ever closer. Yet, just before the inevitable, Chen Mo acted recklessly once more, his hands stealthily gliding upward across Queen Medusa's abdomen, inching closer until he reached the area of attack. With precision and swiftness, he gently pinched. Up, and away. The Queen Medusa lost all composure, utterly enraged. No, be gentle. Your Majesty. Please refrain from striking my face. With a series of furious blows, Queen Medusa sent Chen Mo tumbling from the soft couch, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon his face. Moments later, his visage bore the marks of her wrath, swollen and bruised, rendering his speech a mere mumble. Her strikes were merciless, unmoved by his plight. Queen Medusa prepared a medicinal bath for him. As to her, it was merely a trifling injury. With a glint in her eyes, she observed as Chen Mo slowly raised his hand to his nose, inhaling the scent, and teasingly remarked how delightful it was. Unable to contain herself any longer, the constriction of her bodice seemed on the verge of bursting with frustration. Turning her head away, she delivered a powerful punch. Chen Mo succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found the knight had fallen. Realizing he lay upon a bed, a grin spread across his face, only to be swiftly followed by a sharp intake of breath as the movement aggravated his injuries. He reached into his spatial ring for a copper mirror, gazing into it and exclaiming, "Who is this grotesque figure?" Alarmed by his own reflection, he quickly retrieved a potion for blood circulation and swelling, pouring it into his hands and rubbing them together. Suddenly, a fierce assault ensued upon the face, echoing with agonizing cries throughout the entirety of the chamber. Once the tumult subsided, Chen Mo accessed his attribute panel. Name, Chen Mo, race, human, cultivation level, 1-star great fighter, host level, 2. Bound goddesses, die, at capacity. In a romantic relationship, Queen Medusa, 88, eligible for a romantic bond upon reaching 100. Cultivation techniques, supreme primordial technique, chaotic meditation technique. Indestructible profound skill golden body chapter. Skills, wings of Kuanpeng, upgradable, body like a swimming dragon, cloud-walking steps, profound thunder palm, forest of death seal. Sword falls from the 9 heavens, a sword across worlds, Azure Dragon Yin-Yang technique, Great Sage technique, concealment technique, unyielding body of the Great Sun. Favor coins, 25, bloodline, bloodline of the human emperor, red blood. Physique, Qiankuan sword body, perfected. Charm, celestial aura. In his inventory, he found, for insight incense, 4. Third grade elixir, 3-patterned spirit elixir. Chen Mo extracted the 3-patterned spirit elixir from his bag. Its size resembled that of a dragon's eye, with a vibrant blue hue emanating a rich fragrance, adorned with 3 circles of alchemical patterns. Its efficacy lay in aiding great fighters to transcend into great master fighters. For those already at the great fighter level, it offered a slim chance of elevating their rank, devoid of adverse effects. Chen Mo refrained from consuming it for the time being, instead sealing it in a jade vial and storing it within his spatial ring. He resolved to heal his injuries and restore his vitality to a state of fullness before attempting another breakthrough, ensuring his internal fighting energy was fully replenished. Once again, Chen Mo prepared the alchemical cauldron, intending to concoct the snake spirit elixir. The most crucial aspect was that refining elixirs would significantly enhance both his alchemical skills and spiritual realm. As night passed, by the dawn of the next day, he had successfully produced 2 full jade vials of snake spirit elixir. Queen Medusa entered with a graceful sway of her serpentine waist. Chen Mo approached her, presenting the 2 vials filled with the elixir. "Your Majesty, this is the snake spirit elixir refined from the snake spirit herb I gathered in the monster forest a few days ago." Caught off guard, Queen Medusa had initially prepared herself to confront Chen Mo with a cold demeanor, intending to express her dissatisfaction from the previous day. However, upon seeing the 2 vials he offered, She couldn't help but inquire. Did you stay awake all night just to refine this? Chen Mo nodded. Did I not promise you? Your Majesty? Ding, favor 1, gained 2 favor coins. A warmth spread through Queen Medusa's heart as she accepted the jade vials and stored them in her spatial ring. Yet her expression remained aloof. I intend to appoint you as the deputy commander of the palace guards. Chen Mo nodded, considering it a rather easy position. Sensing his thoughts, Queen Medusa added, you must diligently patrol both inside and outside the palace. This is a rare opportunity one have fought for on your behalf. Do not betray my trust. During yesterday's high-level meeting of the Snake People, this matter had been brought to light. Unsurprisingly, it faced vehement opposition from the leaders of the 8 major tribes and the 3 elders, with only Baru offering his support. They believe that appointing a human to such a pivotal position poses a threat to Her Majesty's safety. Moreover, this precedent has never been set among the serpent folk. Yet, Queen Medusa firmly quelled any dissent, asserting, Chapter 69, Leader of the Moonlit, please conduct yourself appropriately. The 8 tribal leaders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with one another. The chaos outside the palace, the deep ravines carved by the upheaval, remains unrepaired to this day. Those who were privy to the events that day could easily discern that it was the human responsible for the cataclysmic explosion above the palace. At this thought, the 8 tribal leaders shivered in trepidation. Only the 3 elders continued to insist. This is against protocol. Your Majesty, you are so kind to me. Isn't it exhausting? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Chen Mo jested, grinning as he listened to Queen Medusa's words. With a frosty gaze, Queen Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, stating, no need. Then shall I serve as your punching bag? Chen Mo quipped. No need. Are you simply idling away? Queen Medusa regarded Chen Mo coldly, adding, if you have nothing to do, you can begin your patrol now. Seeing that his usual tactics were ineffective against Queen Medusa, Chen Mo realized he needed to devise new methods. As he could no longer extract anything from her, he decided to head out for a patrol instead. During his rounds, he pondered the timeline since meeting Xiao Yu. Presently, Xiao Yin remains a prodigy, basking in his prime. Should he visit Wutan City and coax Master Yao over? This thought flitted through his mind before being promptly dismissed. At this juncture, Master Yao would serve no purpose for him. Thus, Chen Mo shelved any plans to venture to Wutan City. After all, he bore no animosity towards them. However, he could certainly strategize regarding Xiao Yu's long legs. There was also Yun Yun, the little medical sage, and Qing Lin. According to the original tale, Qing Lin should be part of the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. As Chen Mo rubbed his chin, he contemplated whether he could persuade her to become his personal attendant. The moment this notion entered his mind, the enchanting visage of Queen Medusa suddenly resurfaced. Recalling how his mere glance at Rua Lin had diminished Queen Medusa's favor towards him, he felt a pang of jealousy. If he were to bring Qing Lin over, it was likely that he would never achieve 100 in favor. It seemed the only course was to first elevate his favor to 100 and then consider becoming a partner. As Chen Mo patrolled alongside the serpent folk guards, they observed him shaking his head and sighing, their expressions filled with confusion. What was the matter with this human? As he traversed the palace interiors, Chen Mo greeted every passing serpent folk with warmth. Yet, as their gazes fell upon him, the smiles on their faces gradually faded into indifference. Despite their awareness of his numerous contributions, they could not conceal the lingering disdain in their eyes. In response to their expressions, Chen Mo could only sigh helplessly. This animosity between humans and serpent folk has long been rooted in mutual disdain. Chen Mo, as a traveler from another realm, remained untouched by such sentiments. Upon exiting the lengthy corridor and reaching the corner, he found himself outside the palace, where the glaring sunlight struck his face. At that moment, a serpent woman clad in a purple mini-skirt and a light purple strapless top approached him. Her figure was striking, and as she walked closer, she tossed her long hair, the violet strands cascading against her snow-white shoulders. On her delicate shoulder, a faint purple tattoo in the shape of a serpent was etched. Despite the distance, Chen Mo could still perceive the supple grace of her taut waist as it twisted. It was hard to imagine how such a lithe waist would curve in a passionate embrace upon a bed. In an instant, the first thought that flashed through Chen Mo's mind was how she wore clothing reminiscent of Pinru. Yu Mei, with her slender fingers, casually gathered her long hair. As she drew near, she suddenly halted, her eyes sparkling with delight as she smiled, and said, "You are the human? You possess a remarkable elegance. Though your hair is a bit short. Who are you?" Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, her words stirring an intriguing sensation within him. She introduced herself as Yu Mei, one of the leaders of the 8 great tribes. With her lips slightly parted, she approached Chen Mo as if oblivious to the world around her. She delicately raised her slender hand, letting her index finger trace lightly across his chest, her gaze as deep as autumn waters. "Your name is Chen Mo, isn't it? Would you care to visit my tribe?" I assure you, you will forget your human identity. Yu Mei's fingers glided upwards from his chest, tracing along his neck to his face. Her stunning visage drew closer, the warmth of her breath brushing against him. Gazing into the enchanting features of this woman so near, Chen Mo felt a slight constriction in his throat. After all, he was a young man filled with vitality, and it was impossible to remain unaffected. Moreover, this serpent woman was undeniably alluring, and he found himself unable to resist. Yet Chen Mo was known for his audacity. If she dared to entice, he would certainly respond. He boldly wrapped his arms around Yu Mei's serpentine waist, his hands shamelessly exploring, leaning in to whisper with a voice laced with magnetism, "Yu Mei." Ding, favorability 1. Chen Mo abruptly pushed Yu Mei away, straightening his attire as he assumed a gentlemanly demeanor. "Leader Yu Mei, please maintain your decorum." With that, he continued his patrol with his team. Above, in the palace window, the figure of Queen Medusa fleetingly appeared. Yu Mei, caught off guard by the unexpected push, nearly stumbled but steadied herself, her expression momentarily frozen. As she felt the lingering warmth where Chen Mo had touched her, her beautiful face suddenly flushed crimson. She realized she had not only been taken advantage of, but had also been outmaneuvered. Her expression cooled slightly, and as she prepared to turn and reprimand Chen Mo, a voice approached from the distance. "Leader Yu Mei, Her Majesty the Queen wishes to see you," said Yu Nu, approaching with a respectful demeanor. The coldness on Yu Mei's face instantly dissipated. Her purpose for this journey was to seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Her flirtation with that human was purely driven by curiosity. In a concealed corner where the Medusa Queen could not observe, Chen Mo patted his chest, gasping for breath. He had almost reached his limit. He never anticipated that the Medusa Queen would be secretly watching him. Had the system's notification been delayed by even a second longer, he would have lost control. What a transgression. How base, how contemptible. 10 minutes later, Yu Mei emerged from the Queen's chamber, utterly bewildered. What had come over Her Majesty? Yu Mei felt as though the Queen's words were directed at her. There was even a remark from the Medusa Queen that left Yu Mei puzzled, something about not dressing so provocatively. What was going on? Chapter 70, Chen Mo's Gift. However, Yu Mei dismissed these thoughts as she noticed that human approaching her. It was still the same spot, yet the positions of the two had shifted. Yu Mei flicked her long hair, her delicate face slightly frosty, her alluring gaze sweeping over Chen Mo, the chill on her face evaporating, replaced by a radiant smile. It was a captivating smile. Yet, to her surprise, the human, who had been staring at her so intently before, now walked past her, his gaze never lingering on her at all. Damn that human. Yu Mei bit her red lip in frustration, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet, Chen Mo continued to ignore her, his figure gradually fading from her sight. At the windowsill of the chamber, the Medusa Queen's lips curved into a slight smile. Her icy demeanor momentarily softened. Moments later, as the chamber door swung open and Chen Mo stepped inside, the enchanting smile that adorned the Medusa Queen's face vanished, replaced by a cold, indifferent expression. "Is your waist comfortable, Yu Mei?" the Medusa Queen asked with a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo shamelessly sold Yu Mei out, saying, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. It was she who tempted me. Besides, her waist cannot compare to yours, Your Majesty. Is that so? Does it seem to me that you were enjoying it?" The Medusa Queen retorted with a cold laugh. "Impossible. Your Majesty, my heart belongs solely to you, and the heavens can bear witness." Chen Mo hastily responded, sensing the Queen's jealousy flaring. "Humph." The Medusa Queen scoffed, stopping Chen Mo as he approached her. "Stay there. Do not come any closer." The Medusa Queen had grown wary of Chen Mo's advances, as her threats seemed ineffective. Although she had often left him battered, he recovered remarkably quickly. The crux of the matter was that the Medusa Queen could not bring herself to harm him, nor could she even apply significant force against him. Despite having beaten him to a pulp, it could only be considered a minor injury. Chen Mo, undeterred, continued to approach, saying, "I just patrolled the grounds and found it quite exhausting. This palace is vast. Your Majesty, may I rest my head on your shoulder?" "Human, do not push your luck." The Queen of Medusa let out a cold scoff, and no matter what Chen Mo said, she refused to allow him to approach even a single step closer. Helpless, Chen Mo could only sit cross-legged in a corner, engaging in self-cultivation. For 2 consecutive days, he could not devise a way to get closer to the Queen of Medusa. However, the enchanting serpent woman named Yu Mei took every opportunity to disturb him during his patrols. Chen Mo acknowledged that being pursued by a beautiful woman was indeed a delightful experience. Yet, this was the royal palace, and the Queen of Medusa, a notorious jealous figure, was quietly watching from the upper window. Chen Mo dared not make any reckless moves. He continued to ignore her, instead coldly telling her not to seek him out. Yu Mei, infuriated, felt a pang in her chest. "If I weren't here to settle the score with you, who would bother seeking you out? Do you think you're so special?" She then blocked Chen Mo's path. What do you want? Chen Mo asked. What do I want? Yume smirked playfully. You think you can take advantage of me and just walk away? Chen Mo gave her a deep glance and then retrieved a snake spirit pill from his storage ring, tossing it to her. A third-grade snake spirit pill, highly effective for serpent people. Will this suffice as compensation? After speaking, he pushed past the obstructing Yume and strode directly toward the palace. From the window of the upper chamber, the Queen of Medusa observed this scene, her beautiful brows knitting together slightly. She then summoned her servant, Yu, and commanded. Afterward, the queen produced 2 vials of snake spirit pills from her storage ring, coldly instructing, here are 2 vials of snake spirit pills. Distribute them among the leaders of the 8 tribes. Yu did not inquire further, respectfully accepted the task, and withdrew. The following day, the leaders of the 8 tribes departed from the royal city one by one. In the alchemy chamber, Chen Mo addressed Elder Baru, who was busy concocting pills. Elder Baru, do you possess any platinum or silver metal ores? I need it to forge something. Please give me platinum, Chen Mo stated. Elder Baru glanced at him, and, seeing that he offered no further explanation, did not ask more questions. He retrieved a piece of platinum or the size of a head from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Mo before returning to his alchemical work. Elder Baru, I shall borrow your alchemy chamber for a moment. After saying this, Chen Mo found a corner in the chamber, setting up his tigeress soul. He ignited a fire and tossed the platinum ore into the flames. After a series of manipulations, a brilliant platinum chain emerged from his efforts. Chen Mo then took out the remaining magic core of the Azure Thunderblood Eagle. This core, a blend of silver and blue, transformed into a striking gemstone under Chen Mo's meticulous polishing. He drilled a small hole in it and threaded it onto the crafted platinum chain. Moments later, a necklace adorned with a silvery blue gemstone dangled from Chen Mo's hands. Although its design was not particularly exquisite, it was passable. It felt slightly cool to the touch. Not in a chilling manner, but rather in a way that was soothing, as if it could calm the heart. Chen Mo left the alchemy chamber with satisfaction. In the palace chamber, as night descended, the Queen of Medusa reclined on her soft couch. Chen Mo took this opportunity to roll onto the couch beside her. Sensing a disturbance, Queen Medusa turned around, her enchanting eyes fixated on Chen Mo as she coldly inquired, What do you wish to do? Your Majesty, I come bearing a gift for you. Kindly turn around, Chen Mo replied, swallowing hard, his voice feeble. Unconvinced, Queen Medusa continued to stare at him intently. Unable to withstand her gaze any longer, Chen Mo forced a smile and said, Your Majesty, please trust me just this once. I truly have a gift for you, and it is bound to be a delightful surprise. With a piercing look, Queen Medusa scrutinized Chen Mo for a moment before gradually turning away. Should you dare deceive me, you shall be relocated to the side chamber. This punishment loomed far graver for Chen Mo than being beaten to a pulp by Queen Medusa. He offered an awkward smile. Positioning himself behind Queen Medusa, he retrieved a handmade magic core necklace from his storage ring, gently parting her silky, raven-black hair with one hand, exposing her delicate, fair neck. He inhaled the captivating fragrance of her hair, combined with her inherent, enchanting scent, and slowly adorned her with the necklace. Meanwhile, the rising star, the Black Horse Butterfly Flower team, was experiencing an unprecedented spring. Spring flower and autumn moon found themselves at a loss, their vision blurred, as they drew forth 2 gleaming short swords, slashing aimlessly before them. The cold gleam was obscured by the mist, heightening their fear. However, they were taken aback by the poor quality of their weapons, which crumbled upon a mere squeeze, far inferior to their previous counterparts, proving that cheap goods yield no value. The training on Kong Yuan Mountain had significantly advanced Kong Yeyun compared to his entrance into the academy. It was not until Su Sha heightened both strength and speed to the average level of the 6th tier that Kong Yeyun began to show signs of struggle. Yet he managed to endure for a full 15 minutes. Lu Chun, merely an ordinary disciple of the mortal realm, stood in stark contrast to the sect leader, a renowned sword immortal of the continent, their realms separated by an insurmountable chasm. Fu Yuan sat beneath an outdoor umbrella at a street-side CAF, a cup of his favored bitter black coffee before him, its aroma having long since permeated the air. Having lingered too long, the coffee had cooled. What has Mo Yunfei done? Is he seeking death? Does he not realize he is not afflicted by any terminal illness, destined to perish in his own tempest? Both Wang Yuan and Zhan Wushuang hesitated momentarily upon hearing each other's words. In this world, strength remains the paramount element. A great leader once proclaimed that lagging behind invites defeat, a truth that continues to resonate in the realm of martial artists. For Lu Chun, whether wielding a sword or preparing a meal, all endeavors revolved around a singular purpose. The underlying reason, it was said, stemmed from a young disciple of extraordinary talent in the Yaoqi who had fallen victim to a sinister plot, her fate remaining uncertain. However, as time passed and confidence grew that she would not depart, Mu Ziming could no longer contain his grievances, exclaiming, "How can they marry without inviting their brothers?" Meanwhile, a slight delay had caused those in line behind them to grow increasingly anxious, eager to ascertain whether any profit could be made, fearing that after such a lengthy wait, they might end up with nothing in return, rendering the endeavor futile. The distance between Soto City and the imperial capital of Tiando is not particularly great. Since the system's sign-in location is there, it would be sensible to visit the imperial capital as well. At this moment, the Huang family was in a state of panic. Their son must not be imprisoned, for such a fate would surely ruin him. In the realm of football, the name Brazil is synonymous with prowess. Every position is typically filled by a prodigious talent. However, this year's Brazilian youth team has been described by the media as devoid of any brilliance. The most unremarkable Brazilian squad in history. Yet, at this moment, they appeared to float in the sky like the fairies spoken of in legends, leaving them momentarily speechless with excitement. Today's emperor was significantly more severe than usual. She had lost count of the number of reprimands she had received that morning. But in her half-asleep state, it hardly pained her. When Shang Wanbu caught up with her elder sister, she found her standing by a jewelry stall, seemingly indifferent as she casually picked up a hairpin. After listening to Bix's words, Caulifla crouched down, bowing her head to absorb the knowledge before lifting it 2 seconds later. Frisia emerged from the mountainside unscathed, clearly unaffected by Gohan's attack. Upon seeing that Yin Tianyu and the others were still alive, Xianyang felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He then discovered the formidable presence of the Shadow Skeleton Demon Lord and hurried to assist. He suppressed his discomfort and leaned down to whisper coldly in her ear, "I detest this despondent demeanor of yours. Listen well today. If you live, you are mine. If you die, you are still mine. There is no other path." With that, he rose in anger and stormed out. Qin Eli weakly shook his head. Freeing his hand from Yen Shi's grasp, considering she was still unwell, he did not dare to exert too much force. "I have muted my surroundings, now. No one shall disturb my listening to bedtime stories," she stated calmly. On the martial arts platform, the energy dissipated. Chu Feng remained steadfast in his black attire, unyielding and untouched by dust. She possessed exceptional talent in the art of the Xian sword and even practiced soul cultivation. Yet she never contemplated splitting her soul to wield the sword, focusing solely on mastering the willow leaf Xian sword. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the immense value of the muscle-enhancing liquid before them. However, Zhao Juechen merely sidestepped slightly, evading Wei Mingfeng's punch, causing Wei Mingfeng to step back in astonishment. Tian Xiaoyin remained notably aloof, showing no respect to the head of instruction, responding dismissively as she led the way toward the rear for a break, while Huang Qingchuan's face turned a deep shade of purple. The following day, after practicing sword techniques as usual, Yin Tianyu did not proceed directly to the Burning Sky Valley for cultivation, but instead sought out Yin Guangxiao in the Spirit Building. After waiting outside the temple for a considerable time, Yin Guangxiao finally emerged, still groggy, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yin Tianyu unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. However, Feng Guang found him irresistibly charming, even in his helplessness. She stifled a laugh internally while feigning confusion. As if she did not understand why he was troubled, she poked him in the shoulder, causing him to stiffen once more. Surprisingly, the trending topic that in Xiao was discussing required no special search. As soon as she opened Weibo, the hot search list immediately popped up. "Ruayer, do not drink anymore. You will surely become intoxicated if you continue to gaze for a while." Zhao Kuangyin's face was filled with genuine concern as he reached for the wine jug before me. One could say that this overwhelming attraction stemmed from the disregard, tolerance, and provocation exhibited by the two ancient cultivators. To her astonishment, the esteemed Commander Mo was actually glaring at her at the doorway, leaving her utterly surprised. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Meng Ying interrupted in a fit of frustration, continuing to sob quietly. "Oh, then let us take a break," she said, lowering her head in the car for too long. Feeling dizzy, hearing her words, it seemed she was preparing to assist me, and I felt a surge of gratitude and concern. In Chapter 71, they embraced and fell asleep. Queen Medusa wished to refuse, yet her hand extended slightly, ultimately yielding as she leaned against the pillow. Jisho elevated her head a little, allowing Chun Mo to better fasten the necklace around her neck. After a moment, Chen Mo's hand gently withdrew from her neck as he inquired, "Your Majesty, does it look beautiful?" Ding, 1 affection, received 2 affection coins. Caressing the magical core necklace around her neck, Queen Medusa, with her discerning eye, recognized it as the beast core of the Thunderblood Eagle, and she coolly remarked, "It's passable." Chun Mo smiled knowingly, asking, "Then, Your Majesty, could you turn around for me to have a better look?" Queen Medusa ignored him. She turned over, propping herself up on her hand, and said nonchalantly, "Is it beautiful?" Absolutely stunning, Chen Mo replied, instantly captivated by the scene before him. The magical core necklace adorned Queen Medusa's neck beautifully, yet it was not the necklace that captivated him. It was the enchanting beauty herself. Queen Medusa's usual attire was already alluring, accentuated by her voluptuous figure, clad only in a red strapless garment that revealed much of her form to Chen Mo's gaze, particularly as she supported her head. The magical core necklace gracefully cascaded down into the two snow-white valleys, enhancing their enticing curvature. It seemed as if the chain had grown a bit longer. To avoid alerting Queen Medusa, Chen Mo endeavored to direct his gaze towards her face, sincerely complimenting, "Your Majesty, you are far more beautiful than the necklace." Chen Mo continued, "Your Majesty, you are breathtaking. There is no woman in this world more exquisite than you." Queen Medusa regarded him with cool detachment, her crimson lips curling into a slight smirk as she retorted, "What about my sister?" Ahem. Chen Mo coughed, realizing that in such situations, silence was the least advisable response. And he promptly replied, "Your Majesty, both you and Dai are unparalleled beauties. She is sweet and charming, while you are alluring and captivating. Yet, in my heart, Your Majesty, you surpass Dai in beauty." A poetic phrase that best describes you is, "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty." Chen Mo contemplated that if Dai were to inquire later, he would merely repeat this line, adjusting it to say she was far more beautiful than her sister. Ding, 1 affection, received 2 affection coins. This inexplicably filled Queen Medusa's heart with a sense of delight. Though the verse regarding Queen Medusa eludes her comprehension, it undoubtedly serves as a self-commendation. A faint blush surfaced on the queen's cool visage, betraying her proud demeanor, yet she would never reveal her true emotions, responding coldly, "Flattery." However, Chen Mo, a man who was both audacious and somewhat oblivious, took note of the 2 points of affection he had garnered and boldly inquired, "Your Majesty, may I kiss you?" At his words, the delicate blush on Queen Medusa's face vanished, swiftly replaced by an icy demeanor. "You may attempt it," she retorted, "but such an attempt could lead to your demise." As an ace pilot prepared to engage in battle, Chen Mo reached out, gathering the queen's long hair to one side, unveiling a glimpse of her porcelain skin. He could even sense the tremor in her form. How could she not tremble? The queen was indeed incensed, contemplating that should Chen Mo dare to kiss her again, she would ensure he understood why the flowers bloom so vividly. However, after tucking her hair behind her ear, Chen Mo placed his hand upon her waist, drawing her into his embrace with a firm grip. Furthermore, he assertively placed his hand upon her head, pressing it against his chest, leaning her head against her fragrant shoulder, and murmured, "Your Majesty, allow me to hold you closely." Queen Medusa was taken aback. As if her defenses had been breached, the icy facade melted away, replaced by a bashful flush upon her enchanting features. In that moment, she resembled a delicate water lily, vulnerable to the cool breeze. Yet, this reaction lasted but a few heartbeats before her icy demeanor returned, just as she prepared to summon her wrath to cast Chen Mo away. With her face pressed against his chest, she felt the rapid beat of his heart. How could it not race? Enveloped in the softness of her form, he felt as though he were walking a tightrope high above the ground, aware that one misstep could lead to his downfall. Had he not been striving to maintain composure, his breathing would have been frantic, an effort to soothe both the queen and himself. Gently caressing the back of her head, he spoke, "Your Majesty, this magic core necklace is the first gift I present to you. You are so beautiful. Adorned with this necklace, you become even more radiant. Might you carry it with you always? I wear the heart pendant you gifted me close to my heart." He reflected that while he had not gifted a necklace to the butterfly, he had indeed bestowed upon her a beauty-enhancing elixir. Queen Medusa was calmed by his words, yet it was his subsequent statement that piqued her curiosity. It struck her as peculiar that Chen Mo could only show such kindness to her alone. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to regard Chen Mo as her own possession. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes elapsed, and Chen Mo exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. Chen Mo's heart fluttered with excitement. This was the first time the two had embraced each other so intimately. He refrained from any further actions, holding the Queen of Medusa tightly, resting his chin upon her fragrant shoulder, and softly murmured, "Your Majesty, I love you. Good night." With that, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The Queen of Medusa felt a tumult of emotions. Unsure of how to react, she found herself not pushing him away. Instead, in the latter half of the night, her delicate hands, unable to find a suitable resting place, instinctively wrapped around Chen Mo. As night passed, the horizon began to lighten, gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the window into the chamber. The Queen of Medusa awoke first, surprised to find herself still holding him. Just as she intended to extricate herself from his embrace, Chen Mo stirred awake. Chapter 72, The Queen's Growing Unease. The Queen sensed a shift within her, but uncertain of how to navigate her feelings, chose to close her eyes, hoping Chen Mo would take the cue to release her and depart swiftly. However, Chen Mo was evidently oblivious to her subtle hints. Gazing at the figure nestled in his arms, he tightened his embrace around her serpentine waist, admiring her fair and delicate forehead. She was still asleep. Surely, a kiss would not lead to dire consequences? Yes, it would be harmless. Just a kiss on the forehead, not on the lips. She likely wouldn't even notice. Surely, the queen would not wish to harm him. In that fleeting moment, Chen Mo's mind raced with thoughts. Encouraging himself, he slowly lowered his head and pressed his lips against her smooth, pale forehead. Truth be told, it was rather uneventful. There was none of the allure of her translucent earlobes or the enticing softness of her rosy lips. Perhaps he should dare to kiss her lips as well? Yet, he hesitated, quickly lifting his head after the gentle kiss on her forehead, casting his gaze downward to observe the queen's reaction. Noticing her lack of response, his curiosity began to awaken. Loosening his grip, he finally revealed the enchanting visage of the Queen of Medusa. He gazed upon her closed phoenix eyes, her naturally well-formed brows, her porcelain skin, and her rosebud-like lips that tempted one to taste. Chen Mo playfully pinched her face, internally taunting, "So formidable you are, yet here you lie. At my mercy, your face in my hands." Unbeknownst to him, as he kissed Medusa's forehead, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. A surge of indignation brewed within her, intensifying as he toyed with her face, poised to erupt at any moment. Realizing that she could not allow this to continue, the Queen of Medusa prepared to open her eyes and push Chen Mo away. However, just then, his warm lips pressed against hers. She was taken aback. Was he truly this daring? But upon reflection, it seemed he had always possessed such boldness. Indeed, the kiss was soft and sweet. Chen Mo thought to himself, feeling slightly intoxicated by the moment. Yet, at that very instant, as Chen Mo beheld the sudden opening of Queen Medusa's eyes, his starry gaze narrowed in trepidation. A chill washed over him. Yet, with thoughts of death looming, Chen Mo resolved to fight bravely. He tightly embraced Queen Medusa and launched a more fervent assault. The fierce aura surged forth from the depths of Queen Medusa, and with a resounding crash, Chen Mo was violently hurled away. Outside the chamber, the moon servant, hearing the commotion within, couldn't help but rub his forehead. Here we go again. However, this time, Chen Mo did not remain stationary to be struck by Queen Medusa. He summoned the nightmare, nurtured within him, and, standing upon his flying sword, leaped out through the window. On the soft couch, Queen Medusa's phoenix-like eyes glinted with malevolence as she donned a black robe retrieved from her spatial ring. Fiery red wings materialized from her back, and with a powerful flap, she pursued Chen Mo. Within the royal city, the serpent people commenced another day of toil, lighting fires, preparing breakfast. Suddenly whoosh, whoosh, two powerful gusts of wind tore through the air above them. They looked up to witness a white and a black streak of light in hot pursuit of one another. "It's that human," exclaimed a male serpent person. In the royal city, apart from those captured and imprisoned, only Chen Mo roamed freely. However, being favored by her majesty. How could he be pursued? Curiosity piqued, they gazed intently and discovered that the enigmatic figure clad in black was none other than Queen Medusa herself. Is her majesty finally going to eliminate that human? Speculated another serpent. Perhaps, came the response. Just then, the white streak of light plummeted from the sky at an astonishing speed. Just before it reached the ground, a figure in black suddenly appeared beside it. Queen Medusa grasped Chen Mo by his robe and soared towards the palace, inevitably subjecting him to yet another bout of punishment. Time passed swiftly. Over 20 days had gone by. With the aid of the 3-pattern Qingling pill, Chen Mo's cultivation had ascended to the rank of a 2-star grand fighter. Moreover, he had been diligently nurturing Queen Medusa's affections, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Her fondness for him had reached an impressive 94. His host level had also increased to 12, with 39 affection coins accumulated. This signified that with just a couple more efforts, he could reach 3, thereby enabling him to bind a third goddess. However, Chen Mo was not in haste. Firstly, Queen Medusa's affection had not yet reached 100. Should he bind a third goddess, the jealousy that would ensue upon her witnessing his intimacy with another would undoubtedly be explosive. Thus, even if he were to bind later, until he became a partner with Queen Medusa, he would refrain from courting or engaging intimately with the third goddess. Secondly, given that he was currently within the serpent people's realm, suitable targets for system binding were scarce. Should he reach 100 and the system randomly bind him or impose a time limit for completion, it would result in dire consequences. For the next 3 or 4 days, Chen Mo refrained from initiating any interaction with Queen Medusa. At night, he no longer leaned against her soft couch as he drifted into slumber. One evening, after a prolonged drought, the Tagore Desert experienced a gentle rain. In her chamber, Queen Medusa reclined on her soft couch, ostensibly engrossed in a book, yet her peripheral gaze frequently darted towards Chen Mo, who appeared to be peacefully asleep. A frown creased her brows as unease crept into her heart. It had been a full 5 days since he last acknowledged her presence. Queen Medusa pondered the possible reasons behind his silence. Could it be that he deemed her unattainable and had thus given up? Was he not the one who had vowed to pursue her for 3 months? Surely, it had not yet been a month. Her thoughts spiraled into disarray, even leading her to consider that perhaps, over the past 20 days, her reluctance to allow him a kiss had incited his ire, compelling him to withdraw from her. Should she permit him another kiss? The thought flickered through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. If he chose to ignore her, then so be it. She would not be perturbed. With a flurry of anxiety, Queen Medusa tucked her book away into her spatial ring and succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, the journey from the Gamma Empire to the Black Corner domain was a long one. Even a Do King, fasting and flying through the night, would require approximately 10 days to arrive. At that moment, they were just reaching the vast expanse of the Black Domain, located outside the Black Corner domain. The Black Corner domain, a chaotic region formed outside the Canaan Academy, sprawled extensively and had evolved over the years into a distinctly defined territory, almost akin to a small nation. Its sole distinguishing feature from other empires was that, unlike others governed by a supreme leader, this territory was rife with conflict, each faction battling for its own interests amidst a backdrop of incessant strife and discord. This very chaos deterred surrounding nations from intervening, as they lacked both the desire and the capability to do so, thereby allowing the Black Corner domain to expand unchecked. Han Feng, a 6th-tier alchemist and a Do Emperor, was revered as the Alchemist King. He held considerable esteem among various factions and powerful individuals. Indeed, a 6th-tier alchemist commanded respect, even from ordinary Do Emperors and Do Zongs, who would treat him with deference. Even in the tumultuous environment of the Black Corner domain, his reputation was resplendent. With just a brief inquiry, Jia Xingtian and his companions learned of Han Feng's whereabouts. Feng City, the residence of the alchemist King Han Feng, lay at the heart of the Black Corner domain. In stark contrast to the city's surrounding clamor, a serene bamboo grove occupied the center, fortified by formidable defenses. Deep within the grove stood a bamboo house, its lush green hue reminiscent of jade, permeated by a subtle fragrance of bamboo. Inside this bamboo house, in a spacious room with a window view, sat a man cross-legged. Adorned in the robes of an alchemist, the character for Maple, exquisitely embroidered on the back of his attire. This man was none other than the alchemist King Han Feng, who was diligently transcribing a formula for an elixir. In the midst of a tranquil silence, Han Feng suddenly furrowed his brows and spoke. Han Bong, did I not make it clear that there is nothing of great importance? Do not disturb me. As his voice faded, a shadow, akin to a phantom, swiftly darted in and finally appeared within the bamboo cottage, kneeling on one knee and respectfully stating, Master, the Pill King Gu He of the Gamma Empire requests an audience. He claims to have news of the... Upon hearing this, Han Feng's previously calm demeanor was stirred by the sudden surge of energy, and he promptly rose to his feet, commanding, Bring them in. Before long, 3 figures materialized before Han Feng. I am Gu He, honored to meet the Pill Emperor. Gu He greeted first, followed by the others, Jia Xingtian and Reina, who also offered their salutations. Han Feng, eschewing pleasantries, addressed them directly. Pill King Gu He, I have heard of you, a 6th-grade alchemist of the Gamma Empire. He is revered as a sacred object among alchemists. Why do you not seek it for yourself, instead bringing news of it to me? Gu He was momentarily taken aback by Han Feng's forthrightness, realizing that this matter might indeed bear fruit. He then replied, There is a reason for this. If the Pill Emperor could concoct 2 breaking barrier pills for me, I would share the news of the breaking barrier pills. Han Feng's eyes sharpened. As a 6th-grade alchemist, he was certainly familiar with such elixirs. You are sealed? Not I, but my 2 friends, Gu He clarified, gesturing towards Jia Xingtian. Jia Xingtian nodded silently, having agreed beforehand to follow Gu He's lead. Observing their caution, Han Feng smiled slightly and reassured, Rest assured, Pill King. As the Pill Emperor, I hold a reputable standing in the Black Corner domain. Provided the news of thee is credible and you assist me in obtaining it, not only will I compensate you with 2 breaking barrier pills, but I shall also offer an additional reward. With that, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, flicking his fingers, causing a strand of deep blue flame, reminiscent of a crystal-clear lake, to rise from his fingertip. This served to demonstrate his ability to concoct the breaking barrier pills. Indeed, it is the... As the deep blue flames ascended, Jia Xingtian's eyes brightened. Gu He observed intently, then recounted the events. The blue lotus earth heart flame, Queen Medusa. A fervor ignited within Han Feng's gaze, and he clenched his fist, declaring, A 9-star Do Huang is of no concern. Han Bong, Take my tokens and notify the Deepening sect and the Blood sect to arrive within 2 hours. Han Feng produced 2 tokens from his spatial ring. Understood. The shadow known as Han Bong did not hesitate. He respectfully accepted the tokens before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Days passed. In the Tagore Desert, within the palace of the Serpent Man tribe, in the Queen's chamber, night had fallen. Queen Medusa observed Chen Mo, who was engrossed in his cultivation, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Today, she had donned a colorful gown, accentuating her stunning and alluring curves, exuding an irresistible charm. As she entered the chamber, she took the initiative to greet Chen Mo, her enchanting eyes glistening with a bewitching allure, and her voice tinged with a delicate sweetness that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. Yet, Chen Mo merely lifted his gaze, returned the greeting, and then fell silent. This behavior rendered the Queen of Medusa quite unsettled. It had been over a week, and he remained unchanged. Previously, he would have been quite effusive, showering her with compliments such as, "Your Majesty, you are truly beautiful. I find myself increasingly enamored with you." Or, "Might I steal a kiss, Your Majesty?" Or, "Could I perhaps embrace you?" Now, not only did he refrain from such flattery, but he also seemed to lack the audacity to take advantage of the situation. The Queen of Medusa felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over her. Could it be that he had indeed given up on pursuing her? Logically, one would expect her to feel elated if he ceased his advances. Yet, in this moment, a profound sense of loss enveloped her, as if something of great significance had slipped away. Biting her crimson lip, she endeavored to suppress any emotions that contradicted her regal essence. Taking her seat upon the throne, she commanded, "Human, come forth and massage this king's shoulders." Chen Mo, engrossed in his practice of the chaotic meditation technique, was momentarily taken aback by her words. He opened his eyes, gazing at the Queen of Medusa, and replied, "Did you not forbid me from touching you? Was this truly the case?" Upon hearing this, the Queen's delicate features hardened, and she replied icily, "Is it unacceptable for this king to change her mind? Very well, it is certainly acceptable." Chun Mo concluded his meditation, descended from the bed, and approached her, albeit with a hint of confusion. Had she truly grown fatigued? He could not bring himself to believe that the Queen of Medusa would deliberately invite him to take advantage of her. As he stood behind her, he raised his hands and gently placed them upon her jade-like shoulders, kneading them softly. The Queen of Medusa closed her eyes in enjoyment. However, after 10 minutes had elapsed, her expression shifted subtly. Despite the passage of time, his movements remained decorously restrained. Shouldn't he be attempting to take advantage of her? Although Chen Mo temporarily refrained from pursuing any advantage over the Queen, the sensation of her shoulders was undeniably exquisite, perfectly described as delicate and boneless. At that moment, he noticed that she had changed her attire. While the colorful dress was indeed lovely, he found himself preferring the sight of her in a red gown. Continuing to massage her, he decided to withhold any further attempts to exploit the situation until he devised a more suitable response. The Queen of Medusa furrowed her elegantly arched brows, her delicate hands, once relaxed at her waist, suddenly clenched tightly. Her sharp nails dug into her palms with such force that they pierced the flesh. A flicker of pain glimmered in her phoenix-like eyes. This anguish, however, did not stem from her hands, but rather from within her heart. In light of Chun Mo's uncharacteristic earnestness, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripped the Queen of Medusa's heart. "He seems to have lost interest in me." In this moment, Queen Medusa realized that she had long harbored feelings for this mortal. Yet, she found herself unable to confront the genuine emotions that resided within her heart. Perhaps it was a reluctance to face such truths, prompting her to bury these feelings deep within. The deeper she concealed them, the more she could deceive herself into believing that she did not care for this human. However, when he turned away from her, the most authentic sentiments, long suppressed, suddenly stirred to life. It was as if they sought to remind her that she need not continue this self-deception if she did not seize the moment. The one she cherished would slip away forever. As her true feelings revived, Queen Medusa finally comprehended why she derived pleasure from tormenting Chen Mo. She wished to convey to him that he held great significance in her heart, albeit through a rather peculiar means. She also understood why she could not bring herself to harm him. She simply could not bear the thought of losing him. The realization that Chen Mo had engaged intimately with other women ignited a fierce anger within her. This anger stemmed from her perception of him as her own possession. She could not tolerate the idea of her man being kind to another woman. Yet, what use is this realization now? It was too late. He no longer held affection for her. He had forsaken her. Suddenly, Queen Medusa felt an overwhelming urge to lower her defenses and weep. Ding, Affection 1. Gained 2 affection coins. Triggered Intimacy bonus. Gained 1 star in Cultivation. To her astonishment, her cultivation surged to the level of a 3-star great fighter. Chen Mo was left bewildered. What was happening? He hadn't tried to extract anything, yet benefits had come to him unbidden. Could it be that Her Majesty, utterly exhausted, found relaxation in his massage, resulting in a newfound fondness for him? Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. He did not wish to reach his limit just yet. He needed to devise a remedy. But wasn't she opposed to his touching her? In that case, he would touch her and do so excessively. Surely this would prevent any further accumulation of experience points. Although the host's experience would not decrease due to Queen Medusa's affection, Chen Mo merely needed to maintain stability for the time being. He ceased his massage, took 2 steps forward, and seated himself beside Queen Medusa on her throne. He then placed his hand upon her serpentine tail, caressing it. Noticing no reaction from the system, he boldly moved his hand to her curvaceous form. Your Majesty, it remains as alluring as ever. Chen Mo remarked playfully, leaning in as if to say, I am ready. Let us proceed. Queen Medusa froze, a wave of fury igniting within her, her expression turning icy. Observing her response, Chen Mo thought, yes, just like that. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed that the fury in Queen Medusa's eyes had suddenly dissipated. Although her countenance still bore a frigid demeanor, it was simply an aspect of her inherent nature. The reason for Queen Medusa's demeanor was a thought that perhaps, by granting him a slight advantage, he would no longer disregard her. What was happening? Chen Mo was bewildered. Was this truly Queen Medusa? Unfazed by the situation, he playfully smacked her curvaceous form, producing a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the chamber. Now, he was certain he would be in for a thorough beating, right? He tilted his head to observe Queen Medusa's reaction, only to find her cheeks flushed, her delicate frame growing weak, as if ensnared by a potent enchantment. What on earth was occurring? Chen Mo was somewhat dazed. This response was decidedly unexpected. He lowered his gaze to her exquisitely alluring visage, reminiscent of a blooming rose, and felt an involuntary flutter in his heart. At that moment, he casually enveloped Queen Medusa in an embrace, their bodies drawing near. Her voluptuous form was so enticing that Chen Mo could feel her warmth and breath against him. Gazing at her vividly crimson lips, akin to blood-stained petals, his heart raced, and he murmured softly. Chen Mo pondered that if he were to kiss her, his experience points would cease to accumulate. This clearly aligned with Queen Medusa's desires. She would likely not refuse. He prepared himself, ready to unleash that decisive moment. Upon hearing his initial words, Queen Medusa indeed contemplated sending Chen Mo flying. However, his subsequent statement caused her to hesitate, her thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind. Did he intend to draw a line? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her long lashes trembling, and her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips, as she sighed inwardly. Very well, let him have a kiss. After all, he had already kissed her thrice. What difference would one more make? Resolutely, she closed her eyes. Witnessing this, Chen Mo was utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? Had Queen Medusa lost her mind today? Yet, the arrow was knocked. He had no choice but to proceed. With a mix of disbelief and determination, he leaned down, stating, Your Majesty, I truly am going to kiss you. And so he did. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes elapsed. Rather than pushing him away, Queen Medusa remained still, and suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Affection increased by 2. Acquired a 5-star combat experience card. Triggered kiss bonus. Obtained beginner-level celestial combat technique, sword drawing technique. Ding. Host level reached 3. Can bind the next goddess. Goddess search in progress. Ding. Search failed. Please bind the next goddess within 3 days. Task failed. The host will not receive any rewards for affection gained. Chen Mo exclaimed. What on earth just happened? Chapter 75. The Bewildered Queen Medusa. Chen Mo was in shock. Could someone explain why kissing Queen Medusa would increase his affection? This had never happened before. Was it perhaps due to the nature of a stolen kiss versus an implied one? However, the events have already unfolded. Chen Mo could only swallow his grievances. The previously devised strategy of delay was not only to be abandoned, but rather hastened to extract the utmost from the Queen of Medusa. At present, the Queen held a favorability rating of 97 towards him, merely 3 points shy of perfection. In light of this, Chen Mo intensified his advances, enveloping the Queen in his embrace, one hand cradling her head while the other rested upon her delicate back, holding her tightly. Soft and sweet, Chen Mo felt as if he were savoring a delightful treat, unable to pause for even a moment. Most crucially, the Queen had taken the initiative to wrap her arms around him, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Could it be that Her Majesty was succumbing to his charm? Yet, he had not actively pursued her in recent days. The Queen's body melted into his hold, and Chen Mo indulged in a moment of indescribable warmth. However, as his hands began to wander uncontrollably, the Queen, feeling the imminent removal of her bodice, was jolted back to reality. Channeling her energy, she forcefully pushed Chen Mo away. At that moment, he realized, this was indeed the Queen of Medusa. Yet, he was now acutely aware of her feelings. Undoubtedly, the queen harbored affection for him, though perhaps her temperament and other factors prevented her from expressing it as directly as Butterfly would. The queen's face flushed crimson, and she found herself at a loss on how to face Chen Mo. As she repelled him, her figure vanished like a specter from the chamber. The Queen of Medusa possessed a tenacious spirit. Once she resolved upon a matter, she pursued it with unwavering dedication and strong principles. Even if the elders of her clan opposed her, their dissent would matter little. As long as she cherished Chen Mo and recognized him as her own, she would disregard the whispers of gossip. Yet now, she was ensnared in a conflict, haunted by the shadow of her sister, Butterfly. The very mention of the word sister had become a daunting hurdle in the queen's heart. How could she articulate her feelings? Compete with her sister for a man? Had it not been for tonight's incident, she could have easily deluded herself into believing that Chen Mo had initiated the advances, that he had enticed her. If her sister were to discover it, the blame would not fall upon her. But circumstances had shifted, and the implications had transformed entirely. When her sister had entered seclusion, she had even taken it upon herself to care for and protect Chen Mo unbeknownst to her. Their relationship had evolved into this. The thought filled the Queen of Medusa with such shame that she wished for nothing more than to vanish. Atop the palace, the queen stood gazing into the inky sky, her fingers caressing the necklace that hung around her neck. Since the day Chen Mo gifted it to her, Queen Medusa has never removed it, wearing it around her neck continuously. She hopes her sister can forget him. Queen Medusa is aware that this desire is rather selfish. Yet, it is a natural response for a woman. Who could bear to share her man with another woman, even if that woman is her own sister? However, if her sister does not forget him, Queen Medusa will never find peace within herself. That final step will remain forever unattainable for her. Moving forward requires a confidence she has never possessed, and she does not wish to allow a man to drive a wedge between her and her sister. Yet, she also does not want to relinquish Chen Mo. She thinks that as long as she does not express her affection for him, it will be manageable. In stark contrast, Chen Mo's thoughts are entirely different. He contemplates how he might possess both Queen Medusa and the Butterfly sisters, and even after acquiring them, he yearns for a third. How despicable! Lying on the crimson carpet of the palace, Chen Mo murmurs to himself. As he speaks, he glances at his hands, fingers slightly curved into a semicircle, playfully squeezing the air. Though somewhat lewd, one cannot deny the indescribable beauty of the moment. The sensation is simply exquisite. Chen Mo has acquired the celestial sword technique. As a torrent of vast memories floods his mind, an astonishing image forms within. A shadowy figure, its face obscured, wields a 3-foot-long sword. With a single stroke, it unleashes a surging wave of sword energy that rends the heavens, creating a rift in the sky. In the realm of combat, speed is paramount. With a mere sword strike, one can kill, shatter mountains, submerge seas, and even part the heavens. The sword's emergence brings forth an utter silence to all things. Though endowed with the celestial sword body, which allows him to quickly grasp the celestial sword technique, Chen Mo is still constrained by his current power, preventing him from unleashing the true might of this technique. The following day, it was as if nothing had transpired the previous night. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. As if by unspoken agreement, neither of them mentioned the events of last night. Queen Medusa was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Chen Mo's thoughts, believing that her earlier display of power had upset him, prompting his desire to leave her. Frowning, she asked, "Where are you going?" "To the Gamma Empire," Chen Mo replied. "I must arrive within 3 days." His chosen targets are solely Yun and Yafei. As for Qinglin, she is likely only 7 or 8 years old now. The little medical sage, Nalin Yinran, and Gu Sun are not much older either. Presently, Chen Mo does not wish to bind himself to them. "Must you go?" Queen Medusa's frown deepened. Chen Mo nodded, explaining that he intends to bind them, but for now, he will not pursue them further until he completes his system tasks. "I shall accompany you," Queen Medusa declared without hesitation. "Yet, Your Majesty, you are a serpent person. Going to the heart of the human city may incite great chaos," Chen Mo cautioned. However, upon finishing his statement, he was met with a cold glare from Queen Medusa. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Very well. But you must not reveal your true form to others." Chen Mo requested Queen Medusa to disguise herself, although her serpentine tail remained exposed. However, the entrance of a serpent person into the heart of human civilization would incite considerably less chaos than the arrival of Queen Medusa herself. Chapter 76, The Illusion of Serpents. Clad in a black robe, her enchanting and flawless figure was entirely concealed. Yet, this alone could not mask the queen's haughty disdain for all. Only when she donned the white jade mask and iron claw gloves, enveloping her mesmerizing visage and slender jade-like fingers, was her regal aura completely restrained. After discussing certain matters pertaining to her clan, Queen Medusa embarked alongside Chen Mo on the journey to the capital city of the Gamma Empire. The journey across the Tagore Desert to the capital was relatively lengthy. Even the specially bred flying beasts known as thick-winged birds would take nearly 4 to 5 days to reach their destination. Chen Mo intended to venture to the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, for according to the map purchased in Mo City, Yunlan sect was merely a few dozen miles from the imperial capital. Thus, should Chen Mo find himself empty-handed at the middle auction, without discovering Yafei, he would take the risk of visiting the Yunlan sect, provided he did not stir trouble and would withdraw after binding. Yunshan likely would not intervene. As for why he did not seek Yafei in Wutan City, the original text indicated that Yafei's journey to Wutan was solely for familial training. At this moment, she might not have arrived there yet. Furthermore, Wutan City was somewhat distant from Yunlan sect, and if Yafei were not in Wutan, Chen Mo feared wasting precious time. Your Majesty, you fly faster. Would you grant me a ride? Chen Mo said with a smile as he stood upon his flying sword, gazing at Queen Medusa flying alongside him. After speaking, he took the liberty of wrapping his arms around her waist. Queen Medusa shot him a cold glare but did not push him away. Perhaps, at this point, she had grown indifferent to his embrace. With a powerful flap of her fiery red wings, Queen Medusa soared swiftly toward the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. During the flight, Queen Medusa could not suppress her curiosity. Why do you wish to go to the Gamma Empire's imperial capital? Upon asking, an inexplicable tension built within her. She dreaded that the reason might pertain to her. Relieved by the absence of such an answer, she refrained from probing further. The imperial capital of the Gamma Empire was known as Gamma Holy City. Within Gamma Holy City resided 3 formidable families, the Nalan family, the Mu family, and the Middle family. Among them, the Mu family remained loyal to the royal family, with the patriarch being one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Gamma Empire. The Middle family, being the wealthiest of the 3, controlled numerous auction houses and possessed a specialized intelligence organization, with their commercial reach spanning the entirety of the Gamma Empire. The Nalan family, originally loyal to the royal lineage, began to show signs of becoming an affiliated force of the Yunlan sect following the paralysis of their patriarch, Nalan Jie. Due to a cursed affliction, as well as the acceptance of Nalan Jiran, Nalan Jie's granddaughter, as a direct disciple by the sect's master last year. Before a magnificent estate, the night descended, shrouding the earth in darkness. Above, the silver moon hung high, its gentle luminescence casting a soft glow that gradually dispelled the shadows. On this night, propelled by the full might of Queen Medusa, the two arrived at the sacred city of Gamma. Illuminated by the moonlight, Chen Mo released Queen Medusa from her grasp and, standing upon his flying sword, cast a discerning glance over the grand city below. His gaze then shifted towards the northern horizon, where a mountain of immense stature lay sprawled like a colossal dragon, exuding an ethereal aura under the moon's radiance. According to the map, this was Yunlan Mountain, the abode of the Yunlan sect. Silently, the pair infiltrated the sacred city of Gamma and found lodgings in an inn. Prior to this, a minor incident occurred. Queen Medusa's serpentine identity was recognized by the inn's patrons. However, with her long purple serpent tail, such a revelation was hardly surprising. Chen Mo, exuding the aura of a formidable master, declared, "This is my servant." With that single statement, all doubts were swiftly dispelled, and the onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. From the purple serpent tail and slender figure, it was evident that the one cloaked in black was indeed the Serpent Maiden, often regarded as the plaything of affluent young scions and powerful dignitaries. With only one room rented, the implications of such arrangements at night were all too clear, resulting in chuckles from the crowd as they dispersed. Chen Mo, feeling exasperated, quickly led the now-cold Queen Medusa upstairs. Upon entering their room and securing the door, Queen Medusa removed her alabaster mask, her icy countenance fixed upon Chen Mo. "Human, how dare you refer to me as your servant?" she reproached, her tone implying that had he not spoken thus, conflict would have ensued. Chen Mo took a seat on a nearby stool, pouring himself a cup of tea. After sipping, he filled the cup again and offered it to Queen Medusa. She shot him a glare but accepted it without disdain, draining the cup in one go. "What of it? Does this queen fear them?" she retorted. "Your Majesty," Chen Mo reminded, "do you recall your promise before the Tagore Desert? While abroad, heed my words." He continued, "Furthermore, I have been your slave for so many days. What harm is there in allowing you to be my servant for a few?" Queen Medusa's eyes narrowed momentarily, but she chose not to dwell on the matter, recognizing her own choice to accompany him. Setting down the teacup, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon her purple serpent tail, and he asked, "Your Majesty, can your tail change color?" He recalled that in the animated tales, Queen Medusa donned a disguise that did not feature a purple serpent tail. At his words, Queen Medusa waved her sleeve, and a flicker of fiery red energy enveloped the purple tail. As the energy dissipated, she remarked coolly, "There, it is done." Upon hearing these words, Chun Mo gazed at the still serpentine-tailed Medusa Queen, his mind swirling with a multitude of questions. The bewildering behavior of humans and serpents? Noticing Chun Mo's expression, the Medusa Queen remarked with surprise, "You are not ensnared by my illusion?" "Illusion?" Chen Mo replied, casting a puzzled look at her. "It is merely the illusion of serpents, a mere sleight of hand, a trivial trick designed to confuse those with cultivation below that of a battle king," stated the Medusa Queen. Chapter 77. Well, everyone has arrived. The night was as cool as water. Inside the inn's room, after exchanging a few casual words, both Chun Mo and the Medusa Queen's gazes unconsciously shifted towards the bed within. "One bed. How shall we sleep?" "Your Majesty, you shall take the bed while I will sleep on the floor," Chen Mo declared with a gentlemanly demeanor. The Medusa Queen, however, did not stand on ceremony. She unfastened the black cloak that enveloped her enchanting figure and reclined upon the bed. On the table, the candlelight flickered gently. Although Chun Mo had claimed he would sleep on the floor, once the Medusa Queen lay down and removed her shoes, he too ascended the bed and wrapped his arms tightly around her. The latter coolly remarked, "Human, did you not say you would sleep on the floor? It is cold and damp down there. You could fall ill. The bed is large enough for us to squeeze in together." With that, Chun Mo shamelessly buried his head in the Medusa Queen's hair, taking a long, deep breath. "May you fall ill and perish," she retorted, flicking her finger to extinguish the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Mo embraced her with decorum, gently kissing her fragrant shoulder before whispering, "Your Majesty, good night." As the Medusa Queen felt his hand resting on her abdomen, her phoenix eyes shimmered with unspoken thoughts. The following day, after inquiring with the innkeeper about the location of the Mitre auction house headquarters, Chen Mo, along with the disguised Medusa Queen, set off towards the auction house. The Medusa Queen seized the opportunity to cast her illusion of serpents. The streets bustled with people, clad in white attire. Chun Mo exuded warmth and purity, resembling an ethereal being untouched by worldly affairs, an appearance that captivated countless young maidens, mature women, and ladies alike, who approached him with abandon. At such moments, the Medusa Queen's gloved hand tightened slightly. She felt fortunate to accompany Chen Mo, ensuring that he would not be whisked away by other enchanting creatures. After shaking off the throngs of admirers, Chen Mo would always turn to the Medusa Queen and explain, "Being handsome is not my fault." Equally captivating was the Medusa Queen herself. A serpent woman traversing the capital of humanity could hardly go unnoticed, attracting a flurry of pointing fingers and whispers. Whenever someone approached with inquiries, Chen Mo would declare, "This is my servant." What should have been a 10-minute journey stretched into half an hour. Naturally, Chen Mo also took the time to purchase various trinkets from roadside stalls, most of which were gifts for the Medusa Queen. Chun Mo waved the golden phoenix hairpin in his hand, chuckling lightly, "Your Majesty, if not for the current circumstances, I would genuinely wish to adorn you with this myself." With that, he presented the hairpin to Queen Medusa, who accepted it without hesitation. Arriving at the auction house, Chun Mo halted his steps and gazed up at the imposing edifice adorned with its distinctive insignia, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The middle family truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest, he mused, marveling at the extraordinary sight. In contrast, Queen Medusa felt a twinge of melancholy, for the palace of the serpent folk appeared dilapidated beside this magnificent structure. She could only imagine the grandeur of the imperial palace of the human empire. This realization further solidified her resolve to lead her people out of the Tagar desert. "Let us enter and behold what makes this so-called foremost auction house of the empire so remarkable," she urged. Upon stepping inside, soft lights cascaded down, and the clamor from the outside world seemed to dissipate, creating an atmosphere as if they had traversed into another realm. Since arriving, Chun Mo had resided solely within the serpent folk's palace, having little exposure to human cities. Now, before the vast hall, resembling a crystal palace, he stood with his mouth slightly agape, utterly captivated. The hall was filled with countless crystal counters, bustling with a steady stream of patrons. Within these counters lay an array of extraordinary items, each tagged with a price, all exceeding 30,000 gold coins. The clientele within the hall exhibited a touch more decorum than those outside. While they still whispered about Queen Medusa, they refrained from pointing or approaching her directly. As Chun Mo and Queen Medusa strolled through the hall, they were soon halted at a passageway in one corner. At that moment, Chun Mo felt the sharp gaze of no fewer than 20 pairs of eyes scanning every inch of his being. He knew that should he dare to breach their space, the owners of those piercing gazes would not hesitate to confront him. Although the system's scan indicated the strongest among them was merely a grand fighter, Chen Mo's intent was solely to bind with the goddess and depart without causing any trouble. He inquired, "What level of worth is required to enter?" The guard replied, "This is a mystic level auction house. To gain entry, one must possess at least 1 million in worth. Mystic level? Chen Mo was aware that the middle auction house was categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, with the Mystic and Yellow auction houses operating almost continuously. However, possessing 1 million in worth was far beyond his means. As he prepared to shamelessly inquire about the presence of Yufei, a stir erupted near the entrance of the VIP room. Observing the commotion, Chen Mo's expression turned quizzical. Peering through the crowd, he caught glimpses of vibrant reds and indistinct graceful forms. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a pair of long, snow-white legs come into view. By the heavens, what magnificent legs! Chen Mo thought, his eyes alight with admiration. As my gaze gradually ascended, it eventually caught sight of a captivatingly beautiful visage through a narrow gap. The woman donned a strikingly vibrant red brocade robe, which exquisitely accentuated her enchanting curves. Below the robe, a pair of strikingly white, long legs shimmered, igniting a fervent impulse within. This woman exuded an aura of allure and seduction, unabashedly engaging in light-hearted conversation with 2 other beauties of differing ages. Amidst the fervent attention of those around her, suddenly, a notification resonated. Ding. Target goddesses identified. Yun, Myteria Fei, Nalan Yinran. The host may choose one for binding. What a remarkable gathering. Just then, a firm grip seized my hand. Chen Mo's fingers were abruptly constricted by the Queen Medusa. The sensation was both exhilarating and painful, prompting Chen Mo to grimace, his face flushed with suppressed emotion. Is she beautiful? Questioned the Queen, her striking features obscured beneath an alabaster mask, her expression icy. Despite her neutral tone, Chen Mo detected an undercurrent of frostiness. Such jealousy. No matter how lovely others may appear, none can rival Her Majesty's beauty. Your Majesty, you are the fairest of them all, Chen Mo flattered, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the Queen's jealousy seemed to dissipate as she released Chen Mo's hand. He inhaled sharply, hastily massaging his fingers. Sister Yufei grows increasingly enchanting, captivating the hearts of so many men, remarked Nalan Yinran, adorned in a flowing moon-white robe, her figure elegantly poised. The woman referred to as Sister Yufei chuckled softly, her delicate features adorned with a hint of allure, her ruby lips curving into a smile. Miss Nalan is not to be underestimated. With a few more years, she too could ensnare countless hearts. Nalan Yinran offered a gentle smile, choosing to shift the topic. Then I shall trouble Sister Yufei to procure those medicinal herbs for me. As for the cost, we can negotiate. I will do my utmost, Yufei nodded, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with charm. Today, her visit to the Myteria auction house was solely to acquire a batch of herbs for cultivation. After a brief, playful smile, she prepared to escort Nalan Yinran away. At that moment, a sudden, commanding voice interrupted. Release me. I command you to let go. The sharp exclamation redirected the gazes of those lingering on Yufei, Yun, and Nalan Yinran. To their astonishment, they beheld a youth adorned in opulent attire. Yet his pallor suggested an excess of indulgence, firmly grasped by a figure cloaked in black. Notably, a serpentine tail trailed behind this enigmatic figure. A serpent man, murmured the crowd in hushed tones. Behind the youth lay a snake woman, sprawled on the ground, clad in revealing attire, her beauty marred by a vivid red handprint upon her cheek. It appeared that the youth had been reprimanding the snake woman when the cloaked serpent man intervened. Really? Yufei furrowed her brow, recognizing the youth, her eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. Yun and Nalan Yinran also directed their attention toward him. Yun gazed at the segment of a purple serpent tail protruding from the black robe, her willow leaf brows suddenly knitting together, sensing a hint of familiarity. However, her attention, along with that of the other 2 women, swiftly shifted to the young man in white beside the cloaked serpent figure. After all, the young man's strikingly handsome appearance made it nearly impossible for him to remain unnoticed. A notification chimed, indicating an increase in affection by 2 points and the acquisition of 2 affection coins. Is Lady Yufei's favor so easily garnered? Chen Mo murmured to himself. After the Queen Medusa had overturned the pot of jealousy, Chen Mo pondered deeply and subsequently chose to bind with Lady Yufei. His decision stemmed from the convenience of meeting her after emerging from the Tagar Desert, as binding with Yun would necessitate a visit to the Yunlan sect, which posed considerable challenges. Thus, after much contemplation, Chen Mo opted for Lady Yufei. Once bound, he found little desire to linger in the auction house, primarily to avoid further provoking Queen Medusa's jealousy. As he prepared to leave, a lavishly dressed young man, evidently indulging excessively, descended a staircase guarded by several sentinels. This youth embraced a provocatively clad serpent woman, taking liberties with her, but when he squeezed her rear, she offered a slight resistance. In a fit of rage, he struck her down, inciting the wrath of Queen Medusa. Just as the youth was about to strike again, Queen Medusa seized his wrist with a grip reinforced by iron-clawed gloves. Even Chen Mo found it challenging to withstand such pressure, let alone a mere one-star dome master like the young man. The audible crack of bone echoed ominously. The guards stationed at the staircase, along with those responsible for maintaining order, swiftly surrounded Chen Mo and his companions. The young man, named Lele, was the grandson of Leo, a member of the esteemed Elders Council of the Meitel family, wielding considerable influence. With Lele's apprehension, the guards could not afford to ignore the situation. Perhaps emboldened by the surrounding guards, Lele, grimacing in pain, taunted, "You must be the owner of this serpent woman, boy. Aren't you going to let her go?" Chen Mo's brows furrowed slightly. Undeterred, Lele turned to Queen Medusa, stating, "You despicable serpent woman, how dare you injure me? Just wait and see how I toy with you." His laughter was sinister. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's expression darkened, and he commanded Queen Medusa, "Release him." Queen Medusa paused, momentarily believing she had misheard. Lele, interpreting Chen Mo's words as a sign of weakness, laughed heartily. "Filthy creature, did you hear that? Your master has ordered you to let go. Release him," Chen Mo reiterated. Then added, "I'll handle this type of scum. Do not soil your hands." At this, Queen Medusa released Lele, who immediately began to taunt, "You little brat. Just wait." Before he could finish his sentence, an explosive sound reverberated through the hall, leaving shock etched on every face. Chun Mo had sent Lele flying with a single punch, crashing into a counter behind him. The counter shattered, and Lele spewed blood uncontrollably. "You little bastard. Do you know who I am? Today, even if the supreme deity himself were to descend, you shall not leave the auction house unscathed." Blood gushed from Ryle's mouth as he collapsed to his knees, his body curling in agony. He had just managed to lift his head when a dark figure approached. It was the cloaked serpent man. With a flourish of his black robe, a torrent of fighting spirit engulfed Ryle, propelling him like a football into the wall at the far end of the hall. Blood spewed forth as he fainted. Silence. An unparalleled stillness enveloped the crystalline hall, where all remained speechless. Yun, Yafei, and Nalan Yinran all bore expressions of astonishment. The red lips hidden behind the white jade mask parted, rasping, Is he someone you can insult?" The guards exchanged glances, yet they still encircled Chun Mo and the cloaked serpent man. What audacity! To dare harm my grandson within the Mitre auction house. At that moment, a cold, aged snort echoed from the staircase. Chapter 79, arriving quietly, departing arrogantly. Upon hearing this disdainful sound, all gazes turned toward the staircase. A few figures emerged, led by an elderly man in a dark robe, whose countenance bore a shadowy pallor, followed by several guards. They approached with deliberate steps. The elderly man's expression was grim, his eyes icy, as if he wished to flay both Chun Mo and Queen Medusa with his gaze. Elder Leo, the guards surrounding Chun Mo respectfully greeted. The man, known as Elder Leo, surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Yafei. "Yafei, Ryle is, after all, a member of the Mitre family. Will you allow him to be injured by outsiders?" Yafei was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her doe-like eyes. The weight of his words shifted her expression. "I am but a lowly 3-star fighter. How could I possibly stop them?" In an instant, as her words trailed off, the cloaked serpent man, encircled by the guards, flickered and appeared before Elder Leo in the blink of an eye. Elder Leo's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling, as he prepared to summon his fighting spirit for defense. Yet, he felt the serpent man's palm imprint upon his chest. Boom. Elder Leo's body shot forth like a cannonball, crashing against the wall behind him. He lay there, face to face with the indent left by Ryle. Blood erupted from his mouth, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "I said, he is also someone you can insult?" Queen Medusa intoned gravely. Chen Mo was struck by the queen's formidable presence, his heart racing with thoughts of long live the queen. How majestic she is. The guards surrounding Chun Mo exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Elder Leo, an 8-star fighter, had been utterly powerless against the cloaked serpent man, defeated in a single move. A collective gasp swept through the assembly as they struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. One strike to fell an 8-star fighter. The minimum cultivation level must be that of a Dowang. Within the Serpent clan, the only female serpent possessing such prowess is the leader of the Moonshadow tribe. Yume. Countless faces turned pale, and instinctively, the crowd recoiled a couple of steps, rendered speechless by fear. A Dowang from the Serpent clan had audaciously ventured into the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. This was no longer merely a matter concerning the Mitre family and the Black-Robed Serpent. It had escalated to a confrontation between all of humanity and the Serpent clan. The animosity between these two races was far from trivial. The onlookers' gazes shifted towards Yun, the known leader of the Yunlan sect, a formidable Dohuang. They hoped she could subdue this serpent woman. However, Yun remained motionless, stating calmly, "She is not Yume." Having previously clashed with Yume, she discerned that the aura exuded by the black-robed serpent was distinctly different. This declaration caused a stir among the crowd, their expressions shifting as they pondered. If she is not Yume, then who could she be? The Serpent clan had only one serpent woman of Do Wang strength, and after years of opposition, both sides were well acquainted with each other's formidable members. She is not a Do Wang, she is a Do Huang. Yun's voice, cold yet melodious, resonated through the air as she addressed the black-robed serpent. "Isn't that right, Queen Medusa?" This seemingly ordinary statement struck like thunder, silencing the bustling crystal hall in an instant, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. They gaped at the black-robed serpent, swallowing hard as a chill coursed through their bodies. The infamous Queen Medusa was said to be ruthlessly formidable. If this black-robed serpent truly was she, then none present would survive. A few, still clinging to a sliver of hope, murmured, "Leader Yun, that cannot be true, can it?" Their trembling voices revealed the overwhelming terror that accompanied the mere mention of Queen Medusa. Yufei and Nalan Yinran's faces reflected horror, with Nalan Yinran clutching Yun's hand in fright. The guards surrounding Chen Mo, equally terrified, stepped back in fear, their courage shattered. Queen Medusa cast a fleeting glance at Yun, neither confirming nor denying the assertion, before directing her attention to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled gently at the crowd and declared, "Let us depart." He then took Queen Medusa's hand and proceeded towards the exit of the auction house, dragging along the serpent woman who had been struck down by Lei Lu. No one dared to intervene. In fact, as the trio moved, the crowd parted to allow them passage. Yun refrained from obstructing them. Should the black-robed serpent truly be Queen Medusa, she would be powerless to stop her, and such an attempt could very well cost her life. 10 minutes after Chun Mo and his companions left, the crowd finally exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Regardless of whether the serpent was indeed Queen Medusa, no one was willing to test their fate. After all, the terror associated with Queen Medusa was too formidable to confront. As emotions settled, the atmosphere gradually returned to calm. A commotion erupted as voices grew loud. "This serpent man is exceedingly arrogant, daring to brazenly come to the imperial capital as if he holds us in contempt." As the outcry escalated, a portion of the crowd joined in, echoing, "Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. We must teach them a lesson." Yet, who was that human? It appeared that the serpent man held him in high regard and heeded his words. The focus of the discourse shifted from the cloaked serpent man to Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Yun's expression turned grave as she pondered the true purpose of Queen Medusa's visit. After exiting the auction house, Chen Mo did not leave the imperial capital immediately. Instead, he sought out a shop to acquire several robes, also purchasing elegant dresses for Queen Medusa and dye, along with some jewelry. Subsequently, he took the examination to become a third-tier alchemist. After all, he had previously mentioned to Queen Medusa that if he were to deceive, he might as well do so thoroughly. Fortunately, the incident at the middle auction house had not yet escalated, allowing Chun Mo's assessment to proceed smoothly. Soon after their departure, news of the middle auction house incident began to circulate. As the information spread, the crowd was astonished to discover that Chen Mo and his companions had not left immediately after their visit to the auction house, but had instead shopped for a while and then taken the alchemist examination. What did this signify? It indicated that they held the powerful figures of the imperial capital in utter disregard. Such insolence could not be tolerated. Chapter 8. Styling the Queen's hair in the Blackhorn domain, several figures soared into the sky, racing towards the Tagur Desert. The following day, after a full afternoon and an entire night of travel, as dawn broke, Chen Mo and his companions arrived at the Tagur Desert. Here, Queen Medusa finally revealed her true self, removing her hat and white jade mask to unveil a mesmerizingly enchanting visage. "Your Majesty, it is truly you," exclaimed the serpent woman Ling Ti, who was swept along by Queen Medusa's aura. She quickly added, "Ling Ti of the Serpent Women pays her respects to your Majesty." Queen Medusa merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words. Chen Mo, too, simply introduced himself. The three fell into silence, for it was Ling Ti who was present, and Chen Mo refrained from provoking Queen Medusa. Ling Ti hailed from the Moonshadow tribe. During a recent outing, she had been ambushed by mercenaries. Due to her striking beauty, Ling Ti stood out among the captured serpent women, eventually being sold to the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. She was originally intended to be auctioned at the middle auction house, but was seized by Lei through unscrupulous means. Queen Medusa instructed her attendant, Yu, to make temporary arrangements for Ling Ti, and then summoned Yume to come and collect her. Simultaneously, Queen Medusa learned from Ling Ti that a significant trafficking ring for serpent women operated in Mo City, prompting her to send Hua Shi and others to raid the place. In the palace, however, she found herself overwhelmed with governmental affairs that required her attention. In her chamber, Chen Mo knelt beside the bed, sorting through the dresses and jewelry he had purchased. For instance, the enchanting Medusa Queen possesses an alluring charm. Chen Mo chose for her garments that exude seduction, such as a purple lace gown and a form-fitting red mini-skirt, both decidedly daring. He also procured a red brocade bustier for her. Presenting these gifts before the Medusa Queen, she merely shot him a glance, refraining from any words, indicating that he might persuade her to don them, granting him the privilege of a glimpse. Additionally, there was a red plum blossom corset, though he had yet to witness the Medusa Queen wearing it, with her favor now at an impressive 97. It did not preclude future opportunities to see her adorned in such attire. For dye, he selected pieces leaning towards a sweet and charming style, ensuring their aesthetics did not mirror one another. Under the Medusa Queen's radar, Chen Mo discreetly acquired a gemstone necklace, believing in the principle of equality. What the Medusa Queen possessed, Dai should possess as well. He also gathered some cosmetics and eyebrow pencils, despite the Medusa Queen's disdain for makeup. However, Chen Mo found himself with leisure time, uncertain of how long he would reside among the Serpentine folk. Purchasing these items was purely for his own amusement. Might it not be delightful to assist Her Majesty in embellishing her beauty? As for the Medusa Queen's willingness, Chen Mo harbored no concerns. He had observed that as long as he did not overstep, her reactions to his affectionate gestures had lessened in intensity. Once he organized the items, Chen Mo retrieved a wooden tub from his spatial ring and filled it with water for a bath within the palace. Concurrently, he activated his attribute panel: race, human. Cultivation level, 3-star Great Fighter. Host level, 3, Bound Deities, Dai, maxed, bonded as Dao partners. Medusa Queen, 97. Reaching 100 allows for a bond. Yafei 2. Reaching 100 allows for a bond. Techniques: Supreme Primordial Art, Chaos Meditation Technique, Upper Volume, Indestructible Golden Body Technique. Skills: Kuanpeng Wings, can be upgraded, Wandering Steps, Profound Thunder Palm. Body like a swimming dragon, Sword falling from the 9 heavens, Forest of Death Seal, One Sword across the ages, Azure Dragon Yin Technique, Great Saint Technique. Sword Technique of Heavenly Slashing, Indestructible Body of the Great Sun. Affection Coins, 37. Bloodline, Emperor Bloodline, Red Blood. Physique, Qian Kuan Sword Body, Perfect. Temperament, Celestial Beings, Aura. Upon opening his bag, he discovered Enlightenment Incense X3, 5-star Battle Spirit Experience card. Gazing upon the comprehensive attribute panel, Chen Mo felt a sense of fulfillment in his life. He harbored no grand ambitions. Embracing a few beauties and seeking a picturesque locale to enjoy life contentedly sufficed for him. A man must seamlessly transition between the roles of predator and prey. As twilight descended, Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The queen had bathed and appeared radiant. He no longer inquired about her fatigue. Once the Medusa Queen settled upon her throne, he swiftly approached, offering a shoulder massage. Finally, he took a seat beside her, positioning her so that her back faced him, as he gently summoned his battle energy, playing with her tresses, causing her hair to dance in the air. What was once a matter that could evaporate in an instant was forcibly transformed by Chen Mo into a hairdryer. Chen Mo's actions were tender and earnest, allowing the wind generated by his breath to dance through the tresses of Queen Medusa. As she felt his gentle touch, ripples of warmth stirred within her heart. Reclining partially on the armrest of her throne, she surrendered to Chen Mo's ministrations, savoring this intoxicating intimacy. "Your Majesty, your performance at the middle auction was simply spectacular," Chen Mo remarked, his excitement palpable as the breeze caressed Medusa's hair, releasing delicate fragrances. This expression was, in essence, hyperbolic. However, upon reaching Queen Medusa's ears, it elicited a disdainful huff. Did that woman's legs look appealing? Queen Medusa had keenly observed Chen Mo's gaze lingering on the legs of a woman named Yafei for several seconds, which stirred a hint of jealousy within her. For she herself lacked such attributes and could not help but feel envious. What does that have to do with legs? Chen Mo pondered, perplexed by her inexplicable jealousy. His lack of understanding of a woman's heart left him regretting his careless words. "They are not beautiful at all," he replied hastily. "Then why did you gaze so long?" Medusa retorted coldly, leaving Chen Mo to embrace silence. Once her hair was dry, Chen Mo fashioned a celestial updo for Queen Medusa. Do not inquire how he possessed such skills. Upon completion, he realized the hairstyle did not suit her, so he untied it and styled a soaring cloud bun instead. After securing it with a golden phoenix hairpin, he presented a copper mirror to her. "Your Majesty, does it look good? I must confess, this is my first time blow-drying and styling hair. Is there any reward for me?" "What reward do you desire?" she inquired. "Tonight, I wish to hold you while we sleep," Chen Mo flirted, undeterred by her icy demeanor. A washed and pristine Your Majesty would certainly make for a delightful experience. Is that all? Queen Medusa replied, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she beheld the phoenix hairpin in the mirror. Upon hearing her words, he responded quickly. Is that all? Your Majesty, may I not embrace you while kissing you to sleep? The atmosphere around them shifted, becoming subtly suggestive. Queen Medusa reclined on the armrest of her throne, gazing intently at Chen Mo, her eyes radiating frost. What else? Chen Mo faltered, then audaciously pressed further. Let me ponder that for a moment. As Queen Medusa observed Chen Mo deep in thought, her icy demeanor intensified. With a subtle flick of her serpentine tail, she thrust him back. Such audacity, she remarked coldly before rising from her throne, swaying her slender waist towards the soft couch. Once reclining upon the couch, she waved her jade hand, extinguishing all the candles in the chamber. The vast room was enveloped in darkness and silence. Utilizing the moonlight filtering through the window, Chen Mo beheld the alluring figure on the couch, his throat tightening slightly as a wave of heat surged within him. There is potential here. The ace pilot requests to engage once more. With a light step, Chen Mo approached the soft couch, inching closer with each stride. Removing his boots, he ascended to the bed of Queen Medusa. Noticing that the queen had not expressly forbidden his actions, Chen Mo swiftly reclined behind her. The queen spoke, her voice cool and detached. Have you bathed? Without hesitation, Chen Mo wrapped his arms around her, the fragrant softness of her form igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Yes, I have bathed thoroughly, he replied. Queen Medusa merely acknowledged him with a sound, falling into silence, which seemed to suggest her acquiescence. Chen Mo felt a surge of elation as he traced gentle circles upon her abdomen with his hands, realizing that such an intimate embrace would likely lead to something more. Yet, he wished to avoid the overtly vulgar pursuit of advantage. Thus, he proposed, Your Majesty, may I sing for you? Before his crossing into this realm, Chen Mo had garnered accolades in singing competitions during his university days, possessing a commendable vocal talent. The queen responded with a slight hum of approval, prompting him to begin his song. I am still searching for a support and an embrace. Who prays for me, worries for me, gets angry for me, and causes a stir for me? Happiness begins to show its signs. Chen Mo skillfully alternated between male and female vocals, performing Little Dimple, one of his favorite songs, to which he was quite familiar with the lyrics. Your Majesty, does it sound pleasant? He inquired bashfully. Queen Medusa paused, taken aback. She was aware that the courtesans of the Gamal Empire's brothels sang and danced, yet the essence of their performances stood in stark contrast to Chen Mo's peculiar rendition, which, though lacking in rhyme, was nonetheless quite enchanting. She nodded in appreciation. At that moment, Chen Mo tightened his embrace, resting his head against her fragrant shoulder, leaning closer to her ear to sing sweetly, a tune often associated with confessions of affection. However, Queen Medusa struggled to grasp the meaning behind the lyrics. What is summer's cola? Winter's cocoa? What peculiar notions are these? Lines about unhealed wounds and the sudden invasion of his heart seemed foreign to her. Ding. Affection 1. Gained 2 affection coins. Triggered intimacy bonus. Received supercritical hit. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. He had managed to glean a bit more from this interaction. Yet, he pondered the nature of this supercritical hit. A glance revealed that it promised substantial rewards for future affection gains. Chen Mo pressed on, serenading her with 2 more love songs. Although the queen expressed her enjoyment, no further affection was accrued. Undeterred, he found solace in the gradual progress. Good night, Your Majesty. Chen Mo kissed the smooth expanse of Queen Medusa's back, surrendering to slumber. After a brief interlude, he felt the gentle exhalation of her breath upon his neck. Queen Medusa took hold of his hand, which had slipped from her waist, and repositioned it tenderly. Her ruby lips moved softly. Good night, little one. The night was tranquil, with the silver moon hanging high above the temple of the serpent people. As she sat cross-legged, the butterfly's eyes suddenly opened, only to slowly close again moments later. Chen Mo, in no more than a month, we shall meet again. The eastern horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. Upon awakening, Chen Mo found the person in his embrace had already departed. His gaze swept the room, discovering Queen Medusa at the vanity, preparing herself. In this world, a special potion known as Spirit Cleanser was used for dental hygiene, a concoction easily prepared by any ordinary physician. Its efficacy surpassed that of conventional toothpaste, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Naturally, practitioners preferred to cleanse their teeth with their fighting spirit, achieving an even greater level of cleanliness. The use of Spirit Cleanser was merely a formality. Chen Mo rose from the soft couch, donned his boots, and approached her. He began to wash up beside Queen Medusa. She cast a sidelong glance at him, but said nothing. Unlike the queen, Chen Mo was not one to linger. With swift efficiency, he completed his task, and then cleansed himself once more with his fighting spirit. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the vanity and an idea struck him. "Your Majesty, allow me to apply your makeup." The vanity, designed solely for styling hair and adorning oneself, had never been used for makeup. Upon hearing Chen Mo's suggestion, Queen Medusa immediately refused. "I do not require it." "Nay, you do," he insisted, gently guiding her to the vanity and pressing her fragrant shoulders, prompting her to sit before the mirror. Chen Mo then retrieved the eyebrow pencil, blush, and lip balm he had purchased from his spatial ring. As Queen Medusa observed the items he produced, her captivating eyes glinted with intrigue. Yet, Chen Mo had already begun to shape her delicate brows with utmost care, as if he were crafting a masterpiece. Witnessing his earnest demeanor, a subtle smile graced the corners of her lips, allowing him to proceed. In the art of eyebrow shaping, one must first remove stray hairs using an eyebrow knife, following the natural brow shape with the comb. A second pass against the direction of hair growth is essential. However, Queen Medusa's brows were extraordinarily perfect, devoid of any imperfections. Thus, as Chen Mo attempted to enhance her beauty, it felt more like an unnecessary addition than an improvement. You may wonder why he undertook such a task. Simply put, it was for amusement. After shaping her brows, he proceeded to apply eyeliner, which, once completed, accentuated her alluring eyes with a hint of enchantment. Chen Mo felt a flutter of excitement. Imagine a breathtakingly beautiful face at one's mercy, to play with at will. And the best part was that she did not seem displeased. It was a liberating feeling. Next, he reached for the exotic lip balms he had purchased. Having acquired 3 different flavors based on the merchant's descriptions, one was a standard green fruit flavor, another a more refined phoenix fruit flavor, and the last a subtle herbal essence. Although the merchant had made these claims, Chen Mo understood that only through experience could one truly verify the truth. Chen Mo picked up the pomegranate-flavored lip balm and began to apply it to Queen Medusa's lips. Though the scent was reminiscent of pomegranate, the color was a deep crimson. After he meticulously applied it, Queen Medusa's already vibrant red lips appeared even more like they had been smeared with blood. Chen Mo gazed at her alluring, glistening lips and, without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her softly. Do not misunderstand. Chen Mo merely sought to ascertain the sincerity of the merchant. The taste was soft, sweet, and reminiscent of love, a 5-star review. The merchant had not deceived him. He recognized the flavor of pomegranate, yet he noticed that Queen Medusa had closed her eyes, appearing as if she were asleep. Chen Mo understood immediately and promptly tried 2 other flavors. Indeed, they matched the merchant's description. He resolved that when he next visited the imperial capital, he would purchase all 7 remaining flavors of lip balm from that shop. Have you had enough? Queen Medusa's cold voice interrupted his thoughts as she opened her eyes, observing his lingering desire for more kisses. How could one ever have enough? Chen Mo responded with sweet words, though he soon lifted his lips from her crimson ones. He took the pomegranate-flavored lip balm once more and reapplied it. Queen Medusa shot him a glare, having become immune to his flattery, and then, disregarding him, stood and walked toward the palace exit. She could not spend the entire day in the palace playing with Chen Mo. There were many matters within her clan that required her attention. Chen Mo was acutely aware of when it was appropriate to take advantage of Queen Medusa and when it was not, particularly during her administrative duties, when he would not dare to disturb her. In a world where entertainment was scarce, especially in the Serpent clan, the snake people of the palace still harbored animosity toward Chen Mo. Aside from teasing Queen Medusa and engaging in playful banter, his days seemed to revolve solely around cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the lotus seed of the blue lotus earth heart fire and sat cross-legged upon it, swallowing a fire lotus seed to commence his training. Previously, he had distributed 4 seeds to Queen Medusa, leaving him with 3. After consuming 1, he had 2 remaining. At Canaan Academy, in a rather elegant room filled with a subtle scent of sandalwood, soft rays of sunlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting scattered patterns. At her wooden vanity, Roland rested her head on one hand while holding a handkerchief in the other. The memory of that day's youth surfaced in her mind, a figure clad in white, strikingly handsome and masculine, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, descended before her like a celestial being, rescuing her from peril. He had gently offered her a handkerchief, asking, "Are you all right?" 10 minutes later, Roland let out a soft sigh. Upon returning to Canaan Academy, each morning while applying her makeup and gazing into the bronze mirror, she inexplicably recalled that moment in the beast forest. She even pondered how her disheveled appearance might have caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment in his presence. Alas, she still did not know his name. 2 days later, Chen Mo had achieved great mastery, merely a step away from perfection. The favor of Queen Medusa remained steadfast at 98, neither increasing nor decreasing. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that Queen Medusa had grown accustomed to Chen Mo holding her while she slept. Indeed, his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. That afternoon, She initially intended to seek trouble with Chun Mo once more. Yet this time, she did not even enter the palace gates. The moment she arrived at the palace, Queen Medusa sensed his presence. In a flash, she appeared before Yume. Do you have business with me? Queen Medusa inquired, gazing at Yume. Oh, it's nothing urgent. I merely came to pay my respects to your majesty. Yume replied softly. Well then, now that you have paid your respects, you may take your leave, Queen Medusa coldly declared. Yume hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked, Your Majesty, what about that human? Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's gaze turned frigid, and her expression became impassive as she replied, Indeed. Chen Mo was oblivious to any of this. As night fell, Chen Mo, as usual, stealthily climbed onto Queen Medusa's soft couch. This time, he did not rush to embrace her. Instead, he retrieved the red koi bra he had purchased earlier from his storage ring and concealed it behind him, saying, Your Majesty, may I make a small request? Absolutely not. Queen Medusa interjected, fully aware that whatever Chen Mo was about to say would require a flat refusal. But you haven't even heard what I wish to say. He protested. No matter what you say, the answer is still no, she insisted firmly. Then I will resort to force, Chen Mo threatened with a fierce glare. Then you shall sleep alone tonight. She retorted. Why are you already resorting to your trump card? We haven't even begun, Chen Mo exclaimed, placing the red koi bra before Queen Medusa and teasingly playing with her hair. Your Majesty, doesn't it look splendid? As Queen Medusa gazed at the red koi bra, her eyes narrowed slightly. What do you think? I find it quite beautiful. The color suits you well. Just look at how exquisitely the koi is embroidered, Chen Mo commented. And so? She pressed. Therefore, Your Majesty, you should try it on. I am certain it will look marvelous on you, Chen Mo said with a playful smile. You certainly dare to speak boldly. Queen Medusa's eyes glinted with coldness. Chen Mo continued, If it is inconvenient for you, I wouldn't mind assisting you in putting it on. I mind, Queen Medusa replied, turning away, her gaze sharp as she stared at Chen Mo, before tossing the koi bra at him. Just as Chun Mo anticipated an outburst from Queen Medusa, she unexpectedly remarked, It's too small. Then, she turned away again. Too small. Chun Mo was taken aback, then slightly rose to peek at the bra, measuring it with his hands. It does seem indeed small. Goodness, I was careless. Wearing something too small could hinder development. No wonder the queen is upset. It simply cannot be worn. Trash should be discarded in the bin. Chun Mo stowed it away in his storage ring. However, after a moment, he retrieved the crimson plum blossom belly band once more. With a hint of trepidation, he presented it before Queen Medusa, smiling nervously. Your Majesty, how does this look? Queen Medusa took a glance at it. If a strapless top could evoke endless fantasies, what purpose could such a large piece serve? She tossed the red belly band back to Chun Mo, turning her head away without uttering a word. Chen Mo immediately understood. And without hesitation, he maneuvered the red belly band beneath Queen Medusa's arm, his fingers brushing against her skin, as smooth as mutton fat jade. The queen's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. As Chun Mo admired Queen Medusa's exquisite curves, he swallowed hard. Just as he was about to untie the strap of the top, Queen Medusa seized his hand. Am I not assisting you with the belly band? Chen Mo was taken aback. Then why unfasten the top? He thought to himself. Could it be that she wanted him to layer the belly band over the top? This thought filled him with unease. What else could it be? Queen Medusa replied, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Chen Mo was speechless. Indeed, Queen Medusa was not so easily appeased. The intricacies of her schemes ran deep. Although her face was hidden from view, she could sense his frustration and teasingly remarked, Are you going to help me wear it or not? If not, then forget it. Of course, I will help, he replied. Although it was not quite what he had envisioned, experiencing the sight of Queen Medusa donning the belly band was a delight in itself. She then tied a knot at the small of her back. Perfect. Now, with the belly band partially covering her, Queen Medusa appeared even more alluring. Is it beautiful? This time, it was Queen Medusa who posed the question to him, rather than vice versa. Indeed, it is, Chen Mo affirmed as he wrapped his arms around her from behind, gently caressing the belly band. As long as he did not go too far, Queen Medusa would not intervene, coolly remarking, What do you think about daily? I feel you have become increasingly lecherous of late. Chun Mo replied, A graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Your Majesty, this is not lechery, but rather an expression of my love for you. He feigned an innocent expression. How can you unjustly sully my reputation? Huh, are you truly a gentleman? Of course, I am a gentleman. If I were not, I would have long since punished you. Chen Mo thought darkly to himself, yet maintained an innocent smile outwardly. Queen Medusa chose not to argue with him, for one cannot win a debate with a rogue. She then said, May I sleep now? Yes, let us sleep, he replied, pulling Queen Medusa closer so that she faced him, then gently enveloping her in his embrace, allowing her to rest against his chest. He wrapped his arms around her soft form, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. In a soft voice, He whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, have you removed the medicinal lip balm you applied earlier?" Noticing that Chun Mo had no intentions of sleeping, Queen Medusa responded promptly, "I have removed it." "Then allow me to apply it once more." Chun Mo pretended to take out lip balm from the storage ring, remarking, "This time, it's flavored with green fruit. Can you still sleep? Can you? If not, you'll have to sleep alone." A hint of embarrassment and irritation flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes. This insufferable human. "Of course I can," Chen Mo thought, dismissing the matter. With a mischievous grin, he lifted the queen's delicate chin and kissed her. Moments later, he released Queen Medusa and gazed at her enchanting visage, feeling a pang of sadness as he said, "Your Majesty, have you deceived me? It's clear you haven't wiped it off. You dare to act without my permission," she retorted, her tone icy. Chun Mo swiftly silenced her once more. A minute passed before Queen Medusa forcefully pushed him away. His expression shifted, anticipating a severe reprimand, but to his surprise, she flipped over and pinned him beneath her, her delicate hand grasping his throat. "Your Majesty, please remain calm," Chun Mo stammered, fearing for his life. "Produce it," Queen Medusa commanded coldly. "Produce what?" He stammered in confusion. "The lip balm." Chen Mo was taken aback. What did she want with it? Yet, prioritizing his safety, he retrieved all 3 flavors of lip balm. "Is that the phoenix fruit flavor?" she inquired further. Unbeknownst to him, her frigid demeanor had softened. "This one," he indicated a beautifully packaged box. Queen Medusa glanced at it, opened the box, and instead of using the applicator, she dipped her fingers into it and began applying it to his lips. Chen Mo was stunned. The lip balm was distinctly feminine and vividly red, resembling lipstick. Just as he was about to struggle, Queen Medusa's subsequent actions made him abandon all resistance, silently thinking, "Let me try all 3 flavors." As the queen willingly kissed him, Chen Mo wrapped one arm around her waist and held her head tightly with the other. "Is this truly Queen Medusa? I am smitten." Chapter 84. The Effects of the Azure Dragon Yin-Yang Technique. Queen Medusa's back was exceptionally smooth and delicate, adorned only by the ties of her undergarments. Chun Mo, ever considerate, effortlessly untied the ribbons of her garments. Their close embrace prevented them from slipping away. Noticing Queen Medusa's increasing indulgence, he swiftly flipped her beneath him. A true man, born of heaven and earth, should never remain subdued for long. Queen Medusa sensed the shift but made no protest. Instead, she closed her eyes and embraced Chen Mo. He felt an exhilarating rush. "Has your Majesty succumbed to me?" With her newfound warmth, Chen Mo's hand on her waist began to ascend gradually, inching closer to the edge of her bodice. As the laces had been untied, there was no firm restraint. Yet, Chen Mo hesitated. If he were to act, it could lead to swift demise. Should he dare to take the plunge? What if this was a deliberate opportunity bestowed upon him by Her Majesty the Queen? A flicker of uncertainty lingered in Chun Mo's heart. After a brief moment, he decided to lower his hand. The progress made this evening was already substantial. There was no need to overreach, and this was satisfactory enough. Chun Mo gently turned, embracing Queen Medusa. His hand slipped beneath her arms, readying the straps of her bodice and corset. With a fondness of 98, it was prudent to remain cautious. Queen Medusa exhaled a sigh of relief, the malice within her heart gradually dissipating, a faint smile gracing her cheeks. She pushed Chun Mo away slightly, their kisses ceasing, her sharp fingertips tracing his back as she coolly inquired, "Human, are you satisfied?" "Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied, Your Majesty. I am utterly enamored with you." Chun Mo tightened his embrace around Queen Medusa and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her snowy neck. "Between me and your sister, whom do you choose?" Queen Medusa hesitated significantly, but ultimately voiced her question. Although reason urged her against it, she could not restrain herself. Despite the guilt it stirred towards her sister, she still yearned for the answer. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, aware that this was a perilous question, silently condemning himself as a scoundrel. He kissed her smooth forehead and smiled. "Without a doubt, it is Your Majesty. If it were a butterfly, then it would be the butterfly." However, to his surprise, Queen Medusa gradually regained her composure, forcefully pushing Chun Mo away, her voice laced with coldness yet trembling as she declared, "No, I cannot betray my sister." With that, she descended from the soft couch, a flash of crimson light as she soared out of the window. Chen Mo was taken aback, his eyes narrowing. It seemed he was far from achieving a perfect score of 100, largely influenced by the bond between the sisters. Indeed, even someone as brazen as Chun Mo was at a loss regarding the dynamics of their relationship, let alone that of identical twins who had grown up together, deeply understanding one another. There was still a long journey ahead. Under the crescent moon, Queen Medusa stood poised on the palace eaves. Were Chun Mo to witness her expression, it would reveal a sense of awkwardness, panic, and an overwhelming desire to vanish in shame. She had taken the initiative again. Why not let him take the lead? carelessly waiting for events to unfold and placing all blame upon him? Why had she acted first? Indeed, she could no longer be the one to take the initiative. After rationalizing her thoughts and indulging in self-deception, she lay down beside Chen Mo, unable to sleep, gazed at the enchanting beauty and instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Noticing Queen Medusa's reluctance, he gently tugged her towards him, embracing her fully. Your Majesty, good night. Chen Mo planted a kiss on the fair visage of Queen Medusa. For the following days, he indulged in the experience of sleeping beside her. However, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet, he understood that for someone as aloof and regal as Queen Medusa, achieving such intimacy was no small feat. One evening, while kissing her, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He seemed to have forgotten about the Azure Dragon Yin-Yang technique. According to its description, it was not solely through physical intimacy that one could enhance their abilities. Embraces and kisses were equally effective, albeit less pronounced in their results. Nonetheless, it was far superior to merely absorbing energy for cultivation. As he activated the Azure Dragon Yin-Yang technique, a sudden buzz enveloped his mind, as if he had attained a sublime state. In an instant, his soul became as clear as the starry sky. He felt himself dissipate into the ether, merging with the natural world, the laws of existence, and the essence of all things, listening to their whispers. Queen Medusa was taken aback. At that moment, it felt as though their souls resonated in harmony, and they traversed the currents of energy together. Their cultivation steadily ascended, albeit at a slow pace. Yet it was undeniable progress, much quicker than his previous method of absorbing energy. If this continued, she would likely find an opportunity for evolution within a year. She began to actively cooperate. However, once she did, the situation spiraled uncontrollably. Their souls slowly collided. Suddenly, Queen Medusa forcefully pushed Chen Mo away, her face flushed with anger, exclaiming, "Cursed human, what have you done to me?" Chen Mo, still reveling in the previous moment, was astonished by the potency of the Azure Dragon Yin-Yang technique. He could not confess. Adopting a victimized expression, he replied, "I do not know," and we were perfectly clothed. Upon inspecting their intact garments, Queen Medusa pondered whether what had transpired was merely an illusion. However, the tangible advancement in their cultivation was undeniable. She clenched her fists, feeling her strength significantly enhanced. With her brows furrowed, she addressed Chen Mo, "Regardless of your involvement, this shall only happen once. Should there be a next time, you will be expelled from my chambers." Such peculiar occurrences were destined to be singular. Chen Mo dared not tempt fate again, realizing the queen's fury was genuine. Chapter 85, The Crisis Approaches. Though he verbally professed his trepidation, the subsequent days unfolded as usual. The Azure Dragon Yin-Yang technique was not utilized to its fullest potential, and the events of that night did not repeat. Observing the absence of a recurrence, Queen Medusa reluctantly accepted the situation, recognizing the rapid progress in her strength. She anticipated that the events of that night were undoubtedly linked to Chen Mo. In the private study of Queen Medusa, she was diligently reviewing official documents. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as the seal of serpents, confined within the human body of the emperor, was triggered. Less than a month had passed, and once again, humans had intruded into the Tagore Desert. "You knew," Queen Medusa called out toward the door. Shortly after, the door swung open, and Yu Nu entered. "There's an enemy attack. The humans are back. Notify the leaders of the 8 tribes to prepare for battle," Queen Medusa declared, setting aside the documents with a grave tone. Yu Nu's expression changed. Despite her confusion, wasn't he the last group of human warriors severely injured? How could they return so soon? Not daring to waste time in inquiry, she respectfully replied affirmatively and selected several wind element serpent guards to swiftly head toward the 8 tribes. Simultaneously, a level 3 state of emergency was initiated throughout the royal city. Inside the palace's sleeping quarters, Chen Mo, who was seeking a breakthrough, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion outside. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of white light, darting out of the window. As tiny black shards of magical runes surged from his body, coalescing beneath him into a 3-foot-long sword. Standing atop the flying sword, he hovered in midair. Observing the mobilization of serpent soldiers throughout the royal city, his brows knitting in concern. What is happening? At that moment, a graceful figure swiftly approached from within the palace, joining Chen Mo in midair. Turning his head, he recognized it was none other than Queen Medusa. Her expression was solemn as she spoke. "Jia Xingtian has arrived." Taken aback, Chen Mo exclaimed, "But wasn't he Jia Xingtian under your Serpent Seal, Your Majesty? How does he dare return?" Queen Medusa shook her head. "When I last accompanied you to the holy city of Jamma, I sensed nothing of him. He must have gone to seek reinforcements. Now, it appears he has found them." Chen Mo pondered. Could it be Yin Shan? Yin Shan? Queen Medusa's brows knitted together, as if recalling the name. You mean the former leader of the Yunlong sect? Yinshan? Chen Mo nodded. In the Gamma Empire, he is the only potential ally he could find. Above the clear sky, a massive sun hung high, resembling a fireball continuously emitting flames, its scorching rays bathing the golden sands of the desert. The tiny grains of sand were roasted until they glowed like red-hot iron. Within the desert, the intense heat caused wisps of vapor to rise from the yellow sands, distorting the space into a surreal haze. Amidst the endless expanse of desert, dark shadows darted swiftly through the air, their weary faces suggesting they had endured a lengthy flight. Dan Wang, how long until we reach the Serpent Kingdom? The Blood Sect Master inquired of Gu He while flying. His peculiar cold and sinister technique would be significantly hampered in this environment saturated with fire attributes. As we approached the depths of the Tagore Desert, it was estimated that we would arrive just before nightfall, remarked Gu He. Master Fan, just a little longer. This task is remarkably simple. Just think, capturing a single human of the Grand Dome Master level will yield us the bountiful rewards from the Medicine Emperor, added Yuani, the leader of the 8 gates. Everyone, do not underestimate the situation. Queen Medusa is exceedingly fierce, especially with her serpent sealing spell. Even a peak Do Emperor may struggle to withstand it, cautioned Jia Xingtian, noticing their casual dismissal of the threat. After being struck by Queen Medusa's spell, his cultivation had diminished to a 1-star Do Emperor, and that was under the suppression of Han Feng's. Haha, no matter how formidable Queen Medusa may be, the Serpent Clan has only 1 Do Emperor. With 5 Do Emperors and 2 Do Kings on our side, including you, dealing with Queen Medusa will be a mere trifle. Boom Tu Yi, the master of the Earth Flame sect, including Jia Xingtian, Han Feng, Yuan Yi, Fan Lao, and himself, they comprised 5 Do Emperors. Although everyone except Han Feng was at the early stage of Do Emperor, abducting a human of Grand Dome Master cultivation from a Serpent Clan with just 1 Do Emperor should be straightforward. Even Han Feng shared this sentiment. Within the Serpent Clan of the Tagore Desert, aside from several smaller tribes, there existed 8 formidable clans, each led by a Do King. These colossal factions dominated various directions of the desert, and each of these paths was essential for reaching the Serpent Clan's royal palace. Evading these tribes unnoticed would be nearly impossible, and Han Feng and his companions had no intention of attempting such a feat instead. They opted for the most direct approach, a headlong charge. They had come from the direction of the Black Corner domain, and to reach the Serpent Clan's royal city as swiftly as possible, they had to traverse the Moonshadow tribe. In the skies above the Moonshadow tribe, battle erupted swiftly but concluded just as quickly. Despicable humans. Moon May's ample bosom heaved slightly as she raised her jade hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, her hands began to form several seals at an astonishing speed. Kill her. Han Feng shouted sharply upon witnessing the sudden surge of Do Qi emanating from Moon May. Humph. In this desert, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. Moon May scoffed, then commanded, Serpent Technique, Division. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, she exploded. Instead of flesh and blood, countless dark blue energy serpents surged forth from the explosion, darting in all directions. As these energy serpents filled the air, Fan Lao, Yuan Yi, and others sprang into action, shattering vast swathes of the serpents at incredible speed, though several still managed to burrow into the sand. Merely a trivial skill. Pursue in that direction, Han Feng commanded coldly, his figure leading the charge forward. Chapter 86, Rescuing Moon May. Upon the yellow sands, a resounding explosion echoed through the air as a serpentine energy beast, hued in deep azure, erupted from the sands. Yet, another fierce assault swiftly followed, obliterating the energy serpent. Not again, Fan Lao exclaimed in frustration, realizing that the previous attack had originated from him. Alas, it is indeed a challenge to vanquish a serpent man warrior in the desert. Their escape skills render one quite helpless, Gu He lamented with a wry smile. The others, engaged in the arduous task of hunting the energy serpent, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the difficulty of countering such elusive serpent techniques without extensive area of effect skills. A glimmer of insight flickered in Han Feng's eyes as he gestured towards a particular direction, asking, Dan Wang, where does that lead? Gu He squinted slightly, gazing in the direction indicated by Han Feng, then mused, the royal city of the Serpent Man clan. A sinister smile crept across Han Feng's face as he remarked, how cunning, to mislead and confuse, yet still faltering before me. Let us pursue. She is heading towards the royal city of the Serpent Man clan. Choosing not to take the path to paradise, he added. Upon hearing this, Fan Lao and the others, momentarily deceived by the energy serpent of Yumei, displayed cruel smiles. Fan Lao, his blood-red wings flaring, soared towards the Serpent Man royal city, exclaiming, let us catch the serpent. Han Feng and the rest followed closely behind. transforming into streaks of light that swiftly vanished into the desert's horizon. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In the vast expanse of the desert, the night breeze swept through. Upon the walls of the royal city, a fine mist of yellow sand drifted in. Chen Mo stood beside Queen Medusa, shielding his eyes with his hand. The entire royal city was on high alert, with all Serpent Man soldiers armed with poisoned spears and crossbows patrolling the walls. The three elder Serpent Men, donning terrifying tusked masks, stood silently behind Queen Medusa, their hands concealed within their black robes. Thus far, only the nearest leaders of the 8 tribes, Shur of the Serpent tribe and Du Qian of the Poison Flame tribe, had arrived. The other tribal leaders would not come unless they had prior knowledge of the city's peril, and even then, they would not arrive until at least the next morning. Shur and Du Qian fixed their gazes intently upon Chen Mo, for this was their first glimpse of the true visage of the human they referred to as Her Majesty the Queen. A pale-faced youth, they internally assessed. Suddenly, from the northwest of the royal city, a flash of crimson light pierced the air, followed by a deafening explosion. In that moment, an aura of impending doom permeated the atmosphere. The countless serpent soldiers atop the walls drew in their breaths, their eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Chen Mo furrowed his brow and said, "Your Majesty, I shall investigate." With that, he leaped from the walls. Just as he was about to descend to the ground, a pair of resplendent golden wings erupted from his back, flapping powerfully and stirring up a cloud of yellow sand as he surged towards the northwest. The silver moon hung high above, illuminating the unfolding scene. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, Gu He halted and addressed Jia Xingtian and Han Feng, declaring, "Ahead lies the royal city of the serpent people. Since I have brought you this far, I shall take my leave here." Gu He's decision to accompany Jia Xingtian to meet Han Feng stemmed solely from his desire to assist both Jia Xingtian and Haibuodo. After all, it was their support that had led him to this point. Now that Han Feng had taken charge, the otherworldly flames were no longer within his reach. And having delivered them safely, he felt no further need to involve himself. Despite his yearning for vengeance, it no longer aligned with his interests. Han Feng nodded in response, showing no inclination to persuade him to stay, as thoughts of his own began to surface. Although Gu He was a Do Wang, his strength was not particularly formidable. Should a conflict arise, he might require aid. Jia Xingtian and Reina exchanged a glance with Gu He before continuing to follow Han Feng. Before them, the petite serpent maiden found herself cornered. Fan Lao trailed behind Yu Mei at a measured distance, observing her frantic escape with a mocking smile, then bellowed, "Enough. It is time to send you on your way." With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of blood-red light surged towards Yu Mei. Damn it! As the crimson light approached, Yu Mei's countenance grew cold, and she flew close to the ground, hoping to utilize the terrain for cover. Yet, the bloodlight seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing her until it struck her delicate azure wings with a powerful blow. With a sudden and devastating impact, Yu Mei's face paled, and a soft groan escaped her lips as her wings shattered into fragments, causing her to plummet rapidly. Flying close to the surface, the immense inertia forced her to tumble several times before she crashed into a sand dune with a muffled thud. Emerging from the sand, Yu Mei spat out a mouthful of sand mixed with blood, her breath faltering. "Haha, prepare to meet your end." Fan Lao chuckled darkly, an overwhelming surge of sanguine energy emanating from him as he rubbed his hands together, conjuring a blood-sized orb in an instant. He hurled it towards Yu Mei, enveloped in a sinister and terrifying aura. Yu Mei's complexion turned ashen, a trail of crimson staining her lips. Severely wounded and weakened, she realized she could not evade this impending strike. With trembling eyes, she closed them, her chest heaving violently as she compelled herself to remain calm. Even in death, I shall face my fate with composure. Suddenly, a sound resembling a breaking wind pierced the air, drawing near. In an instant, a magnificent sword lotus collided with the blood orb, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom! A colossal shockwave swept through the air above Yu Mei. "Who?" Fan Lao's expression shifted in alarm. The next moment, a 3-foot-long sword emanating dark energy plunged into the sand before Yu Mei. Then, a figure clad in white swept in, standing atop the sword's hilt, poised elegantly above the blade. It was a strikingly handsome young man, his white robe billowing as Yu Mei glanced up. Catching sight of his graceful form, "It is you." Yu Mei recognized Chen Mo, her expression shifting, her delicate teeth biting down on her crimson lip, overwhelmed by unspoken emotions. "He can't be dead, can he?" Chen Mo's words incited a fury within Yu Mei, making her feel as if she might vomit blood again. "Who are you, brat?" Fan Lao was astonished to discover that the individual who had thwarted his assault was, in fact, a human, a mere 3-star battle master. 3-star battle emperor? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the suddenness of it all. "Quickly go. There are many more battle emperors following behind him," Yu Mei coldly urged. casting a glance at Chen Mo's retreating figure. Why didn't you say so earlier? Golden wings sprang forth from Chen Mo's back, and he turned, bending down to scoop Yu Mei up, soaring toward the royal city. The demon essence embedded in the yellow sand disintegrated into countless tiny demonic runes, following closely behind. Chapter 87. What if I refuse? Under the silver moon, Fan Lao stared at the fleeting silhouette, momentarily dazed, before his expression darkened. Thinking of escaping? With a flap of his blood-red wings, he pursued them. Yu Mei, it's been a while since we last met. Yet you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight, Chen Mo remarked, unabashedly squeezing her delicate form. Yu Mei shuddered at the unexpected touch, emitting a soft, almost pained gasp, before angrily retorting, "You insufferable human. Taking advantage of me again? I shall," boom. A fierce beam of bloodlight struck the yellow sand not far from them, sending a cloud of dust that interrupted Yu Mei's tirade, leaving her already pale complexion even more ashen. I didn't offend them. They passed through my tribe, and I merely intervened briefly. Without a word, they attacked me. After a moment, Yu Mei continued, "By the way, 2 of them have been here before, one named Reina, and the other seemed to be called something like Jiaxingtian." Reina? Jiaxingtian? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is there anyone among them named Yunshan?" Yu Mei shook her head. In midair, Fan Lao flipped his hand, summoning a massive blood blade that hovered above him, infused with a ferocious aura as it descended violently towards Chen Mo. At that moment, the demon essence trailing Chen Mo trembled, unleashing a terrifying sword intent, which manifested into a beautiful sword lotus that shot forth to collide with the blood blade. The next instant, a fierce energy storm erupted, sweeping in all directions. Chen Mo silently chanted, and with a swift motion, his golden wings enveloped both himself and Yu Mei. An overwhelming force surged against Chen Mo's back. "Heaven's abyss," he exclaimed, as a ghostly blue longsword surged from within him. Chen Mo stepped onto the flying sword, vanishing from Fan Lao's sight. What a profound humiliation. To think that he, a renowned battle emperor in the Black Corner domain, would allow a mere battle master to escape before his eyes was akin to a resounding slap across his face. Yet, Fan Lao chose not to pursue further, for he had spotted the royal city of the serpent race. Let us wait for the others before deciding our next move. On the city walls, a serpent warrior pointed toward the approaching figure. "Look, it's Yu Mei," he declared, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. The sound of rushing wind drew near. Chen Mo retracted his wings of the Kuanpeng and descended upon the city wall. Noticing the gaze of Queen Medusa upon him, he hesitated not a moment to drop the unconscious Yu Mei from his grasp and proclaimed, "A 3-star Do Huang." The sudden release caught Yu Mei off guard, causing her to tumble to the ground with a cry of pain escaping her lips. She glared at Chen Mo, bewildered by his abrupt change of demeanor after his earlier show of strength. Gritting her teeth, she rose with the assistance of Hua Xir, rubbing her backside as she reported, "Your Majesty, 7 individuals have arrived. However, due to the unexpected nature of the situation, I only currently know that 3 are Do Huangs and 2 are Do Wangs." At these words, the expressions of the serpent people atop the city wall shifted dramatically. Even the 3 elders standing behind Queen Medusa displayed looks of astonishment. In Sherdao remarked, "The last time the Gamma Empire suffered such losses, how could there be so many Do Huangs left? These are not the Do Huangs of the Gamma Empire," Yu Mei stated gravely. The crowd exchanged glances, while Queen Medusa remained silent, her icy countenance and the tightening of her jade hand betraying her anger. Before long, Yu Mei turned her gaze toward the distant horizon and spoke solemnly, "They are approaching." In the sky several hundred meters to the northwest of the city wall, several figures radiated a terrifying aura as they raced toward the location, halting just 100 meters away. "Yu Mei, did you not say there were 7? Du Qianting murmured. At his words, Yu Mei cast a glance, her brows knitting together. "Dan Wang Gu he is not present. 5 Do Huang powerhouses." Chun Mo murmured, then added, "And 1 8-star Do Huang." "What?" Though Chen Mo's voice was low, it reached Yu Mei and the others clearly, causing their expressions to shift drastically, eyes filled with incredulity. Queen Medusa's face also turned serious as she regarded the humans hovering 100 meters above. Her voice, laced with cold authority, echoed through the air, "Jiaxingtian, I let you off last time. I did not expect you to dare intrude upon my territory today. Do you wish for the Gamma Empire to be obliterated?" Dressed in a hemp robe, Jiaxingtian stepped forward with a smile. "Queen Medusa, I am not here to seek you out today, but rather." He gestured toward Han Feng, then pointed at Chen Mo on the city wall, his tone growing serious. "Yao Huang, the heart of the Qinglian Earthfire resides within him." At his words, all eyes turned toward Chen Mo. Queen Medusa's expression shifted dramatically. Her sharp nails dug into her palm due to the tension of her grip. Feeling the agitation of the high Xine Yin within him, Han Feng slowly stepped forward and lifted his gaze to Queen Medusa, smiling, "Your Majesty." It is an honor to meet you. I am Han Feng, the Yao Huang of the Black Corner Domain. Black Corner Domain. Queen Medusa's pupils constricted, followed by a cold laugh. Yao Huang Han Feng, I have heard of you, a pinnacle 6th grade alchemist. Pray tell, what brings you so ostentatiously to my serpent clan? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, realizing that while Yun Shan was absent, he had inadvertently drawn in Han Feng. After all, Jia Xingtian had fallen victim to Queen Medusa's Serpent Seal spell. In this territory, aside from Queen Medusa herself, only Han Feng could break it. In the heart of the tumultuous flames, both Hai Xian Yin and Chen Mo felt the agitation of the within them, a sensation born from the repulsion of their extraordinary fires. Upon hearing Queen Medusa's words, Han Feng recognized the potential for resolution through negotiation and remarked, "It is not a matter of great import. I have merely come to request the presence of an individual from your majesty." His gaze turned towards Chen Mo, confirming his suspicions that Chen Mo was indeed drawn by his. Queen Medusa furrowed her brow, her voice steady as she remarked, "From what I understand, an ordinary alchemist can possess at most one. You, however, the alchemist emperor, already possess one. Why then seek to seize another?" As her words settled, Han Feng fell into silence, pondering for a considerable time before responding, "That matter is of no concern to your majesty. And what if I refuse?" Queen Medusa's enchanting visage bore a resolute expression. Chapter 8. The Battle Against Two Dou Emperors. Surprised by the queen's unwavering refusal, Han Feng chuckled lightly. "Your majesty, do hear me out on the conditions I propose before you decline." "Conditions?" At this, a subtle smirk flickered at the corner of Queen Medusa's eye as she replied, "Your words pique my interest. I wonder what terms the alchemist emperor might offer." With a slight furrow in his brow, Han Feng contemplated for a moment, a pained expression crossing his face as he declared, "I am willing to offer 3 emperor-grade pills and 1 7th-rank transformation pill as compensation." As soon as Han Feng's words left his lips, those around him, including Fan Lao and Xiang Tian, widened their eyes in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. They had not anticipated such lavishness from Han Feng for the sake of the emperor-grade pills were renowned for their ability to elevate a Dou emperor by 1 or 2 star levels, while the 7th-rank transformation pill could drive countless magical beasts into a frenzy. It was well known that with a transformation pill, a magical beast could transcend its animal form, gaining not only the prolonged lifespan of a beast, but also the cultivation talents of a human. The combination of these two effects could potentially yield a Dou Zong, or even a Dou Zun-level powerhouse. On the side of the serpent people, numerous serpentine gazes turned towards Queen Medusa. Undoubtedly, this proposition stirred their interest, yet the final decision rested solely with their queen. Yume furrowed her delicate brows, lost in thought, while Chun Mo was equally astonished. The terms presented were almost impossible to refuse, far more generous than those offered by Gu He. Nevertheless, Chen Mo maintained an air of calm, confident that Queen Medusa would not betray him for such a trifle. Yet without a hint of hesitation, Queen Medusa pressed her alluring red lips together and replied, "I must admit, your conditions are indeed tempting, but I must still decline." At this declaration, every face except Chen Mo's was etched with disbelief. To refuse once more, a look of confusion clouded Han Feng's features. Was it not true that humans were at odds with the serpent people? To request Queen Medusa to surrender a human with no ties to her kind was an unparalleled opportunity. How could she refuse? Had this woman lost her senses? Beside them, Fan Lao spoke in a tone of confusion. Yuan Yi and Tu Yi also shook their heads slightly, their faces filled with perplexity. "If that is the case, then do not blame me for taking action." Han Feng's gentle gaze gradually turned icy, a tide of overwhelming aura emanating from him in an instant. Indeed, he was an 8-star Dou Huang. As his formidable presence surged forth, gasps of astonishment filled the air, and Yin Shi, Mei, and the others cast incredulous looks towards Chun Mo, bewildered by how he had come to know this. With Han Feng's imposing aura radiating, Fan Lao, Xin Yi, Tu Yi, Jia Xingtian, and Lei Na all erupted with powerful energies. 5 Dou Huangs and 1 Dou Wang. Such a terrifying lineup caused the serpentmen soldiers atop the city walls, gripping their poisoned spears and crossbows, to tremble in fear. "Queen Medusa, I grant you one more opportunity. Will you surrender, or will you not? You must be aware of the temperament of those from the Black Corner region. If a battle truly ensues, this royal city may be utterly destroyed," Han Feng declared, looking down with a smile that held a hint of menace. "I am not threatened by anyone," Queen Medusa declared, waving her hand with a heavy tone. "Kill them." As her command fell, countless poisoned spears and crossbow bolts shot forth, raining down upon Han Feng and his companions. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The serpentmen warriors echoed in unison, a surge of fierce momentum rising to the heavens. "Humph! Stubborn and unyielding, then let destruction reign." Han Feng waved his sleeve, and an enormous azure flame barrier appeared before them, effortlessly blocking the onslaught of poison projectiles. He then turned to the others beside him, saying, "Master Yuan, you will assist me in holding off Queen Medusa. Master Fan, that young man is yours to handle, while the rest of you should focus on stopping their advance. Just a mere do sure, he will be easily subdued." Fan Lao glared ominously at Chen Mo. "Let me join you, Master Fan. That young man is quite peculiar." "So it is safer this way," Jia Xingtian suggested, feeling that this approach would be more prudent. Fan Lao was indifferent. Having assistance would reduce his burden. Why not exert minimal effort for maximum reward? He glanced at Tu Yi, whose strength was not far from his own. "A few Do Wang are nothing but a trifle. Leave them to me and Lei Na," Tu Yi said cruelly. "Then it is settled." Fan Lao's blood-red wings fluttered slightly before he swiftly lunged towards Chen Mo, with Jia Xingtian closely following. "Stop them." Queen Medusa's face turned icy at the sight, her fiery red Do Chi wings forming behind her as she shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Fan Lao and Jia Xingtian. "Heh, Queen Medusa, your opponents are us." Han Feng and Yuan Yi appeared before Queen Medusa, blocking her path. "Get out of my way," Queen Medusa roared, an exceedingly fierce red Do Chi erupting from her hands. Han Feng and Yuan Yi moved in unison, shattering the powerful red energy before advancing towards Queen Medusa. Suddenly, the three parties exchanged fierce palm winds, which reverberated like distant thunder amidst the dazzling afterimages. With a chuckle, Fan Hao deftly maneuvered his body, continuing to advance towards Chun Mo alongside Jia Xingtian. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan fixed his gaze upon the approaching Tu Yi and Reina, issuing a thunderous command: "Form the 5 Serpent Poison Seal." The 3 Grand Elders, along with Inshur and Du Qianting, coordinated their efforts. With Yu Mei severely injured, she could only direct her soldiers to engage Reina. Thus, another earth-shattering battle erupted. "It seems they have me all figured out." As 2 sharp gusts of wind rushed toward him, Chen Mo dared not show the slightest carelessness and promptly summoned his 5-star fighting spirit card. A profound aura surged forth from within him. With the power of the demon nightmare beneath his feet, Chen Mo soared into the air, evading the oncoming forces of his adversaries. Fan Hao stared at Chen Mo, astonished. What kind of secret technique could elevate a person's cultivation from a 3-star great fighter to a 5-star fighting spirit? "I told you, this lad is quite peculiar," Jia Xingtian remarked gravely. "No matter how peculiar he is, can he truly contend against 2 fighting emperors?" Though Fan Hao was somewhat astonished, he remained unconvinced. The chasm between fighting spirits and fighting emperors was insurmountable. Jia Xingtian concurred with this sentiment. They exchanged glances and once again lunged toward Chun Mo with lightning speed. Chapter 8 and 9. One sword slays Jia Xingtian. Get lost. Queen Medusa, witnessing Chun Mo besieged by the 2 fighting emperors, grew increasingly irritable. All her fighting spirit surged to its zenith, her speed becoming a blur. The 2-star fighting emperor Yuan Yi was swiftly overpowered. Had it not been for Han Feng's assistance with the Sea Heart Flame, Medusa would have been more cautious. Yuan Yi, drenched in cold sweat, could not afford to be careless or initiate any further attacks. He needed only to stall her alongside Han Feng. Chen Mo activated his Imperial Bloodline, directly clashing with Fan Hao. The resonant sound of their collision echoed through the air like thunder. The atmosphere exploded, and Chen Mo staggered back 7 or 8 steps, while Fan Hao retreated 3 or 4. In this direct confrontation, Chen Mo was merely slightly inferior to Fan Hao. How is this possible? Fan Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that a mere youth, whose cultivation had just reached 5-star fighting spirit, could withstand his strength and even appear only slightly disadvantaged. Despite being suppressed in the desert, his cultivation remained that of a fighting emperor. In the moment of Fan Hao's astonishment, Jia Xingtian launched an attack against Chen Mo. Although Fan Hao found it hard to believe, the reality was undeniable, and he had no choice but to cooperate with Jia Xingtian to ambush Chen Mo. While Queen Medusa engaged with Han Feng and Yuan Yi, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Chun Mo, observing his ability to cope. She sighed in relief and concentrated more intently on dealing with Han Feng and Yuan Yi. Confronted once again by the 2 formidable foes, Chen Mo, wielding the demon nightmare, refrained from hastily employing his skills. Instead, he sought to assess the limits of his capabilities under the enhancement of his Imperial Bloodline. With a vigorous flap of the wings of the Kuanpeng, he charged forward to meet them. Jia Xingtian and Fan Lao spared no effort, unleashing unmatched murderous intent and bloodshed. For the demise of Chun Mo would also allow them to seize the. They did not hesitate, despite the residing within Chun Mo's body, which could have limited their actions. This left the soldiers, including Yu Mei, who were engaged in battle below, utterly astounded. Fan Lao let out a sinister grin. His pale, withered hands suddenly shot forward, rapidly forming a bizarre seal with astonishing speed. A surge of blood red churned violently, culminating in the instantaneous materialization of a blood spear. Thick as a human arm and suffused with a dark crimson hue. Once the spear took form, Fan Lao grasped it tightly, and his figure transformed into a blur, akin to a shadow of blood propelled by the wind, darting towards Chen Mo with lightning speed. The spear, imbued with a chilling gust, aimed ruthlessly at Chen Mo's heart. Meanwhile, a pale yellow erupted from Jia Xingtian's being, coalescing into a 3-meter tall that released a piercing cry as it lunged towards Chen Mo. With a smile, Chen Mo summoned a flicker of azure flame beneath his feet. Clenching his fist, the azure flames surged explosively, enveloping his entire form, as he coldly declared, "Do you seek the? Allow me to demonstrate its true power." As his words fell, a massive azure fire serpent, dozens of feet long, roared forth from behind him, flicking its tongue as it hissed at Fan Lao and Jia Xingtian, emanating an aura that rivaled both of them. This serpent represented the pinnacle of Chen Mo's ability to wield the at this moment. "Go," Chen Mo commanded, brandishing his magic spear, standing atop the serpent's head as he charged towards the two adversaries. As the hurtled through the air, the azure fire serpent opened its maw wide and consumed it, clashing directly with Fan Lao. In the presence of the Fan Lao's blood-based techniques and attributes were severely restrained, reducing his 3-star prowess to that of merely a 2-star. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, causing the azure fire serpent to explode, its flames sweeping across the sky, distorting the very fabric of space around them. A wave of searing heat radiated through the air, engulfing half of the royal city. A figure clad in blood-red robes was sent flying backward. It was Fan Lao. The tremendous commotion drew countless gazes, all astonished at the azure flames that swept across the landscape like a wildfire. Is this the true power of the? It is utterly terrifying. In the midst of the azure inferno, Chen Mo stood alone, having refined the heart of the. Unless it were to erupt like the Buddha's wrath. This fire posed no harm to him. Meanwhile, Han Feng's gaze reflected an unmistakable shock. He had nearly lost his life in pursuit of the, which ranked 15th on the list. Moreover, the subsequent devouring and refining caused him immense suffering, due to the nature of the incomplete scroll of the burning decision he practiced. The suppression of the within him was far from thorough, leading to occasional upheavals of that greatly troubled him. Thus, upon witnessing Chen Mo, at such a tender age, mastering to this extent, he could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, Han Feng's thoughts raced. As he gazed at the flung-back Fan Lao, poised to pursue his advantage, he was suddenly confronted by the lightning-fast approach of Jia Xingtian. Quicksand vortex. Jia Xingtian bellowed, causing the yellow sand beneath to erupt violently. In an instant, it coalesced into a colossal yellow sand tornado, intent on engulfing Chen Mo. "Since you seek your own demise, let me first offer you as a sacrifice to my sword." Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as the golden wings on his back trembled gently, grasping the demon nightmare. He remained motionless, yet an overwhelming sword intent emanated from within him, radiating from the sword itself. As the yellow sand tornado drew near, Chen Mo sprang into action. There were no extravagant techniques, only a seemingly unremarkable sword-drawing posture. Yet, this simple motion, devoid of the flamboyant effects of other techniques, exuded a spine-chilling aura, the threat of death. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Chen Mo wielded his sword, and in an instant, a resplendent sword light, 100 feet long, surged forth, imbued with unmatched sword intent. Cleaving through the air at an unimaginable speed, so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. It effortlessly sliced through the yellow sand tornado. Then, under the astonished gaze of Jia Xingtian, as his body made contact with the sword light, he was instantaneously obliterated within its brilliance. As a gentle breeze swept by, Jia Xingtian completely dissipated into the ether. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. Eyes darted around, each person gasping in disbelief. A dignified Do Huang powerhouse had been slaughtered by a single sword strike. Chapter 90, once more displaying ferocity. In the realm of heaven and earth, not a sound could be heard. Even in the midst of the fierce battle with the Medusa Queen, the three warriors turned their attention to the extraordinary scene. The sight of a single sword dispatching a Do Huang powerhouse left all present in utter shock. It took a moment for their astonished gazes to shift towards the youth in the sky, wielding a black sword. Beneath the radiant moonlight, a figure stood suspended in midair, poised atop a. His complexion was slightly pale, yet within his starry eyes resided a coldness that deterred direct confrontation. Despite the distance, an involuntary gulp echoed among the onlookers, who exchanged anxious glances, their hearts stirring with unease. To slay a Do Huang with such ease, was he even human? Chen Mo's expression turned slightly ashen. The heaven-slaying sword technique also consumed Do Qi. Without unleashing its true tiered prowess, it had drained nearly 70% of his Do Qi. In the distance, Fan Lao steadied himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his lips twitching slightly. He had not anticipated that a seemingly inexperienced youth could not only put him in such a predicament, but also slay Jia Xingtian before his very eyes. What an insufferable brat. With gritted teeth, Fan Lao cursed ominously, feeling a twinge of fear. Master Fan, seize him quickly. His current condition is poor, and he will surely find it difficult to execute that move again. In the distance, Han Feng noticed Fan Lao's hesitation and immediately barked a command, continuing to confront the Queen Medusa alongside Yuan Yi. Upon hearing this, Fan Lao lifted his gaze and discerned the faint pallor on the young man's face. Nevertheless, having witnessed the bloody example of Xingtian, he remained vigilant. Blood armor. Fan Lao raised his hands, forming a seal with lightning speed. As his blood energy surged, a suit of dark crimson armor, resembling congealed blood, materialized around him. Once again summoning the blood spear, he charged into battle. Skyfall sword. Chen Mo remained undaunted. Although he had faced two Do emperors previously, which had posed a challenge, he still possessed enough energy to contend with Fan Lao. Despite being reduced to 30% of his fighting capacity, a resplendent sword intent, reminiscent of a galaxy, descended from the heavens, sweeping toward Fan Lao. Clang, clang. The sword intent struck fiercely against the dark, blood-like armor, producing a cacophony akin to the clash of metal. Fan Lao found himself retreating rapidly through the air. Although the armor had absorbed the sword intent, the force generated still propelled him backward. I have withstood it. Countless gazes turned toward him, revealing expressions of astonishment. A glimmer of hope sparked within Fan Lao. Indeed, that young man was faltering. Han Feng released a breath of relief. The battle had merely commenced. Damn human. Spotting Chun Mo, Queen Medusa was suddenly consumed by urgency. With a sharp command, her fiery red fighting spirit surged forth. Behind her, a colossal black hole materialized. A series of menacing roars erupted from the abyss. In the next moment, several massive fire-red serpents, each around 100 feet long, appeared behind Queen Medusa. This technique demanded immense energy from her, and she would not resort to it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Prepare to perish. With a graceful sweep of her jade hand toward Han Feng, the space trembled, and the gigantic flame serpents lunged to engulf both Han Feng and Yuan Yi. Be careful. That is Queen Medusa's serpent sealing spell. Below, Reina exclaimed in alarm. Give it everything we've got. Han Feng and Yuan Yi exchanged glances, and the former's expression grew increasingly frigid. With a swift motion, deep blue flames erupted from his palms. The formidable Do Qi radiated from within him, causing his clothing to swell. Han Feng exhaled slowly. Celestial fire, fill the skies. With a flourish of his hands, the blue flames surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the temperature in the atmosphere to spike dramatically. The ferocity of the massive fire serpents diminished considerably. Xianmen armor shield. Yuan Yi's sleeves billowed as a steady stream of pale blue Do Qi surged from within him, coalescing into a vast shield before himself and Han Feng. The expansive blue flames clung to this formidable shield, amplifying its power. Boom. The formidable fire serpents, their power somewhat diminished, crashed violently against the mystical shield. In that instant, the very heavens trembled. The overwhelming force unleashed caused Han Feng and Yuan Yi, positioned behind the shield, to stagger backward. Yet, they managed to withstand the ferocity of the assault. Their expressions brightened with joy, but their elation was short-lived. Cracks suddenly appeared on the shield's surface, and in the next moment, it could no longer endure such a tremendous impact and shattered completely. A fierce torrent of fighting spirit erupted, sending both men hurtling through the air, blood spilling from their mouths uncontrollably. The fierce fire serpents dissipated into the ether. Before Han Feng and Yuan Yi could regain their composure, a purple serpent tail swept towards them with lethal intent. Thud! Instantly, they plummeted downward like kites severed from their strings, descending into the yellow sands below. The Queen Medusa manifested her true form, her colossal serpent eyes casting a glance at the two and then unhesitatingly moving in another direction. During Medusa's moment of terrifying presence, Chen Mo was forced to retreat repeatedly under Fan Lao's relentless assault. Observing his opponent's growing arrogance, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, and he softly uttered, "The first level of the Great Sage Technique, Demon Transformation." In an instant, his eyes turned crimson, his body expanded noticeably, and his teeth elongated beyond his lips. Simultaneously, his aura surged, climbing from 5-star Do Spirit to 8-star Do Spirit. "You shall taste my sword as well." Chen Mo assumed a sword-drawing stance. Fan Lao's expression shifted to one of alarm upon witnessing this. Another attack? He swiftly waved his sleeve, summoning a vast sea of blood that roiled forth. concealing his form within. As Fan Lao plunged into the blood sea, his presence grew significantly more formidable. An aura imbued with a hint of sanguine scent rapidly swelling around him. Blood transformation. Fan Lao's hand gestures shifted, causing the immense blood sea to churn violently before contracting swiftly, with tendrils of blood energy rapidly infiltrating his body. His cultivation surged to 4-star Do Emperor. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Chapter 9. Han Feng's escape. Chen Mo swung his sword. In that moment, the world quaked, as if the very void itself had been cleaved asunder. A magnificent, resplendent sword light, infused with an overwhelming sword intent, surged towards Fan Lao. In that instant, Chun Mo's fighting spirit was completely drained. This fellow is a monster. Yu Mei's enchanting eyes gazed at the resplendent sword light that surged forth once more, her captivating visage reflecting shock as her eyes gradually narrowed. The sword light was too brilliant, too blinding, rendering it unbearable to gaze upon for long. Fan Lao's face darkened, a sinister growl escaping his lips, blood demon hand. As his voice echoed, a tempest suddenly erupted in the skies, the wind carrying a faint scent of blood. The crowd quickly looked up, their expressions shifting as they beheld a massive, blood-colored hand, nearly 2 meters in size, materialize above them, descending forcefully towards the sword light. Then, the onlookers were astonished to witness. The bloodied hands were rendered utterly powerless before the sword's radiance, obliterated in an instant. The sword's brilliance surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, bearing down upon Fan Lao. His expression shifted dramatically, for he never anticipated that his attack would be so feeble. As the sword's light approached, Fan Lao gritted his teeth and unleashed a torrent of vital blood, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. The once parched bloodied hands turned increasingly pale, while sharp, crimson nails unnaturally elongated, resembling unmatched blades. With a slight shudder of his back, a surge of blood erupted, enveloping the crimson wings behind him. At once, the wings of fighting spirit writhed, elongating and taking on a more sinister appearance. Fan Lao's aura escalated once more. Though he had not reached the 5-star Do Emperor level, he had certainly surpassed the 4-star Do Emperor considerably. As the radiant sword approached and struck him, the process seemed lengthy, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. Torrents of formidable blood-colored fighting spirit erupted from the pores of Fan Lao's skin, and in an instant, a blood-hued energy membrane crystallized in his palm. Boom! A blinding light erupted from the blood essence, followed by a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept across the expanse. That overwhelming blood aura was instantly devoured by the brilliant light. A piercing wail echoed forth, and in the next moment, a blood-red pillar shot forth from the point of the energy storm, within which the bloodied Fan Lao lunged toward Chen Mo. "You shall die, boy." Fan Lao's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted, his armor shattered, and he bore over a dozen bloody punctures, with his left arm utterly crushed. Amidst an unknown turmoil, his cultivation plummeted from Do Emperor to Do King. Chen Mo's countenance hardened as the demonic nightmare transformed into its sword spirit form, standing protectively before him. Just as Fan Lao was about to close the distance, a sharp, slicing sound pierced Chen Mo's ears. In the next instant, a massive purple serpentine tail swept fiercely, crashing into Fan Lao. Bang! Fan Lao's body plummeted like a meteor falling from the heavens, smashing into the yellow sands below, vitality extinguished. The sky fell into an eerie silence, and the expression of Tu Yi, who was entangled in battle against the 3 elders of the Serpent people, Yin Shi and Du Qiantong, shifted as he hastily retreated. Lightning flashed as Reina withdrew. Having only dealt with a few Serpent people soldiers, sensing the shift in tide, he quickly backed away, moving faster than Tu Yi. "Damn it! Retreat!" Han Feng, who had been cast from the skies by Queen Medusa, appeared pale, having grossly underestimated her power. With both Xingtian and Fan Lao dead, the situation had turned dire. He feared for his own life if they lingered any longer. With a wave of his hand, he commanded a retreat. The azure wings flapped vigorously, transforming into a streak of blue light as they fled in haste. Chen Mo was acutely aware of Han Feng's influence within the Black Corner region. It was not merely the notorious gold and silver elders he had to consider. With sufficient financial incentive, even a Do Zone could be summoned, which was not entirely implausible. If his memory served him correctly, there were indeed Do Zone present in the Black Corner region. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and dashed ahead. The 5 formidable serpent warriors, summoned by Queen Medusa, did not hesitate and swiftly followed suit. 5 beams of light, imbued with astonishing momentum, streaked across the sky before vanishing into the horizon. The night air was cool. In the vast desert, the winds howled ferociously. Beneath the chilly night sky, a figure suddenly surged forward, creating a shallow mark in the sand due to the immense pressure of the wind. However, within moments, the mark was obscured by the swirling sands carried by the relentless gusts. Shortly after this figure passed, 3 more shadows arrived, leaving additional marks upon the freshly disturbed sands. Yuan Yi glanced back at the crimson silhouette, his expression shifting dramatically. "Tuyi, we must split up," he exclaimed, transforming into a streak of azure light and fleeing in a different direction. Tuyi nodded and also chose another path. Rena, his countenance darkening, felt a sense of abandonment wash over him as he fled towards the Jamma Empire. Within mere moments, the crimson light arrived, carving a trench in the sands below. Queen Medusa did not even glance at the direction Yuan Yi and the others had taken, instead pursuing Han Feng directly. Shortly thereafter, 5 more figures arrived. Inshur surveyed the various directions, turning to the Grand Elder. "Elder, whom do we pursue? Merely a Do Huang is of no concern." "We shall pursue the Do Huang experts," the Grand Elder rasped. On the city walls of Wangcheng, the Serpent Clan soldiers were engaged in clearing the battlefield. Although there were no fatalities among the higher echelons of the Serpent Clan, many soldiers had suffered injuries, or worse. After removing Fan Lao's spatial ring, Chun Mo sat cross-legged upon the city wall, regulating his breathing to restore his Do Qi. Yu Mei swayed her sinuous serpent waist, her azure tail gently undulating as a seductive smile graced her lips while she approached Chen Mo. "Now you've fallen into my hands. There's no escape for you," she teased. As she drew near, she flicked her hair, leaned slightly, and traced her fingers across Chun Mo's face before pinching his chin playfully. Observing Yu Mei's voluptuous form as she bent over, Chun Mo scoffed, large breasts and little brains. The saying holds true. To this, Mo Yen, who had been positioned beside him, immediately transformed into a sword spirit and knelt before him. "Yes, master." Chapter 92. Ace Pilot requests to engage in battle. "Hee, I was merely joking with you, dear brother," Yu Mei said with a slight twitch of her eye, quickly releasing her grip on Chun Mo's chin. Despite her status as a Do Huang, she was currently injured and was not a match for Mo Yen. Glaring at Chun Mo in frustration, she contemplated leaving, but instead decided to sit cross-legged opposite him and began her own recuperation. Time flew by swiftly. As the dawn broke, illuminating the sky with a pale hue, Chun Mo found himself nearly restored. The Queen Medusa, appearing somewhat fatigued, soared towards him from the distant horizon. Chun Mo hurried forward to greet her. "Your Majesty, how do you fare?" "He has fled to the Empire of Outcloud, and I did not pursue him further," replied Queen Medusa, her voice cold and distant. After passing Chun Mo, she suddenly paused, turning back with her elongated, phoenix-like eyes fixed upon him. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Are you unhurt?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am quite well," Chun Mo responded, slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such words of care from Queen Medusa in front of others. He quickly smiled and added, "Please do not misunderstand. Your concern is only fitting, as you have assisted my serpent kin in repelling formidable foes." With that, Queen Medusa's gaze shifted away from Chun Mo. After inquiring about the casualty reports from Yu Mei, she ascended towards the royal palace, leaving behind an instruction. "Once the Great Elder and the leaders of the 8 tribes have gathered, notify them to convene in the Great Hall." How insufferably proud. Chun Mo mused, choosing not to follow Queen Medusa but instead accompanying Elder Baru to tend to the injured serpents. After all, the conflict from the previous night had been ignited due to his actions, and he felt an obligation to provide assistance. This gesture earned Chun Mo a measure of respect from Yu Mei and the other serpents. After he had treated the wounds of the injured serpents and left behind healing potions, the 3 elders of the Serpent Clan and the other tribal leaders arrived at the royal city. However, their expressions revealed that Yuan Yi and his cohorts had indeed escaped. The tribal leaders paused momentarily upon witnessing Chun Mo aiding the serpents, though none expressed their gratitude. Ultimately, the turmoil of the previous night had been instigated by this human, and aiding the serpents was merely his duty. When Yu Mei informed them that the queen wished for them to convene in the Great Hall, they hurriedly made their way to the palace. As Mobas passed by Chun Mo, he let out a derisive snort. After addressing the matters at hand, Chun Mo soaked in a wooden tub while examining the spatial ring of Fan Lao. With Fan Lao deceased, the sole imprint he had left within the ring was naturally erased. After imprinting his own mark upon the ring, Chun Mo donned it and began to inspect its contents. As a spatial ring belonging to a Do Emperor, its capacity far exceeded that of his own low-quality ring, and the quantity of treasures within was astonishing. However, despite the abundance, Chun Mo found little of interest. Most of the techniques and combat skills contained within leaned towards the malevolent and sinister, necessitating the consumption of blood and engaging in heinous acts for cultivation. Notably, the blood demon technique practiced by Fan Lao was particularly nefarious, as it invoked demands for the sacrifice of young boys and girls. Such requirements rendered Fan Lao deserving of his fate, even 100-fold. After incinerating these vile and depraved items with his, Chen Mo sorted through the remaining possessions, ultimately retaining only 2 items of value. The Earth Heart Refining Liquid, a pure essence of Earth energy that had undergone millennia of compression beneath the surface, coalescing into a liquid form. The remarkable effects of the cleansing ritual are well known, as the immense power of the Earth can even assist those at the pinnacle of lower tiers in transcending the barriers of advancement. Naturally, this applies only to those beneath the rank of Dohuan. After indulging in the bath and rejuvenating his state, Chen Mo retrieved the lotus seat of the Azure Lotus fire and settled into a meditative posture to initiate his breakthrough. As night fell, Chen Mo successfully ascended to the rank of a 4-star great fighter. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that Chen Mo heard the gentle sound of flowing water. In the far corner of the palace chamber, a lithe silhouette, with its back to Chen Mo, tossed its long tresses, the cascading hair brushing against snowy shoulders, droplets of water glistening on the delicate skin. The water then trickled down the alluring waist, ultimately disappearing into a wooden tub that was not visible. My goodness, Chen Mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Who but the Queen Medusa could be bathing at this moment? The enchanting queen casually gathered her long hair, then slowly turned around. Chen Mo gulped, anticipating a scene that would make his blood rush. However, what met his gaze was merely a red plum blossom bodice. Ah, damn that bodice. Chen Mo felt a surge of frustration. Why would she wear such attire while bathing? It was utterly disappointing. Upon turning, Queen Medusa leaned against the edge of the wooden tub and addressed Chen Mo. Now that you have completed your breakthrough, why not come over and join me in bed? Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. After concluding discussions in the Grand Hall, Queen Medusa had set up a new round of defenses, wary of potential attacks from Han Feng and others. Noticing Chen Mo still in the midst of his breakthrough, she took the opportunity to bathe, and upon sensing his success, hastily donned the bodice. She truly felt too weary to move. Join me in bed. Am I hearing this correctly? Is such fortune truly bestowed upon me? Could it be that my performance last night was so commendable that Her Majesty is rewarding me? Chen Mo swallowed hard. Without hesitation, he swiftly approached. This opportunity was too precious to let slip away. Your Majesty, you must be tired. Allow me to give you a massage to help you unwind. Chen Mo reached the tub's edge, and with a gentle motion, he lifted Queen Medusa in a princess carry, using his battle aura to dry her damp skin before making his way to the soft couch. Queen Medusa wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck, allowing him to carry her effortlessly. Gazing at her breathtakingly alluring visage, Chen Mo's eyes subtly wandered lower, his mind roaring. This is pure ecstasy. What an exquisite sight. What does it mean to take flight? This is it, an ace pilot ready for action. As he reached the side of the bed, he gently laid the queen down, then joined her, positioning her to rest on the bed while placing his hands on her shoulders, beginning to knead them softly. Chen Mo initially intended to take advantage of the situation. However, recalling the moment of the princess carry and the undeniable fatigue concealed in Queen Medusa's gaze, he restrained his mischievous thoughts. He tenderly massaged Queen Medusa, encouraging her to relax before continuing. Han Feng has escaped, which complicates matters. From what I understand, he might bring along the notorious duo of Jean and Yin next time. Queen Medusa responded with a hint of confusion. She was not well acquainted with the Black Corner region and was unaware of the twin brothers. United in their cultivation techniques, they were formidable together, capable of contending even against ordinary Dozong experts. When separated, each possessed the strength of a peak Dohuan. Chen Mo spoke with a slightly grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa furrowed her brows, pausing thoughtfully before asserting, "Do not worry. Simply hide behind me when the time comes. I shall ensure your safety." Chen Mo was taken aback. He had anticipated Queen Medusa would devise a solution, yet her response was unexpectedly reassuring. In that moment, he felt profoundly moved. Is this what it means to have a queen? He was enamored. With firm resolve, he decided that in light of her earnest intentions, he would pledge himself to her. Consequently, he intensified his efforts, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you are magnificent." To his surprise, Queen Medusa had already arranged for the subsequent matters. Overjoyed, he planted a gentle kiss on her fragrant shoulder, whispering, "Accept my gratitude for your love." Queen Medusa, visibly relaxed, allowed Chen Mo to continue, though he felt utterly exhausted. His hands gradually traversed from her delicate shoulders to her exquisite back and waist. Ultimately, he positioned the queen beneath him, kissing her neck, smooth as jade. After 2 minutes, he turned her over and pressed his lips against her vivid red ones, cradling her head with one hand while playfully entwining her hair with the other. A rosy hue quickly appeared on Queen Medusa's cheeks, her eyes shimmering with a hint of intoxication. Noticing this, Chen Mo pressed her firmly onto the bed, and with decisive motion, while kissing her, He delivered 2 playful smacks to her rear. With a soft whimper, Queen Medusa's long eyelashes fluttered, and her face flushed crimson. Attempting to break free, she found herself tightly embraced by Chen Mo. A glimmer of frost emerged in her gaze, as an overwhelming surge of do qi erupted from her being. Just as she was about to push Chen Mo away, a resounding clap echoed, dispersing the coldness and the torrent of do qi within her. Queen Medusa's body softened, as if drained of strength. After a prolonged moment, Chen Mo withdrew from her lips. Holding her closely, in a voice imbued with an inexplicable magnetism, he almost bit her earlobe as he murmured, "Your Majesty, do you recall when you once asked me what I most wish to do? Well, I have done it." Queen Medusa's complexion flushed with a delicate crimson hue. Her usually aloof demeanor replaced by a hint of vulnerability. Her expression was animated, yet her voice bore a softness that, combined with her head resting against Chun Mo's chest, diminished any semblance of intimidation. Chun Mo, amused, chuckled lightly, his fingers playfully twirling a strand of the queen's hair as he feigned fear, his voice trembling slightly. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. What must I do for you to spare my life?" Medusa let out a cold huff, instantly seeing through Chun Mo's exaggerated performance. "There is no hope for you. Prepare to meet your end. Please, I believe there is still a chance for redemption," Chun Mo replied, tentatively probing the queen's psychological defenses. "Your Majesty, last night you defended me so fiercely, even refusing the transformation pill. Might it be that you have developed feelings for me?" Not at all. You are merely overthinking," the queen retorted with a derisive laugh. "The heart of the blue lotus flame is mine, and I am simply allowing you to use it temporarily. To think a mere transformation pill could exchange for my extraordinary fire is a foolish fantasy." Chen Mo was taken aback by Medusa's reasoning. After all, he had indeed offered her the heart of the blue lotus flame, and her stance was entirely justifiable. "Isn't this just you taking advantage of me? How can you question me? If that is the case, why do you not push me away? Why permit my embraces? You are so resilient, so shameless, and so unyielding. Does my behavior even matter?" Silence. With a forceful shove, Chen Mo was knocked off the bed, yet he quickly gathered Medusa back into his embrace. As he held the queen, a classic thought crossed his mind. Do not take initiative, do not refuse, do not take responsibility. "Your Majesty, you are indeed more formidable," he exclaimed, filled with admiration. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the slumbering figure in his arms. He was struck dumb, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. The softness he felt was unlike anything an ordinary person could experience. Clearly, Chen Mo was no ordinary individual. For such an experience was quite perilous. Holding his breath, he prepared to quietly withdraw his hand from beneath her garment when Medusa stirred awake. "Your Majesty, allow me to explain. I am as perplexed as you. Last night everything was fine, and yet here I am this morning." Bang! Outside the chamber, Yu remarked. "That familiar sound." Chapter 94, The Ancient Indestructible Dragon and Serpent. Chen Mo was unsure whether it was due to his cultivation of the indestructible profound art that rendered him more resilient, or if Medusa was simply holding back. Or perhaps both. He no longer felt the pain he once did. Her strikes felt as harmless as a tickle. As Medusa continued to strike him, Chen Mo remarked, "Your Majesty, you look incredibly alluring in just that plum blossom garment." Medusa's bright eyes glinted dangerously. "Are you truly so reckless? You still dare to provoke me while under my wrath? Have you been scheming for this day all along, human?" "Not at all," Chun Mo vehemently denied. "Am I truly such a person? Should I perhaps touch again to ascertain?" Following this, the Queen Medusa delivered a powerful punch, rendering Chun Mo unconscious, and coldly remarked, "Your desires remain unchanged." Upon witnessing Chun Mo succumb to slumber, she unfastened the crimson plum blossom bellyband before him. Lowering her gaze to the red handprint upon her fair skin, her complexion flushed once more, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, using such force." The fragrance lingered delicately upon her hands. As Chun Mo stirred awake on the bed, his instinct was to inhale the subtle scent. A glance around revealed him lying on the bed, prompting a joyful smile to grace his features. Was the queen's affection not thoughtful? Indeed. From the moment Chun Mo playfully spanked Queen Medusa while she lay upon the bed, her title in his heart transformed from Her Majesty to Queen Darling. Naturally, he had yet to vocalize this endearing term, but he mused that Queen Medusa might appreciate it. However, it took him 5 arduous days of addressing her as Queen Darling for her to reluctantly accept it without retaliating with a slap. Chun Mo nodded earnestly. "Of course. My dear Queen Darling." At present, Queen Medusa donned the purple lace nightgown that Chun Mo had purchased for her in the imperial capital. Its allure was beyond words. One could simply describe it as sheer. The fabric was uniquely smooth, akin to the softness of skin. From the moment he awoke, Chun Mo had persistently coaxed her throughout the day, and by nightfall, he finally persuaded Queen Medusa to wear it. Although her fair, delicate shoulders and exquisite back were concealed, she undeniably exuded heightened sensuality. In summary, those who understood would comprehend, and those who did not, like the orange cat, would require no further elaboration. Elegant, seductive, and brimming with charm, she was simply breathtaking. Chen Mo turned over to lie directly opposite Queen Medusa. Their eyes met, and he immediately leaned in to plant a kiss upon her alluring, moist lips, subsequently enveloping her in his embrace. As he gazed at the subtle outline of her strapless gown and the ribbons of her belly band, he coaxingly said, "Queen darling, wearing so much is rather stifling. And it's not conducive to development, wouldn't you agree?" The following day, might he anticipate Queen Medusa mimicking his tone, saying, "Your Majesty, allow me to explain. I too was bewildered by how I ended up here after a perfectly fine night." Chen Mo's face flushed slightly. "Queen darling, you know far too much." With a playful smirk, Queen Medusa nestled into his embrace, then closed her eyes, teasingly whispering, "Good night, little one." "Good night, Queen darling." Reluctantly, Chen Mo extinguished the candles within the chamber, kissed Queen Medusa's forehead, and together they drifted into the realm of dreams, this enchanting little sprite. The following day dawned bright and early. Queen Medusa slowly opened her elongated phoenix-like eyes, revealing a hint of murderous intent within her gaze. "Human, do you intend to claim that this is mere coincidence, that somehow you found yourself here? Oh, my dear queen, you truly are a kindred spirit." Chen Mo replied with a somewhat feeble smile, one that was strikingly pale. "Shall you come, or shall I?" "You may come," he beckoned, stretching his neck toward Queen Medusa, his smile tinged with bitterness. "My queen, please deliver a swift strike, let it be over quickly." Boom. Queen Medusa granted Chen Mo's wish. 15 days later, in the Blackhorn domain, amidst a bamboo grove, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. He had sustained only minor injuries during his escape. Yet the depletion of his vitality had been considerable. After nearly 10 days of recuperation, Han Feng squinted and murmured, "It is time for vengeance." With a commanding shout, he summoned Han Bong. "Take these 2 tokens personally to that location and invite the 2 esteemed elders to visit." Han Feng extracted 2 tokens, 1 gold and 1 silver, from his spatial ring and tossed them to Han Bong. After Han Bong departed, Han Feng retrieved a jade piece from his ring and crushed it. Moments later, he addressed an empty space. "I have aided you greatly. It is time for you to assist me in return." "Ha ha ha. What nonsense is this from the Apothecary Emperor? Merely the Queen Medusa, and it is beneath me to intervene. Take my command and visit the Yunlan sect. We have allies there, in the Gamma Empire, the capital city." Although the commotion was not overly loud, for those in the know, it was evident that the skies of the Gamma Empire were about to change. In the palace of the Serpent people, Chen Mo had consumed the last 2 Fire Lotus seeds over the past few days, elevating his cultivation to that of a 5-star great fighter. His copper body had also been perfected, and even the strength of the nightmare had increased from a 1-star doling to a 2-star doling. Most importantly, his affinity with Queen Medusa had reached its zenith of 99. As for why it could not reach 100, it was connected to the butterfly, a hurdle that Queen Medusa could not surpass. This time, the reward for his affinity granted Chen Mo 2 original affinity coins, a 7th grade Yin-Yang Dragon Xiandan as a kissing reward, and after triggering a supercritical hit, he obtained a drop of the blood essence from the ancient indomitable dragon serpent. The ancient indomitable dragon serpent was said to be a race born from the union of Nuwa's descendants and the progeny of the ancestor dragon. This extraordinary beast was not any weaker than other divine beasts, and it even possessed a certain probability of inheriting the bloodline of the ancestor dragon or that of Nuwa's descendants.